It's Lonely to be Invincible Chapter 851 to Chapter 907. Old Ancestor, you look so pitiful. But I have to say, you really have good eyes to be able to tell Luo Yun to inform me. If not, you would have been in trouble. Lin Fan smiled and said. An old ancestor of the pill world was locked inside and he looked so pitiful. If his admirers were to see this, his reputation would probably take a nosedive. Hayes, let's not talk about this anymore. Peak Leader Lin, this matter is unbearable. I was too careless. If I knew that they would have so many treasures, how could I have been subdued by them? Nine-color old ancestor was helpless and his heart hurt. He retorted. When he came here, he didn't think that such a thing would happen. If he knew that he would meet these people with so many treasures. If he was wary, he wouldn't be so pitiful. Let's not talk about this. Let's break this furnace for you first. Lin Fan said. One look and he could tell that the furnace was a good item. It gave off a faint glow and there were 4 god beasts carved on it. They were species that he was familiar with. Suddenly. Peak Leader Lin, be careful. Nine-color old ancestor was shocked. He saw a black light in the distance and he exclaimed. He saw the purple-haired girl move her wrist and chant. A bright light shot out from her fingertips. The god-suppressing needle on her fingertips seemed to have a mind of its own. It was like a poisonous snake that struck towards Lin Fan. Eh? Lin Fan was really calm. He didn't panic just because of nine-color old ancestor's shout. Be careful of what? He felt a weird power attack him from behind. He turned around and stretched out his hand to see what it was. Poochie, the sound of flesh being pierced. The black light pierced into Lin Fan's body and disappeared without a trace. Great. The purple-haired girl gave a rare smile. She wanted to escape quickly and avoid this, but now that he was hit by the god-suppressing needle, what was the point of running? Ha ha ha, the purple-haired girl laughed. Let's see how you can survive after being hit by my god-suppressing needle. You killed them and committed a huge crime. Even if you use your life as compensation, you won't be able to. Her gaze was really cold. Before, she was really terrified and afraid. But now, she was very calm and did not panic at all. Things were already under her control. As long as she was hit by the spirit-suppressing needle, she would not be able to survive. Just a moment ago, she was still worried about whether she could hit him or not. If she couldn't hit him, she would immediately escape. But, who would have thought that this indigenous being would be this stupid? Not only did he not dodge, he even used his hand to catch it. What an idiot. Haha, do you feel that your mind is in a mess? Your eyes are blurred and you can't see anything clearly? Right now, this is a very normal thing. In a while, you will discover that your soul will become dim and be continuously devoured until you completely die. She smiled and then looked at the woman not far away. He did not take this woman to heart. She was a weak existence that he could easily suppress. As for the troublesome pill world ancestor, he was already trapped in the furnace. It would not be easy to break out of it. What a naughty little fellow. Lin Fan looked at him and shook his head helplessly. Playing with needles wasn't a good habit. As for the problem that the other party mentioned, he didn't feel it at all. Instead, he felt more and more energized. There was indeed some kind of strange power that entered his brain and tried to devour his soul. However, it was instantly shattered and dissipated into thin air. Peak Leader Lin, are you okay? Nine-colored ancestor was shocked when he heard what the woman said. He couldn't help but panic. If something really happened to Peak Leader Lin, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. I'm fine. I'll let you out first. I have something to tell you. Lin Fan walked to the furnace and raised his hand to knock it. Dong. Dong, it was a crisp sound. It belonged to the furnace used to concoct pills. However, he didn't know how to concoct pills, so he didn't need these things. Are you really okay? Nine-colored ancestor was still panicking. He felt that Peak Leader Lin was forcefully pretending to be calm. He couldn't just collapse all of a sudden. If that happened, it would really be a tragedy. The purple-haired woman was very strong. Luo Yun wasn't her opponent. She might even be killed instantly. Don't panic. This furnace is very hard. It should be a treasure. The possibility of someone letting you out is very low. Lin Fan studied the furnace. It felt good when he touched it. The frog was good at concocting pills. But thinking about it, who knew how many secrets that guy was hiding? He definitely didn't lack furnaces, so there was no need to keep it for him. Eh? The purple-haired woman was stunned. She felt that this was impossible. Lin Fan had been hit by the needle for so long, so why was he fine? No, he must be forcefully holding on. But that's impossible. I've never heard of anyone who was hit by the needle and still able to live until now. The purple-haired woman wasn't sure. Suddenly, then, something shocking happened. With a poochie sound, Lin Fan's 10 fingers stabbed into the furnace. He then grabbed the surface of the furnace and tore it into two with his left and right hands. How is that possible? The purple-haired woman's mouth was agape. Her eyeballs were about to pop out. She felt that this was the most impossible thing she had ever seen. That furnace wasn't ordinary. How could it be torn apart with his bare hands? Moreover, that native was hit by the needle. Could it be that he's fine? When the purple-haired woman thought of this possibility, she panicked. She slowly retreated and wanted to leave this place. He was the vanguard to scout out the situation. At the same time, he would build a space tunnel. Peak Leader Lin, you are quite strong. 9-color-old ancestor was shocked. He didn't think that the furnace was easy to tear apart. If it was so easy, he wouldn't have been locked inside. It's okay, this furnace isn't that sturdy. Lin Fan was disappointed with the furnace. It wasn't sturdy at all. He just casually tore it and it tore apart. What else could it do? Suddenly, he frowned and turned his head. He realized that the purple-haired woman had risen into the air and was flying into the distance. I want to leave this place. It's too dangerous. I can't stay here. The purple-haired woman panicked. She felt that danger was covering her heart and it was a really bad feeling. Didn't I tell you not to move and not to leave? Lin Fan was unhappy and shouted into the distance. Just you wait. One day, you will pay for this. The purple-haired woman didn't dare to stay. She couldn't understand what was going on. How could the god-suppressing needle be useless? She brought it with her just in case. Even enemies stronger than her would die in pain if they were pierced by the god-suppressing needle. But not only was she fine, she was also energetic. Activate the Eye of Discoloration. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman's body trembled. Her heart raced. She stood in the air far away. Her eyes turned from clear to violent. Asshole, I will kill you. The thought of killing the other party filled his mind. Oh my god, she's back? 9-color-old ancestor wanted to warn Peak Leader Lin when he saw her escape, but he didn't expect her to come back. Something's wrong. Otherwise, why would she come back for no reason? The purple-haired woman used all her strength. The light around her body was too dazzling. Her aura surpassed most people in the outer region. Even the patriarchs of some powerful forces might not be a match for her. It was indeed very strong and not to be underestimated. No wonder the frog was so scared. The 1000K patriarch was even more worried. It wasn't without reason. But you're still too weak. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes glittered. When the purple-haired woman was about to get close to him, he closed his eyes and punched her in the stomach. Bang! Lin Fan's fist landed on the purple-haired woman's stomach. The force was so strong that her uterus might have been destroyed. A terrifying force exploded from the purple-haired woman's back, turning into a beam of light that shot into the distance. It destroyed the ground and opened up a path to the sky. Puff! To the purple-haired woman, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Her body floated in the air and suddenly bent over. Blood gushed out and she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His purple eyes turned white. It was as if he had lost his mind. Piak! Lin Fan stretched out his hand and dug his fingers into his thick hair. He grabbed the head and held it in his hands. I told you not to move. Don't move. Tell me, why are you running? Lin Fan wouldn't be nice to people like her. He spared her life because he wanted to ask her some questions. As long as she cooperated, he would definitely let her die in one piece. But now, she wants to run. Isn't he not giving me any face? Luo Yun swallowed. She was stunned. Lin Fan's punch landed on the purple-haired woman. Even though she didn't know how painful it was, she could tell that it was terrifying. How could he attack such a beautiful girl? Luo Yun mumbled. It wasn't that she didn't think he should have hit the purple-haired woman, but she felt that Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. If it was an ordinary man, he probably wouldn't have done it so easily. Amazing, Peak Leader Lin. You're too overbearing. The nine-colored ancestor was stunned. Lin Fan attacked without hesitation. It didn't matter if the opponent was a man or a woman, or whether she was beautiful or not. Lin Fan took half of her life with one punch. It was shocking. It's all right. Patriarch, I'll let you out now. Don't panic. He threw the purple-haired woman aside and tore the cauldron apart. Your legs are chopped off. He didn't expect the nine-colored ancestor to be in such a miserable state. Even her legs were chopped off. The nine-colored ancestor felt awkward. He had been discovered. This? Haze, Peak Leader Lin, it's so awkward. Let's not talk about it. They placed a seal on my legs to prevent me from recovering. But it's okay, I'll solve it later. The nine-colored ancestor said. Lin Fan took the nine-colored ancestor out and broke the things on his body. The nine-colored ancestor, who had regained his freedom, heaved a sigh of relief. He cleared the energy from his legs and swallowed a pill. Instantly, a large amount of medicinal energy exploded out. The flesh and blood of his legs that were chopped off moved and then grew back. Peak Leader Lin, thank you. The nine-colored ancestor said gratefully. No need to thank me. This is a deal. But don't rush. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. He looked at the purple-haired woman. Now, he had to find out more about the situation. As for whether or not she would tell him, he didn't need to worry. At most, he would bring her back and let his teacher search her soul. As for the nine-colored ancestor, he had a bad premonition. Deal? What deal? Nine-color-old ancestor was lost. He looked at Lin Fan and didn't understand what had happened. Trade, he really didn't know. He panicked a little. He looked towards Luo Yun like he wanted to ask about the specific situation. Goddess Luo Yun noticed his gaze and also knew about the trade. She could only look away and didn't dare to look at him. She agreed to this on her own. At that time, she was too worried about the old ancestor and agreed to Peak Leader Lin's trade. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her. The old ancestor wasn't strong enough and was suppressed. If she hadn't made the decision, the outcome would have been catastrophic. So in the end, the old ancestor should thank her. Moreover, this trade wasn't a loss. It was really worth it. Not good, I feel like something is going to happen. Nine-color-old ancestor wasn't a fool. The purple-haired girl was in a much better state than the two guys. Her corpse was whole and she didn't die. That fist just now wasn't that heavy. If it really had strength, then it wouldn't have ended up like this. Her body exploded and turned into a pile of blood. This was the only time that Lin Fan had shown mercy to him. He walked in front of the purple-haired girl and grabbed her hair like he was lifting up a dead pig. Oi, wake up. I have something to ask you. Don't act like you're dead. Lin Fan shook his wrist. The purple-haired girl didn't move at all. This made him really annoyed. He didn't really hit her, so why didn't she move? This wasn't a good situation at all. Peak Leader Lin, this girl must have fainted because of you. Nine-color-old ancestor explained. He felt that Peak Leader Lin was really vicious and didn't have the bad habits of those young people. Good, really good. That punch was so powerful that it could cause a person to spit shit out of them. Thinking about such a beautiful girl being beaten up like that, it made one's heart hurt so much. Did she faint? I didn't hit her too hard. Lin Fan was speechless. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times. Oi, wake up. I have something to ask you. He rushed. Time was precious and he had found a way to get rich. He felt that trading was a really promising thing. It was even more promising than writing books. The purple-haired girl didn't move at all. Her eyelids didn't even twitch. Just like what 9-color-old ancestor said, she might have really fainted. Forget it. Since he has fainted, let's just kill him. Lin Fan let go of the purple-haired woman's head and prepared to harvest her. Asking about the situation was not that important. Sometimes, using one's intelligence to discover secrets was something that made one feel extremely refreshed. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman's eyelashes trembled a few times. She didn't faint and woke up very early, but she didn't dare to open her eyes, afraid that something terrible would happen. After that, he was slapped several times. He gritted his teeth and endured it. He couldn't wake up. Once he did, something terrible would happen. However, she didn't expect that the other party would want her life after seeing that she didn't wake up. This scared her so much that she didn't dare to pretend to be dead. "I'm awake, awake." The purple-haired woman panicked. Her previous arrogance and calmness had long since vanished into thin air when she was suppressed. She was really too scared. He didn't know who this person was and how he could be so strong. Before descending, they had already learned of the specific situation. The outer realms were equivalent to subordinate realms. Although there were experts, with their strength and ability, even if they were no match for them, they could still deal with them. But look at the current situation. Deal with what? She didn't even have her life left. What do you want? Let's talk nicely. I have no ill intentions towards you. The purple-haired woman's voice was gentle and she lowered her stance. She really regretted it. If she knew that things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have come. You have no ill intentions towards us? That doesn't matter, as long as I have ill intentions towards you. Lin Fan smiled. This girl was really cunning and her desire to live was a little terrifying. The purple-haired woman was stunned as she looked at Lin Fan. She felt like she had seen a ghost. She couldn't understand what he was saying. As the Vanguard members, they were the younger generation of the faction and had huge responsibilities. Now that she was suppressed, it was a failure. Her heart hurt so much that she didn't know what to say. Peak Leader Lin, I sensed her situation. Although the energy ripples in her body are similar to ours, there is a huge difference. 9-colored old ancestor said solemnly. He wanted to see through her background. However, before she said anything, it was tough for him to guess. It is okay. I will just ask. Lin Fan squatted in front of her. I will ask you a question and you will answer truthfully. As long as you are honest with me, I will leave your corpse intact. I promise that you will be able to lead peacefully and respectfully. I %yen%, the purple-haired woman wanted to curse out. Was he sick in the head? Her eyes were filled with despair. What you mean is that you aren't prepared to let me live. Since I am going to die, then why should I answer your question? Although she was afraid, she wouldn't be so afraid that she would lose her mind. Since she was going to die, why did he have to answer the other party's question honestly? Peak Lord Lin, this woman isn't stupid. She's quite open-minded about this question. Why don't we let her answer honestly and give her a way out? The 9-colored old ancestor suggested. What the other party said was correct. Since she was going to die anyway, then why not say anything? When the purple-haired woman heard this, her eyes shone with hope. She bore with the pain in her body. If you can swear that after I answer honestly and let me go, then I can tell you everything. It wasn't a big deal to tell the other party everything. With their strength, as long as they opened the space tunnel, then everyone here would be like ants. They could crush them with one finger. Swear your head. I think you don't understand the difference between respectability and disrespect. Lin Fan looked at the purple-haired woman. He wouldn't let her go out of kindness. What a joke, dream on. She was so vicious just now. If she wasn't strong enough, she would definitely have died. The purple-haired woman's hair hung down and her eyes shone brightly. Her brain spun and she thought of all sorts of ideas. She had countless secret techniques and abilities. Schemes and tricks were temporarily useless. She didn't have any treasures on her. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman was filled with regret. If she knew that this would happen, she would have come prepared. Even in this situation, she was confident that she could leave. If I still die, then I won't answer any of your questions. But I can tell you that you will experience even more terrifying things in the future. If you know this now, it will be of great benefit to you and everyone else. The purple-haired woman didn't believe that he would kill her right away. She was still useful. Based on normal thinking, they would keep her alive and think of ways to ask for more information. As long as she was useful, she wouldn't die. Once the others came, then she would be free. Let's not talk about all this. I can bring you back and let my teacher search your soul. When that happens, we will know everything. Lin Fan said. Ha ha ha. The purple-haired woman laughed. Soul search? What a laughable method. Everyone here is blessed, and trying to soul search them is like trying to throw an egg against a rock. The weak will die on the spot, and even the strong will be injured. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Her expression was really amusing. The people of the outer region were just too dumb. They actually thought that soul searching would work. How did you all come here? Lin Fan asked. As for whether or not he dared to search her soul, that was okay. Anyway, he was just asking. The purple-haired woman looked at Lin Fan's eyes expressionlessly. She wouldn't reply. At such a time, the less one spoke, the more valuable one's value would be. To anyone, the unknown was the most precious and the most curious. If one knew too much, then one's value would drop to the extreme. Just like a human, revealing everything was the stupidest thing to do. Only by revealing some details for a period of time would people feel that one was really valuable. Katja, Lin Fan grabbed the purple-haired lady's ankle and twisted it. The bones in her ankle were broken and her ankle was stuck to her calf. Ah! The purple-haired woman couldn't take it and cried out in pain. Although this kind of pain was very painful to her, it was not unbearable. However, she could feel another kind of power tearing her apart. Tears and snot were about to flow out. When he heard that crisp sound, Nine-Color Ancestor's eyelids twitched. It was so F***ing terrifying. Goddess Luo Yun was also scared silly. He attacked just like that. That was just too terrifying. Of course, she didn't pity him. If not for Peak Leader Lin, the ancestor would have died and World of Pills would have lost its pillar. Who knew how terrifying the outcome would be? I am asking you a question. How did you get here? Lin Fan was really calm. He didn't panic at all. Everything he did was normal. The purple-haired lady's teeth were chattering. The pain was unbearable. Then, she stared at Lin Fan in anger. I won't say anything. Just you wait. Someone will take revenge for us. All of you will die a horrible death. Katja, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Her calf was broken once more and it reached her knee. Ah! A tragic cry rang out. Lin Fan looked at her. It seems like you still don't want to tell me. I can only continue. Katja, Poochie, the white bone pierced through her thigh. Blood flowed everywhere. Ah! I will speak, I will speak. We came through the space pillar. The purple-haired woman broke out in a cold sweat. Her expression became vicious. She didn't dare to believe that she would receive such treatment. In the past, she was either protected by people or followed by a bunch of admirers. Is it that stone pillar over there? Lin Fan asked. Yes, the purple-haired woman replied. What's the use of the space pillar? Be more specific. Lin Fan thought about it. It should be used to send people over. However, he wasn't sure about the specifics. It's useless. It just sends us over. The purple-haired woman screamed in pain. You're lying. Lin Fan squinted. He moved his wrist and broke it again. Katja. One of her legs disappeared and stacked on top of the other like a folded quilt. She screamed continuously. I didn't. It's the truth. It's up to you if you don't believe me. The purple-haired woman was on the verge of breaking down. The pain was unbearable. Not only was she in pain, but she was also suffering from some sort of energy that was invading her body and torturing her. That was true pain. You're being dishonest again. I'll just change your leg. Lin Fan shook his head. Since she was being dishonest, he had no choice but to apologize. Katja, it was a crisp sound. He started breaking the other leg. Space god pillars form a space tunnel that connects to where we are. At that time, we will be able to come here in the blink of an eye. The time we spend will be extremely low. The purple-haired girl broke out in a cold sweat. She was really panicking. Her opponent's methods weren't that terrifying, but the torturous pain was enough to make one collapse. What else? Lin Fan continued to ask. He didn't believe that there was only so much. A woman's heart was as deep as the ocean. Those words were definitely true. If she didn't hide anything, then she wouldn't dare to call herself a woman. Nothing, I have said everything I need to say. The purple-haired girl continued to hide. Why aren't you being honest? Lin Fan frowned. This took too long and it was too problematic. However, he also wanted to take fewer detours and figure out the specific situation. Gotcha. Ah. I will speak, I will continue. There are a total of 10,800 space pillars and they are scattered all over the outer region. Based on what I know. The purple-haired girl continued and secrets were revealed. Hayes, why are you so dishonest at such a young age? What else do you have? Just say it. The more you speak, the less you suffer. 9-color-old ancestor reminded, moreover, peak leader Lin isn't a bad person. He is a friendly person. Just cooperate and nothing will happen. 9-color-old ancestor's expression was solemn. Things weren't as simple as they thought. 10,800 pillars, that was just too huge. If every single pillar could carry these peak Dao realm experts, wouldn't it be shockingly terrifying? Even if the outer region was merged, who would be able to block them? Thinking about that, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze towards the purple-haired girl was really unfriendly too. There were records of it in the broken ancient books. That was the most pitiful moment for the outer region. Less than 10% of those who survived were left. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, they slowly recovered to their peak. Anything else? Lin Fan continued to ask. Nothing, really nothing. This is all I know. The purple-haired girl shouted. She couldn't say any more. If she said too much, it would be really dangerous. Stop torturing me, let me go. I am really wrong. I will go home now and tell them not to come. We love peace. The purple-haired woman just wanted to leave this terrifying place. When he returned there, he would tell everyone that he had brought experts over to ruthlessly kill this fellow. Skinning them and pulling out their tendons was already a piece of cake. You're being dishonest again. Lin Fan could see through the other party with a single look. Even the color of his underwear was clear to him. Don't look at how he usually didn't use his brain. If he really used his brain, he would be able to clearly calculate why 1 + 1 = 3, and he would be able to convince you. Crack, another twist. The sound was too sharp and clear. White bones pierced through flesh and blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. Ah! The purple-haired woman screamed miserably. Her expression was hideous to the extreme. The hatred hidden in her heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt, drowning everyone. However, the pain was unbearable. I told you that the spatial divine pillars are divine objects of space in our world. 10,800 of them can open up a spatial passageway that covers the sky above the realm of outer realms. The purple-haired woman didn't hide anything and told him a lot. Her mind had begun to panic, and sometimes, she even began to stammer. So dangerous. Lin Fan thought about it. This matter was a little complicated and if he was too careless, it would be a little problematic. But it was really interesting. He hadn't explored all of the outside world yet, but he was unrivaled, sweeping through all opponents. No one could stop him in his path. Thus, bullying the weak wasn't his style. If he wanted to bully someone, he would bully the tall ones. One look and one knew that he was arrogant. If that is the case, then things will be much more interesting. Gotcha, Lin Fan muttered to himself. His hands habitually broke her legs. 10,800, that is a huge number. If each one brings a Dao realm expert, then wouldn't there be tens of thousands of people? Gotcha, he muttered to himself. He had sunk into an extremely complacent state. Let me ask you, what is the use of the spatial god pillars? How strong is the strongest expert on your side? Lin Fan asked. He felt the blood in his body start to boil. That feeling felt really good. There was no reply. Eh? Why are you so dishonest? I asked you a question and you aren't even replying? Lin Fan frowned. She was actually so stubborn. That was really interesting. He wanted to continue breaking her legs but his hands grabbed nothing. He didn't grab anything. That. Peak leader Lin, she seems to be dead. 9-color-old ancestor was stunned. He couldn't even speak properly. He had just seen a ghost. Peak leader Lin didn't ask her anything and just muttered to himself. His hands then started to break. Her body. The purple-haired girl's throat seemed to be blocked by blood and she couldn't make a sound. In the end, her entire body was folded up and her organs were squeezed. Large amounts of fresh blood spurted out from her body. Eh? She is dead? Lin Fan came back to his senses and looked at her situation. He was stunned and felt like he had done something wrong. Right, she is really dead. The current situation was just too tragic. She was folded up and even if she didn't die, she was definitely dead. How did this happen? Lin Fan was really annoyed. He went against his words and said that he would give her a decent death. However, when he was stunned, she died. She wasn't strong enough and her life force was too low. Peak leader Lin, don't blame yourself. Although there are some things that you didn't get, at least you know a lot. You are the hero of the outside world and have helped the outside world a lot. 9-color-old ancestor saw that peak leader Lin was a little disappointed and thought that he blamed himself for not getting everything out of him. Thus, he wanted to console him. Forget it. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't say much. He spread out the folded purple-haired girl so that she still looked like a person. Although there were many parts of her body that were at weird angles, it didn't affect her overall beauty. Goddess Luo Yun, bury her. Women shouldn't make things difficult for other women. Be more careful. Lin Fan said. Luo Yun looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. She was totally dumbfounded. Just what in the world was going on right now? Lin Fan could not make sense of this at all. Why was she the one burying him? This didn't make sense. Lin Fan was stunned and recalled something. He hooked his finger and took all 3 of their storage rings. Killing people and burying corpses was one of his basic values. At the same time, his attitude towards wealth was that he couldn't waste it. Peak leader Lin, what's the situation now? 9-color-old ancestor didn't dare to be too arrogant. His attitude towards Lin Fan had also become really good. He was already good in the past and now he was even better. This time, his methods were violent and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to say anything. Nothing much. Let's go take a look at the space god pillar and see what it is. Lin Fan walked into the distance. He roughly understood. Old ancestor, then what about me? Goddess Luo Yun wanted to say something. This job of burying corpses wasn't suitable for her. Just listen to peak leader Lin and bury the corpses. It is also a form of training for you. 9-color-old ancestor smiled and consoled. Of course, with Goddess Luo Yun's position in the pill world, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing. If the guy she liked found out, it would definitely cause a huge wave. But regretfully, there were only 3 people here. He couldn't let peak leader Lin and him do it, right? He could only let Luo Yun do it herself. Goddess Luo Yun was helpless. In the end, she could only do it honestly. Peak leader Lin, do you feel that this space god pillar is hiding any other secrets? 9-color-old ancestor asked. He was still worried about the experts that the purple-haired girl mentioned. If they really came, could they really defend against them? The vanguard members were already so strong. Then, how strong would the people who would come later be? That was something he didn't dare to imagine. You ask me, but who should I ask? Won't we see it later? Look, it's right in front, it's really close. Lin Fan pointed at the deep hole in the distance. Inside, there was a stone pillar that stood there and sunk deep into the ground. 9-color-old ancestor frowned and was really solemn. That stone pillar was a god item that connected space. There were a total of 10,800 of them and this was only one. He didn't dare to imagine how shocking the power would be when so many of them were connected together. ZZ, suddenly, the nine-colored ancestor stopped. Beneath his feet, there were tiny bolts of lightning swimming about like little snakes. Peak Leader Lin, wait, this is dangerous. Nine-color-old ancestor said. He felt that the swimming lightning wasn't simple and contained terrifying power. It's okay. Lin Fan didn't care about the lightning. He lifted his feet and walked inside. Instantly, the lightning interweaved and wrapped around his feet. A strong power was transmitted into his body, wanting to shake his body and counterattack. At the same time, he felt numb. Is it really okay? Nine-color-old ancestor realized that Peak Leader Lin was completely fine. He felt that the lightning that covered the ground didn't seem to be much. Then, he swaggered in as well. However, when his feet touched the ground, something terrifying happened. Bang! Ah! Nine-color-old ancestor screamed and spat out blood. Black smoke rose from the bottom of his feet. As soon as he touched it, the lightning surged towards him like crazy, pushing him back and throwing him far away. Old ancestor, what are you doing? I said it's okay for me, but for you, the lightning isn't that simple. Don't be too careless. He didn't want to say more. A dignified alchemy world ancestor actually didn't know anything. Did he not know whether the lightning was strong or not, and he still dared to step in? If he wasn't looking to die, what was? Nine-color-old ancestor resisted the urge to spit out blood. He stared at the figure with a pale face. Wasn't that too hurtful? Nothing happened to Peak Leader Lin when he went in, but he had to go in and suffer like this. Wasn't that too unfair? Why do I feel like the meat on my body is a bit cooked? Lin Fan smelled roasted meat, but he didn't care much. First, he went to see what the space pillar was. This was a pillar. It was a really thick and long pillar. There were some bumps on the surface. If it was used, no one would be able to take it, right? That was just too evil. He reached out and knocked twice. It was solid. He didn't know how the space pillar sliced open space and brought people here. Furthermore, there were actually more than 10,800 of these spatial pillars. It was a sea of them. If I were to kill every single person who was brought here by the divine pillar, wouldn't it explode? Killing a Peak Dao Realm expert would give him 240,000 points. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about in the past. The pillar was really thick and several people had to hug it to be able to hug it. Pata, Lin Fan grabbed the pillar and used strength. With a kacha, the pressure was huge and it felt really heavy. He found it a little hard to lift it up. I really don't believe that a pillar like you can be so arrogant. He went all out. His body grew taller and a vast amount of power exploded from his body. His arms swelled and green veins popped up like those of dragons. The destructive power surged out unreservedly. The space shook and black cracks appeared. If the pillar had a mind of its own, it would really want to say that it was just staying here and that it was a hindrance to him. Rise! He hollered. His fingers stabbed into the pillar and he grabbed it tightly. He then stood on the ground and leaned back. No matter what, he had to pull the stone pillar out. Once he set his eyes on something, there was no saying that he couldn't obtain it. Pung pung, the stone pillar shook and dust fell. Rumble, lightning intersected with one another. The stone pillar was invaded and all the lightning gathered to form a giant net that wrapped around Lin Fan's legs like it was trying to pull him into hell. The sky was ripped apart and lightning streaked about, breaking through the clouds. Lightning flashed like it was the end of the world. My life energy is weakening. These things are really strong. Lin Fan sensed that his aura was disappearing really quickly. If this continued, he would really die. If he died before he could even lift the stone pillar, it wasn't his fault. Ancient battlefield, he activated the buff and was able to last till the end. His arms swelled up and his strength reached the extreme. Kacha, there was a crisp cracking sound. Many cracks appeared on the ground and they surged in all directions. It feels like I'm coming up. He hugged the stone pillar for a long time and pulled it out for a long time. Finally, he felt like he was about to pull it out. I don't believe that you won't come up. Ah. Lin Fan opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. He was totally mad. When he unleashed all his power, it would be the most terrifying thing. Ancestor, what's wrong? Luo Yun buried the purple-haired woman with much difficulty and then hurried over. But when she reached this place, she realized that the old master wanted to step in, but his feet were hanging in the air. He hesitated for a long time and it seemed like he didn't dare to. Nothing much. I'm waiting for Peak Leader Lin. Has he been buried? The nine-colored ancestor would definitely not tell him the truth. This was not good. It would affect his prestige. However, he was not convinced. Why could Peak Leader Lin go in, but he couldn't? It didn't make sense. He wasn't weak either. According to Peak Leader Lin's request, they were buried very carefully. Luo Yun nodded. What was happening now was very wrong. She didn't even know how to describe it in words. It just felt weird. Boom, instantly. Wind and clouds surged between the heavens and the earth. In the sky above the deep pit in the distance, layers of clouds rolled, and there were even interweaving lightning bolts swimming about. A terrifying aura gathered in the sky. Old ancestor, what is that? Goddess Luo Yun asked. The nine-colored ancestor didn't reply. How would he know what it was? He didn't even have the right to enter. That was already hurtful enough. Pung. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan pulled the stone pillar out of the hole, grabbed it, and waved it. Pung pung. Each time he waved it, the space exploded. This stone pillar is really good. In the future when I fight, one stick will smash the enemy into meat paste. Lin Fan was really excited. What an interesting thing. He didn't lose out this time and his gains were decent. Looking at the injuries on his body, they were a little serious. He didn't receive many attacks, but his flesh and blood were a little sticky from the lightning. He hugged the space god pillar and smacked his own head. Pung, there was no aura at all. He was dead. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes abruptly and twisted his neck, causing the bones in his neck to creak. Much better, I am full of energy. He couldn't help but take out the stone pillar and wave it a few times. It felt good. The crushing feeling made him find the feeling of a spiked mace. Coincidentally, he gave the spiked mace to his disciple, so he had something to replace it with. As for the axe, he didn't really like to use it. Every time he attacked, he would split someone into two. It was too cruel. The stone pillar was much better. With one strike, he would definitely turn the enemy into meat paste. At least his corpse would be intact. Peak Leader Lin, how is it? Why did the lightning suddenly disappear? In the distance, the nine-colored ancestor hurried over. He was really excited and curious. Just now, he was unable to move even half a step, but suddenly, the interweaving lightning on the ground disappeared, which also made him very surprised. So what if it disappeared? There is nothing wrong with it. Lin Fan carried the space god pillar. After his body returned to the size of a normal person, he looked a little weird. The pillar was too big and he couldn't even see him. This is the space god pillar that she was talking about? The nine-colored ancestor was really confused. He couldn't see anything different about it, but the aura that the pillar gave off seemed really strong and mysterious. Yes, this is it. But it is very ordinary and not very useful. I saw that it looked special, so I kept it as a collection. Lin Fan didn't explain too much and didn't wait for the nine-colored ancestor to study it. He put the space god pillar into his storage ring. The nine-colored ancestor didn't understand. He wanted to say something but stopped. His heart was a little uneasy. He remembered what Peak Leader Lin said before. Trade, what kind of trade is it that makes me so nervous? Ancestor, let's go back. But be careful in the future. There are 10,800 space god pillars. The person that came is not simple. Lin Fan reminded. Of course, he wasn't afraid at all. If he really met those people, he would definitely smash them to death. But to others, the sense of danger was very high. Whether or not they could hold on was unknown. The nine-colored ancestor's expression was solemn and he nodded his head calmly. Yes, Peak Leader Lin is right. I will return to the pill world later and call back all the people who are outside. Although he couldn't understand the current situation, it definitely wasn't safe. Calling back the people was a wise move. Peak Leader Lin, are you going back to the sect? Or are you going to follow this lead and continue to investigate? The nine-colored ancestor asked. As for the trade, he acted like he didn't know anything. It was better to just split up like that. As for the master of the pill world, there was no rush. He felt that something big was going to happen soon. No, I will follow you back to the pill world. Lin Fan looked at the nine-colored ancestor and said. Ah? The nine-colored ancestor looked at Lin Fan in shock. He panicked, Peak Leader Lin, now that such a big thing has happened, you definitely have to return to the sect to take a look in case something happens, right? Goddess Luo Yun lowered her head and didn't say anything. She understood what he meant and also knew why he was doing this. But if she didn't tell the ancestor, there might be a misunderstanding. Ancestor, actually. Luo Yun told the ancestor about the trade. The ancestor was stunned when he heard this. His eyes were a little unfocused as he stared at Lin Fan. Peak Leader Lin, this, Lin Fan nodded at the ancestor, indicating that he didn't need to say anything. Goddess Luo Yun was right. This was the truth. No, Peak Leader Lin, I thought that our friendship would allow us to abandon these worldly bargaining chips. Before the nine-colored ancestor could finish, Lin Fan interrupted him. Old master, the friendship between us is still a little lacking. But, don't you worry. As long as you're willing to work hard or complete this trade, the friendship between us will definitely grow deeper. If anything were to happen to you in the future, I'll definitely help you out. Don't you think so? Lin Fan said. The nine-colored ancestor was a little depressed and panicked. He didn't understand what he was panicking about. Now he knew. So this was the trade he was panicking about. Then Peak Leader Lin, how much do you think our friendship is lacking? The nine-colored ancestor was smart. How could he not understand what Lin Fan was trying to say? Last time, when he wrote the Master of Pill World, he could still bargain with him. But this time was different. He saved his life and he obviously needed Peak Leader Lin's help in the future. The price to raise their friendship had appeared. He had to get to the bottom of it. It's not much. Based on time, after 100 or 200 years, our friendship would be enough. But if you want to use material to measure it, then it's not much. A few baskets of acquired pill spirits and 1 basket of Xianxia pill spirits would be enough. Lin Fan smiled happily and said it casually. Ancestor, what's wrong? Luo Yun was fine. Seeing that the ancestor was about to faint, she shouted anxiously. I'm fine, I'm fine. The nine-colored ancestor's eyes turned black. He waved his hands. When he heard the number of bridges to make up for their friendship, his heart nearly exploded. A few baskets of acquired pill spirits, a basket of Xianxia pill spirits, he might as well just chop him to death. Ancestor, don't think that it's too much. Have you heard of this saying? Life is precious, but love is even more valuable. If it's for friendship, both can be thrown away. Think about it, friendship is really expensive. Lin Fan sighed. Ancestor, do you think I'm right? This? The nine-colored ancestor looked at Lin Fan in a daze. He felt like his heart was stuck and he couldn't breathe. Let's go. Let's hurry back to the pill world. Lin Fan waved his hands. The 3 of them rose into the air and disappeared. To the nine-colored ancestor, this was a sad thing. But to Goddess Luo Yun, it was worth it. At least his life was saved. She knew that when they returned to the pill world, the ancestor and Peak Leader Lin would argue again. A few baskets of acquired or Xianxia pills weren't a small number. The price of friendship could be discussed. Realm of Pills. On the way back, the nine-color ancestor remained silent, not saying a single word. He seemed as calm as water, without a single ripple, but in truth, he was panicking to death. He had been trying to think of a way to escape. The closer he got to the realm of pills, the more panicked he became. He didn't blame Goddess Luo Yun. He could only blame himself for being careless and getting tricked by the 3 kids. In the end, Peak Leader Lin seized the opportunity and left no room for negotiation. Peak Leader Lin is so powerful. Being good at seizing opportunities is also a form of strength. I'm invincible and feared. As the patriarch of the realm of pills, I have already submitted to him. There's no way I can resist. Patriarch, Goddess Luo Yun, goodbye. Thank you for your hospitality. Remember to inform me if you need anything in the future. Lin Fan smiled. Oh, right. Patriarch, our friendship is different now. You don't have to be so polite to me in the future. We're all friends. I help you, and you help me. Remember to look for me if you have any difficulties in the future. I'm a poor man, so I can only help my friends. If I'm in trouble, Patriarch, all you have to do is give me some medicinal pills. In any case, considering our friendship, there's no need to say anything more. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Fan traveled through space happily. His destination was the magnificent Flame Sect. He was going back now. He had gained a lot from the realm of pills. His wealth was shocking, even more than the previous 2 times. Patriarch, what's wrong? Goddess Luo Yun noticed that there were tears in the patriarch's eyes. They looked like tears. But they might be the proof of our friendship. Nothing. The patriarch would rather stand with a limp than kneel with a smile. It had been a long time since he experienced such heartache. But this time, he experienced it thoroughly. 10 acquired pill spirits and 2 innate pill spirits. This amount of wealth made him want to die. Patriarch, did Luo Yun do something wrong? Luo Yun felt that things weren't as she thought. The patriarch looked like he was about to cry. She had no idea what was going on. The patriarch and peak leader Lin talked for a long time in the room. During this time, sounds of slapping and swishing could be heard from the room. There were also sounds of awe. Although he didn't know what was going on inside, when the elder ancestor came out of the house, his legs were weak and his face was pale. He seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. On the other hand, peak leader Lin's face was flushed and he was smiling, as if he had just experienced something joyful. No, Luo Yun, you don't have to worry. I'm fine. However, I want to ask you something. What do you think of peak leader Lin? If you are with him, who will manage your future wealth? The words of the 9-colored ancestor were confusing, as if he was a person who had lost his mind. His heart ached. I want to get back what I lost. In his opinion, if Luo Yun could be with peak leader Lin, she might be able to take back what she had given away. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. It was an irrational fantasy. Luo Yun looked at the old ancestor with her mouth agape. She felt that the old ancestor had gone crazy. It was a boundless desert with no end in sight. The divine pillar of space stood there. In the middle of the desert, the huge pit was too strange. The yellow sand surged towards the pit, wanting to rush into the earth's core. Pfft! What kind of place is this? A handsome man patted the yellow sand off his body and frowned as he looked around. He did not expect the divine pillar of space to land in this place. Ingjiu, we are here to activate the divine pillar of space. We are not here for a holiday. A man stood on a rock not far away. He had a spiral horn on his forehead. The horn was black and glowed. It emitted a thick aura, as if it had merged with the earth. I know. We are the elites of the tribe. Ingjiu smiled. Light flowed around his arms. They looked like a pair of eagle wings. Then, he looked at the divine pillar of space and took out the talisman he had prepared. Whoosh, the talisman turned into a ray of light and flew towards the divine pillar. It stuck to the surface of the divine pillar. Instantly, the light exploded and pierced through the clouds. Rumble, the divine pillar of space shook violently. All of a sudden, a ray of light shot into the sky and spread in all directions. The other divine pillars of space should be activated soon. Ingjiu looked at the light and his smile became even wider. This was like cutting grass. In the words of the tribe, the resources were ripe. It was time to harvest them. They had waited for tens of thousands of years. Somewhere else. The divine pillar landed in the middle of a sect. Blood flowed like a river from top to bottom. It was a tragic sight. Activate the divine pillar of space. The lips of the man covered in blood curled up into a ferocious smile. He stuck a talisman on the divine pillar. Tens of thousands of light beams shot into the sky and into the void. At this moment, the outside world was shaking. Many people could see light shooting into the clouds in the distance. Many people didn't know what was going on. But the light that shot into the void gave them a huge pressure. The people who followed the divine pillar to the outside world raised their heads and looked into the sky. The light spread into the void and formed a light screen. Like a wave, it started to cover the entire outside world. 10,800 divine pillars. Not a single one of them could be missing. They were the most mysterious existences in their world. Lin Fan was already on the way back. But the stone pillar in his storage ring didn't seem right. It was struggling and colliding with everything. Save me. Brother, your rod is crazy. The stone stool cried out. The pillar wasn't stable in the storage ring. What's going on? He thought about it and didn't understand. The stone pillar was fine just now, so why did it become so restless all of a sudden? He took out the stone pillar from his storage ring. It was struggling and trying to escape from his hands. Where do you want to go? Lin Fan grabbed the stone pillar and started to question. It was too dishonest and didn't even respect him as its new owner. Wang Wang, the stone pillar shook and black cracks appeared around it. This was an extreme power that caused the entire space to shatter. You want to go far away? Lin Fan looked into the distance. He didn't know what was there, but the stone pillar wanted to. Go. Maybe there were some secrets there. Go all out. Pung, power swelled in his body and he instantly grew to 10 meters tall. Since you want to go so much, then let's go. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and stood proudly on the stone pillar. He wanted to see where the stone pillar wanted to go. What was in the distance that could attract him so much? The space god pillar wanted to shake Lin Fan away, but he hollered and stepped down. A terrifying power surged in. I am giving you face, so don't go overboard. Where do you want to go? Fly by yourself. He didn't care whether or not the space god pillar could understand him. If he was too arrogant, he would definitely smash the stone pillar into pieces. He didn't doubt whether or not he could do that. An axe wasn't a joke. As expected, the stone pillar didn't shake and just flew into the distance. Walala, the wind blew on his face and it felt really cool. I am really looking forward to it. Even the stone pillar can lead the way. I wonder what is there. Lin Fan was filled with anticipation towards the unknown. In the distance, what is going on? The power of the space god pillar has reached the void, so why isn't it spreading? In the distance, a black-haired man opened his eyes wide. He was a little anxious and didn't understand what was going on. Oi, can any of you tell me what is going on with the space god pillar? Why isn't it spreading? MOC, can you stop making a fuss? This is a Een space god pillar. The young space god pillar isn't connected to form a whole. It seems like there is a problem. In the distance, a tall man said with a cold voice. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. It gave off a very violent and ferocious feeling. Especially the blood axe on his back. Under the light, it gave off a cold energy and gave off a bloodthirsty feeling. Just summon the young spatial god pillar over and see what's wrong with it. There are 10,800 god pillars. It's normal for one or two to have problems. We just need to fix it. The skinny man, who had been silent all this while, looked at the two of them proudly. Then, he took out a piece of jade that he had brought with him from his storage ring. In case the space god pillar didn't react, everyone brought a piece of jade stone with them. When the Yin Yang space god pillar merged, it could cover the sky of the outer region. Pung, the jade stone shattered and a strong suction force exploded. Ha ha ha, since the space god pillar has opened, MOC, will head to the outer region to take a look and find some slaves. With the situation here, they probably haven't seen people as strong as us. MOC laughed out loud. He was the one who requested to descend and be the vanguard. He wanted to come to the outer region to see what was going on. The moment he arrived, he sensed it. He wasn't the strongest within the race, but when he came to the outer region, he was the strongest. There is a reaction. They are here. There was a huge commotion in the distance. The young space god pillar pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. That sound was the sound of space exploding. Rumble, the space god pillar landed on the ground and smashed the ground. It caved in and stirred up a cloud of dust. So there really is someone here. Stone pillar, I misunderstood you. You found an enemy and brought me here to harvest. A voice came from the dust. Eh? MOC frowned, why is there someone here? The space god pillar couldn't be obtained by people from the outer region. When they landed, they would form a lightning prison. If they didn't bring any special items, they would be severely injured. Even they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The dust dissipated. Lin Fan stood at the top of the stone pillar and looked at the three curiously. Who are you? The thin man was confused, or are you a native from the outer region? Yes, I'm someone from the outer world. Did you guys come along with this stone pillar? Earlier on, I bumped into a bunch of them as well, and I took care of them in no time at all. What do you guys have to say about that? Lin Fan smiled out, not in a hurry to strike out. The man with the blood axe gave off a thick aura. He looked at Lin Fan like he was looking at a dead man. What is there to talk about with a native? Activating the space god pillar is more important. Kill him. Pong, as soon as he finished speaking, the burly man took action. He pulled out the blood axe from his back and chopped towards Lin Fan. So unfriendly? Lin Fan opened his fingers and grabbed the stone pillar beneath his feet. When the man got close, he lifted it up and waved it. What? The man's pupils constricted. Pong, the stone pillar smashed onto the man's body and the ground. A huge power exploded and swept the surroundings. You are so weak. Lin Fan grabbed the stone pillar with one hand and shook his head regretfully. The thin man was stunned for a moment like he didn't expect that. Voila, an explosion spread out. When he reacted, a black shadow covered him. He raised his hands to block and gotcha. His arms broke and then smashed onto his chest. With a pung, his body exploded. He was suppressed by this terrifying power. You are so weak. Killing Peak Dao Realm experts was like killing a dog, it wasn't difficult at all. There is one more. Lin Fan turned his head and looked into the distance. But when he saw the situation, he frowned. What is the meaning of this? MOC was terrified to death. He knelt on the ground without hesitation and his face was filled with panic. Brother, I am sorry. I am wrong. I am not with them. They kidnapped me. I'm innocent. Lin Fan smiled and waved the stone pillar. He jumped up and covered him. If you are not with them, then go. I will leave you with a full corpse. MOC felt like he couldn't breathe. He stripped everything off his body. His head was buried deep in the ground. Father, I am wrong. I will give you everything. I am just passing by. Pong, Lin Fan immediately stopped. The stone pillar was very close to MOC, and the powerful impact had left many wounds on his body. The ground had also fiercely collapsed. Lin Fan stared at him. This was a really interesting descender. He was just a little cowardly. Brother. No, father, I am really wrong. I was just passing by and was forced by them. I am really kind and righteous, I would never hurt anyone. MOC's face was covered in tears of grievance. He then hollered in rage. They forced me to do this. He was so terrified that he peed his pants. The might of this strike was too strong. It was truly frightening. It didn't even hit him, but the aura it gave off was already terrifying. Looking at the injuries on his body, they were all caused by the shockwave. The power that was split to the sides was even more terrifying. 2 deep holes were sliced open and one couldn't see the bottom. What is your name? Lin Fan didn't say anything and took the riches from his hands. He then pointed at his clothes and nodded his head to tell him to take them off. I am MOC, brother. No, father, what is the meaning of this? MOC panicked. He didn't understand the way Lin Fan nodded his head. He hoped that he could explain things clearly. Take off your clothes. Lin Fan counted the riches in his hands. Not bad, there were some things that he didn't know what they were. But that was normal. It was normal for people from other places to bring some local specialties. Taking off his clothes was a huge insult to MOC and he couldn't take it. But he had no choice. If he couldn't take it, then he would die. Walala, he took off his clothes really quickly and even his underwear was gone. He handed it over with both hands. As for shame and whatnot, compared to his life, how much was shame worth? Lin Fan took the clothes and looked at them carefully. MOC panicked and his expression changed. I was too nervous and there was something in my clothes. It wasn't that I didn't want to give it to you. He took out the thing in his clothes. It was a jade token with words carved on it. Defense. Just one word. This thing? Lin Fan thought about it and was a little confused. He could sense a special power from the jade token. Dao Realm experts could comprehend Dao Realm laws and use the power of heaven and earth. Father, this is a good thing. Invincible defense, it can, gotcha. Lin Fan used a bit of strength and the jade token broke into pieces. Just now, when he exerted force, power surged out of the jade token, trying to prop up a defensive barrier. However, with a pinch of 2 fingers, it was crushed. It wasn't anything good. But, MOC was dumbfounded. He didn't want to say anything. He was extremely horrified, feeling that this was inconceivable, great waves surging within his heart. How could this be? How could the people from the outer realm be so powerful? When they came over, the clan's higher-ups had said that the strongest expert in the outer realm was only at the peak of the Dao realm. This was recorded, and there was even an old ancestor who had personally come to the outer realm. The strongest cultivators that descend upon the outer realm are only at the peak of the Dao realm. You might not be a match for them, but as long as you have divine treasures, you will be able to suppress them. If he had known about the current situation, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. Don't call me father. You're a captive now. Behave yourself. Since you're so sensible, I won't kill you for now. Kneel there and don't move. He was in a good mood because he found another spatial divine pillar. The stone pillars were not bad. They were very accurate when used to smash people. Of course, of course. MOC hurriedly nodded without the slightest hesitation. He was afraid that if he answered too late, he would become a corpse. But, he was really worried and felt that he was really pitiful. Maybe he was the first captive that descended upon the outer realm. If people who knew him found out, then wouldn't he lose all his face? But when he saw him walk towards the Yin God pillar, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He wasn't afraid that he would do anything to the space god pillar. Instead, he was worried about whether or not the lightning jail around the pillar could kill him. If he could, then that would feel really good. Good luck, don't let me. MOC prayed in his heart and hoped that what he wanted to see would happen. But at that moment, he was filled with despair. He didn't even manage to say the last word disappointed. He stepped into the lightning jail and lightning wrapped around his body but he wasn't injured at all. That is impossible. MOC really wanted to smash his head into the space god pillar and die. He said that he was really strong, but why didn't that seem to be the case? He knelt there and his limbs felt cold. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead as he stared right at that back view. Lightning wrapped around him like a lightning giant, but he didn't react at all. He didn't feel any pain at all. Eh? He is injured? Suddenly, MOC was delighted. He was injured by the lightning and spat out fresh blood. How could he be fine, unless he was a monster? The space god pillar had its own lightning jail. It would get stronger when one met the strong. It was definitely something that people who got close to the jail couldn't block. Hong, instantly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. What does he want to do? MOC was shocked. He realized that Lin Fan was actually hugging the space god pillar and trying to pull it out. What a joke, this native is too funny. The space god pillar is really heavy, how can he pull it out so easily? This is no different from a dream. MOC opened his mouth and a dagger appeared on the tip. He spat it out and it instantly grew bigger. The dagger was just a normal dagger but it gave off a cold light that could slice space. Hee, a shredding dagger can slice anything. This native is so stupid and careless. I can sneak attack him. MOC had his own thoughts. He definitely wouldn't become a captive as that was too humiliating. If he had the chance, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Eh? Just at that moment, Moc's pupils constricted and he felt like he had seen a ghost. Too slow, this is just too slow. Lin Fan was annoyed. It was really difficult to pull out the space god pillar. The ancient battlefield had already opened. But his injuries weren't enough. It seemed like that was the only way. One of Lin Fan's hands let go of the god pillar and stabbed it into his chest. Poochie, it pierced through, but one hole wasn't enough. At least a few more. Poochie, Poochie, he stabbed 5 times in a row and 5 holes appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out. This is enough. My strength has increased once more. But I have to say, the feeling of stabbing yourself feels really good. Lin Fan was satisfied and felt great. He then continued to pull out the god pillar. Pata, the shredding dagger fell to the ground from Moc's hand. That can't be. His eyes opened wide and his eyeballs were about to pop out. 2 thick snot hung from his nostrils and they twitched. The snot was sucked into his nose and then hung down. He didn't dare to believe it. He looked at the size of the holes. He moved around numbly and then looked at the dagger on the ground. If I stabbed him, would I really be able to stab him to death? Moc had never doubted himself. Now, he really started to doubt himself. He really wanted to try but he didn't dare. If he didn't kill him after the test, then he would be the one to die. His life was good now. He pressed forward on his path of survival like he was walking on thin ice. He couldn't just randomly ask for death. He was in despair. His last hope disappeared just like that. Petrification, Moc was already petrified. His brain was a blur like glue. He didn't think about anything else and just wanted to live. Dang dang. What are you doing? You are holding a dagger and you want to attack me? Lin Fan returned safely and squinted his eyes as he looked at him. Moc, who was petrified, woke up. He was so terrified that he nearly dropped the dagger in his hand. No, I noticed that I have a treasure on me, so I took it out to pass to Big Brother. Moc said hurriedly. He felt like he had come to an amazing place and met a really terrifying person. But that wasn't right. He personally saw Lin Fan make a few bloody holes in his body. Why did it look like he was perfectly fine? Where did all the holes go? He couldn't understand. Lin Fan took the dagger and looked at it carefully. He took out his axe and chopped it. Pata, the dagger split into 2 and fell to the ground. How is this a treasure? It is just a broken toy. Since you are smart, I will give you a chance to live. Follow me. Lin Fan grabbed the naked Moc and headed towards the sect. Woo woo woo, where are we going? 2 clear and regretful tears rolled down Moc's cheeks. In the air. Moc's little bird was swaying in the wind. Caw caw, a little crow flew away. No matter where you bring me to. At least give me something to cover myself with. Moc wanted to roar but he didn't dare. He was really afraid. Race Elder, I want to go home, I won't go out anymore. His gains from this trip were really bountiful. There was no need to mention the pills. Instead, the 2 space god pillars actually merged together. Moreover, the weight increased. If I were to hit him with the rod, wouldn't I be smashed into the thinnest pancake? He was satisfied with the weapon. As for the axe, he didn't like it anymore. It's too violent. It keeps splitting people in half. As the righteous and kind peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, how can I become such a violent person? What a scary smile. Moc looked up at the other party, only to see a creepy smile on the other party's face. From the curve of his lips, it was obvious that it wasn't something good. Moc bit his lips in fear, tears welling up in his eyes. What does he want to do to me? Why did he insist on being a vanguard? I regret it. I want to go home. The Magnificent Flame sect. The 2 disciples were still guarding the entrance. They were already used to it. If they weren't guarding the entrance, they would be killed. What do you think the light was? How would I know? But it's definitely not something good. The 2 started chatting when they were bored. And most of the time, they were talking about senior brother Lin. Oh my god, senior brother is back. Far away. A ray of light caught the two's attention. Needless to say, they were already familiar with the aura and aura. Even if they closed their eyes, they would still be able to smell Lin Fan's scent. Tiansu Mountain. Master, I'm back. Lin Fan landed and threw MOC to the side. Who's this? Tiansu was stunned. Where did my disciple go? Why did he bring back a naked man? And his aura isn't weak. Tiansu looked calm, but the gleam in his eyes made Lin Fan shiver. Master must be thinking too much. I'm afraid no one will be able to take his dirty thoughts. Master, this is someone who descended from another place. I met him coincidentally, so I suppressed him and brought him back to the sect for work. Lin Fan hurriedly explained. Although his teacher was a little old, his mind was very active. Lin Fan immediately thought of something else. And some of them are really hard to accept. Huh? Tiansu was stunned. Disciple, what did you say? Someone who descended from another place? What's going on? Tiansu had been in the sect all this while and had no contact with the outside world. What does my disciple mean by descending? Master, it should be like the realm of true immortals descending to our world. There's no problem. As long as he dares to come, we'll slap him back. Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. He was eager for someone to come and cause trouble. The stronger the person, the more arrogant he would be. Now, he really hoped that someone would come and kill him. Tiansu's expression was solemn. This person is similar to the realm of true immortals, but I can feel his strength. He's really strong. Totally different from the realm of true immortals. Can we really defend against such an expert? MOC covered his crotch and didn't say a word. Listening to their conversation, MOC was filled with disdain. What are you bragging about? You dare to slap him back? You don't know how terrifying he is, right? Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he did, he would probably end up in a tragic state. Disciple, Master has confidence in you. Tiansu nodded. Since his best disciple said so, he would definitely choose to believe him. Lin Fan smiled and walked up to MOC. What's left is to take this guy down. A peak Dao realm cultivator isn't something worth paying attention to. An existence that could be easily crushed to death. What I care about is the first shot. Do you want to die? Lin Fan patted his shoulder and asked with a smile. I don't want to die. MOC shook his head immediately. What a joke. Who wants to die? I just want to live. He had seen how miserable the other two who had descended with him had died. They had been directly smashed into a meat patty. How terrifying was that? He didn't want to be a meat patty. All right, make an oath then. Lin Fan chuckled. Ah? At this moment, MOC was dumbfounded. The way he looked at the other party had changed. In his vision, the entire world had changed. Even his mind had gone blank. It was as if he hadn't expected the other party to do this. Invincible peak. This aura is very reminiscent. The frog stopped cultivating. It had successfully exchanged blood. Although its body was still a problem, it was much better than before. And now, he was attracted by the faint aura in the distance. It brought back memories and a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, the frog raised its head fiercely. Its eyes were shining with a frightening radiance and even a hint of timidity. They're here, they're here. He knew that the most terrifying thing had finally happened. It was also an existence that he did not want to face. Hey, newbie, let me tell you something. Peak leader Lin handed you over to me so that I can lead you. And I'm your leader. Do you understand? The patriarch of the Holy Immortal cult straightened his back. He had gradually developed the temperament of a leader. MOC looked at the other party. So weak. He's like an ant. He couldn't even be bothered to reply. This person wants to ride on my head? It's delusional. Piak. What are you doing? I'm talking to you. Don't you understand? The patriarch of the Holy Immortal cult slapped MOC's head and scolded him angrily. As for how strong MOC was, it had nothing to do with him. Anyone with a clear mind would be able to understand the situation they were in. Moc was furious. That scary guy was just trying to scare him, so he endured it. After all, he couldn't defeat him, so he wanted to keep his life. But he didn't expect this weak ant to dare to slap his head. This is too much. He's courting death. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. But all of a sudden, heaven's wrath was brewing in the air. The destructive power sent chills down Moc's spine, and his hair stood on end. You little brat, how dare you act so arrogantly? The patriarch of the holy immortal cult was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He took out his shoe and smacked Moc's head. Moc was stunned. He accepted it when he was beaten up by an expert. But he didn't expect to be beaten up by an ant. He couldn't take it anymore. But there was nothing Moc could do. He couldn't do anything, otherwise, he would be in trouble. Stop hitting me. Even though it didn't hurt, it was as if someone was slapping him in the face. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you know who I am? I'm the person in charge here. I brought you here to familiarize yourself with the environment. How dare you talk back to me? I think I have to beat you up. The patriarch of the holy immortal cult was furious. He had been promoted and transferred to the thug division. Peak leader Lin had arranged for him to be in charge. He could tell that Moc was arrogant. How could he let him become a member of the thug division? Therefore, he brought him to the toilet to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect this guy to beat him up. This was too much. Moc hugged his head and ran. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry, okay? He wanted to cry. Why are the people here so bad? Leader, what's going on? Xianxia, who was cleaning the toilet, asked. You came at the right time. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he beat me up? Teach him a lesson. The patriarch of the holy immortal cult ordered his men to beat him up. What? How dare you hit my head? Are you tired of living? Are you trying to rebel? Come over, all of you. As a religious brother, Xianxia had a high status, and he was arrogant as well. But during his time in the magnificent flame sect, he had learned things that he couldn't in the past. Even that arrogant attitude of hers was shattered. Oh my God! Moc shouted. What the hell is this place? Why are they so bad? In the end, he was pinned to the ground and beaten up. He didn't dare to use his strength. Heaven's wrath was staring at him. I'll die. Stop. Just then, the frog hopped over from afar. Its gaze was fixed on the person who was beaten up by a group of people. That's right. That's the feeling. I might not know him, but I'm familiar with his aura. Stop. Seeing the frog, the patriarch of the holy immortal cult's expression changed. He smiled. Frog Master, why are you here? Do you need to go to the toilet? I'll arrange it for you. The frog looked at him, wanting to lick him to death. Don't hit this guy, the frog said. The Frog Master has spoken. Let him go. How dare you hit the Frog Master's man? Are you tired of living? The patriarch of the holy immortal cult scolded. I didn't expect the Frog Master to know this guy. This is weird. Moc's face was swollen, and his eyes were black. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at the person who saved him. But his eyelids were swollen, and his vision was blurry. He doesn't look like a human. He looks more like a frog. Let me ask you, which race are you from? The frog jumped in front of him and asked. Who are you? Moc's mouth hurt. I don't know who was the one who hit me so hard just now. My teeth are almost broken. The Frog Master is asking you a question. Just answer him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to get beaten up again? The patriarch of the holy immortal cult scolded. Moc was scared after being beaten up. The people here were too unfriendly. They would beat people up without saying a word. I'm from the Mo race. Mo race. The frog pondered. It had some understanding of all the races, including the Mo race. It used to be a medium-sized race. It didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, it could descend with a divine pillar. It seemed that it had become stronger. That's right. I heard that the Mo race used to enter the outer realm and snatch many good things. It's very likely that this is the reason. Do you know Fairy Wu Yan? The frog was silent for a long time. When it opened its mouth, its throat was a little hoarse, as if it was being strangled. Even its body was trembling. Ah? Moc was stunned and confused. Fairy Wu Yan? Who? I've never heard of her. As expected. The frog's expression gradually darkened. The other party had never heard of her. At the same time, it had a bad feeling. Could it be that after I met with misfortune, that guy killed the people around me? However, the frog's eyes showed some struggle, but it was soon hidden. Nine Baron Divine Master, have you heard of him? The frog continued to ask. Oh, I know. Nine Baron Divine Master, no, Nine Baron Demon. I've heard of the rumors. Moc knew of this person. Nine Baron Demon? The frog was dumbfounded. It was a dignified Nine Baron Divine Master, the most glorious existence in the continent. How could it be called a Nine Baron Demon? However, it was very calm now. Yes, Nine Baron Demon. Tell me, I'm very interested in this guy. The frog asked. Moc didn't dare to hide anything. He didn't even dare to speak slowly. He was afraid of being beaten up. According to the records, this happened tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the Nine Baron Demon wasn't called this. It was called the Nine Baron Divine Master, the world's #1 alchemist. However, in order to refine a common devil myriad source pill, he slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives. The frog interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Bullshit, who did you hear that from? The frog's face turned green. There was indeed such a thing, but he didn't refine it. It was someone else who came to him and brought the blood and souls of hundreds of millions of lives. He was a dignified Nine Baron Divine Master full of love. How could he do such a thing? Even if the other party took out a precious treasure, he wouldn't care. How could he be that kind of person? In fact, the main reason was that if he really refined this pill, he would definitely be affected by karma. If he didn't handle it well, his descendants would suffer a tragedy. He still wanted to have children with his wife. I don't know who I heard it from, but it's just been passed down. Moc said innocently. How would he know who said it? Why was the other party so agitated? What did this have to do with him? Frog Master, is this guy not telling the truth? Do you want us to teach him a lesson? The old ancestor of the Holy Immortal sect asked politely. This was the Frog Master, peak leader Lin's favorite. He was the teacher of all the alchemy masters in the sect and had a high status. He was much higher than Moc. He definitely couldn't defend him. To put it bluntly, Moc was a temporary worker, while the Frog Master was an official employee. The difference in status was not that easy to catch up. Continue. What happened to the Jiuhuang? Demons in the end? The frog suppressed its anger. There were flames burning in its bean-sized eyes. It was a divine master of the Jiuhuang, the greatest existence. How could it be slandered like this? Was no one going to say a word for him? Where did all the people who asked it to refine pills in the past go? He was truly ungrateful and blind. That was what the frog thought. As for the specific situation, no one knew. Can I really continue? Moc panicked. He felt a sense of danger. An unknown killing intent was staring at his butt. If he didn't pay attention, he would really be killed. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. The frog was impatient. It wanted to hear what others said about it. If it didn't sound good, it would definitely find those guys for revenge when its cultivation recovered. Only by suppressing them in the latrine would it be able to vent its anger. Then, there was a battle to kill the demons. Moc told the frog the general situation. A large number of peerless experts did not fear the demons and protected the peace of the world, killing the demons. The frog was silent. It was heartbroken. He had no idea when this had happened. A bunch of F***king experts attacking him? That didn't even happen, okay? Didn't that demon have a beloved woman? Where is she? The frog asked. Everything else was not important. It wanted to know Wu Yan's whereabouts the most. She was its little baby, his favorite fairy. Not to mention becoming a frog, even if he became a worm, he would definitely go and find her. The frog believed that the love between it and its wife was stronger than gold. It was not something that could be stopped by racial boundaries. How is that possible? According to the records, those 9 wasteland demons are terrifying beyond compare. Their appearances are abnormally sinister, their bodies covered in boils. Wherever they pass by, there is only desolation. How could there be a woman they love? MOC said. Let me tell you, when I saw this record, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying person in this world. Luckily, I wasn't born in that era, otherwise I would have been scared to death. When he said this, he felt that the temperature around him was a little low. It was as if winter had arrived and everything was frozen. However, he did not take it to heart. It was time to tell them about their situation. At the same time, he could indirectly let the other party understand how terrifying they were, and that they should respect him enough. Perhaps in the future, he might have a chance to live. The frog was so angry that it almost jumped up and threw a series of punches. He was truly enraged. Who would have thought that he would be criticized like this? He was once a talented and handsome god teacher, but he was slandered into such a terrifying person. This is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. The patriarch of the Divine Immortal sect noticed that the Frog Master's expression had changed. Frog Master, what's wrong? He asked carefully. The frog did not reply, but it was about to explode. I've said what I need to say. Can you stop beating me up? MOC raised his head. He looked bitter. He was beaten up the moment he arrived, and now he was brought back to the sect to be beaten up. He had to admit that it was all a misunderstanding. It was normal for young people to be more impulsive with their words. You can't beat me up like that. My body can't take it. The frog was in despair and pain. His good name was slandered just like that. And there wasn't even a single person who spoke up for him. How sad was that? Let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the frog hopped away. He wanted to go to the Invincible Peak to recuperate. It was too sad. He couldn't take it anymore. All right, Frog Master. The patriarch of the Divine Immortal sect nodded. He then looked at the dumbfounded MOC and waved at the crowd. What are you guys waiting for? Beat him up and prepare a welcoming ceremony. Ah! Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream could be heard. The frog came to the peak of the Invincible Peak and looked at the boundless land. It was sad. Hey-ish! The frog sighed. It was sad and tired. There's a conspiracy. The frog wasn't stupid. It felt that things weren't as simple as it seemed. Someone was purposely messing with it and slandering it. What puzzled him the most was that he had helped many people in the past and had many good friends who treated him with sincerity. But why didn't anyone speak up for it after such a thing happened? That was impossible. Even if they were all bad friends, at least some of them were sincere. As a 9-Baron God teacher, I can't be such a failure. Frog Master, what's wrong? The alchemist who came to learn alchemy stood at the back. They were the backbone of the Magnificent Flame sect, and they contributed 70% of the pills required for the cultivation of the disciples. Hence, they were very popular among the disciples. It's nothing. Just remember to protect yourselves in the future. Don't do anything stupid. It was rare for the frog to be so serious. It didn't take out its ruler and beat them up. The alchemist masters were surprised too. They felt that there was something wrong with the frog master. He was different from usual. Frog Master, what are we afraid of with you around? The alchemist masters replied. Their alchemy skills used to be terrible, but with the Frog Master's guidance, they improved by leaps and bounds. They were quite accomplished in alchemy. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about in the past. Hey-ish! The frog sighed. Who do I think I am? If it was in the past, it could pat its chest and say, aren't you guys talking nonsense? With me around, how can I not protect you? But now, it was speechless. The more I know how terrifying that place is. That was just the vanguard, the candidate to set up the space pillars. If all 10,800 space pillars were activated, the real terror would step into the space tunnel and arrive here. With my current strength, I can't even protect myself, let alone take revenge. You guys go ahead. I want some peace and quiet. The frog lowered its head. It missed its wife, but it didn't know what was going on. A thought popped up in its mind, but it threw it out of its mind very quickly. How is this possible? It can't be like this. Frog Master, who's peace and quiet? The alchemist master asked. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped. The frog shuddered. It took out a ruler from nowhere and turned around. You bastards, if I don't beat you to the ground and make you unable to stand up, I'll change my surname to yours. I wanted to have some peace and quiet, but now I just want to beat these chickens to death. That was too much. His wings had hardened and he even dared to tease a frog master like him. A bird flew in the sky, and a piece of paper fell. Latest news. It seems like the outside world is going to be in an uproar. Lin Fan took the paper. With so many people descending, there would definitely be chaos. As expected, the content recorded on the bird was a bit shocking. A small sect was slaughtered in one night. The founder of the navy, Qin Feng, led his men to stop the culprit. Qin Feng's arm was cut off, and he escaped. The navy's act of justice was heavily damaged. Demon god Qi Jiuxia suppressed the descenders and learned a shocking secret. Bright light in the outside world, suspected pillar-like object descending. There was a lot of content, and they were all related to the recent events. So many sects were destroyed. It seems like it's really not friendly. Lin Fan pondered and felt that it was time for a big battle. However, there was more content that he couldn't understand. The descenders subdued some sects and took the people of those sects as slaves. The slaves who were subdued actually published content on the Knowing Bird. They said that this was the future, and they hoped that more people would join this sacred and powerful organization. It was quite brainwashing. Amazing. The current situation was much more interesting. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng rode the fat pig and quickly flew over from the sect gate. Didn't you go to find a dangerous place? Why are you back? Lin Fan asked. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked and a bit anxious. Brother, something big happened. I found a pillar in the dangerous place I was looking for. Because I felt that it was too dangerous, I immediately came back to find you. I want you to go and take a look with me. Dangerous places were very attractive to Zhu Fengfeng. However, exploring dangerous places also depended on one's own strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would be courting death. Space God Pillar, there's no need to go, there's nothing there. Lin Fan waved his hand and the Space God Pillar appeared. As long as it was activated, it would sink into the endless abyss and connect to the Earth's core, forming a huge space tunnel. If he wanted to take out the Space God Pillar, he would have to pierce through the Earth's core. With his current strength, he was still far from it. Then let's just forget about it. I think that pillar might be a good thing. Zhu Fengfeng was unwilling to give up. That pillar looked like a good thing, it would be a pity to give it up. It isn't a good thing, just a normal pillar. During this period of time, I think you should find a dangerous place. It is really dangerous outside. Lin Fan reminded. With Zhu Fengfeng's strength, if he faced those people, he wouldn't even know how he died. The people who descended with the Space God Pillar were all really strong and had reached Dao Realm. This made him a little lost. The outer world was a little chaotic. However, there was nothing to worry about. After asking around, they found out that the cultivators from the outer world were all in the Dao Realm. It was impossible for anyone to act presumptuously in front of them. However, they had no idea how many of them had descended. If they knew that there were 10,800 pillars, their hearts would probably explode. In a place that was isolated from the rest of the world, a sect was developing quietly. If Lin Fan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Isn't this the Sunshine Sect? On the field of the Sunshine Sect, there was a statue. The statue was not of anyone from the Sunshine Sect, but Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame Sect. Kill. There were many disciples there, currently practicing cultivation. There were also some disciples who were unleashing techniques to unleash their final attacks on the statues. There were many strips of cloth around the statue. Eternal enemy of the Sunshine Sect. Lin Go from the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame Sect. The red words on the strips were eye-catching and irascible. The biggest motivation for the Sunshine Sect disciples to cultivate every day was to look at the stone statue. If it was destroyed, a new one would appear. Suddenly, they realized that the clouds above them were rolling. There were even more black clouds covering the sky. What happened? The disciples stopped what they were doing. They had no idea what was going on. They looked up. In the dark clouds, a blinding purple light could be seen. It looked like it would explode at any time. Roar, a loud roar could be heard. The clouds exploded, and a 1,000-feet-long strange bird could be seen floating above the sect. Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? I don't know. The disciples were panicking. A terrifying aura fell from the sky, pressing down on their shoulders. Plop, some disciples fell to their knees, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. There were 3 people standing on top of the strange bird. Their clothes were red, and they looked like they were on fire. Another sect. Should we destroy them or subdue them? The man who spoke had a cold look on his face. There was a strand of golden hair on his forehead. He looked down coldly as if he was looking at a group of ants. I've already killed 4 or 5 of them. It should be about time. The other male said with a smile. There was still blood at the corners of his lips. He had just transformed into his original form, devouring a certain small sect with a single bite. He was now extremely full. Who are you? A ray of light shot out from the sect. The Sunshine Sect's patriarch looked up at the sky, frowning. He felt a strong sense of danger. He could sense that the other party was exuding a very strong aura. It wasn't something they could contend against. Sect leader, the Sunshine Sect disciples were taken aback. Seeing that their patriarch was here, they naturally had someone to rely on. The sect master's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists towards the void. May I know what brings you to the Sunshine Sect? The Sunshine Sect was weak. There was nothing they could do even if they refused to admit it. It was the truth. The sect master didn't dare to go head-on against him. He couldn't handle him. The red-haired man looked coldly at the figure below. Submit or die. These are the only 2 choices. There's no point in talking so much nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the man waved his hand. Xiao, a ray of light pierced through the sky. There was a cracking sound. The Sunshine Sect's pagoda was sliced into 2, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Sorry, I was just doing it casually. The red-haired man smiled faintly, not taking this matter to heart. To him, this was done on purpose for them to see. The Sunshine Sect disciples were shocked. Their pupils constricted as they looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. The Sunshine Sect was attacking their sect, but they had no way to fight back. Patriarch, they're not friendly. The Sunshine Sect elder, Miyamoto Kara, said softly. His arm was deformed like a baby's. And all of this was caused by Tian-Su. He had been holding a grudge against him ever since. He would never forget it. The patriarch narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Sunshine Sect was not friendly. Surrender or die. This was the final notice given to them. You must be joking. The patriarch said. It was impossible for the Sunshine Sect to submit to him. They had their own pride. How could they submit to someone else? The red-haired man snorted. His aura turned cold. It was a murderous aura that made it hard for the Sunshine Sect disciples to resist. So heavy. This is unbearable. The Sunshine Sect disciples looked down. They could feel a terrifying force pressing down on them. They could not even move a finger. This feeling is too terrifying. Who are you guys? The patriarch was sweating profusely. He could feel every bone in his body breaking. The man standing on the weird bird laughed coldly. It doesn't matter who we are. You only have a short time to make a decision. Do you want to submit or die? Hearing these words, the Grand Master's face turned extremely ugly. There were only 3 of them and a gigantic strange bird. But the feeling they gave off was as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Patriarch. Miyamoto Kura was covered in sword energy, trying to block the man's aura. But his aura was like an egg hitting a rock. I can't even fight back. Tell me, what's your choice? The red-haired man shouted. His voice turned into sound waves, covering the entire sect. Crack, the ground under the patriarchs and the rest's feet cracked. The disciples from the other sects fell to the ground with a thud. Their bodies were so heavy that even the space around them was compressed downward. They couldn't even move a finger. You. Miyamoto Kura was furious. He had no idea what was going on. How dare someone come to the Sunshine Sect and cause trouble? The man did not even move a finger. He was able to suppress us with his aura alone. This kind of feeling made him very uncomfortable. Sword of Destruction, World Breaker. Suddenly, a terrifying sword energy could be felt from Miyamoto Kura's body. Junior brother Gong. The patriarch turned around and stared at his junior brother. This is not something that junior brother is capable of. Under such a terrifying aura, Miyamoto Kura's skin started to crack, and blood started to flow out. The formless sword energy gathered together. Just then, Miyamoto Kura's hair danced in the wind. His eyes were cold as he clasped his hands together. With a loud shout, he charged towards the sky. Under such a terrifying aura, the sky cracked. Miyamoto Kura looked like he had been sucked dry. He looked extremely weak. You're biting off more than you can chew. The red-haired man, who was standing on top of the weird bird, smirked. He reached out his hand and smashed the sky. Space was torn apart. That sharp sword intent gave off a cracking sound as it turned into nothingness. Bang! Miyamoto Kura let out a blood-curdling scream. His body fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The tyrannical power crushed down, and there was no room for resistance at all. Junior brother. The Sunshine Sect's patriarch cried out in panic. He stared at the sky angrily. Who did the Sunshine Sect offend? I was bullied by that guy from the Magnificent Flame Sect, and now I'm being attacked. Thinking about it, I feel bitter. Just then, Miyamoto Kura's eyes rolled back. He opened his mouth and fainted. Too weak. It's better to destroy such a disobedient sect. The red-haired man raised his hand. Without another word, he stretched out his hand. Energy gathered in the air. The Sunshine Sect's patriarch looked up in despair. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Is the Sunshine Sect really going to be destroyed? Hee hee. The red-haired man laughed coldly. He pressed his hand down, and the ground sank. Boundless energy could be felt. To the disciples, it was like the end of the world. They did not even have the chance to fight back. We're all going to die here. Ah. Just when everyone was in despair, an angry roar could be heard from the depths of the Sunshine Sect. A violent black fog covered a building in the distance. It was as if a terrifying demon was coming out. Crack, energy could be felt coming from the black fog, shattering the red-haired man's energy. No one is allowed to humiliate the Sunshine Sect. His voice was hoarse, and he sounded like a beast. Junior brother. The patriarch turned around. He had a complicated look on his face. Ever since the outer world merged, Junior brother had not come out. The patriarch wanted to know how Junior brother was doing, but Junior brother had sealed the place. No one was allowed to enter, not even the patriarch. Whoosh, whoosh, a deep voice could be heard from afar. Oh, there's something going on in this small sect. The red-haired man's interest was piqued. That attack might not be strong, but it's not something that an ant can withstand. Patter, Ji Yuan walked over from afar. Every step he took was slow, and the sound of his feet hitting the ground was heavy. No one is allowed to bully the Sunshine Sect. A voice could be heard from the black fog. Junior brother. The Sunshine Sect's patriarch stammered. He could not recognize his junior brother after seeing his appearance. Black fog could be seen seeping out of his body. Although he still looked like a human, he was deformed. His head was still there, but there was a dog's head on his neck. It was growling ferociously, and disgusting liquid was dripping down. At the same time, huge lumps could be seen on his body, and green liquid kept flowing out. He looked extremely disgusting. Even the Sunshine Sect disciples took a few steps back. Fear was written all over their faces. "This is our elder, Ji Yuan, I can't believe it. Junior brother, you." The patriarch stared at Ji Yuan. This was no longer the junior brother he knew. At least in terms of appearance, he might look like a human, but he was no different from a human. 9 stone doors. One was stolen by the magnificent Flame Sect. The remaining 8 were devoured and merged with Ji Yuan's junior brother. During that period of time, the roars could be heard continuously, and the entire sect could hear them. But in the end, the roars disappeared, and no one knew what was going on inside. "It's a monster. This smell is familiar." The red-haired man laughed. He moved his wrist, and a ray of light shot out. Clang, Ji Yuan stretched out his horrifying hand. His fingers had turned into claws, and there was hair on them. He opened his claws, and there was a long sword in his hand. Ji Yuan stuffed the long sword into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. The red-haired man was slightly surprised, but he was not too surprised. He just did not expect Ji Yuan to be able to block his attack. "Junior brother, are you all right?" The Sunshine Sect's patriarch asked worriedly. "The person in front of me is my junior brother. The only junior brother who cares about the sect." Creak, Ji Yuan turned his neck, but the dog head on his neck looked extremely ferocious. Its sharp teeth glowed coldly as if it was going to swallow everyone. "Sect. Patriarch." Ji Yuan's voice was intermittent, but at least it was clear. "Don't worry, senior brother. As long as I'm here, no one can bully the Sunshine Sect. As long as I'm here, no one can." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yuan roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and a mist of blood could be seen coming out from them. His breathing became more and more hurried. "Junior brother, what happened to you?" The patriarch asked anxiously. He did not know what happened to his junior brother. Why did he suddenly become like this? Ji Yuan did not reply. He looked gloomy. The man standing on the giant bird looked at everything that was happening below calmly. "Let's finish this quickly. It's just a small sect. We can just destroy it." You're right. This guy must have merged with a beast spirit. This is an ancient and dangerous method. Basically no one can succeed. Even if they succeed, they will lose their sense of self. Look at him. He must have merged with a beast spirit, and it was a failure. I didn't expect that there would be a heavenly hound beast spirit in the outside world. What a pity. If he didn't merge with it, he could have sold it for a good price. Red Hair laughed. Instantly, his body turned into a ray of light. He displayed his technique and headed straight for Ji Yuan. "Die, you ant." Boom, the ground cracked under his attack. The entire Sunshine Sect was shaking. Ji Yuan was still in a daze. He raised his hand to block the attack. He blocked it. The red-haired man did not expect Ji Yuan to block it. This is not a good thing. It even made him angry. This is a humiliation. You're just an ant. How dare you be so presumptuous? You're courting death. Boom, an even more terrifying power erupted from the red-haired man, directly crushing Ji Yuan into the ground. "It's time for us to act." "He's too slow," said the man with blood at the corner of his mouth, who was standing on the giant bird. "Yes." Suddenly, under the terrified gazes of the Sunshine Sect disciples, a black hole appeared in the sky. It was filled with sharp teeth and sucked them in. He didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. He closed his mouth and tore the Sunshine Sect disciple into two. A large amount of flesh and blood fell. Screams rang out incessantly. "Save me! Master, save me! Elder, save me!" the disciples screamed miserably. They couldn't resist, and they didn't even have the chance to fight back. They were like food, swallowed into the opponent's mouth. Damn it! The Sunshine Sect's patriarch was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He could not wait to beat Lin Fan to death. "Stop, all of you stop. This was not a battle of the same level. The three of them were too strong. Only junior brother Ji Yuan could make a move. He couldn't even lift a finger. It was no easy feat for Xianxia to remain clear-headed under the pressure of the other party's might. Not to mention fighting with them. At the same time, Ji Yuan was pressed into the ground by the red-haired man. He had no chance to fight back. Damn it, don't touch my sect. His eyes were bloodshot, and the anger he was emitting was so intense that it was almost tangible. Humph, an ant will always be an ant. You're still an ant even after merging with a beast spirit. You're neither fish nor fowl, and you're still a failure. I'm afraid you've lost your mind, and you'll become a monster that only knows how to kill. The red-haired man stomped his foot, and a strong force could be felt, causing the entire sect to tremble. No, the Sunshine Sect should not be treated like this. We're the strongest, and to me, we're the most important. I will not allow anyone to humiliate the Sunshine Sect. Ah! An astonishing roar of rage erupted from Ji Yuan's mouth. His voice was loud, and it continued to spread. Huh? The red-haired man was taken aback. Something's wrong. He realized that there was a huge change in the aura of the ant. It's getting stronger and stronger, and I can't fathom it. Bang! The lump of flesh on Ji Yuan's body exploded. Flesh and blood could be seen moving around inside. Sensing something was wrong, the red-haired man retreated and floated in the air. What's wrong? The other two Sunshine Sect disciples who were massacring the Sunshine Sect disciples asked when they saw the red-haired man. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this ant. The red-haired man said warily. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. The elites in the outer regions might not be as strong as them, but it doesn't mean that the outer regions are weak. There are many things that they need here, and also things that they don't have in their world. Beast spirits were very precious things in their world. They were very rare. But now, someone in such a small sect managed to merge with a beast spirit. It's a miracle, but it's also infuriating. If they didn't merge with a beast spirit, the beast spirit would be a huge fortune. If they could get it, they would be able to exchange it for top-notch treasures. Ji Yuan crawled out of the pit, struggling and twisting. Every pore on his body was open, spewing out black mist. He scratched his face with his claws, obviously in pain. Junior brother. The Sunshine Sect's patriarch stared at his junior brother, who no longer looked like a human. His heart ached. This is my junior brother. For the sake of the sect, he became like this. As the patriarch, I should be responsible for all of this, but my junior brother took everything for himself, turning the sect into this. A pair of bloodshot eyes peered through the gaps of his claws, looking at the Sunshine Sect. The disciple that he was supposed to protect was lying in a pool of blood. The patriarch's senior brother was lying on the ground. Ji Yuan retained his consciousness. All 8 beast spirits merged with his body. He might have succeeded, but he also failed. All sorts of strong consciousnesses took over his body. The consciousnesses of the 8 beast spirits merged together, forming a chaotic consciousness. Tyrannical, bloodthirsty, evil. I just want to stay conscious. I can't destroy the Sunshine Sect with my own hands. But I need strength. I need the strength of the beast spirits. I just want to protect the Sunshine Sect. I don't want anyone to humiliate us. I need strength. Even if I become a monster, I, Ji Yuan, will not regret it. I just want. Roar, the voice changed. It was no longer human. Bang, bang, Ji Yuan's body started to expand. The meat on his back started to explode, and all sorts of hideous heads started to grow out. His arms split apart, turning into many hideous arms. Some were covered in scales. Some were covered in hair. Some were covered in white bones. 9 abnormally terrifying beast-like heads surrounded his neck, and the head that represented Ji Yuan stood alone among them. However, it seemed very small. A centipede head swooped down and bit off Ji Yuan's head. It then stretched out its tentacles and spread to Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan's head was embedded in the mouth of the centipede head. His eyes were wide open, looking very hideous. He still had an unwilling expression on his face. Boom, a chilling force exploded from Ji Yuan's body. His leg swelled, several times bigger than before. The end of his cervical vertebrae exploded. A white bone tail covered with barbs slapped the ground. Just a light slap was enough to crack the ground, forming a bottomless abyss. Hee, letting a beast spirit take over your body and consciousness. You're just a loser. Let me kill you. The red-haired man laughed disdainfully. With a bang, he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was in front of Ji Yuan. His 5 fingers were condensed with destructive light. He slapped Ji Yuan fiercely. Boom, a terrifying force swept through the world. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. The red-haired man didn't care at all. He was a Dao realm middle stage expert. Crushing these ants was a piece of cake. Suddenly, the red-haired man's hair stood on end. He broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a killing intent. Not good. Just as he was about to dodge, a ferocious arm swatted at him from the side. Pata, Ji Yuan grabbed the red-haired man with one slap. How is this possible? The red-haired man was shocked. How could he not react? Poochie, in an instant, the red-haired man's body exploded and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The 2 people standing in the void stared at the situation below with their mouths agape. He was crushed to death with one slap. How was this possible? Just how many beast spirits did he fuse with? 8 heads. Could he have fused with 8? That's impossible. How could someone fuse with 8 beast spirits? That's impossible. They knew how terrifying beast spirits were. It was not easy to fuse with one. As for fusing with 8, that was just a fantasy. Even if the beast spirits weren't strong themselves, when 8 of them were stacked together, the power that they could unleash was really terrifying. It wasn't something that they could fight against at all. Especially when the beast spirits controlled their bodies, they were filled with a primal ferocity. Now that 8 beast spirits were mixed together, no one knew what kind of terrifying power they could unleash. So hungry, so hungry. The heaven-hound demon head drooled as if it wanted to devour everyone here. Pung, Ji Yuan struck out into the void. Leave quickly. The 2 people in the void exclaimed. They didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the outer world. He was really possessed. Why didn't he just die after fusing with 8, but their speed was too slow? No, let me go. Ah, no. The descender that liked to eat humans was grabbed by Ji Yuan and put into his mouth. Ah. A miserable cry could be heard. But the 8 heads started fighting, tearing the descender into pieces. The other person looked at the scene in front of him in fear. He didn't think much and just wanted to escape. This monster is too terrifying. The giant bird panicked and wanted to fly away. Ji Yuan swung his tail and attacked. Poochie, the tail split into 2 and pierced through the body of a bird and a human. Gulyalu, the white-tailed bone absorbed the fresh blood and instantly turned blood red. The descender that was previously in the Sunshine sect was killed by Ji Yuan, who had turned into a monster. Phew, we're saved. We don't have to die anymore. The elders of the Sunshine sect heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to die. As for what senior brother Ji Yuan turned into, it had nothing to do with them. Junior brother. The Sunshine sect leader stood up slowly, enduring the pain in his body as he called out to Ji Yuan. Tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. That's still my junior brother. I can't even tell that he's human anymore. Bang, Ji Yuan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in front of the sect leader, he raised his claws and tried to grab him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even the sect leader couldn't react in time. But in an instant, the claws stopped beside the sect leader's face. They were so close to smashing the sect leader's head into pieces. Ah! Ji Yuan groaned. He wanted to speak in a human voice, but it was only the muffled sound of a beast. He struggled and was in pain. In Ji Yuan's heart, there was only darkness. He stood there alone, surrounded by 8 beast spirits that tore at his body. His flesh was a bloody mess, wanting to take his place. No, I can't kill senior brother. I, Ji Yuan, have to protect the Sunshine sect. The sect leader raised his head and looked at the giant monster in front of him. He showed no fear, nor did he dodge. He raised his hand slowly and grabbed the back of Ji Yuan's hand, pressing his face against the sharp claws. Junior brother, I'm useless. I'm sorry for letting you suffer so much. Eat me, let me feel the pain you've suffered. Before he could finish his words, the sect leader was already in tears. He had a good relationship with junior brother Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was more like a younger brother to him. They had grown up in the Sunshine sect since they were very young. They swore on the peak of the sunset together to strengthen the Sunshine sect and protect it. The surrounding elders hid far away, not daring to go near them. They were afraid that Ji Yuan would turn into a monster and swallow them. Ji Yuan struggled and pushed the sect leader away. He hugged his head and walked towards the center of the hall. Junior brother. The sect leader shouted and quickly followed. When he reached the center of the hall, he saw his junior brother roaring at the sky. His body started to turn into stone, and at the same time, he could hear intermittent voices. Senior brother, I'll protect the sect. Before he could finish his words, Ji Yuan had completely turned into a stone statue, standing outside the Sunshine Sect's hall. After the cloudy sky, the sun shone on the stone statue. Junior brother. The sect leader looked at the stone statue weakly. What's going on? How did this happen? The sect leader looked at the sky and shouted in his heart. Everything that happened today was really worth it. Lin Fan stayed in the sect and didn't go anywhere. He was waiting for things to develop to the latest situation. Brother, are we really not going to do anything? Zhu Fengfeng knew what was going to happen. Experts would descend along with the pillars and a space tunnel would be opened. In the future, there would be more experts. All of this shocked him. Don't rush, let's wait. Lin Fan wasn't anxious. Even if he went out now, who could he find? Could he search like a headless chicken? 800 stone pillars landed in every corner of the outer region. As for how big the outer region was, even he didn't know. He could only continue to wait. He had obtained 2 space god pillars and merged them together to form an even stronger one. It was very easy for him to smash people with it. Why are we still waiting? Why don't I head out first? If I find anything, then I will come back. Zhu Fengfeng couldn't sit still. He didn't waste a single second and missed out on so many dangerous places. Dangerous places were his only choice to get rich. If there weren't any dangerous places, then he wouldn't have anything to do with being poor. No, there is no point in going out and it will just cause more problems. Lin Fan was thinking about it. He really wanted to know what would happen if the people who descended opened the space god pillars. With their strength, one of them wasn't a problem. If they worked together, then they would be of some use. Brother, what should we do now? Zhu Fengfeng asked curiously. How could he possibly cause more trouble? As long as he was around, nothing would happen, all right? Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand. He had to use his brain and think of a plan. So many points were strolling outside. He really couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't harvest all of them, then who would he be facing? However, it was truly difficult to find them. The difficulty was extremely high. It was not something that could be accomplished so easily. Suddenly, Lin Fan had an idea. There was an idea. Find a place to rest. We will talk next time. He didn't wait for Zhu Fengfeng to say anything and left right away. He returned to the secret room to contact the bird. Danger was here and the pressure was huge. Although he had 60 million points, it wasn't much. If he faced a high-end cultivation technique, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps of his teeth. Big brother. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned and speechless. Brother did things really quickly. Since their relationship was so good, he should be more clear. In a secret chamber, he took out the golden paper. Hey! Are the people from the Knowing Bird here? Lin Fan informed. He wanted to have a good chat with the other party. Wow, Grandmaster, you've finally appeared. This is too much. How many days has it been? You haven't updated for so many days. The reviewer of the Knowing Bird roared. He wanted to capture Lin Fan and teach him a lesson. Was this even something a human would do? This was too much. Of course, he didn't dare to curse at all for fear of being f***ked. What's there to write? Don't you have any idea what has happened in the outer realm recently? Do you know how many sects have been destroyed? Lin Fan scolded. He didn't have a good attitude towards the knowing bird examiners. To him, the Robin reviewer was the editor. He actually dared to urge him to rush his draft. A slap from him could send him flying into the air, spinning at a high speed 720 degrees. Grandmaster, we know about this and have been following up on it. Those fellows have mysterious origins and are extremely dangerous. Many sects have already been destroyed. Of course, Grandmaster is our guest and you can apply for our protection. Also, we warmly welcome Grandmaster to stay. As long as you agree, we can send people to welcome you. To the reviewer, these things didn't matter at all. As long as the other party was intelligent, they were customers. Battles were common, so he had to be calm. If the Grandmaster really came to the Knowing Bird's headquarters, the rest of the matter would be settled naturally. Thinking of this, the Knowing Bird's examiners laughed sinisterly. Since he was here, then it wasn't up to him anymore. Stop talking nonsense. How is your place safe? Of course, if you need help, you can look for me to work with. Let's not talk about all this. Publish a piece of news and send it to those descenders. Can you do that? He estimated that out of the 10,800 space god pillars, he had taken 2 of them. What was left were at least 30,000 Dao realm descenders. Wow. That would be incredible. If he converted them into points, it would be an ocean and he could crush someone to death. He could let go of other things but he couldn't let go of this, otherwise, he would be letting himself down. The reviewer was stunned and didn't understand. Grandmaster, can you be more direct? Why are you sending it to those descenders? Based on their investigation, they were sure that they weren't from the outer region. They descended along with the god pillars. They were really violent and when people from the outer region met them, they would either be killed or subdued. There was no second choice. At the same time, based on a deeper investigation, a shocking secret was about to be revealed. This was just the vanguard and even stronger ones would descend. Do you know why you can only be an inspector? Lin Fan asked. I don't know, please enlighten me. The reviewer sat there and when he heard this, he was instantly attracted. He wanted to understand. Who knew how long he had been a reviewer? The others in the same batch as him had all been promoted and he was the only one who was still in his original position. That is because you talk too much nonsense. Just say it, can you do it? Lin Fan was prepared to take the initiative and attack. F***ck. The reviewer dissed in his heart. His words were too direct and it was too hurtful. When did he talk so much? I should be able to. He didn't dare to guarantee it. Although those descenders weren't low profile, it would still be tough to find them. Don't tell me you birds don't even have the ability to do this? Lin Fan definitely had to give the birds some motivation. He couldn't let these descenders go. Rather than letting them roam around outside, why not let them head over and crush them for points? The knowing bird reviewer still wanted to wrangle. Just as he was about to speak, someone else beat him to it. Okay, I can do it. When he heard this, he was a little furious. Who would dare to mess around? But when he saw who it was, he was shocked. He stood to the side and said respectfully. Master. His long hair reached his shoulder and his face was handsome. However, he was calm and dignified. Oh, you are the person in charge? Lin Fan heard that the voice had changed. Also, he heard the way the reviewer said master. Yes, I'm the person in charge of the knowing bird. May I know why Peak Leader Lin is doing this? The person in charge asked. He was really curious. There was nothing in this region that was worth his attention. The only thing that attracted his attention was the person who wrote the Master of Pill World. Why? The reason is simple. It is to kill those descenders one by one. Lin Fan said. The person in charge was shocked and smiled bitterly. Peak Leader Lin, are you sure? Based on what I know, the weakest descenders are at initial Dao realm. Moreover, there are many of them. They aren't that simple. What do you mean simple? What is the difference between 100 kids and 10,000 kids? It will just take a little longer. You are the person in charge and you were the one who said that. Of course, it counts. I will send the content to you later. Remember to promote it properly. Let's not talk about other things. If there is anything else, remember to inform me. He stopped contacting him and sent the content over. The reviewer looked at his master in awe. Everything here was decided by the master. Moreover, the princess had gone out for a period of time. She said that she was going to find the grandmaster but she hadn't found him. They had a bird following her to ensure her safety at all times. But the princess had the grandmaster's address and she could still get lost. One had to say that it was really cute. Master, what is the grandmaster trying to do? The reviewer asked. He was really lost. The only outsider who would shout at him like that was the grandmaster. Didn't the others talk to him nicely? Even if he wasn't strong enough, even if a Dao realm expert came to ask him, he would still be stubborn. If he wasn't happy, then scram. Instantly. The content that Lin Fan sent appeared. The person in charge looked at the content and his expression slowly changed. The reviewer at the side sucked in a cold breath. No way, the grandmaster wants to. He didn't dare to imagine. Look at what he was saying. If this was sent to the descenders, wouldn't it cause a group attack? The grandmaster scolded the descenders and even left the sect disciples to welcome them. Master, are we really going to send this out? Asked the examiner. If this content was really sent out, it would be disastrous. There would definitely be a huge battle. Yes, send it out. Since peak leader Lin has said so, he must be confident. Why do we have to worry so much? The person in charge wanted to see what peak leader Lin was capable of. Yes, I understand. The reviewer nodded. He knew what to do next. Remember, arrange for the bird to wait at the Magnificent Flame sect. With that, the person in charge left. After that, the reviewer started to get busy. He wanted to send this news to every corner of the outer realm. Done. Now we just need to wait for the bird. Lin Fan waited patiently. Hee, you're so smart to even think of such a method. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if all of them came. It would be huge. By then, he would be able to get all of them at once. How many points would he get? A Dao Realm cultivator would be worth more than 200,000 points. Tens of thousands of descenders. Oh no, I don't have enough points. I can't calculate all of them. The road to riches is right in front of me. Ha 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 ha. In the secret room, no one knew about it. Lin Fan laughed out loud without any restraint. He was already convinced by his own method. I just want to ask who else can think of such a good idea. This is what it means to wait for a hare. Invincible Peak, the peak of the mountain. Lin Fan was leisurely lying on the bamboo chair, drinking tea and nibbling on some fruits. This was the most relaxing moment he had ever had. Senior brother, are you done with your matters outside? You don't need to go out anymore? Lu Qiming asked excitedly. What he hoped to see the most was for his senior brother to stay in the sect and have a good rest so that he wouldn't have to work so hard. Not yet. Lin Fan smiled and looked into the distance. He was waiting. As long as the bird of knowledge spread, unless all the descenders could tolerate it, they would come. Zhu Fengfeng panicked. Brother, we should go out. It's not good for our physical and mental development to stay in the sect. In an instant, Zhu Fengfeng felt an extremely invasive gaze staring at him. It was cold, and his butt was itchy. It was Lu Qiming's gaze. He stared at Lin Fan with an urge to kill him. Senior brother is so tired, and he finally has a chance to rest, but he still wants to go out. He's not human. There will be a surprise soon. Lin Fan smiled, not saying much. The descenders will definitely come. I believe in the bird of knowledge. This organization only thinks about making money instead of fighting for supremacy. What a dog. Lin Fan even thought that the bird of knowledge might know a lot of secrets, but it didn't say anything. He laid there, resting leisurely. The sky gradually turned dark, and the morning stars filled the sky. It's been a long time since I looked at the stars. A large number of bird of knowledge flew across the sky, bringing the latest information to every corner of the outer world. The person in charge of the bird of knowledge made a move, creating more birds of knowledge. He wanted to see what magnificent flame sect's peak leader Lin was capable of and what he was up to. To him, it wasn't wise to challenge the descenders. Even if I'm strong, there's a limit. I don't believe that peak leader Lin would be so stupid. He must be thinking of something else. Somewhere in the sect, on a mountain peak. Come, place your bets. The game is about to begin. The God-ranked overlord looked at the chips on the table, his face flushed. Some of the disciples around him were naked, and some had hideous looks on their faces. They were already deeply involved in the gambling game and couldn't extricate themselves. They had already lost everything they could. All of them had the thought of getting rich from this God-rank overlord, so they had participated in the gamble. However, they had fallen deeper and deeper, and in the end, they had lost everything. A blue bird with 3 tails flew across the sky and dropped the paper in its claws. With a thud, the paper fell on the gambling table, scattering the gambling money. What is this? Where did it come from? The god-level sovereign was furious. Whoever dared to disturb his gambling was his enemy. But when he picked up the piece of paper, his body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Monarch, are you still coming? The disciples who had lost all asked. Although their voices were hurried, they didn't dare to raise their voices. The person in front of them was still a sovereign, and they couldn't act so arrogantly. Come, why aren't you coming? Clean up the table and wait for me to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, the God-rank overlord took the paper and ran away hurriedly. This was a big deal. As for gambling, although it was very attractive, the current matter was more important. Saint Leader, Saint Leader. The God-rank overlord rushed into the hall and shouted. In the hall, the Saint Leader was very worried. Half of his face was swollen, and he was beaten up. It wasn't easy for the Saint Convent sect to survive until now. Not long ago, he had fought with someone, and his liver was about to explode. He finally won. God-rank, is there shit in your brain? Why are you shouting so loudly? The Saint-bashing ruler scolded. He was scolding the Saint Leader, and just as he was getting excited, he was interrupted. He wouldn't be happy if he didn't scold the other party until he spat shit out. The Saint Leader had a headache. The sect was already in a mess. The heavenly mandate realm and the chaos were all gone. His heart hurt. Those who could find their own homes had already found their homes. Those who couldn't find their way home had basically disappeared. Ruler, I'm not trying to scold you, but why is your mouth so smelly? The Saint-bashing ruler was unhappy. So what if it's smelly? Can it be as smelly as your shit? You piece of sh*t, I can break your anus with one kick. The Saint-bashing ruler was in a bad mood, and he scolded the God-rank overlord. The God-rank overlord was speechless. He couldn't scold ruler. How could he say such vulgar words? How could he be an overlord? You. Quiet. Stop arguing. The Saint Leader shouted. He wanted to beat the two of them to the ground. How could they still argue at a time like this? Yes, that's right. How could you say such things in front of the Saint Leader? How impudent. The King of Dan was the Saint Leader's #1 bootlicker. Thunder Thief smiled calmly, as if he didn't have any other thoughts. You shut up too. The Saint Leader glared at Dan. This guy. God-rank, what do you want? The Saint Leader asked. Saint Leader, I just saw this. I found the location of the magnificent flame sect. The God-rank overlord said. Even the God Punishment Lord, who had been silent all this while, was taken aback. He was the strongest person in the Saint Convent sect. Without junior sister Tianyu around, it was tiring for him to hold the fort alone. Hearing this, the Saint Leader was overjoyed. Quick, let me take a look. He urgently needed the location of the magnificent flame sect. If there was anyone he wanted to know the most, it would definitely be the magnificent flame sect. They might have had some conflicts in the past, but that was all in the past. They were on good terms now. They were enemies with the true immortal realm, and they were firm. The content written on the page was very clear. However, he didn't care about it at all. What he cared about the most was the location of the magnificent flame sect. The overlord stared at the saint leader, dumbfounded. They had some thoughts, but they couldn't be too direct. Cough, cough. The saint leader coughed gently. Due to the fusion of the outer world, our sect has cut off contact with the previous sections. At the same time, everyone can see the danger here. It's very dangerous. Tianyu, Chaos has gone missing, and he hasn't returned yet. This is a great loss to our sect. The saint leader said sadly. Everyone felt their hearts ache when they heard this. It was definitely a loss, and a huge one at that. Therefore, I suggest that we seek help from the magnificent flame sect. If possible, we should move our sect away from its original location and move closer to the magnificent flame sect. What do you think? The saint leader said. Ah? Ah? Eh? Eh? The crowd sighed, but they didn't say anything. F***CK. Saint leader, isn't your idea just to let the Saint Convent sect live under the magnificent flame sect's roof? I have the right to protest against such an act, but I won't say anything. The flame saint said. How can we do that? The saint thief said. That's right. How can the Saint Convent sect do such a thing? I, Zhiyao, think that it's doable, but we're letting our ancestors down. How can we face our ancestors in the future? Monarch Zhiyao said. The saint of gambling and the god of gambling pondered, remaining neutral. The god punishment monarch sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say. Hey, what are you guys doing? The saint leader is wise. This is a plan that will last for thousands of years. What's wrong with enduring humiliation for a while? Do you guys want the Saint Convent sect to be destroyed? Nothing. I, Danny, will be the first to agree. I agree with the saint leader's wise decision. Monarch Dan of Evil stood beside the saint leader and cheered. Saint leader, I support you. Monarch Dan of Evil let out an annoying smile. It was a smile of flattery. The saint leader looked at Monarch Dan of Evil and nodded in satisfaction. Senior brother saint leader has the final say in the Saint Convent sect. We just need to listen to him. Let's move. I have no objections. I have no objections too. The sovereigns who had objected earlier all agreed. They had just pretended to protest and pretend to be unwilling. However, in front of the big boss, they could only bow down and submit to his power. Even if something were to happen in the future, the saint leader would take the blame. It had nothing to do with them. Alright. Pass down the order. The Saint Convent sect will go and find the magnificent flame sect. The saint leader said. He seemed to be in low spirits. There's nothing else I can do. What goes around comes around. Nothing good would come out of staying here. Sometimes, when a single demonic beast appeared, the entire sect's powerhouses had to go out and face it. Who would dare to believe such a thing, but that was the truth. Sizzle, a small village was surrounded by a sea of fire. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming from the wood. Piak, a muscular man with black tattoos on his body bent down and grabbed an old man's head. Old man, this skill of yours is interesting. Hand it over, and I can spare your life. The muscular man sneered. He squeezed the old man's head so hard that he almost crushed the old man's head. Pooey! I curse you to die a horrible death. The old man's eyes turned red in anger. Bang, the muscular man squeezed harder, and the old man's head exploded. Humph, I'm not saying that. I'm just interested to see that you're so weak that you can tickle me when I'm careless. There were two other people around. One of them looked young and inexperienced. He held the back of his head and said leisurely, the natives here are indeed weak. Other than waiting for the space pillar to open up the space, are we just going to walk around aimlessly? Are you stupid? The natives here might be weak, but they have good stuff. That old ant just now was able to touch Brother Ting when Brother Ting wasn't paying attention. That means he's not bad. The other man holding a sword said. He didn't feel any pressure killing the ants at all. So what if I kill them? What else can I do? Suddenly, they noticed a blue three-tailed bird flying in the air. The man holding the sword attacked, but it went through the bird. Eh? What kind of creature is that? How can it ignore my attack? The man holding the sword said in surprise. It was interesting. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from the sky. The young man picked up the paper and looked at it. His face changed, and he opened his mouth, revealing a ferocious expression. Brother Tung, look. There are natives humiliating us. He handed the paper over. Tinghu took the paper in his hand and looked at it. He's so arrogant. He wants to use our heads as a urinal. How dare he? Haha, I think he has the guts. The man holding the sword laughed. The magnificent flame sect. Great. Others can't wait to avoid them, but he came to us. Let me crush his head. Tinghu sneered. He clenched his fist, and the space around him exploded. The bird was very helpful. It searched for the descenders and delivered the latest news to them. No matter what the descenders were thinking, the humiliating words were all in their eyes. If they could bear with it, then he would be convinced. Some of the descenders were angry when they saw the news, but they had other things to do. They had to find the 12 beast gods. And some of them had to find the demon lord, the heaven abhor little demon lord. He had an important mission, so he couldn't go to the magnificent flame sect. Somewhere in hell. It was a beautiful place, but to Yun Xiao, it was hell. What kind of torture am I going to go through today? I'm afraid that I can't take it anymore. Yun Xiao's eyelids were heavy. He wanted to sleep, but he wanted to sleep forever. He was really afraid of that scary woman. No, to him, she wasn't a woman, but a demon. A demon that used all kinds of methods to torture him. Patter, footsteps could be heard. Yun Xiao raised his heavy eyelids and muttered with a look of despair on his face. The torture was coming again. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Maybe I can have a good meal. By then, I won't regret it even if I kill him. You can leave now. Yun Xiao, who was about to stand up to continue the torture, was stunned. He looked up abruptly. This was different from her usual tone. Usually, it was the roar of a slave master, but now, it was cold and calm, as if she was talking about something normal. You have received all the training here, and the outside world has changed. You should go out and see the world. Maybe you can walk on a different path. The woman looked at Yun Xiao expressionlessly. I can really leave? Yun Xiao held back his excitement and asked again. He was afraid that the other party was teasing him, causing his hope to be dashed again. Yes. The woman nodded. Wah. At this moment, Yun Xiao could no longer hold back his tears of hope. He was surrounded by darkness, but one day, light shone in and saved him. Tears streamed down his face. He didn't have any strength, but at this moment, he was full of energy and motivation. I'm really leaving. Yun Xiao stood up. He was a little nervous, afraid that this was a dream. His days here were like an endless hell. The woman in front of him was very cute and beautiful, but it had nothing to do with terror. I've been deceived by this appearance, okay? The woman didn't say anything. She stood there, her gaze deep and flickering with light. Goodbye. Yun Xiao didn't want to stay a second longer and ran without hesitation. Without the woman's obstruction, it would only take him a few minutes to leave this place. The woman did not look at the clouds, but at the void. It's too fast. Yun Xiao, who had escaped from the hands of the female evil demon, was gasping for breath. He was surrounded by a forest that was very quiet and he did not know where he was. Where should I go? Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with confusion. He didn't know where to go or who to look for. He didn't want to wander outside anymore. He just wanted to find a sect, return to the sect, and be the peak master of the Yun Xiao peak. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. I'll have a good sleep and have a good meal. That's what I want. I want to sleep now, but it's not safe here. God knows if the woman will catch me. Therefore, without hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and left the place. At the same time, he wanted to find a way back to the sect. I don't want to suffer outside anymore. Yun Xiao was about to explode. If the woman knew what Yun Xiao was thinking, that she had spent so much effort to nurture him, but he wanted to return to the sect to enjoy life, she would probably stomp him to death. Invincible peak. The frog looked at the news in its hand. Its green frog face turned pale, and its heart was about to explode. Oh my god, doesn't he know how to write the word death? Desperado, you're going to break the sky. The frog was stunned. It had never expected that a desperado would provoke the descenders and even attract them to the sect. Then why did he move the sect a while ago? Just to breathe in the air of another place? According to this situation, the sect will be destroyed soon. He's courting death. The frog thought. The sect isn't safe, and there must be something wrong with this desperado's brain. There must be something wrong with him. If he wanted to leave, it would be a matter of minutes. But he couldn't bear to leave the alchemy masters. They were all his apprentices. How could he abandon them? Senior brother, what are you waiting for? Lu Qiming didn't understand. His senior brother was very relaxed, and this was the first time he saw him like this. He thought that Lin Fan must be waiting for something, or he wouldn't be like this. Junior brother, don't you feel that the smell of death is coming from all over the world? Lin Fan smiled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the apple into his stomach in one gulp. Sniff sniff, Lu Qiming smelled the aroma and was confused. No, senior brother, there's no other smell. There's no rush. Let's wait. Lin Fan waved his hand and closed his eyes, waiting for the points to arrive. What he hated the most was people descending on this place for no reason and without asking for his opinion. This was something that harmed others and couldn't be forgiven. True Celestial World wanted to invade Primordial Ancestor Land, and that was starting a war. As a resident of Primordial Ancestor Land, they had to fight back right away. So, under Lin Fan's lead, the people from Primordial Ancestor Land won. As for this time, needless to say, the outcome was already predicted. Oh. Lu Qiming was thinking about who was senior brother waiting for. He didn't look at the contents of the bird as he had no time. Go do what you need to do. Lin Fan waved his hand. Just at that moment, the space shook. Someone arrived. Peak Leader Lin, I am here to help. An extremely fragrant scent spread in the air. When the surrounding disciples smelled this scent, their spirits were lifted, and they felt energized. 9-color-old ancestor brought goddess Luo Yun and descended. Why are you all here? Lin Fan was stunned. Why did this old fellow come? Ha ha ha. 9-color-old ancestor laughed. Peak Leader Lin, what are you talking about? After seeing the contents of the bird, I rushed over right away. I want to see if those descenders really have 3 heads and 6 arms. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and return to your pill world. Lin Fan waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more to 9-color-old ancestor. 9-color-old ancestor's expression froze. How can I do that? Since I am here, I will advance and retreat with Peak Leader Lin. How can I leave? Peak Leader Lin, old ancestor is just worried that something might happen, so he came to take a look. Goddess Luo Yun said. This was the first time she saw the old ancestor take the initiative to help, but he was ignored. In the past, she wouldn't dare to believe it. But now, it should be a normal thing. Okay, since you are here, then I will let you take a look. Junior brother, bring some chairs over. Let's all lie down. Lin Fan said. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming nodded and hurriedly brought some chairs over. Very quickly, the chairs were brought over. Lin Fan indicated for them to lie down. He served tea and didn't say anything. 9-color-old ancestor was stunned. This was different from what he thought. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't there be a banquet or invite them to rest in the upper rooms? Why was it arranged here? But maybe it was because the sky was still bright, so it wasn't time yet. That night, 9-color-old ancestor and goddess Luo Yun laid on the bamboo chairs for a long time. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Peak Leader Lin, the sky is dark. Shouldn't we go rest? He felt a little uneasy. Did Peak Leader Lin not think about arranging a place for them to stay? It is time to rest. Let's rest here tonight. The weather is not bad, neither too hot nor too cold. Looking at the stars is also a form of cultivation. Okay, I will sleep first. You guys do as you please. Lin Fan closed his eyes and entered dreamland. He still had many things to do now. He had to draw the lottery and get techniques as well as other things that he needed now. But he wasn't in a rush. He had to prepare for a period of time. Next time, he would definitely get something good. Oh my God. Nine-color-old ancestor was speechless. He dared to swear that this was the most annoying moment. Why didn't they have any hospitality at all? Goddess Luo Yun and old ancestor looked at one another helplessly. Using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket. Was this really good? Morning, the space shook once more and cracks appeared. Another familiar aura appeared. Peak Leader Lin, I am here. I am here too. Weapon Ancestor, Saber Ancestor, Infinite Old Ancestor, and Star Ancestor were all here. Why are you all here? Lin Fan looked at the few people in the sky blankly. They were all old ancestors from big powers. It was weird that they all came here. Haha, Peak Leader Lin, we saw the contents of the bird long ago and came to help. Infinite Old Ancestor smiled. Daoqing Infinite Sect could be said to be someone who had a lot of ideas about the world. But he was a little helpless. The people here weren't easy to bully, so he could only expand his power from the side. I didn't expect Nine-color-old ancestor to come so quickly. Infinite Old Ancestor noticed Nine-color-old ancestor and was a little surprised. He came too quickly. It's not that I came quickly, it's that you guys came late. Peak Leader Lin and I had a good night. Nine-color-old ancestor smiled. In the entire world outside, he was the only one who could get the story written by Peak Leader Lin. No one else had the ability. So, as long as one wasn't stupid, one could tell how strong the relationship between them was. Are they here to steal my points? Lin Fan squinted. He was a little suspicious. These guys didn't come earlier or later, but now. And it was a group. If the Descenders came and they attacked, then all his points would be taken away by them. Hey, what are you all doing here? You don't need to help. Go back. It's none of your business. Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating for them to go back to where they came from. He was careless. There was no problem with the things posted on the bird. It was just that he didn't think it through. He didn't expect these guys to come and join in the fun. They all had their own plans for coming here. Helping out was one reason, but more importantly, they wanted to understand the situation of the Descenders. The immeasurable old ancestor had always been looking for this matter. He had gathered the elites from the various forces to make use of their ancient books to speculate and find useful information. But it was a pity that Lin Fan had ruined his plans. Peak Leader Lin, how can we not be involved? The unknown Descenders have come and wiped out so many sections. As people of the region, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Now that Peak Leader Lin has lured the Descenders here and is facing them alone, we can't just sit back and do nothing. No matter what, we have to work together and kill those arrogant Descenders here. The Weapon Ancestor's voice was firm and forceful. That's right. The rest of the old ancestors were the same. They had been looking for the Descenders too, but to no avail. And to them, they still felt a sense of danger. The Descenders weren't weak. Otherwise, a sect with a Dao Realm cultivator wouldn't have been wiped out. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, a hearty laugh could be heard. How can I miss out on such a thing? Thick clouds rumbled in the distance, and a thick aura could be felt, tearing the sky apart. A dark light shone, lighting up the area. Isn't that Xianxia? Although they didn't see him in person, they could recognize his aura. Lin Fan glanced at him. What is he doing? Why did he have to come up with special effects? Is he trying to act cool in the Magnificent Flame sect? Xianxia, come if you want. Don't do so many stunts. Lin Fan shouted. Previously, he didn't want to meet Xianxia. After stripping him and taking his storage ring, he was afraid that he would come looking for him. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't have to do anything. In the void, Xianxia was a little unhappy. What this kid did to him was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Now that he was here, it was just a stunt. How could he be stopped? That was too much. Very quickly, Xianxia landed from the sky and cupped his fists. Peak Leader Lin, long time no see. His tone was normal, but his gaze was a little interesting. It was as if he was saying, "Don't you have any sense of propriety when you see me again?" Lin Fan replied casually without giving too much of a reply. Xianxia found it hard to accept. What was this? How could he be dismissed just like that? Demon God seems to be doing well recently. Some of the big shots joked. Although Xianxia was a demon god, it was only a title. He had never done anything heartless, so no one was worried or vigilant. The Saber Master laughed. How could it not be good? The leader of the righteous path, Yuan Zhen, was subdued by Peak Leader Lin. He had it easy. In the past, he was always being watched by Yuan Zhen. How could it be good? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed heartily. Xianxia stared at these fellows and was temporarily speechless. What was so funny about this? Even if Yuan Zhen was here, he wouldn't feel any fear. Peak Leader Lin, when will you be able to return my storage ring? Now, he just wanted to get back his storage ring, which contained all the wealth he had accumulated. Lin Fan looked at Xianxia. How could this guy think of this? He had already crushed the storage ring and distributed the things inside. I can't return it, I've already used it. Xianxia was stunned. He had already thought that Lin Fan would come up with a bunch of excuses. He might even deny it. But who would have thought that Lin Fan would say that he had already used it? These words were extremely damaging to Xianxia. He couldn't accept it. Peak Leader Lin, this isn't too good. Xianxia was stunned. If someone else said this, he would have already punched him and crushed him to the ground. Even if he had used it, he would have to spit it out. But he had no choice. Lin Fan's strength had already spread. He was extremely strong and terrifying. He had no confidence. If he really attacked, he might be the one lying on the ground. Lin Fan looked at Xianxia and said, the mighty demonic god Xianxia, how could you be so petty? In the past, no discord, no concord. That's all in the past. Why do you keep asking for it? If I had it, I wouldn't have given it to you. This? I'm narrow-minded? Xianxia pointed at himself and then at the crowd. It was as if he wanted them to be the judge. These words were just too unpleasant. Weapon Ancestor nodded. Saber Ancestor nodded solemnly too. Xianxia, you're really a little too much. We know Peak Leader Lin's character. We didn't know each other in the past and he took it with his own strength. Later on, we got to know each other through fighting. That's all in the past. Immeasurable Old Ancestor said. That makes sense. The great demon god shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Nine-colored Old Ancestor agreed and commented on Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to vomit blood. These people were just lying through their teeth. Yes, all the old masters are reasonable. Lin Fan nodded his head in gratitude. This was how the difference between people came about. When he heard these words, Xianxia didn't want to say anything more. How could they be reasonable? They were obviously lying through their teeth. He didn't know why these old men were standing on Peak Leader Lin's side. What was in it for him? Suddenly, a terrifying aura could be felt coming from afar. The aura was filled with tyrannical aura. The clouds in the sky were split apart, and the aura spread to both sides. They're here. Lin Fan looked up, and a smile could be seen on his face. I didn't expect it to work. The descenders had arrived. Lin Fan's hands started to tremble. Will I die too quickly if I hit them with the stone pillar later? Xianxia originally wanted to retort, but the aura of heaven and earth attracted his attention. The descenders are here. He was also very concerned about these descenders, and he was wondering what exactly they were. Bang! Bang! 2 loud explosions could be heard. They were 2 figures moving at high speed. When they came to a stop, a loud explosion could be heard. So this is the Magnificent Flame Sect? The man who spoke was holding a spear that was burning with flames. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his body was burning with a terrifying aura. He stared at the ground below him. Are you the ones who are humiliating us here? Another man held the knowing bird paper and asked sternly. His aura was very strong, much stronger than that of the spear-wielding man. He was at the peak of the Tao realm, and there were also beast images circling around his body. That kind of berserk might could be seen with a single glance, causing one's heart to tremble. Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan was overjoyed. They were finally here. Even though there were only 2 of them, he was filled with an indescribable joy. When Lin Fan said this, the man with the spear hollered. You're courting death. His voice was boundless as it reverberated through the void. The might of that rage could be clearly felt. For a Tao realm expert, every word and action could shake the heavens and earth. I think you're the ones courting death. The immeasurable old ancestor roared out angrily. He originally wanted to wait and see, but when he saw that there were only 2 people attacking him, he smiled. Are you joking? To think that only 2 people would come. Wasn't that just asking to die? As the old ancestor of Dao Qing immeasurable sect, naturally, he couldn't hide in the back. After confirming that there were only 2 of them, he had to step out and teach these 2 ignorant people a lesson. Who are you? The spear-wielding man didn't expect the native to be so arrogant. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. The immeasurable old ancestor smiled and waved his sleeves. He raised his head and said, I am the old ancestor of Dao Qing immeasurable sect. You can call me your ancestor. Arrogant. The spear-wielding man was furious. He didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant native to dare to humiliate him. He really wanted to use the spear in his hands to teach these natives how to speak. I think that you are the arrogant one. Just the 2 of you and you dare to act so arrogantly here? Do you know how high the heavens are? The weapon ancestor scoffed coldly. The void shook and an illusionary image of the weapon world appeared. Numerous weapons floated in the air. It was as if they were prepared to fight if they didn't get along. Peak Leader Lin, there is no need for you to do this. Leave it to us. 9-colored old ancestor raised his hand. When he saw that Peak Leader Lin wanted to step out, he stopped him. At this moment, he had to show that he was willing to fight together with Peak Leader Lin. Not mentioning anything else, they really didn't care about the 2 of them. 1 against 2 might be a little arrogant, but there were so many of them. If they attacked directly, they wouldn't be able to take down the 2 of them. That's right, Peak Leader Lin. These people have descended into the outer realm. This means that they don't care about us. At this moment, how can we just ignore them? We will definitely suppress them and let them know how powerful we are. Xianxia old ancestor said. He stared at the 2 people in the air and his eyes shone brightly. He was very curious about the people who had descended. If he could suppress them, he might be able to get some useful information out of them. You. The spear-wielding man was so angry that he wanted to explode. He didn't expect to be looked down upon. Liao Yun, don't be anxious. The man whose body was surrounded by the illusionary image of the beast raised his hand and interrupted. Facing these words, he remained calm. Yes. The spear-wielding man suppressed the anger in his heart and was filled with respect towards the man beside him. The man looked at the experts from the outer realm below playfully. They should be at the peak of the realm. The immeasurable old ancestor realized that the other party was staring at them. The look in their eyes made him unhappy. What are you looking at? Let me tell you. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving safely. If you don't want to suffer, kneel down obediently. Otherwise, bear the consequences. There were so many of them here. How could they be afraid of the 2 of them? Even if they were to gang up, they could still beat the sh*t out of the other party. The immeasurable old ancestor is right. The other old ancestor smiled. They were indifferent and didn't put the other party in their eyes at all. Suddenly, bang, bang, the space exploded continuously. A figure appeared. Eh? I didn't expect Brother Man to be so fast. Brother Liao is the first to arrive? The descenders who came later were very surprised. They didn't expect so many people to come. When they saw the content, they were so angry that their lungs hurt. No one dared to be so arrogant. If they didn't come to take a look, they would really be in a bad mood. Yeah, we just arrived. Look at the proud faces of these natives. It's a little funny. Manshur smiled coldly. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants acting arrogantly in front of him. In an instant, The old ancestors felt a little stifled. This was different from what they had expected. Why did so many people come in the blink of an eye? Bang, bang, explosions could be heard in the air. Many figures could be seen standing in the air. 10. 20. 100. Initially, there were only a few of them, but while everyone was still in a daze, many more arrived. They had risen from the initial stage of the Tao realm to the peak of the Tao realm. Their auras were strong and their eyes were filled with mockery. They did not put the magnificent flame sect in their eyes at all. They might not be from the same race or force, but before the true elites arrived, they would band together to fight against the natives from the outer region. Boom, 100 or so of them stood in the air. Their auras gathered together, forming a strong pressure that enveloped the entire area. Gulp, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The immeasurable old ancestor and the rest took a step back. Beads of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. What's going on? The patriarchs looked at each other. So many, so many. Lin Fan's limbs were trembling. He was too excited. He knew that someone would come, but he never thought that there would be so many. Although it was only a drop in the ocean compared to the total number of the magnificent flame sex people, it was still a lot. How many points would I get if I killed all of them? I don't even dare to think about it. Right now, the foundation he needed was simply too huge. If he wanted to advance to a higher realm, he didn't even know if it would be enough if he just relied on ordinary cultivation techniques to force his way through. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the spear-wielding man, Liao Yun, smirked. Natives, who wanted to suppress us just now? You can come out now. There was a hint of playfulness in his tone. He had never taken these natives to heart from the start. Why is there no one else? Or are you just being stubborn? Liao Yun swung the spear in his hand and stared at the crowd in disdain. This. The immeasurable old ancestor coughed, feeling a little awkward. He was the one who had shouted the loudest at the magnificent flame sect. But he had only been so unyielding because there were only 2 of them. Now that there were so many of them, he could no longer be unyielding. What? Where are you? Or are you just a bunch of cowards who dare to talk to me like this because you have more people? Liao Yun said coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. Silence. The patriarchs were speechless. All the emotions that he had felt earlier instantly vanished into thin air. Hey, patriarchs, if any of you want to go up, you can go up first. I'm indebted to all of you for your help, but I can't not give you a chance. Please. Lin Fan raised his hand and gestured for the various old masters to strike. Now that everyone was here, it was a good time to strike. Immeasurable old master, shall we go? Lin Fan asked. This? Hee, peak leader Lin, you must be joking. How could I fight against so many people by myself? The immeasurable old master smiled awkwardly as he hurriedly waved his hands. Don't joke around. With the current lineup of the other party, what could he use to fight against them? In the end, he might not even know how he died. Then why did you say so much just now? Lin Fan glanced at him. It was a complete waste of time. The immeasurable old master was speechless. That's right. What was the point of spouting so much nonsense just now? Now, his own face had been slapped resoundingly. Then, he looked at the other great ancestors. The old ancestors lowered their heads awkwardly, not wanting to speak. He was even thinking about how to save his own life later. There were so many Tao realm cultivators here. Even if I can fight, how many can I fight? There were also many auras that were on par with them. If they were to fight, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. The sect disciples looked up. Some of them were terrified. Why are there so many people here? Can senior brother hold on? To the ordinary disciples, they had never seen such a scene before. They could feel that the aura was too strong. It was like a heavy mountain pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Tiansu frowned. The situation was not good. The people that came to the magnificent flame sect were not weak, and there were too many of them. He was not confident that his disciple could win. We're doomed. The frog stared at the sky blankly. He did not know the younger generation, and the other party did not know him either. But with their strength, how could this be a joke? He had to admit that the fugitive was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not fight against so many people. Don't overestimate yourself. It's really dangerous. Is there no one to speak? Old man, you were the fiercest just now. Come out and continue. I want to see how much courage you natives have. Liao Yun moved his wrist and pointed his spear at the immeasurable old ancestor. His arrogant expression was gone, and he looked like he was mocking the immeasurable old ancestor. The immeasurable old ancestor's face turned red. He had been called out by name, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Xianxia was never one to give in. He took a step forward and looked up at the sky. Humph, shameless boasting. Let me try you. You've got guts. Liao Yun laughed. He did not expect someone to stand up for him. All right. Stop messing around. Lin Fan had waited for a long time. Among the old ancestors present, only Xianxia dared to speak. Of course, his main goal was to let the old ancestors know that they should not brag, or else it would be difficult to smooth things over. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was nothing left for them to do. He could only leave the rest to him. Piak, Lin Fan placed his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and pushed him to the side. You move aside too. Don't join in the fun. Peak Leader Lin, what do you mean? Xianxia was stunned. He did not care about other things. Now that Lin Fan was riding on his head, he was not allowed to fight back. Nothing much. I just want you to move aside. This has nothing to do with you. It's my own business. He definitely could not let Xianxia do anything. He was not weak. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill a few of them. But the key was that it was a huge problem for him. Who should the points belong to? Being thrifty and not wasting was his style. He couldn't let Xianxia kill a few of them for nothing. He would not get anything. Instead, he would lose a lot of points. Hence, he had to stop such behavior. Peak Leader Lin is so courageous. You solve your own business. I really admire your behavior. The immeasurable old ancestor sighed. He found a way out of the situation and came down smoothly. Hayes, that's true. There are only a few true heroes in the world. I think Peak Leader Lin is one of them. The Saber Master said. That makes sense. Ancestor Xianxia nodded and agreed. See, what he said made sense. Take care of your own business. Even if they were here, they wouldn't need it. This was a true hero. Ordinary people couldn't fight against him. Who are you? Liao Yun asked. He did not expect someone else to stand up for him. Was he saying that the other party was stupid or that he did not respect them? None of the people who came here were simple. To be able to be a member of the vanguard, they all had many tricks up their sleeves. A mere aborigine dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. He was asking for death. Who are you looking for? That's who I am. Lin Fan smiled. His eyes were shining. He did not expect so many of them to come. If he could kill them all, the points would be incredible. Just thinking about it made him excited. You are the aborigine who dared to humiliate us? Liao Yun was furious. His body was burning with anger and his brows were furrowed. Yes, I am. Lin Fan was very calm and nodded slightly. He really didn't put these guys in his eyes. The surrounding descenders shifted their gazes and locked onto Lin Fan. This was the aborigine who humiliated them. Their goal in coming here was to kill this indigenous being and make him understand what he could say and what he couldn't say. You are asking to die. Liao Yun was furious and was about to attack. His spear technique was really strong. Although he was a Dao realm expert, each strike of his spear had merged with the Dao. His body moved as he charged towards Lin Fan. Arrogant aborigine, you dare to humiliate us. Today, you will die a terrible death. Liao Yun hollered in rage. A streak of light descended from the sky. It was really quick and a huge aura pressed down. Amazing, this is Liao Yun's Sky Blood Rain Spear technique? I heard that Liao Yun went to the outer region of the primordial ancestors' abyss and found an incomplete version of the stormy pair or something. That's the only version he comprehended. Once he uses it, he can lock down heaven and earth, leaving no way out. The descenders discussed with one another. To them, Liao Yun was a person with great luck. He entered the outer area of the primordial ancestor abyss and obtained an incomplete book. Although it was really broken, he comprehended a top spear technique. The reason why he was so outstanding among people of the same generation was because of this spear technique. Now, this aborigine was so afraid that he would die. Moreover, he would die a horrible death. There would be at least 1,000 holes in his spear. A very charming spear technique. Lin Fan stood on the spot and commented. He wasn't the one who said it, but the overall situation of the descenders was much better than that of the extraterrestrial elites. Peak leader Lin, be careful. Xianxia warned. He felt that this spear technique was very dangerous. It sealed the space and even controlled the blood flow. It was like a spear of God. Go and die, stupid aborigine. You will pay a painful price for your actions. Liao Yun's eyes were burning with anger. He let out a roar. Bang, a loud explosion could be heard. A shockwave of energy spread out in all directions. A thick layer of dust covered the crowd. To everyone, they could only stare at the scene. What's going on? No one knew what happened inside. To the descenders, they had already predicted that the aborigine would be brutally killed. To the magnificent flame sect, their hearts were in their throats. They could only hope that nothing would happen to their senior brother. A strong gust of wind blew the dust away. How weak. A voice could be heard. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Liao Yun buried his head in his disciple, kneeling on the ground with his butt raised high. His spear, which had never left his hand, was broken into two. Gulp, sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The descenders who were floating in the air and illuminating the world were clearly somewhat stunned. They had yet to react to what had just happened. Ah! Bastard, you killed Liao Yun. Manshur was furious. His two canine teeth protruded out, and his expression was ferocious. He looked at Lin Fan with a gaze filled with chilling anger. Yes, I killed him. He was weak, but he was so arrogant. Why don't I kill him and let him pass the winter? Lin Fan was very calm. He then smiled. Why, you want to avenge him? Sure, come. My God, Peak Leader Lin's words are too domineering. The immeasurable ancestor was shocked. He did not expect Peak Leader Lin to not give him any face and kill him directly. He did not even see what had happened just now. In the blink of an eye, it caused an uproar. This battle is unavoidable. Everyone, jokes aside, what should we do if a battle really breaks out? Retreat, or help Peak Leader Lin? The nine-colored ancestor asked. He did not believe that these old guys would stay and help. His relationship with Peak Leader Lin was not bad, but it was not that good either. But, when the nest is overturned, no eggs can rest in peace, he knew this better than anyone else. The descenders did not only target Peak Leader Lin. If they did not do anything, it was hard to say whether they would not suffer in the end. I just came to take a look. I'll go back first. The saber ancestor smiled, but it was an awkward smile. He would not stay and see how many people there were. With just the few of them, he was afraid that they would not be able to cause any big waves. The immeasurable ancestor was hesitant. He could not leave, but he could not stay either. This made it very difficult for him. He did not know what to do. Xianxia, what do you think? He asked, wanting to see what Xianxia would choose. If he ran, then they ran. That was understandable, and it would not be shameful. Stay here and resist together with Peak Leader Lin. These descenders came here with no good intentions. Even if we escape today, do you think we can escape in the future? If we fight with our lives, there might be hope. If we are afraid and weak, it will be too late. Xianxia took a deep breath, condensing his aura and circulating it around his body, preparing for battle at any moment. That's true. However, this fight is too baffling. Furthermore, with just the few of us, can we really do it? The immeasurable old ancestor was hesitant. If that was the case, he should have brought enough people and used the human wave tactic. Furthermore, given how big the outer region was, there would definitely be quite a number of experts. If they were to go, it wouldn't just be the few of them. Even if you can't, you have to. If you're afraid of death, then leave. No one will stop you. Xianxia raised his head and replied in a cold voice. When the immeasurable old master heard these words, he was instantly unhappy. His words were too hurtful, weren't they? While they were chatting, the descenders in the void were already furious. Master Barbarian, let's attack together and kill this native. A descender suggested. Apart from activating the divine pillar of space, they had other tasks to accomplish here. This time only 100 or so people had come, not because they were afraid, but because they had their own matters to attend to. Furthermore, he did not place the clamor of an ant in his eyes at all. No need, I'll kill him myself. Xianxia rejected decisively and told everyone not to attack. He wanted to use his own hands to break the other party's neck. Creak, Xianxia clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to crackle. His body was burning with raging flames that had already condensed into a physical form. Behind him, a wild beast was formed. Brother man, don't be careless. This native does have some ability. The other descenders reminded him. They weren't being kind, but they didn't want to lose face. Xianxia's life and death had nothing to do with them. If he really died, he would become a joke. But now, Xianxia represented the face of the descenders. If he were to die in the hands of a native, it would be embarrassing for them. Ability? What ability can a mere native have? Liao Yun isn't skilled enough and is arrogant. If he didn't follow us with his life on the line, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be the vanguard. Xianxia sneered and walked toward Lin Fan. Every time his foot landed, a black crack would split open beneath his feet and spread out in all directions. That was a phenomenon where one's strength was so strong that even the void couldn't withstand it. At the same time, his body was also expanding. His muscles were bulging, and it was a shocking sight. There was even a twisted mist coming out from his body. Is he cultivating a skill that's hard? Lin Fan was curious. It had been a long time since he met someone who cultivated a skill that was hard. He missed it. It was a pity that he didn't go to the origin world. Bang, just then, Xianxia disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Fan. The pressure he gave off was terrifying. Drip, the magnificent flame sect disciple could feel the pressure on him. Sweat rolled down his forehead, as if he had just come out of a pool. The pressure was too great. Answer me. I'm coming. Can you feel the aura of death? Xianxia's eyes were malevolent as he glared at Lin Fan with a death stare. What? A terrifying aura of savagery could be felt from his body. What an enviable bloodline. The descender sighed. That's right. Those with bloodlines are all geniuses. They will achieve great things in the future. Compared to us who don't have bloodlines, they are much more fortunate. Some people were jealous. The descendants of the savagery might not have the bloodline of their ancestors, but they were not to be underestimated. Lin Fan looked at him and fanned the air in front of him. I don't smell the smell of death, but your bad breath is a little too pungent. If I let you stink for another few hundred years, you'll really be invincible with your stench. Pfft. Immediately, a disciple covered his mouth. He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. 2 strands of clear noodles came out of his nostrils. In an instant, he felt an extremely terrifying gaze directed at him. The disciple was shocked. He shrunk his head, not daring to look at Xianxia. It's too scary. But it's too funny. Courting death. Xianxia raged. How dare a native laugh at me? That's courting death. Instantly, his aura exploded. 8 vicious forms. Lion bite. Xianxia made his move. He opened up his hands and formed claws, tearing space apart and going for Lin Fan. At the same time, energy flowed between his fingers, forming the mouth of a savage beast. The surrounding energy was drawn in, and all of it gathered in his 10 fingers. Bang, the heavy sound was shocking. Eh? Xianxia was shocked. His fingers were strangling the native's neck, but that wasn't what he wanted to see. Based on what he knew, the native's neck should have been instantly broken. This scene shocked a lot of people. Especially those who were waiting, they were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Even though Mansher's strength isn't at the top amongst us, he's still one of the best. That attack that contained such a terrifying might actually wasn't able to twist his neck. This is impossible. A descender was horrified as if he'd seen a ghost. Wait, there is definitely a problem. I think that Mansher didn't want to break his neck but wanted to strangle him to death. Interesting, this is the best way to torture someone. The freedom and superiority of the descenders was one of them. Some of them weren't a match for the natives from outside the region, but they didn't care much about them. They had limitless potential, but these natives could only reach the peak of Dao realm. This was the limit of one's horizons. It is a little itchy. Lin Fan was really calm. Although it felt uncomfortable to be strangled, seeing how strong the enemy's attacks were, he had to praise him. Damn. Mansher was furious. He used strength in his fingers and lifted Lin Fan up. His arms swelled and green veins popped out. Endless power surged from his arms to his fingers. No matter what, he had to strangle this native to death. Ha ha ha, native, slowly feel the descent of death. Your eyes will turn black and lose all light. No matter how you struggle, it will be useless. Mansher was furious. The fur on his body spread out and a primitive ferocious nature exploded out. Gotcha, Mansher's body started to swell and his back bulged. Beast patterns appeared and he started to transform. Amazing, Mansher's bloodline purity should be really high. There are actually signs of it returning to the ancestral state. Mansher's bloodline purity is really high. Legend has it that his ancestor obtained a long cylindrical god item from the primordial ancestor abyss. There was god liquid within and after injecting it into his body, he obtained terrifying power. During that era, he dominated the world. Looking at his current situation, he probably inherited that bloodline, but it isn't pure enough. If he can reach the ancestral state, then that would be really terrifying. Many of the descenders were descendants of the upper echelons of the races or powers, so they knew many secrets. That god liquid was most probably the beast spirit. If he succeeded in merging with it, he would obtain shocking power. Moreover, that beast spirit must be really strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. Ha ha ha, do you feel the aura of death? Stupid native. Mansher's eyes turned completely golden and terrifying sharp teeth grew out of his mouth. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. It was too smelly. It was so smelly that one couldn't take it anymore. It was much smellier than before. Nope, this is too boring. I should just finish you guys off. He went all out. Pung, Lin Fan's body swelled up and instantly grew to 10 meters tall. Those terrifying muscles were too shocking. Yes. Mansher's hands couldn't hold on to Lin Fan's neck anymore. At the same time, his feet left the ground and his eyes shone with shock. Pata, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Mansher's neck. He squeezed with his fingers. Gotcha, there was the sound of bones breaking. Ah! Mansher cried out. He loosened his grip and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The expression on his face changed into one of fear and terror. You're really weak. Tell me, do you smell death? Tell me, did the light in front of me disappear? Did you fall into darkness? Lin Fan twisted his neck and smiled. The strength between his fingers increased. Mansher whimpered. He wanted to say something but couldn't. You can't feel it? Maybe death isn't close enough. Lin Fan was confused and used more strength. Gotcha, Mansher's neck tilted and his tongue stuck out. His limbs hung down and he didn't move at all. Do you feel it now? Lin Fan smiled and raised his head. However, his smile instantly disappeared and he was a little confused. Oi. Oi. Say something. He wouldn't have died, right? This is too boring. As expected, the points notification popped up. Lin Fan shook his head and tossed the corpse aside. He then looked at the people in the air. Okay, it is time for you to die. Kung, a stick was pulled out. What? Why is the space god pillar here? It was shocking that Mansher was killed by a native, but he could still maintain his composure. However, the appearance of the space pillar made them speechless. The space pillar was a necessary item to open the space tunnel, but why was it in the hands of a native, who was in charge of it? How could such a big thing happen? Amazing. Peak Leader Lin's move is so dazzling. It's too terrifying. The nine-colored old ancestor sighed in admiration. He originally thought that there would be an astonishing great battle, but who would have thought that the result would be so fast, to the extent where everyone was stupefied, unable to react in time. Very powerful indeed. Xianxia nodded. That moment just now was too shocking. The power that Peak Leader Lin had displayed was not to be underestimated. Mansur's strength was extremely formidable, and even he didn't dare say that he would be able to instantly kill and suppress Mansur. But Peak Leader Lin had arrived. There was no gorgeous radiance, only the most terrifying power. In the sky, Lin Fan's body was 10 meters tall, just like a small mountain. His body was covered with complicated patterns that flickered with a faint glow. Domineering and terrifying power soared into the sky, covering the sky. He swung the stone pillar in his hand, causing the wind to howl and shatter the space. Alright, time is a bit tight, so I won't give you a chance to show off. Don't worry if you lose an arm or a leg, I will kill you and bury you. I guarantee that you will leave with dignity. Lin Fan looked at these guys passionately. They were all glowing and moving points. He couldn't take it anymore. The points were waving at him. Come on. Come on. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? A descender unconsciously took a step back. The native in front of them was too strange, and there was an indescribable feeling. Bad? How bad can it be? There are so many of us, so why should we be afraid of him? Most of the descenders didn't put the native in their eyes. Even if they killed Liao Yun and Mansur, they weren't afraid. They could only say that the two of them were too weak and had lost all their face. If they had helped, this definitely wouldn't have happened. Peng, while the descenders were thinking about these things, Lin Fan had already raised his club and was ready to start smashing these fellows into meat patties. Of course, this was humanitarianism. He would leave their corpses intact. Even if he couldn't, he would piece them back together. Come, let's start the battle. Bring out everything you've got. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Lin Fan waved the stone pillar in his hand, causing cracks to appear in the space around him. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the scalps of many descenders to go numb. However, when they saw so many people around, their restless hearts gradually calmed down. The more people they had, the more resources they had. This was also the reason why they were not afraid. Arrogant! Arrogant! The descenders shouted angrily. Their voices were like thunder, and their auras were extraordinary. If it was someone else, they would have long since pissed their pants in terror from such an imposing aura. They would have prostrated themselves on the ground and would absolutely not dare to clamor at the descenders. Just what are you guys thinking? Xianxia turned around and asked. These fellows were all leaders of major powers. It was truly impossible for them to risk their lives. Everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything. Why don't we wait for a while? If Peak Master Lin really can't hold on any longer, it won't be too late for us to go up then. The immeasurable old master pondered for a while before saying. He kept asking himself in his heart. What was going on? How could something like this happen? Even though they were here to help, they weren't here to throw their lives away. Look at the current situation. With so many people here, how many lives would they have left to be beaten up? Forget it. With just you guys, even an old sow can climb trees. Xianxia was filled with disdain. He then charged at Lin Fan. Peak Master Lin, let me help you. Io, listen to what he's saying. What is he saying to us? The immeasurable old master was enraged. To think that an old master like him would be said to be worse than an old sow, this was a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. If this was in the past, he would have to use his life to defend his dignity. But now, forget it. It wasn't the right time. It wasn't good to be too rash. Lin Fan arrived in front of a descender. His speed was too fast. It was so fast that even the descender couldn't react in time. In his eyes, Tao state beings were no different from ants. They were existences that could be squashed to death with a wave of his hand. Ah. That descender was very young and was dressed in luxurious clothes. When Lin Fan suddenly appeared, he was stunned. He had a flustered expression on his face and a look of fear could be seen in his eyes. He truly didn't expect that this indigenous being would be so fast. And when he appeared in front of him, he couldn't even react in time. Hee hee. Lin Fan grinned. He raised the stone pillar and smashed it at the other party. His aura rumbled as the void was suppressed. That young descender wanted to run. But to his horror, he realized that the void around him had been sealed. He couldn't even move a single finger. No. The descender exclaimed. His eyeballs were about to pop out. He didn't expect that the third person to die would be him. Peak Master Lin, let me help you. In an instant, Xianxia attacked. He wanted to kill the descender instantly. Oh my god. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. The stone pillar that he was smashing came to a stop. He then turned around and grabbed Xianxia. What are you trying to do? This guy was here to steal his points. Peak Master Lin, let me help you. You're alone. You can't force yourself. Xianxia was a little confused. Why didn't he care about his help at all? Don't. Please go back immediately and stand with them. You can talk, you can complain, but don't come here. I'll take care of everything here. There's nothing for you to do. He had to chase Xianxia away. This guy was obviously here to steal his points. Lin Fan had to reject him sternly. In the outer world, he had a decent relationship with most of the powers, but he couldn't do it. Now that he finally met someone he could kill, he had to face a situation where his points were stolen. Was there still justice in the world? Peak Master Lin, you can't do this. The strength of these descenders is obvious. They're extremely strong. This is a huge disaster for the outer world. As people of the outer world, if we don't unite, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xianxia retorted solemnly. He couldn't let this happen. He would definitely use all his strength to fight against this. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. This guy really wanted to take his points. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to solve this without violence. Are you leaving or not? He asked, as if he was giving a final order. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan and shook his head. I can't leave. Are you doing this on purpose? No, I can't leave no matter what. Xianxia, am not afraid of death like them. Xianxia said. Oh my god, Xianxia, you demon. Do you know how to speak? Did we offend you? If you can do it, then do it. Why are you calling us cowards? The old ancestors couldn't sit still and retorted. They couldn't stand it anymore. Since they came here, they thought too much and couldn't distinguish the situation. That was why they were called cowards. Humph, don't you know whether you're afraid of death or not? Xianxia said in disdain. He then looked at Lin Fan. Peak Master Lin, do you think they're afraid of death? Lin Fan blinked. What was going on? What was this guy trying to do? Everything was fine. Why did something like this happen? Xianxia, if you don't explain yourself, we won't let you off. The immeasurable old ancestor was the first to lose his cool. He soared into the air and came before Xianxia. His face was flushed red with anger. That's right. We are old ancestors of powerful forces. How can we allow you to humiliate us? Old ancestor Xingchen couldn't take it anymore. Although Xianxia was strong, they weren't afraid. Peak Master Lin, tell us. Isn't Xianxia too much? Are we cowards? The weapon ancestor couldn't take it anymore. He had to defend his dignity. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing. He didn't even have time to kill the descender. He was really unhappy with these people. They were wasting his time. Can you guys just stay in the sect obediently and not come out to cause trouble? Lin Fan asked patiently. There were still important things to do. How could they be delayed? The descender who was dressed in luxurious clothes had just escaped death. His heart was beating really fast. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He dared to swear that if it wasn't for this person, he might really be dead. It was too terrifying. He couldn't fight back at all. He turned his head and looked at the crowd. His lips moved. Save me. At the same time, he didn't plan to fight him head-on. Instead, he instantly escaped into the crowd. But the moment he moved, a voice suddenly rang out. The aura of death covered the sky. He turned his head and saw the stone pillar crushing down from the sky. No, bang, the stone pillar roared and covered the descender. His blood dyed the sky. You want to run? Why don't you ask if I agree? Lin Fan didn't even look. He realized that the descender was trying to escape. Naturally, he couldn't take it anymore. He struck and killed the descender with his rod. Only when he got the points would he be satisfied. Ah? The old ancestors who were arguing just now shut their mouths and looked at Lin Fan with a dumbfounded expression. Can you guys just stay down there obediently? No matter what happens, don't come over. If anything happens, it won't be my fault. Lin Fan reminded. He was ready to kill. Peak Master Lin, this matter, bang, just as Qi Jiusha was about to speak, he stopped. His pupils constricted and he raised his head with much difficulty. His abdomen suffered a heavy blow and he felt that his consciousness was about to dissipate. Peak Master Lin, what's going on? The immeasurable old ancestor and the rest were confused. Why did he attack one of his own? Although Qi Jiusha's words were too harsh and he was asking for a beating, they shouldn't really beat him up. He's too annoying. He talks too much. I can't take it anymore. Hurry and bring him down. This matter has nothing to do with you guys. Just watch and don't do anything. Lin Fan threw Qi Jiusha, who had already lost his ability to move, to the immeasurable old ancestor. The immeasurable old ancestor took a look at Qi Jiusha, then looked at Lin Fan and nodded. Alright, no problem. The old ancestors returned to the sect. I told you not to be arrogant. Now that you've been beaten up, it's too late for regrets. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at Qi Jiusha regretfully and even gloatingly. Lin Fan flew into the sky and looked around with the space pillar on his shoulder. He opened his mouth and let out a bright smile. Let's not waste any more time. Boom, the heavens and earth shook. A shocking aura tore through the sky. Under the effect of the colored eyes, the descenders went crazy. Oh my god, what's going on? The immeasurable old ancestor and the rest had just landed when they heard the commotion behind them. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. If they were facing these people previously, they would only feel slightly pressured. But now, the opponent had unleashed such a shocking power. It was like a tsunami crashing down on them. They were going to drown everyone. The sky turned murky. All sorts of energy shook the heavens and earth, and strange phenomena could be seen. In fact, there were even quite a few shocking treasures that emitted brilliant light that illuminated the world. Kill. Under the influence of the colored eyes, the descenders stopped talking and stared at Lin Fan angrily. They used their strongest abilities and gave up on defense. They were going to crush everything with their strongest attack. Interesting. Lin Fan laughed. He grabbed the stone pillar with one hand, and his arm muscles started to expand. I can't send him flying. I can't make him explode. I have to leave his corpse intact. He mumbled. Even if I attack, I have to follow my principles. The magnificent flame sect disciples were dumbfounded by what they saw. The sky was filled with terrifying elites. All of them were rushing towards their senior brother. They were conflicted. Fighting one was fighting another. But with so many of them, they were worried that something might happen. Senior brother, do your best. Some disciples were too nervous. Their faces were red, and they grabbed onto their junior brother's flesh tightly. Senior brother, you're grabbing onto me. Don't use so much force. The disciples at the side were in a miserable state. They were grimacing in pain. Peak leader Lin is going too far. The situation isn't good. The nine-colored old ancestor said worriedly. The situation could scare a person to death. Okay, if I'm surrounded by so many people, my dick will explode. Suddenly. Colored eyes, close. The descenders were getting closer. He wouldn't let them use their full strength, so he closed it immediately. It was safe. The ferocious descenders who swore to kill Lin Fan suddenly regained their senses and were dumbfounded. What happened? What the hell is going on? Just when they were confused, the sky above their heads was torn apart, and a destructive force could be felt. Lin Fan picked up the stone pillar. He didn't want to say anything more and smashed it with one hand. Bang! No, the descenders who were enveloped by the stone pillars were terrified. They resisted with all their might and bombarded the stone pillars with all their might, but it was no different from throwing eggs at a rock. Poochie, the descenders who were struck vomited blood in disbelief. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Xiao, xiao, several figures fell from the sky like cannonballs, bombarding the ground. The impact was so strong that the ground cracked and a huge crater was formed. His points increased. If the staff struck, he would definitely die. Every strike was filled with the strongest power. This feels really good. Lin Fan exclaimed. The feeling was indescribable. At the same time, his impression of the stone pillar increased exponentially. Favorable impression +1, JPG, how could this be? The descenders were all stunned and somewhat dumbfounded. Just now, when the other party swung the stone pillar down, that terrifying astral wind blew on his face, making him feel as though his skin was being torn apart. This sort of power was simply not something that they could contend against. In other words, the other party's strength was much stronger than theirs. Die. Suddenly, a descender gritted his teeth and shouted explosively as he launched an attack. Boundless rays of light illuminated the world. Good, your reaction is really fast. Lin Fan smiled and swung the stone pillar, causing the space around him to tremble. Then, he didn't care about the consequences and directly attacked. Wherever the staff passed, black figures would fall to the ground. Like dumplings, they fell to the ground with a clatter. Impossible, how can he be so strong? The descenders were dumbfounded. One of the descenders had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was also a cultivator of a hard body technique. His aura was thick and powerful, as though he could tear the world apart. But at this moment, his expression was filled with fear. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. His entire body was trembling. The image reflected in his eyes was the scene of Lin Fan killing them with the stone pillar. My God, the sky is going to change. Nine-colored old ancestor's mouth was wide open. Even goddess Luo Yun was the same. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she might not have believed it either. Such a powerful descender was killed by peak leader Lin like an ant. Aborigine, you're courting death. Suddenly, one of the descenders was covered in raging flames. The space around him rippled and spread in all directions. Ah! The descender roared. The space cracked like a mirror, and a dark current appeared. He grabbed with one hand, as though he was pulling the world into his palm. A long saber appeared in his hand, emitting a destructive aura. Brotherly, kill him. Seeing this, the other descenders were overjoyed. They knew who this person was. To be able to cultivate his saber technique to such a level, who else could it be other than him? Amazing. I never thought that I, the saber master, would be surprised by the saber aura of a junior. The saber master was shocked. His understanding of the saber had reached a higher level. But at this moment, the saber intent displayed by the descender surprised him. Or rather, it opened up another path. Slash. The descender raised his long saber high. All the energy in the surroundings gathered on the saber. He then roared and slashed down. He believed that this slash was enough to kill this aborigine. This was the strongest power he had gathered. In fact, it could even surpass his previous self. In a desperate situation, he could erupt with power that he couldn't achieve in the past. This is an extreme slash. Brotherly has opened up his own path. The descenders didn't forget to sigh even in such a dangerous situation. One had to say that it wasn't without reason that Brotherly was so strong. Indeed. If Brotherly's slash can't do anything to him, then we can only flee. We were too careless. The descenders weren't fools. Whether or not they could win, how could they not know? They originally thought that they could kill the aborigine with numbers. But now, they realized that they were wrong, and they were very wrong. Having more people was useless. Instead, it would only give the Aborigine more targets to kill. Pung, everyone's eyes stared at that extremely beautiful slash, wanting to see its trajectory. But a terrifying scene happened. Your slash is not bad. Lin Fan smiled and grabbed the blade with one hand. What? The descenders were dumbfounded and almost suffocated. Impossible, how was this possible? They had thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect the Aborigine to receive it so easily. You. The descender was shocked. Because he had used too much, his face was covered in blood like many worms were crawling on it. Although it is still okay, it is still a little weak. Lin Fan smiled. He raised his hand and swung the stone pillar into the distance. Pung, with a blow to the head, he smashed his opponent's head until it exploded. This power is so terrifying. The descender tried to block, but in the blink of an eye, the power swept through his body and he couldn't resist at all. All the bones in his body felt like they had exploded. With a bang, his organs broke into pieces. In the end, his body turned into a streak of light and shot downwards. With a loud thud, he smashed into the ground. What a terrifying native. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Protect yourselves. The other descenders understood their own strength very well. They knew whether or not they could defeat the Aborigine. With the current situation, they really didn't know how to fight head-on. Even if they stayed here, they would only be humiliating themselves. Senior brother, you're invincible. Lu Qiming shouted excitedly. As the #1 butler of Lin Fan, he had to lead the cheers at such an exciting moment. Not only did this make the disciples feel proud of the sect, but it also made them want to worship Lin Fan after witnessing Lin Fan's invincible might. Indeed, under Lu Qiming's lead, the disciples started to cheer crazily. Some of them clenched their fists and stared at the sky with flushed faces. The pride of being a magnificent flame sect disciple rose up in their hearts. I'm so king proud. Although they weren't the ones fighting the descenders in the void, that was their senior brother. Even if they were salted fish, they were the proudest salted fish. The female disciples screamed, their voices piercing through the air. Senior brother, I love you. At this moment, the magnificent flame sect went crazy. As more and more people fell from the sky, the disciples became more and more excited. In the sect palace, the patriarch was as calm as water. He ate fruits and sunflower seeds as he watched the scene from afar. Look, that's a disciple of our sect. He's powerful, right? Heh, needless to say. He's a good lad who respects his master and me. He's a blessing to the magnificent flame sect, understand? The patriarch was alone. No one knew who he was talking to, but he kept mumbling to himself. Lu Qiming regained his composure and looked at the disciples around him. What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and take action. Don't you understand what senior brother means? The corpses are in the pit. Collect their storage rings and clothes and pass them to senior brother when he comes back. Yes, senior brother Lu. The disciples were so excited that their blood was boiling. It's so exciting. It feels so good. The kind of person who killed descenders until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats was their senior brother. Under Lu Qiming's lead, the disciples started harvesting. Not a single corpse was turned over. Storage rings and clothes were all taken off. Of course, they followed senior brother Lin's teachings and gave the dead their last bit of dignity. Therefore, they did not pull the white cloth on their crotch. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at the situation around him silently. Those who were watching went to join in the harvest. These descenders weren't weak. They must have some big secret or something that they didn't know about. Seeing the immeasurable old ancestor's actions, the rest of the patriarchs had their own thoughts and joined in. Even though this man is dead, his aura is on the same level as mine. This? The immeasurable old man was astonished. But even so, he was still smashed to death by peak leader Lin's rod. One couldn't help but admit that this was extremely cruel. Don't move. What are you doing? Who allowed you to take it? Just when the immeasurable old ancestor was about to hide the other party's storage ring, a loud voice could be heard. It was a magnificent flame sect disciple. Seeing that the person was acting suspiciously, he followed him immediately. He didn't expect to see such a scene. "Senior brother Lu, come over quickly. Someone's stealing," the disciple shouted. Hearing this, Lu Qiming, who was commanding the scene, couldn't help but turn serious. Someone was actually trying to fish in troubled waters. Without looking, it was obvious that it wasn't a Magnificent Flame sect disciple. It must be the patriarchs. The Magnificent Flame sect had long been suspicious of their character. "Put it down, put it down." Seeing the immeasurable old ancestor trying to hide it secretly, Lu Qiming could not tolerate it. He did not care about the other party's background or cultivation. This was the Magnificent Flame sect. As long as he was in the sect, he could not let anyone covet his senior brother's things. Senior brother had risked his life to get these. Look at senior brother, still fighting with the descenders in the air. But who would have thought that someone would be so shameless to steal his senior brother's spoils of victory? This was definitely unacceptable. The immeasurable old ancestor was originally sneaky. Now that he was caught, his old heart skipped a beat. A little nervous. A little agitated. "What are you guys doing?" "I'm checking to see if the other party is dead, just in case someone feigns death and brings danger," the immeasurable old ancestor said calmly. If others knew that he was the immeasurable old ancestor, they would definitely not dare to offend him. But to Lu Qiming, he was not afraid at all. "Put down the things in your hands. These are things that my senior brother should have obtained from killing the enemy." Lu Qiming did not retreat. At this time, he had to be tough, or else these guys would benefit from it. I didn't take it. These are my things. Why don't you believe me? I'm the immeasurable Dao sect's old ancestor. Why would I lie to a kid like you?" The immeasurable old ancestor was a little angry. With his status, there was actually a kid who doubted him. To him, this was a kind of false accusation, and a very serious one at that. "Senior brother, what should we do?" "He's not going to admit it. I saw him take it from the corpse with my own eyes." The sect disciple swore. "Kid, what you said is interesting. You said you saw it with your own eyes, but which eye did you see it with?" The immeasurable old ancestor would definitely not admit it. Or is it that I, the ancestor of a sect, would lie to you? To such a situation, he had to deny it strictly. "What the hell are you talking about? How can I hand over the wealth that I've obtained with so much difficulty just because two kids saw it? If that was the case, would he still want his face?" "I saw it with both eyes." The disciple was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. This old man is so shameless. He clearly saw it, but he's still trying to deny it. Thinking about how senior brother fought so hard, and yet they couldn't see the things, they felt that they had let him down. "Ha ha ha, what are you running for? Come back here." The void had long been a one-sided massacre. Although the descenders were careful in coming to the outer realms, they didn't take it to heart. With their strength, being the vanguard was more than enough. "Don't. This is a demon. We've been tricked." Someone cried out miserably. They were too careless and paid a painful price. Blood flowed like a river. When the cudgel descended, there was no way to block it at all. The other party's strength had long reached an astonishing level. The disciple was filled with grief and indignation. Listening to the voices at the scene, it was clear how difficult it was for senior brother. Even if he was beaten up by the crowd, he would never complain or even call for help. As senior brother's junior brothers, if they couldn't even handle this, how could they have the face to call themselves senior brother's junior brothers? The immeasurable old ancestor shook his head and said, "Young man, the eyes are the most illusory thing in the world. You can't trust them. You can't trust them." Upon hearing this, the disciple's face flushed with anger. How can you be so shameless? He had never thought that the self-proclaimed old ancestor of a major sect would be so shameless. If it wasn't for the fact that he was weaker than the other party, he would have fought with his life on the line. "All right, stop arguing. It's fine as long as you remember. When I'm done with my work, I'll let you know." Lu Qiming stopped his angry junior brother, calming him down. When the immeasurable old ancestor heard this, he had a bad feeling. He hurriedly said, "The two of you can't just casually frame others. This old man is only here to take a look at the situation. If he really told that kid, things wouldn't be so easy to solve. Let's not talk about this matter. Senior brother has his own plans. If the patriarch really didn't take it, then senior brother will definitely not pursue the matter. Everything will be decided by senior brother. Lu Qiming said. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. My senior brother is a generous person. He treats honest people with a friendly attitude. There was once someone who stole my senior brother's wealth. In the end, my senior brother taught him a lesson and compensated him with the wealth of the entire sect. It's also teaching him to be honest. The disciple at the side was a little confused. When did senior brother do such a thing? I don't think I've done it before. But since it was senior brother Lu who said it, then let's just take it as it is. As expected, as soon as Lin Fan said this, the immeasurable old ancestor's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Although he hadn't known Lin Fan for long, how could he not know what kind of person Lin Fan was? As for what he said, honesty. To hell with it, he's just lying with his eyes wide open. It's going to kill someone. This is the Magnificent Flame sect, and both of us are Lin Fan's junior brothers. If I really tell peak leader Lin about this, I won't be able to escape. It's not hard to imagine what the consequences would be. Eh? Suddenly, the immeasurable old ancestor's face changed. He was a little surprised, and it looked like he was putting on an act. Why is there a storage ring on the ground? That's too shocking. Lu Qiming looked at the immeasurable old ancestor and mumbled in his heart. He then nodded to the junior brother beside him. The disciple hurried forward and took the storage ring in his hand. Senior brother, this is it. I saw it just now. After saying this, he looked at the immeasurable old ancestor. You didn't want to admit it just now, but now you're pretending to have discovered it. How shameless. Lu Qiming took the storage ring and nodded his head in satisfaction, keeping it for his senior brother. Senior brother, there are people picking up corpses over there too. The disciple looked into the distance and saw a group of old men picking up things sneakily. Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as we see it. When senior brother is done, we'll tell senior brother and let him deal with them. Lu Qiming knew that these guys were old ancestors of the major sections. With our capabilities, we might not be able to make them hand over the items. Therefore, we'll wait for senior brother to deal with them. The immeasurable old ancestor, who was at the side, was terrified. He then looked at the guys who were happily picking up the corpses. He did not know what to say. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she cried. This desperado is too strong. The frog was already prepared to run away. But the situation at the scene was confusing. It was obvious that the desperado was being ganged up on by a group of people. But if one took a closer look, it was clearly one person beating up a group of people. And the group of people did not even have the chance to fight back. They were basically done with a single hit. Impossible, how can they be so weak? Or is it because I've been away for too long, and the newcomers this time are much weaker than before? He had to admit that he was starting to doubt himself. The hundreds of descenders had suffered heavy casualties. Or rather, those who weren't injured had died directly. Lin Fan was too lazy to let them live. He had no intention of letting them join the Magnificent Flame Sect's labor team. His family was his priority when it came to work. These people of unknown origin still had to queue up. Impossible, impossible. The descenders were scared out of their wits. A man's face was pale, and fear could be seen in his eyes. He had witnessed a large group of people being killed, but the native wasn't injured at all. To him, the spatial pillar in his hand was a divine weapon for harvesting. With a single hit, there would be casualties. Friend, nothing is impossible. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. Let's have fun together. Lin Fan disappeared with a bang. This moment was the most terrifying thing for the descenders. No, I have to live, I have to live. The man yelled in shock. A pair of transparent wings grew out from his back and flapped slightly. The space shook as he channeled his Tao state laws. This is a treasure that can be used to escape. Poochie, the wing sliced through the air and brought the man away. Come back. Lin Fan opened his eyes. This treasure is interesting. It's extremely fast. Even he felt that he might not be able to outrun it if he tried to run. The man came to a stop. His heart was pounding, and his breathing became hurried. An unprecedented anger surged up from the depths of his heart. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. He turned around without hesitation, flapped his wings, and opened his arms. Terrifying energy gathered as he performed a shocking skill set. 10,000 restriction. Halfway through his sentence. Bang, the stone pillar swept through the space, causing explosions. There were even spatial fragments floating in the air, settling in the space current. Everything is so weak, but the points are not bad. The descenders were about to be eliminated. He was looking forward to more descenders arriving to provide him with points. Immeasurable, what are you doing? It's such a good opportunity, and you're not doing anything? Ancestor Xianxia picked up a lot of storage rings. Although some of the items weren't good for them. But they had to admit that there were many things that they had never seen before. It's okay, as long as you guys are happy. I don't care about these. Ancestor Immeasurable laughed. Go ahead and pick them up. In the end, you'll lose yourself too. He had to give up. This was the first time he felt fear and panic. And it was from the magnificent flame sect's peak leader Lin. All along, he believed that a powerful sect could do whatever they wanted. But now, it seemed that only a powerful person could do whatever they wanted. He looked into the distance. A meteor fell. No, I saw wrongly. It's a corpse falling to the ground, forming a huge pit. Just then. In the air, Lin Fan waved his rod. There was no one left. They're all dead? Lin Fan didn't feel good fighting. It wasn't an evenly matched battle, so he didn't feel good at all. All he felt was a crushing defeat. Too weak. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift his spirits. He took a deep breath, preparing to check his points. He didn't want to faint from being too excited. Magnificent Flame Sect, Ting Hu, would like to see how much guts you have to say such words. Come out and die. Suddenly, the air shook. A pair of giant hands tore through space, stepping out from the crack. Terrifying air currents gushed out from the crack, spreading to both sides. The aura was terrifying. There are only two of you. Lin Fan was unhappy. He swung his right hand, and the stone pillar flew towards them. Bang, a dull sound could be heard. It's finally over. Junior brother Lu knows me well. He has already arranged for junior brothers to clean up the battlefield. Not bad. I wonder if there will be something amazing. To Lin Fan, these descenders weren't strong at all. At the Sing Dao realm, he could crush them perfectly. Or rather, he was just bullying a kid. The Vanguard members are already at Dao realm, so won't the experts that come be even stronger? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Anyway, no matter how strong they were, if he really faced an irreversible situation, he could only rely on his bad luck to kill them all. He had already thought of a plan from the start, so there was no need to worry at all. It ended just like that? The frog was tongue-tied and beads of sweat rolled down its green face. That was impossible, right? Hundreds of Dao realm experts died just like that. Although there was a huge commotion, the raindrops were too small. Looking at that guy's relaxed and nonchalant expression, one knew that there was no problem. It was because the fugitive was too strong. Or was it because those descenders were too weak? The frog was in deep thought. The situation was really unexpected. He thought that it would be a tough battle, but this was for the descenders. All of them were killed and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Senior brother, are you okay? Lu Qiming ran over hurriedly. I'm fine, I'm just warming up. I'm fine. Lin Fan said calmly. If he had to face problems just to deal with these people, then he would really be in despair. Senior brother, those people secretly took the storage ring. Lu Qiming said softly. Lin Fan smiled. There were actually people who took things from him. That was just too amazing. Although these descenders weren't much, he was the one who killed them. How could he let them take it away? They were taking advantage of him, and that was something that couldn't be allowed to happen. Lu Qiming didn't say much. He believed that his senior brother would have a way. He just needed to watch the show. Peak Leader Lin, my eyes have been opened. I didn't expect that you would be able to kill all of them. This is really shocking. The immeasurable old ancestor exclaimed. He had to admit that he was impressed by the strength of those descenders. They were really strong, and even they wouldn't be able to win one-on-one. But they witnessed a massacre. Peak Leader Lin used his absolute strength to kill all of them. Everyone knew that Peak Leader Lin's strength had most likely reached a terrifying level. Even they were no match against him. Qi Jiuxia came back to his senses and looked at Lin Fan in shock. Peak Leader Lin's strength has already reached such an unfathomable level? The scene was full of potholes, and the descenders no longer looked like humans. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was rather embarrassing. He even wanted to fight alongside Peak Leader Lin. He was afraid that at that time, he would be a burden. Junior brother Lu, you led the other junior brothers to clean up the scene. Are you done? Lin Fan asked calmly. Senior brother, it's being organized. It'll be done soon. I'll go and urge them now. Lu Qiming ran into the distance. He wanted his junior brothers to hurry up. Senior brother began to move. None of these old fellows will be able to escape. How can they take away the things that senior brother has painstakingly obtained? Peak Leader Lin, it's getting late. I have a feeling that something is about to happen. I'll head back to the Xingchen Pagoda to take a look. I'll come back again if I have the chance. Ancestor Xingchen wanted to slip away. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to. Indeed, after the first one, the rest of the ancestors started to slip away. Oh no, I'm forging a divine weapon. I came in such a hurry that I forgot the time. I'll go back first and invite Peak Leader Lin to take a look when the divine weapon is done. Weapon Ancestor exclaimed anxiously. He just wanted to slip away as soon as possible. The immeasurable old ancestor sneered. A bunch of fools. Do they really think that Peak Leader Lin doesn't know about the situation? He probably already knows. Now it's time to settle the score. Luckily, he was smart, or rather, had a high moral character. He did not do such a sneaky thing. He could straighten his back, pat his chest, and say to everyone, I didn't take it. This is my moral character. What's the rush? Everyone came to support the descenders. I have to thank all of you. Don't leave. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. Whoever leaves is not giving me face. Not giving me face is not giving the magnificent flame sect face, and not giving the magnificent flame sect face is looking down on me. Therefore, I have to protect my own face. Lin Fan went one round and returned to the original topic. Whoever left would be unlucky. The old ancestors looked at each other in dismay. They felt like their eggs were going to shatter. This was different from what they had imagined. Did he find out? Old ancestor, what's going on? Goddess Luo Yun asked carefully. The atmosphere was tense. Something must have happened. These guys even took Peak Leader Lin's things. They deserve it. Watch. The 9 colors old ancestor had the same thought. But just as he was about to take action, he realized that something was wrong. This is a trap. Someone will die. With Peak Leader Lin's intelligence, how could he let others take advantage of him? If it was so easy to take advantage of him, would the 9 colors old ancestor be blackmailed? Very soon, Lu Qiming rushed over. Senior brother, it's done. There are 103 corpses, but only 73 storage rings have been collected. There are still 30 that are missing. Lu Qiming reported. Eh? Why are there 30 storage rings missing? I was merciful and left their corpses intact. Lin Fan frowned. He did not say who took them. Senior brother. Just as Lu Qiming was about to speak, the immeasurable old ancestor interrupted. Peak Leader Lin, do you think that the storage rings were not hard enough and exploded? As far as I know, it's common for storage rings to explode under the pressure of energy. The immeasurable old ancestor said without any hesitation. He was trying to push the blame to the side. I hope that Peak Leader Lin's intelligence is in the negatives. If that's the case, I can avoid it perfectly. Not hard enough? That's impossible. My control over my power has long reached the point of perfection. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. The ancestors looked at each other. Things are not looking good. Senior brother, according to what I said, someone took the storage rings. Lu Qiming said. Eh? Who dares to take the storage ring? You must be courting death. If I find out who you are, you can forget about leaving. You can stay in the magnificent flame sect forever. Lin Fan's voice turned cold. At the same time, a cold killing intent lingered in the surroundings. The ancestors felt a chill down their spines. It's killing intent. The immeasurable old ancestor raised his head and stared at Lin Fan in shock. It can't be. Is he going to kill someone? He didn't think that peak leader Lin didn't have the capability. In fact, it was very simple. Just like those descenders, they didn't even have the chance to retaliate before dying miserably here. Peak leader Lin, such actions are terrible. But if we find out, will we really kill them? The nine-colored old ancestor asked. Kill? That's for sure. Stealing is a huge taboo in our sect. If any of our disciples were to commit such a crime, they would all have their fingers chopped off one by one. If they aren't from our sect, then they would be chopped off and fed to the dogs. Duang, a crisp sound could be heard. A storage ring fell onto the ground, spinning. Aya, peak leader Lin, I found a storage ring here. Take a look. Is it? Star Ancestor swallowed his saliva and held up the storage ring. Are you kidding me? Will I die? Lu Qiming walked up and picked it up. He turned around and said, Senior brother, yes, but we're still short of 29. This is going to be difficult. Lin Fan touched his forehead and turned around to give the ancestors some face. Duang duang, the clear tinkling sounds kept ringing out. The storage rings were spinning on the ground. It was very eye-catching. Aya, what the hell? Where did these rings come from? Peak leader Lin, take a look. I was wondering where the ring went. So it turns out that peak leader Lin's strength is too terrifying and precise. He broke through the void and let the ring fly into the void. Only now did he come out of the void. Amazing, truly amazing. Yes, that makes sense. Everyone here is a noble person. How could they do such a thing? The ancestors who took the storage rings didn't care if it was a reason that only idiots would believe. But at least they had an explanation now. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at the other ancestors and was convinced. To be able to find such a reason, they were really talented. Now you know how scary this is. Nine-colored old ancestor whispered to Goddess Luo Yun. Goddess Luo Yun nodded. She understood completely. Senior brother, it's perfect. Lu Qiming counted and confirmed the number. Lin Fan nodded and kept the storage rings. He then looked at the crowd. Ancestors, do you want to stay here for a while longer? Or return to the sect? The ancestors who were shocked just now didn't want to stay here. They definitely wanted to return home. They quickly said goodbye to Lin Fan and ran away. Junior brother, don't let anyone disturb me. Lin Fan headed towards the secret room. There was something he wanted in the storage ring. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming nodded. He definitely wouldn't let anyone disturb senior brother Lin. The sect disciples cheered. The battle just now was earth-shattering. Under the leadership of senior brother Lin, these descenders crumbled and were no longer a threat. Old ancestor, should we go back too? Luo Yun asked. Go back. Nine-colored old ancestor's expression was solemn. He knew that the descenders were really strong. He had to head back to the pill world in case anything happened. Junior brothers, go and bury the corpses. Senior brother Lin said that killing and burying are our sect's orders. Lu Qiming said. Yes. Senior brother. The disciples started to get busy. This time it was easy. Senior brother showed mercy and didn't split them into pieces. If not, things would be really tough. Within the secret room, Lin Fan checked the points. This round of harvesting was really satisfying. Even though only 103 people had come, the points were pretty decent. Points, 920100015 inch. My god, it's only a little more than 20 million points? I thought that it would be much more. He was a little disappointed. When he calculated before, he obviously had to add one more digit. Was his math really that bad? Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. 103 storage rings. To others, this was a shocking amount of wealth. But to Lin Fan, what he needed the most wasn't the wealth, but the skill sets. I wonder if there are any suitable skill sets. There should be some hard body skills. He wasn't sure, but he could only give it a try. He opened up all the storage rings and started to look for suitable skill sets. To anyone else, the storage rings of 103 Dao Realm cultivators were a huge amount of wealth. But to Lin Fan, he was just too poor. What he needed wasn't wealth. If he could kill all of them, he might be able to get something different. Wait, senior brother is in seclusion. You can't disturb him. Lu Qiming was standing guard outside. When he saw his senior apprentice brother's friend, he hurriedly stopped him, refusing to let him get close. Seclusion? I still have something to tell brother. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. Brother's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was so strong that it was inhumane. So many elites died in the Magnificent Flame sect. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He wanted to go out and take a look. There must have been a huge change outside. At the same time, it was a time of great opportunities. He would definitely get something different. Senior brother specially said that no one is allowed to disturb him when he is in seclusion. Lu Qiming said solemnly. Humph, Fat Pig snorted a few times. Zhu Fengfeng looked at Fat Pig. You're saying that it's too dangerous outside and we will be killed? So staying here is the best choice? Humph humph. Fat Pig replied. Lu Qiming was stunned by the conversation between Lin Fan and Fat Pig. How can it understand? Forget it, senior brother might know someone outside. He might be special. In the distance, 3 figures flashed and stood in the air. Qi Jiusha, what realm do you think peak leader Lin is in? The immeasurable old ancestor asked. He was already shocked. Now that he thought about it, it was just too scary. The 100-odd descended cultivators were all in the Dao realm. Even if they were of the same cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to kill so many of them. Initial, middle, peak. 3 realms. They were all in the peak realm, and there were many peak cultivators among them. If they fought one-on-one, they might be evenly matched. Peak of the Dao realm. Qi Jiusha pondered for a moment before answering. How can there be such a strong expert at the peak of the Dao realm? Are those descenders fools? At the same realm, why don't you try and see how many moves you can take? The immeasurable old ancestor retorted right away. This was just nonsense. If those descenders all attacked at once, they wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. However, it doesn't matter if he's an idiot or not, peak leader Lin's strength is at the peak of the Dao realm. It's impossible to be wrong. Since ancient times, the Dao realm has always been the limit. No one has been able to break this rule. Do you agree or not? Qi Jiusha replied. He couldn't understand either. They were all at peak Dao realm, so why was he so outstanding? They could only watch and marvel. The immeasurable old ancestor still didn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. How could he be at the peak of Dao realm? Peak leader Lin must have found a new direction. Wuliang, Qi Jiusha is right. Peak leader Lin is still at the peak of the Dao realm. The situation can't be changed. Ancestor Xingchen pondered. In fact, he was also wondering if peak leader Lin's cultivation had reached a higher realm. However, the aura that peak leader Lin gave off was still the same. There was no change at all. How is this possible? The corner of the immeasurable old ancestor's mouth twitched. He really couldn't believe it. How could peak leader Lin be at the peak of the Dao realm? If he really had such a cultivation, how could he be so strong? Doesn't that mean that we've been cultivating for nothing? The moment the immeasurable old ancestor said this, Ancestor Xingchen and Qi Jiusha were a little unhappy. What are you saying? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Immeasurable old ancestor, this isn't appropriate. How could we have cultivated for nothing? Ancestor Xingchen coughed softly and corrected him. Who in the world would say that about themselves? I really can't bear to listen to it anymore. I'm just making an analogy. The immeasurable old ancestor waved his hand. Deep down, his evaluation of Lin Fan had undergone a drastic change. The sect that one shouldn't offend in the outer world was probably the magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan's strength was inhuman. Everyone, the arrival of the descenders is not good. In my opinion, we should hurry back. Guarding the sect is the most important thing. Qi Jiusha reminded. Lin Fan didn't mind. He was used to being alone. If the descenders wanted to kill him, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Of course, he also wanted to understand the situation of the descenders in case of emergencies. Yes, you're right. The descenders are all in the Dao realm. This is a terrifying force. If we don't deal with it properly, there will be endless troubles. The immeasurable old ancestor agreed. The Daoqing immeasurable sect was in charge of a region. They would definitely meet with the descenders. Everyone, farewell. If something really happens in the future, I hope that everyone can help. Ancestor Xingchen cupped his fists and said. This was a battle between the higher-ups. The disciples below them couldn't even show their faces. Even if they were to face the enemy, they would only be cannon fodder. The three elites looked at each other and left. They all had their own thoughts. A dangerous place. A group of descenders had arrived. Why does it feel like someone has been here before? Are the 12 monster gods really locked up here? A male frowned and was really confused. There is no mistake. They are definitely here. Another person said. They descended into the outer region. Apart from connecting the tunnel, they also had their own missions. The 12 monster gods were locked up here and they came to check whether or not they were there. As for what happened next, it wasn't something they could care about. Go, let's head in and take a look. A bunch of descenders turned into streaks of light and headed into the danger zone. Suddenly, a weird thing happened. Seal. Kill. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared around them, sealing them inside. At the same time, in the sky, a formation appeared, erupting with resplendent light. Eh? Who is it? The descenders were shocked. They sensed huge pressure from the formation. What kind of formation had they not seen before? How difficult could it be in the outside world? However, they did not expect that this formation would suddenly appear and block their way. At the same time, it brought them great pressure. This wasn't something that people from the outer region could do. You opened the space pillar? A beautiful figure appeared in the air. She was beautiful, but her eyes were cold and her brows were furrowed in worry. Who are you? The descenders were confused. Only those who came from the outer region know about the space pillar. How could someone from the outer region know about it? The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't answer them. He was very worried. The opening of the space pillar. What happened in the past is going to happen again. Guys, why are you wasting time with this woman? It's just a formation. Do you think it can stop us? Attack! Someone yelled. The woman's actions had infuriated them. Boom, rays of light shrouded the entire formation. An extremely terrifying power burst out, bombarding the array formation continuously. We can't let them live. The Thousand Cave Patriarch had already made up his mind to kill. These people can't be left alive, or they will be trouble. She raised her hand and grabbed at the air. Even though it was just a light grab. It was as if she had grabbed onto something shocking. Soon, cries of agony could be heard coming from the formation. How is this possible? What is this? Why are there these things? The descenders in the seal started to emit flames. The flames couldn't be extinguished, even water couldn't help them. The flames were burning fiercely. Waves of energy could be seen coming from within the formation, forming tiny swords in the air. Whoosh! Thousands of swords pierced through the air. Poochie, Poochie. It seems like I have to talk to the 12 monster gods. The Thousand Cave Patriarch couldn't be sure, but she could only give it a try given the current situation. In an instant, the figure disappeared from where it stood. Outside the formation, the descenders were lying in a pool of blood. The flames were still burning, and soon, piles of black ashes were left on the ground. In the secret room. This is so disappointing. Lin Fan looked at the skill sets he had picked out. I've gained something. 13 skill sets. Skill sets that surpassed the Heaven class. Upgrade. Upgrade. Lin Fan's points were being consumed. And the skill sets were being upgraded. There was energy in his body. Upgrade. If I keep my points, it will only make me arrogant. I will definitely use them up. Upgrade my strength. This way, when I meet an expert, I can beat the crap out of them. Although it's a little crude, that's what it means. He read skill sets one after another. His points were being consumed. Buzz, there was a slight vibration. With Lin Fan at the center, ripples spread out in all directions. Lin Fan was so engrossed in upgrading his skill sets that he couldn't pull himself out. Lu Qiming was waiting outside. But suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. The ground beneath his feet was originally soil, but for some reason, there were actually waves enveloping his feet. Senior brother is improving again. Although this ripple didn't have any destructive power, he could sense that it contained an extremely frightening power. Lin Fan frowned. With a crack, his muscles swelled up, and energy flowed on the surface of his body. These skill sets are a little different from the ones here. My foundation has increased quite a bit too. But isn't this too much? To think that the peak of the Dao realm would increase my foundation to such an extent. When will I reach the peak with just these skill sets? He controlled the cells in his body and started to devour energy to fill up his foundation. The next day, a tea house in the outer region world. Xianxia began to wolf down the food, taking large mouthfuls of food into his mouth. The surrounding customers looked at Xianxia with their mouths agape. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Where did this person come from? Did he not eat before? Who knows? Look at that person, he is crying while eating. He is probably a pitiful person. The customers discussed softly. Xianxia ate and couldn't help but tear up. He was really happy. Xianxia buried his head in his food. He had forgotten how long it had been since he let his taste buds enjoy the taste of food. That place was like hell. I wouldn't go back even if I was beaten to death. It's too bitter. Although I've become much stronger, it's too much torture. However, this was too much suffering. If there was a next time, he would rather not increase his strength than to suffer this kind of suffering. He knew that his actions had attracted attention. But he didn't care. Just then, a few men who seemed to be disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect sat at the next table. They were chatting. Have you seen the Bird of Knowledge? When the Descenders arrived at the Magnificent Flame sect, they were all killed by the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect. Yeah, I've heard about it. It's very powerful. There was no way they could fight back. The few of them whispered to each other in shock. They weren't familiar with what the Descenders were, but they heard that they were powerful. Yunjiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word peak leader. The peak leader you guys are talking about? Is it Lin Fan? Yunxiao asked. The people at the other table couldn't help but burst into laughter. Heh, interesting. There's actually someone eavesdropping on us. But there's no harm in telling you. We don't know either. It's not written on the Bird of Knowledge. Do you know the peak leader? I don't know him. Yunxiao shook his head, deep in thought. He had a feeling that the peak leader they were talking about was Lin Fan, the person who suppressed him so many times. However, all of a sudden, he thought of something important. He raised his head, and his eyes flickered. Do you guys know the exact location of the Magnificent Flame sect? Yunxiao left his seat and went to the next table. The four people at the table exchanged glances with each other and burst out laughing. One of the men, who was dressed in a luxurious robe, rubbed his wine glass with his fingers and smiled playfully. I know, but why should I tell you? Who are you? I'm just an ordinary person. I want to know the location of the Magnificent Flame sect. I'll go and take a look when I have the chance. Yunxiao wasn't an idiot. He couldn't possibly say that he was another peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect and that he was lost and was looking for his way home. He would be laughed at if he said it out loud. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if these people had any conflicts with the Magnificent Flame sect. It wasn't a good thing to expose himself too early. Ha ha ha, an ordinary person. Since you're an ordinary person, don't think too much. The Magnificent Flame Sect isn't a place where an ordinary person like you can go. The man laughed, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the guy who asked about the location of the Magnificent Flame Sect was dressed shabbily, his temperament couldn't be hidden. He really didn't believe that the other party was an ordinary person. He felt that there were benefits to be gained from this. Rumble. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside, and the entire ground began to shake. Help! The streets outside were in chaos. People were screaming and running away in fear. What happened? Everyone in the tea house was shocked. They immediately stood up and rushed to the railing. When they saw what was happening outside, they were completely dumbfounded. In the sky, there were several arrogant voices standing there. As the terrifying power enveloped them, those without cultivation or those with low cultivation were all crushed by this power. Although this was a city, it belonged to a large sect. Normally, no one would come here to cause trouble. But now, someone had started a massacre here, causing many people to be shocked. They're descenders, they're descenders. Someone in the tea house cried out in alarm. His expression was one of panic and fear. We're doomed. As far as I know, the descended are all in the Tao realm. With our cultivation, we're not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Everyone in the tea house was dumbfounded when they heard the news. Tao realm cultivators, how are we going to fight against them? You still haven't told me where the Magnificent Flame Sect is. Xianxia grabbed the man. He couldn't wait any longer. He knew that there would be a huge battle soon, and if the person who knew where the Magnificent Flame Sect was died, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. Are you crazy? Hurry up and die. The man shook Xianxia off and dashed into the distance. If I don't leave now, I'll be doomed. He had seen the terror of the descended ones from the mockingbird. Many sects had been destroyed by them. Wait. Xianxia shouted, but he could only watch as the man turned into a ray of light and left. But all of a sudden, a long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the man's body, nailing him to the ground. Ah! The man screamed in pain. The spear had pierced through his body, creating a huge hole. Blood flowed out of the hole, and it was a tragic sight. Humph, trying to escape? Dream on. In the air, a bare-chested descended could be seen. His body was bronze in color, and his muscles were well developed. At the same time, he was holding a spear in his hand. It was the same spear that had pierced through the man. No way. How can I be in danger? Xianxia was dumbfounded. I just escaped from that scary woman, and now I'm in such a situation. Let's run. That was the only thought in his mind. Those fellows above his head were obviously not ordinary people. With his current ability, he really could not defeat them. I don't want to die. The man who had been pierced struggled, but the spear had pierced through the ground. He was hanging in the air and could only wait for death. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a descended. Hee, you're the best at running. The bronze man laughed coldly. He was about to pull out his spear and kill the ant. Wait, you can't kill me. I have something to say. You guys are descended, but yesterday, a group of them were killed when they went to the Magnificent Flame Sect. I found out that someone here is related to the sect. You can catch him, but please don't kill me. The man begged. The bronze man frowned. You said that someone from the Magnificent Flame Sect is here? Who is he? Where is he? They already knew about this. To them, this was unforgivable. He's in that tea house. He's wearing old and tattered clothes. In the tea house, Xianxia had long felt that something was wrong, especially when he heard the man's words. He was scared out of his wits. What does it have to do with me? I just escaped from that evil woman, and I haven't even returned to the sect to enjoy my life. How can I be the scapegoat for the sect? Is there a need to go overboard instantly? Xianxiao's hair stood on end. He could feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him. He wanted to run, but it wasn't easy. But no matter what, he would die if he didn't run. With that thought in mind, he ran away immediately. Humph, the descender threw his spear and left. It was like a dream to escape from him. The rest of the descenders looked at the situation below coldly. They were furious. How dare the natives kill someone from the upper world? Isn't that courting death? Xianxia felt that he was able to run very fast, and it was all thanks to his hard work. But suddenly, he felt a cold aura closing in on him, and he could feel death looming over him. He cried out in alarm and died prematurely. Invincible peak. Creak, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door. He was in high spirits. Congratulations, senior brother. Lu Qiming went up to him immediately. Tidy up the things in the storage ring. He took out the storage ring of the descenders. He didn't touch the things inside. Only the skill sets were taken away. He had spent almost 80 million points to upgrade all 13 skill sets to the maximum level. Very good. But it was all worth it. But it was still a drop in the bucket for his foundation. There was still a huge gap. There was still a long way to go before he could reach a higher level. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming nodded. The sex wealth was already shocking. With the addition of these, it was even more shocking. Lin Fan came to the peak and looked at the overall situation of the sect with his hands behind his back. The cultivation of the junior brothers and junior sisters was progressing steadily, improving very quickly. He took out the golden paper. Grandmaster, you're going to explode. The reviewer of the Bird of Knowledge was shocked. It was shocking that a grandmaster could kill a descender alone. Even their master said that he wasn't a match for peak leader Lin. What explode? Only 100 or so people came. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Did you do what I told you? Lin Fan was unhappy. The descenders had disappointed him. In his heart, he had already said such humiliating words, but he didn't expect that only so many people would come. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. Grandmaster, are you really going to do this? The reviewer of the Bird of Knowledge asked. He felt that the situation was getting out of hand. Of course. Otherwise, I'll go out and find them one by one. I'll write the content and send it to you. Send it out immediately, Lin Fan said. He had to continue to seduce them. Otherwise, when would he ever find them? It was terrifying just thinking about it. Then, Lin Fan cut off the connection with the reviewer. He stretched his back and twisted his neck, feeling that these days were really comfortable. Master. The frog appeared behind him, staring at him with its beady eyes. Frog, you're here at the right time. I have something to tell you. Lin Fan felt that communicating with the frog would be effective. Huh? The frog was dumbfounded. It had come over to tell the outlaws to not be so arrogant. It was very dangerous. Don't be like this. However, he did not expect that this fugitive actually had something to say to him. The frog listened. After a long time, the frog's breathing became more and more rapid, and its heart beat faster. It felt like it was suffocating. Master, you. It was scared out of its wits. The desperado actually asked it if there was a way to attract more descenders at once. Although it was domineering and killed all of them. But it couldn't be too arrogant. I'm going to faint. The frog rolled its eyes, stuck out its tongue, and stuck out its belly. It lay motionlessly on the ground. Dead? Forget it. Let's boil the frog. Lin Fan pretended to take out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River. The frog didn't really faint, it was just pretending. Hearing the desperado's thoughts, he stretched out his legs and straightened his body. Master, listen to me. It's not difficult. I have a way. The frog patted its chest and promised. But it was still feeling uneasy. He listened to the frog's story. Lin Fan raised his brows, feeling that it was very interesting. Frog, you seem to know a lot. He smiled. He didn't expect the frog to know the identity of the descenders. It even pointed out the dirt of their boss. The frog's words were extremely humiliating. The frog licked its face and smiled wretchedly. Master. How would I know much? They're all friends. I'm just familiar with them. It sounded like it was bragging. How were they friends? It was like meeting a ghost. However, he thought that those guys should still be alive. Even the forbidden heavenly emperor Yu Yuan was still alive. Those guys shouldn't have died so quickly. As long as they weren't dead, this method should be useful. Are these the strongest you know? Lin Fan was very curious. He had been thinking about how terrifying the experts of the Descenders were. However, he didn't know because he hadn't seen them before. It would be great if he could have a great battle. Even if he was beaten like a dog, he wouldn't be afraid. It was a battle after all. Winning or losing was the only thing that mattered. As long as he died, he would be happy again. MHM? Yes. The frog nodded and muttered in its heart. They should be the strongest. Even if the wheel of fortune had turned, even if there were outstanding people in the past tens of thousands of years, they wouldn't be able to surpass these guys. As for now, its heart ached when it looked at its green skin. Everyone else was moving forward bravely, but it was turning back. It even became someone else's demon pet. If word got out, it would be laughed at. Lin Fan remembered these people. He was thinking that if he could kill one of them, the wealth would be very valuable. Very good, frog. After so long, you finally did something useful. I'm very pleased. The frog was very obedient. It was indeed very pleased. Of course, it wasn't Lin Fan who was pleased, but the frog. Since this fugitive wanted to court death, it wouldn't stop him. Go ahead and court death. Work hard. Just as he was discussing this matter with the frog, the hanged woman came out of nowhere. It was completely silent. There wasn't a single sound of footsteps. I want to hear a story. Her voice was very soft and cold, causing people to shudder. The frog looked up with a slightly complicated expression. The hanged woman gave it a very strange feeling. Spirit King. She was the most terrifying existence he knew. Controlling the dreams and minds of the world. They could kill without leaving a trace, and they could kill whoever they wanted to. Even he didn't dare to delve too deeply into it. It wasn't that the other party was mysterious, but that no one was willing to look for an existence that could take their lives at any moment. I don't have time. Go somewhere cool and don't bother me. Lin Fan waved his hand, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Suddenly, the hanging lady clung on to Lin Fan. Your body is the coolest. Staying here is the most. Bang. Before the hanging woman could finish her sentence, her body was instantly sent flying. She crashed into the rockery and was deeply embedded in it. Her eyes, which were originally full of spirit, suddenly became lifeless. Her beautiful head drooped down, and she fell into a coma. Humph, how presumptuous. It's been too long since I've released my true nature. Everyone thinks that I, the peak leader, am an easy person to get close to. Lin Fan flicked his clothes and looked at the frog. That's it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he left. The following matters were very important. Whether he could become rich overnight depended on the following operations. This. The frog squatted there, raised its front paw, and patted its head. It really couldn't understand these desperados. Shaking its head, it looked at the hanging woman who was embedded in the rockery. Although the girl was a little strange, he couldn't just punch her into the fake mountain just because of a disagreement. Are you a spirit king or not? If you are, why are you hiding your true identity? Why did you hide your true identity? With your strength, this fugitive is simply no match for you. In fact, if you were at your peak, the life and death of all the living beings in the outer region would only be a matter of a single thought from you. The frog murmured. Its feelings were getting more and more complicated. If the hanging woman was really a spirit king, it would be a crazy test on the edge of death. Although it could save its life at its peak, it would be impossible for it to leave safely. Not to mention its current situation. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Even if I die, there will be someone at the bottom. The frog glared and retreated, jumping far away. Creak, gravel rolled down from the rockery. The hanging woman opened her eyes and looked into the distance. She touched her abdomen with her fingers, feeling the pain. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Really bad. Yunjiao's legs were pierced by the spear. Blood kept flowing. He was dumbfounded. What the hell happened? I didn't do anything and I encountered something like this. If he returned to the sect and enjoyed himself for a period of time, he would definitely be the scapegoat for the sect. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. He might be the scapegoat for Lin Fan. With his hands on the ground, he turned upside down, using his hands as his feet, and slipped away. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for nothing. I learned this escape technique. Yun Xiao had never been grateful to that scary woman, but at this moment, he had to admit that this technique saved him. His 10 fingers touched the ground, and his fingertips touched the ground. His body kept changing his position in a strange way. That woman told him that unless there was a huge difference in realm, no one would be able to catch up to him. What an abominable ant. You actually have such a technique. The man was dissatisfied. The spear in his hand didn't fall for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but the opponent's figure was becoming strange. The area below seemed to be shrouded in a strange aura. The figure of that ant appeared here and there. The distance between them was very far, and there was no trace of him. But even so, the man wasn't prepared to let him go. Whoosh, the spears were tossed into the air, and light flickered between the spears. They immediately gave off a dazzling radiance and scattered densely in the air. Go to hell. He pressed his hands down, and the spear that was floating in the air shot through the air, covering the entire area. Boom boom. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The ground was torn apart, and deep pits were pierced through. Dust shrouded this area, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. He escaped? Just then, another man appeared beside the man with the spear and asked. Yeah, he's quite capable. He escaped, but I've already injured him. Zheng Jun said coldly. The difference in realm was so huge, but he still managed to escape. This was a humiliation. This town has been destroyed. The demon ancestor sealed land is just ahead. Let's go. There's no need to waste too much time on an ant. The descender said. It was important for them to descend into the outer realms and activate the spatial divine pillars, but there were still some things they needed to do afterwards. Yeah. Zheng Jun was unhappy, but he remembered this ant. He would definitely kill him in the future. Invincible Peak. Lin Fan was communicating with the reviewer of the bird. Guru, who are the characters you wrote about? Why don't I know any of them? The reviewer was confused. It was a Grandmaster's submission, but he couldn't understand the content. Was this really okay? The content was unsightly. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? As the reviewer of the knowing bird, he had high moral standards. How could he look at such content? Why do you have so many questions? You just have to send these things to the descender. Lin Fan said impatiently. Yes, Grandmaster. I'm just asking. The reviewer couldn't understand the content, so he secretly sent it to the owner of the bird. He couldn't understand who these names were either. But the content written by Peak Leader Lin was quite disgusting. He cut off the communication with the bird and looked at the sky. The condensation technique he got from the Righteous Path Mountain was working. Sigh, it's too late to cultivate. The energy of love is gathering too slowly. A thin layer of light shrouded the sect. It was the same as the righteous energy of the Righteous Path Mountain. Gathering the energy of love would affect the entire sect. It might not be comparable to the energy from the Righteous Path Mountain, but I'll gather it slowly. Hopefully, it'll be of some use in the future. If it's useless, I'll cry my heart out. Regardless, I'm waiting for the power of the bird. If the frog's method works, it'll be an intense battle. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about this, a familiar voice could be heard. Brother, what can I do now? Xianxia had been confused recently. Actually, it wasn't just recently. He had always been confused. He thought that he wouldn't lose to anyone. But after escaping to the Magnificent Flame sect, he realized that he had nothing to do. He had completely become a passerby. This isn't how the script should be. Why are you here? Lin Fan was shocked to see Xianxia. What does this guy want? Sigh. But no matter what, I, Xianxia, am a famous person. How can I live a mediocre life? Of course, how could I not know about this situation? You're the one who took care of me and didn't want to arrange anything for me. You don't have to stand on ceremony. You can leave anything to me, and I promise to complete it perfectly. Xianxia patted his chest and said confidently. Lin Fan blinked. He couldn't understand what was going on with Xianxia. Times have changed. It's best to be like the patriarch and enjoy life. Don't bother about so many things. You. Lin Fan went up and patted Xianxia's shoulder. He was speechless, afraid that he would hurt Xianxia's fragile heart if he was too direct. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. He was waiting for something to do. No matter what, they were neck and neck when they first met. Although there was a big gap between them now, Lin Fan believed that he could catch up with Xianxia. So all he lacked now was an opportunity. How about? Lin Fan's head hurt. Suddenly, he had an idea. Alright, I have something important for you to do. As the leader of the sect, the patriarch can't be short of people. Why don't you go and accompany him? Alright, no problem. I didn't expect that Xianxia, would be so important to you, brother. Don't worry, Xianxia, swear to the heavens that I will take care of the patriarch. As soon as he finished his words, Xianxia cupped his fists and straightened his back. He walked towards the patriarch, ready to report. Sigh, this guy can't be sick, right? Lin Fan pondered. He had noticed this problem in the past, and it seemed like it was true. The Grand Master had his own mountain. If he wasn't in the main hall, he would lie on the mountain, drink tea, eat fruits, look at the sky, and breathe in the fresh air. On the mountain peak, footsteps could be heard. I am Xianxia, peak leader Lin's good brother. I was told to come and take care of you. Xianxia straightened his back and smiled. He was confident that he could do this. The Grand Master turned around and stared at Xianxia without any expression. He just blinked his eyes. Xianxia noticed the Grand Master's gaze and responded without avoiding it. The two of them just stared at one another without saying a word. Do you feel it? The Grand Master opened his mouth and said something he didn't understand. Feel what? Xianxia was confused. He didn't know what the Grand Master was talking about. Was this a test? The Grand Master smiled and took out a chair from his storage ring. He placed it at the side and stretched out his hand. Come, lie down. Yes, Grand Master. Xianxia nodded and laid on the chair. In his heart, he was confused. What kind of test was the Grand Master going to give him? That was a little nerve-wracking. Of course, he was Xianxia. He was smart and ambitious. No test would be able to stop him. Do you feel it? The Grand Master asked. Yes, I feel it. It's comfortable lying on the chair. It's cold. Xianxia moved and adjusted his position to make himself more comfortable. That's not what I'm asking. The Grand Master smiled and shook his head. Don't move. Take in a deep breath and slowly exhale. Close your eyes. Xianxia listened to the Grand Master and did as he was told. Yes, very good. Relax your body and empty your mind. Do you feel it now? The Grand Master laid there leisurely. At this moment, Xianxia really did feel something. He even wanted to pee. Grand Master, I feel it. It's peace. It's peace. Yes, you're worth teaching. The Grand Master nodded. He picked up the fruit and finished it in a few bites. He then threw the core away. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw the Grand Master's uncivilized behavior. He reminded, Grand Master, it's not good to throw trash away. The Grand Master smiled and waved his hand. You're wrong. This isn't casually throwing away trash. This is called returning to the roots, returning to the source. Ah? Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. You can find such a fresh and refined reason for casually throwing trash? Do you think that fruit trees grow from the soil? The Grand Master asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. Wasn't that obvious? If it didn't grow from the ground, could it grow from the sky? Indeed, his brother had indeed given him an important mission. There was something wrong with the Grand Master. That's it. When the roots grow out, they bear fruit. When we eat the fruit, it goes around in our stomach and returns to the soil in a certain form. The fruit core falls to the ground before the flesh because of the sequence. Although we've eaten it, it's the same as not eating it at all. That's why there's no karma here. We don't owe each other anything. We've circled around the starting point, and in the end, we'll return to the starting point. This is reincarnation. So, do you still think that this sect master threw rubbish just now? The Grand Master smiled and looked at Mo Jingzhe calmly, allowing him to comprehend on his own. Mo Jingzhe was a little stunned. He scratched his head. He didn't understand what the Grand Master was saying. Thinking about it, it did make sense. But thinking about it, it didn't make sense. Grand Master, you're making me panic. Although I'm smart, the Grand Master's words are too profound. I can't understand it in such a short time. Mo Jingzhe was confused. His mind was originally very clear, but after hearing what the Grand Master said, his clear mind became muddled. Hee. The Grand Master smiled, there's no rush. There's no rush. The fact that you can think means that you have the ability to comprehend. Come, lie down and don't move. Enjoy the peace with me. When you can feel it, you'll realize that your heart is full. Everything else is just an illusion. Mo Jingzhe was about to be stunned. Grand Master, can you say something that I can understand? This is too profound and I don't understand it. What do you see in front of us? The Grand Master asked. There's nothing. There's nothing. Mo Jingzhe opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. There was nothing. There was nothing. No, there's something. There's a fruit tree. The Grand Master smiled. Mo Jingzhe was panicking. Just as he was about to say that there was nothing, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There was nothing in front of him, but in the blink of an eye, there really was a tree growing in front of him. Sect. Grand Master, there really is? How? Mo Jingzhe felt that this was definitely a shocking scene. Creating something out of nothing, what was he thinking about, or was there something wrong with his eyes? Was he indirectly blind? What is it? The Grand Master revealed a weird expression. Fruit tree, there really is a fruit tree. Mo Jingzhe pointed and said. But when he turned his head, he realized that the fruit tree was gone. It just disappeared into thin air without a trace. Grand Master, what's going on? There was clearly a fruit tree just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? He dared to swear to the heavens that there really was a fruit tree just now. Disappeared? It didn't disappear. Whether the fruit tree exists or not doesn't make a difference. You are beside me now and you exist, but now you don't. The Grand Master smiled. Mo Jingzhe was totally stunned. He realized that with his intelligence, he actually couldn't understand what the Grand Master meant. Was he too stupid or was the Grand Master lying to him? Grand Master, he had nothing to say. He didn't even know what to say. The Grand Master said that he didn't exist. Did that mean that he wasn't a human anymore? Grand Master, say something. I exist. Can you just pretend that I exist? The Grand Master was happy. It seems like you have comprehended something. Very good. Come, there is no need to say anything. Lie down with me. Calm down and feel the existence of peace together. Mo Jingzhe was stunned by the Grand Master's words. Or rather, he was being lied to. He laid there obediently and didn't say a single word. He felt the peace that the Grand Master spoke of. Mo Jingzhe was smart, so there was no way he couldn't feel the peace that the Grand Master spoke of. Next day, the outer region wasn't stable. There were many descenders and they were scattered all over the place. It was impossible to find them one by one. A sea of flames rose and countless people died in the hands of the descenders. To Lin Fan, the descenders were just points that he could casually harvest. But to the people of the outer region, they were truly invincible. Some old ancestors from large powers clashed with the descenders and were evenly matched. Both of them were heavily injured and the battle ended. Such a situation infuriated the descenders and they wanted nothing more than to kill them all. But to the old ancestors, they were terrified. The other party's strength was too terrifying and there were many of them. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to defend against them in the future. Knowing birds soared through the outer realms, carrying the latest information and scattering to various places. At a certain place, a group of descenders set up camp and rested. The most important thing for them to do was to open the space god pillar and open the space tunnel so that more people could come to the outer region. Bastard. At that moment, a furious voice shook the sky and earth, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. A woman wearing a long skirt looked at the contents of the bird with a dark expression. She was so angry that her chest was trembling. Damned native, how dare he humiliate our supreme ancestor? This group of descenders gathered together after meeting each other. Hee, what happened to make you so angry? Another descender came over and asked curiously. The woman threw the bird news out. Look at this yourself. This native actually dared to humiliate our supreme ancestor. He deserves to die. There's such a thing? Everyone was stunned. How did this native know? What? My heavenly empress is actually inside as well. That detestable fellow. Our supreme ancestor is also here. How can we tolerate such humiliation? We must make this native pay the price. Look, this fellow is actually so arrogant. He wants us to go and find him. Originally, they had the attitude of not caring about this matter. But when they saw that their supreme ancestor was involved, they couldn't sit still anymore. Their supreme ancestor was their faith, so how could a small native humiliate him? Wait. Some of the descenders felt that something was wrong. Have you all thought about it? He is obviously trying to lure us over. Maybe he wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop. When the crowd heard this, their irritable hearts suddenly calmed down. That makes sense. What sense does that make? The strongest in the outer region is only at the peak of Tao realm. What ability does he have to face us? That makes sense. We shouldn't be afraid. I think that we should all head over together and kill the native. These descenders did not know that 103 of their compatriots had gone to find trouble with them and had already been killed by the enemy. If they knew, they probably wouldn't think that way. Okay, I agree. We won't tolerate anything that humiliates our ancestor. The descenders swore solemnly. They were originally far away from death, but now they were probing the surroundings. In another place, some of them found out what had happened. There are natives in the outer region who can harm our lives. He is luring us over. When they found out that 103 of them had been killed, they were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. In their eyes, something that should have been impossible had actually happened. Damn, he knows where the native is but he can't kill him. How hateful. We can't panic. If this native succeeds, the outcome will be catastrophic. We have to bear with it and wait for our people to come through the space tunnel to kill him. It was obvious that this native's cultivation was stronger than theirs. If they knew the situation and still headed over, wouldn't they be fools? The wind blew gently. Why aren't they here yet? Lin Fan stabbed the stone pillar into the ground, making it sink deep into the ground. He stood on top of the pillar, sitting cross-legged, waiting for the descenders to arrive. This was the original location of the magnificent flame sect. Although they had already moved away, they had chosen a good place to kill those descenders. He was waiting, not knowing how many would come. He was a little regretful. Perhaps the news of the 103 descenders being killed by him had already spread out. Some of them might not have fallen for it if they were more cautious. I didn't think too much about it then. But now, it seems like I'm regretting it. I shouldn't have let the bird know about it. Come, kill as many as you come. Lin Fan looked into the distance, waiting for the descenders to arrive. Just like harvesting chives, he killed them one by one. Suddenly, there was a shocking change in the sky. The clouds were separated from the middle and spread out to the left and right, rolling like waves. I don't like this method of descending. Who did these guys learn it from? Do they have to use their special effects regardless of whether there's a battle or not? Lin Fan had a bad first impression of the descenders. Piak, he stood up and stepped on the stone pillar. He stared into the distance and raised his voice. Hey, stop hiding. I'm the only one here. There's no conspiracy or danger. I invited you here because I want to beat you up. I don't have any other requests. Many descenders came, hiding in the air to check if there was anything wrong with the other party. But they didn't expect to be seen through. Arrogant. His voice was deafening like thunder. Some of the descenders couldn't take it anymore. This person is too arrogant. They thought that they were arrogant enough, but who would have thought that there would be someone even more arrogant than them? They couldn't take it anymore. Bang, a thunderous explosion could be heard. The space in the distance exploded, forming a circular shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave was already in front of Lin Fan. From the crack in the void, a sword that was emitting a cold radiance shot out, stabbing right at Lin Fan's forehead. The speed of the sword was fast. In the blink of an eye, it traveled 1,000 miles. Crack, Lin Fan didn't move. He calmly raised his hand and grabbed the sword in his hand. It's a good sword, but it's a bit slow. No matter how powerful the opponent was, or how deep their understanding of the sword principle was, as long as they used a sword, they were basically finished. He had yet to encounter any problems with the power of the buff. How could this be? A figure appeared in the void. Her gorgeous robes fluttered in the wind, and a youthful figure was hidden beneath them. The woman wielded a sword and attacked. It was a beautiful sight. The chain on her wrist gave off a crisp sound. Accompanied by an extremely fragrant smell, it melted into the nasal cavity. Of course not. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed that person. With the other party's Dao realm cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to keep his sword and escape. But suddenly, the woman felt her body go out of control. It was as if she was trapped in a very narrow crystal bottle. She couldn't move her fingers. Patter, in the blink of an eye. The woman was grabbed by Lin Fan. He wasn't quick and everything was really slow. But to the woman, she really couldn't escape. She couldn't even move her feet. Till now, she still didn't dare to believe what was going on. Everything that had happened was inexplicable. Leave, you aren't a match for the natives. The woman reacted and the first thing she did was tell the people here to leave. Only when one personally sensed his aura would one understand how strong he was. That strength wasn't something they could deal with now. Don't rush, I am really weak. You were just too careless. Lin Fan grabbed the woman and smiled as he looked at her. You. The woman exchanged glances with Lin Fan and her heart felt a chill down her spine. Although his gaze wasn't really fierce, it was filled with playfulness. He obviously didn't care about them at all. Toying with them. Let her go. Instantly, the descenders appeared. They didn't expect that Bai Zi, who was known as a rookie, would actually be caught by the native. At the same time, he was subdued and didn't even have a chance to react. Bai Zi was beautiful and was a goddess in many people's hearts. He was someone they pursued. At such a time, it was time for him to perform. 1, 2. Lin Fan squinted his eyes as he counted the descenders. He felt really good and it was much better than the first time. 250. A decent number. But it was still far from what he expected. There were tens of thousands of descenders and only a few of them came. If all of them came, they would probably have to fight for a day and night. Come, stop talking nonsense. Attack together. Lin Fan didn't want to waste too much time. These were just things that he would have to face in the future. If he spoke too much nonsense, he would waste a lot of time. Arrogant. Instantly, a male descender stood out. His body shone brightly and Dao realm foundations flowed around him. He then took off the golden mask on his face. When the other descenders saw this person, they were shocked. It was obvious that they knew where he came from. Evil Jing Buddha, I didn't expect Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall to actually send him here. It seems like he really wants to get some things from the outer region. I didn't notice before. So, the Buddha hid too deeply and purposely didn't attract our attention. Evil Jing Buddha stepped forth and a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet. A smile appeared on his face. It was the smile of someone being recognized. Native, I have to say that you are strong. But this is all. I have something important to do and I don't want to attract too much attention. But I didn't expect that a native like you would appear in the outer region. I have no choice but to face you personally. Evil Jing Buddha's face was kind, but his tone was one that made one panic. I didn't expect for the Buddha to come. This native can only die then. All the descenders heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone knew how terrifying the Buddha's strength was. Rumors had it that the Buddha was born with great wisdom, and a supreme Buddhist scripture that hadn't been translated was kept by Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall. As for the Arhat, he was able to comprehend a prehistoric technique from this supreme Buddhist scripture. Lin Fan looked at everyone's expressions and realized that the appearance of the Buddha changed their attitude. Could it be that this was the legendary golden thigh? If that was the case, then things would be really interesting. Oi. That's enough. If you want to be quick, then hurry up. I don't want to play with all of you anymore, and I won't have a chance to attack. Lin Fan was really indulgent towards these people. The world is stupid. The Buddha shook his head and walked towards Lin Fan. Lotuses appeared with each step he took and flowers fell from the sky. I am smart and have read many Buddhist scriptures since I was young. I even comprehended a supreme technique from a scripture that had never been translated before. It is also a technique to subdue demons. Comprehend one technique and the heart demon will disappear. Comprehend two and there will be no demons in the world. I have comprehended the third technique and it is enough to subdue everything in the world. The Buddha maintained his smile and stepped forth. Heaven and earth were majestic and 10,000 streaks of golden light exploded from his body. The originally silent sky suddenly reverberated with Buddhist chants. The descenders didn't know what the voice was, but when they heard it, they felt their hearts shake. There was an unknown power that was cleansing their hearts. Eh? Lin Fan frowned and felt that something was wrong. Instantly, a giant Buddha shadow covered the sky and lit up the entire place. The descenders were shocked. They didn't expect the Buddha to be so strong. Even if they were at the same realm, they still felt like they couldn't fight him. Shocking Buddhist technique, Rulei's palm. Buddha light appear. The Buddha opened his mouth and a deep voice exploded from his mouth. When it reverberated through the sky, it turned into a Buddhist chant. When one heard it, it was like a hammer smashing on one's heart. Oh my God! What is going on? When the Buddha said these words, Lin Fan was totally stunned. He felt like he had seen a ghost. It wasn't that he thought that Lin Fan's technique was terrifying, but that the name was way too familiar. Rulei's palm? Buddha light appear? Why not heaven crippling feet? Just as he was thinking about this, the Buddha light that shot out was already in front of him. Sizzle, the Buddha light seemed to have a mind of its own. It avoided the girl in his hands and headed straight for him. When it shone on his skin, a shocking power exploded. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he saw the hair on his arms disappear slowly and disappear without a trace. Only when it reached his skin did it totally disappear. Amazing, really amazing. You can actually injure my hair. Lin Fan was shocked. Although these descenders were all Dao realm experts, they were like ants to him. He could kill all of them just like that. One had to say that Lin Fan was really amazing to be able to injure his hair in one move. If the Buddha knew that the native in his heart would have such thoughts, he would definitely spit out blood. How is it? Was the native killed? The descenders looked on without blinking. They didn't know what the outcome would be. Suddenly, the voice that they didn't want to hear rang out in their ears. Amazing. You're really amazing. Where did you get these cultivation methods from? At that moment, Lin Fan stood on the stone pillar and was really curious. What? Everyone was shocked. Who knew that nothing would happen to him? That was just too terrifying. What was going on with the native? They all saw how strong the Buddha's move was. The Buddha was stunned and then recovered. He smiled, you have some ability, but that is all. I was just warming up with you. The most terrifying thing is yet to come. At that moment, the Buddha was furious and his body gave off a scorching glow. The surrounding descenders were shocked as they retreated in all directions. They could feel an extremely terrifying power erupting from the Arhat's body. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. He hollered in rage. The entire area started to shake. The Buddha's cultivation reached Tao realm and his every action was filled with strength. Moreover, when he used such an extremely powerful move, it caused a huge commotion. Native, die. The Arhat's body was covered in a golden light. The Buddha image behind him disappeared and merged into his body. A golden true body struck at Lin Fan. Interesting. Lin Fan smiled and didn't move. Baizhi, who was being held in his hands, was shocked. Suddenly, she exclaimed and her body was flung backward uncontrollably. Ah! Peng! What is going on? What happened to Fozi? I saw Fozi turn into a streak of light and charge towards the native. Then, I heard a peng sound. Do you think that Fozi killed that native? That's for sure. Don't you guys have any idea how terrifying that move was? Even I, who was standing at the side, felt a chill in my heart. We can't fight it head-on. How strong could that native be? Drip, there was the sound of liquid dripping. What is that sound? The descenders were shocked and panicked. This sound made one feel really uncomfortable, and it was more like a psychological effect. Just as everyone was panicking or waiting in anticipation, a scream spread out. What? The golden light dissipated and the descenders panicked when they saw the scenes ahead. Baizhi was no longer in the native's hands. She had turned into a bloody mess and half of her body had disappeared. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed down and dripped onto the ground. Oh my God, what happened to her? Some of the descenders were stunned and filled with pain. They didn't dare to believe that this had happened. She is too weak. Lin Fan looked at the corpse in his hands. He didn't care how they wanted to kill him and just tossed it away. His actions were a little shocking. There were also girls among them, and when they saw such scenes, their hearts turned cold. This was just too terrifying. Ah! Fozi, who the descenders had high hopes for, hugged his head and screamed. Blood continued to flow and his waist and upper body had changed. His waist was protruding and he was about to be split into two. Fozi spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with rage and disbelief. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even he didn't know what had happened. He wanted to deal with this native quickly, but the moment he arrived in front of him, an unstoppable power struck him. His organs were about to shatter. Fozi, are you okay? A descender walked up and asked. However, he couldn't bear to look at Fozi's injuries anymore. Do you think I am okay? Fozi was furious and stared at him in rage. Because he was too emotional, his blood shook and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was terrified and really terrified. He didn't dare to believe that this native was actually so strong. He had already used his strongest ability and was actually beaten to such a state. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it was real. Now, there was a fool who actually asked him if he was fine. Did he not have eyes? Could he not see what was going on? Dangerous, too dangerous. I really shouldn't have come here. Although the pain was unbearable, the Arhat had already calmed down. The native's strength was too terrifying, and he was no match for him. If he didn't run, he would probably die here. At this time, the descenders were dumbfounded. They were a little arrogant before, but now, no one dared to be impudent. It's about time to end this. Lin Fan twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. 250 descenders had arrived. The points he would get after killing them would definitely not be small. Alright, it's about time. It's time to take care of you guys. Bang, bang, Lin Fan went all out. His body began to swell, and he grabbed the stone pillar with one hand. Looking at the descenders in all directions, he lowered his head, bent his legs, and disappeared with a bang. To all the descenders, however, there was an extremely terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire area. This was killing them. Die. Lin Fan appeared and smashed the stone pillar. The descender exploded, and fresh blood splattered all about. Those who were closer only felt their faces become wet as blood splattered onto them. Their pupils constricted. That sense of panic covered their hearts. There was an indescribable feeling. Run. The descenders only had this thought in their hearts, which was to leave quickly. Go. Someone shouted. His voice was filled with fear. The Arhat was waiting for a chance. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to leave as soon as possible. Peng, Lin Fan smashed another descender into pieces. Seeing the others trying to escape, a smile appeared on his face. Come back. The colored eye opened. The scattered dissenters felt that hope had arrived. How would they be stopped if they ran like that? But in the blink of an eye, their hearts were beating rapidly. A never-before-seen rage swelled in their hearts. Damn, the fleeing dissenters turned back angrily, glaring at Lin Fan with bloodshot eyes. They wanted to tear Lin Fan into pieces. That's right. That's the look. Come, I, the peak leader, will wait for you to kill me. Lin Fan floated in the air with the stone pillar on his shoulder, looking into the distance calmly. He felt gratified that the dissenters were angry at him. This was the only scene he wanted to see. Kill. Intense killing intent could be felt from the dissenters. They gave up on defending and charged at Lin Fan with all their might. Good timing. Lin Fan raised his head, grabbed the stone pillar, and stretched his arm. This feels pretty good. It's been a long time since I last used my mace. The stone pillar can also act as my weapon. Lin Fan smiled. When the dissenters were about to cover him, he closed the colored eye and swung the stone pillar, using the mace. There were no fancy moves, just a violent attack. Pung, outside the Magnificent Flame Sect. Holy Lord, is this the Magnificent Flame Sect? King of Evil was in disbelief. He might not have seen the Magnificent Flame Sect for a long time, but the scene before him was beyond his imagination. This was too unbelievable. What the F***ck? This is the Magnificent Flame Sect? What the F***ck? Compared to the Magnificent Flame Sect, the Saint Convent Sect is like a dog's nest. Holy Lord Hate Sage was dumbfounded. Sage, how can you say that? How can you say that the sect is a dog's nest? Are you even a disciple of the Saint Convent Sect? Under the leadership of our wise Holy Lord, the Saint Convent Sect has made great progress. Are you blind? King of Evil was always the Holy Lord's servant. He was considerate, practical, and not hateful. He was willing to fight anyone for the Holy Lord. Alright, stop arguing. Won't we know if it's the Magnificent Flame Sect once we enter? The Holy Lord said unhappily. These guys are making me more and more uneasy. Wait. God of Gambling stopped him immediately. God of Evil, what are you doing? King of Evil looked at God of Evil and asked unhappily. He didn't know why, but he felt that the few of them had become so annoying ever since they left the Magnificent Flame Sect. He couldn't put this feeling into words. Hee, since we're already here, how can we not make a bet? Why don't we make a bet? I'll bet here. Before God of Evil could finish his words, Xianxia stopped him. Bet your mother. Why do you only know how to gamble all day long? I bet that you're a man. Do you dare to take the bet? Xianxia was unhappy with God of Evil's actions. As the Saint Convent Sect's leader, he was leading the way in gambling instead of teaching his disciples. This was intolerable. Huh? God of Evil was shocked. Are you really going to bet with me? God of Evil suddenly held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was sharp, and it shone with a cold light. There would be no pain if the dagger was cut. Who the F***ck are you trying to scare with a dagger? Xianxia said angrily. I didn't expect God of Evil to attack me. This is too hurtful. King of Evil Dawn wanted to say something, but he realized that there was something wrong with the Holy Master's emotions. It was fluctuating wildly. He immediately felt a sense of danger, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Enough. Shut up. Look at yourselves. Do you still look like a leader of a sect? Holy Leader was tired, and blood was stuck in his throat. Holy Leader's voice is as loud as a chrysanthemum. Xianxia mumbled. What did you say? His voice might have been soft, but Holy Leader heard it. Anger rose in his heart, and he wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson. Hey, Holy Leader, don't do anything. Don't be angry. Xianxia is sick in the head. Don't take it seriously. Thunder hugged Holy Leader and winked at Xianxia. Xianxia took a few steps back and looked at the enraged Holy Lord in a daze. What's wrong? What the F***ck is wrong with me? Holy Lord, you don't like me. Just tell me, there's no need to do this. and you, Thunder, you're the one who's sick in the head. Wha? Old Ancestor, Senior Brother Holy Leader is useless. He has brought the sect down, and now he wants to bring the sect to the Magnificent Flame sect. Open your coffin and take a look. Xianxia shouted to the sky. A sorrowful cry could be heard. Hee, who wants to bet with me? I bet that the old ancestor will never come out from his coffin. Who? God of Evil took the chance and opened the bet. He was initially full of hope, but no one opened a bet. This was hurtful. It's over. The sect is finished. There's no hope for us in this life. Holy Leader was tired. What hope could the sect have with so many leaders? In the sky, God of Punishing Lord lifted the mountains and rivers, struggling to carry the sect. Sweat dripped from his forehead. All of a sudden, seeing those guys chatting below, he was so angry that his liver was about to explode. Holy Leader, what are you guys doing? I'm having a hard time. The God of Punishing Lord shouted. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Ever since he set off, he had been angry, and it had never dissipated. Since the others didn't want to carry it, he had to carry it. Does he have any conscience? God of Punishing Lord, are you crazy? Why are you complaining that you're tired just because you're carrying something? You don't even complain when you're eating or sleeping. Old Ancestor, do you have any self-awareness? Why did you make such a person an emperor back then? Are you blind? Xianxia shouted. How dare you? The God of Punishing Lord was so angry that he was about to explode. The sect was shaking, and the disciples on it couldn't even stand steadily, as if they would fall at any time. Enough. I'm telling you, it's enough. Do you want to see me die in front of you? The Holy Leader took a deep breath and took out his weapon, glaring at everyone with his bloodshot eyes. Xianxia lowered his head, not saying a word. The other leaders didn't say anything either. The Holy Leader was angry. Maybe we've gone too far. The Holy Leader was relieved. It seems like I can still control them. But suddenly, a discordant voice could be heard. Holy Leader, I'll bet with you. I bet that you won't dare to kill yourself. Are you betting or not? The God of Punishing Lord said excitedly. The stakes were huge. The Holy Leader was betting with his life, and normal people wouldn't dare to accept it. Shwa, everyone looked at the God of Punishing Lord as if they had seen a ghost. He was still betting at such a time. The Holy Leader's breathing became more and more hurried. He was so angry that the veins on his neck popped out. He raised his weapon and charged at the God of Punishing Lord. I'll kill you, you bastard. The surrounding leaders rushed forward. Some hugged his legs, some pulled his arms, and some hugged his waist. Holy Leader, calm down. Don't be rash. He's a god and you can't kill him. That's right. We're in a mess now, and we can't afford to lose any more people. The God of Punishing Lord retreated, but he still raised his hand and said excitedly, let's start the bet. How many times do you think the Holy Leader can kill me? Everyone was stunned. What was going on? To hell with it. King of Evil Dawn sighed. Everyone, let go. Let the Holy Leader kill him. He can't be saved. The King of Evil told everyone to let go so that the Sacred Leader could kill the God rank. Although this was what they said, no one really let go. Given the current situation, the Divine Lord was so angry that he was about to explode. It was really possible that he could kill the God rank. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. The Saint Convent sect was in a state of disunity, and it was hard to lead them. It was understandable that the Sacred Leader was in such a state. Hey, who are you? Why are you sneaking around in the Magnificent Flame sect? Just when the Saint Convent sect was in an uproar, a Magnificent Flame sect disciple went up and questioned them. This disciple was an inner disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. He had already broken through the godly realm and entered the legendary realm. He had never imagined that he would be able to reach such a realm. It was like a dream for him to reach such a realm. Eh? You're the Sacred Leader of the Saint Convent sect? This disciple had seen the Sacred Leader before. When he saw the Sacred Leader's red face, he immediately recalled who he was. Hearing this, the Sacred Leader calmed himself down. I can't embarrass myself in front of outsiders. He smiled. That's right. This is the Magnificent Flame sect, right? They had thought of the Magnificent Flame sect when they came, but the scene before them was too shocking, so they couldn't believe it. Even if the Magnificent Flame sect had changed a lot, it shouldn't have changed like this. It used to be a country bumpkin sect, but now it had become a wealthy sect. Who could accept it? Yes, what's the matter, sacred leader? The disciple was confused. Their relationship with the Saint Convent sect used to be tense, and a war could break out at any time. But because of Senior Brother and the integration of the world of true immortals, their relationship seemed to be on the verge of breaking. There was no war, and there were no conflicts. Somehow, there was peace. I'm here to discuss something with your sect leader. The sacred leader had a good attitude. If it was in the past, he would be like a local tyrant, and he would definitely shout, "Magnificent Flame sect leader, come out and welcome me." But it was different now, so his attitude was much better. The disciple looked at the sacred leader and the sect in the sky. He mumbled, "Are they here to join us?" That was what he thought, but he couldn't guarantee it. No matter what, the Saint Convent sect was a sect that they couldn't afford to associate with in the past. They didn't even put the Magnificent Flame sect in their eyes, so why would they join the Magnificent Flame sect? If he was the sect leader of the Saint Convent sect, he would be too ashamed to do this. Even if he had to die, he would die outside. Needless to say, an ambitious person like the Saint Convent sect's sacred leader would definitely not do such a thing. Then please. The disciple did not hesitate and led the way to welcome the guest. The Magnificent Flame sect believed in tolerance, justice, and love. They would not be calculative about what had happened in the past. Therefore, he was very polite to the Saint Convent sect. "Sigh, I don't even want to go. I feel so ashamed." God's punishment muttered. There was a barrier in his heart that was not so easy to cross. But looking at the expressions of the sacred leader and the others, they seemed to be quite happy. It has changed a lot. The Saint Convent sect has fallen to the bottom. If they want to rise again, they can only rely on luck. Now that they were already here, there was no point in thinking too much. Magnificent Flame sect. Sect leader, the Saint Convent sect's sacred leader brought. A disciple ran over to report. He needed the sect leader to talk about such matters. But before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia stopped him. "Shoo! Don't speak. The sect leader is talking to Peaceful." Xianxia stopped the disciple. He looked calm and even looked at the sect leader with admiration. He might not have known the sect leader for long, but he could tell that the sect leader was giving off a dazzling radiance. That is, the radiance of a wise man. Peaceful? The disciple who came to report had a complicated look on his face. What is he talking about? In the past, the sect leader was indeed very calm, and no one could understand what he said. Xianxia was sent here by Senior Brother. How did he understand the sect leader's thoughts in such a short time? This is shocking. Just then, the sect leader who was talking to Peaceful opened his eyes. Why are you so flustered? Did something happen? The disciple went up and said respectfully, "Sect leader, the Saint Convent sect's sacred leader brought the entire sect here to talk to you." The sect master's heart did not waver. He did not panic at all and calmly replied with an "Oh. This has nothing to do with me. Let Xianxia and the rest handle it." "Ah? Sect leader, this." The disciple wanted to say something, but the sect leader didn't seem to want to get involved. He had no choice but to retreat. "Xianxia, come. Let's enjoy Peaceful together." The sect leader waved. "Yes." Xianxia went up and laid on the chair. He immediately went into the zone and started to feel peaceful. The sect's main hall. The sect leader looked at Huarong with a rare smile. He knew that Huarong was the easiest elder to talk to in the Magnificent Flame sect. He was very polite to people from other sections. "Huarong, it's been a long time. Your cultivation has gotten better," the sect leader praised. He was curious about what the Magnificent Flame sect had gone through. Even Huarong, who used to be weaker than him, had improved so much. He was envious of Huarong. Huarong nodded his head in satisfaction. He then sighed, that's right. It's been a long time since we last met. It's just that I didn't expect that Saint Master's cultivation base would still be the same as before. There's not much improvement at all. The sect leader suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why does Huarong sound like he was insulting me? How is this possible? Huarong wasn't like this in the past. He didn't even speak to me like this. Lin Fan smiled. He remained silent as a tacit agreement. Sect leader, your situation. Huarong couldn't understand what was going on. Why does it seem like the Saint Convent sect is here to escape? Look at these sovereigns. They're in such a miserable state, and there's something wrong with them. Then look at those who were carrying the sect's holy punishment in the air. They're even more laborious. I can't bear to look at them. Hayes, it's a long story. The sect leader sighed. He felt helpless. He could tell Huarong that he couldn't go on any longer. The sect was surrounded by danger, and they were in dire need of help. If not, the sect might even be destroyed. What a rare guest. How did the sect leader find you? Just then, Xianxia came out of the mountain. He had received a message from a disciple that the Saint Convent sect was here. The sect leader felt the peace and didn't have time to deal with them, so he asked Xianxia to deal with them. Initially, Xianxia didn't want to deal with them. But he couldn't. The Magnificent Flame sect might be powerful now, but they couldn't be arrogant. If they didn't come, it would make the Saint Convent sect feel that they weren't valued. Or rather, the ups and downs would change. They were once bullied and looked down on others. Brother Xianxia, long time no see. The sect leader cupped his fists, but he was shocked. He couldn't see through Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia's breathing was calm, and he couldn't see how deep his foundation was. No matter what, he could still see through Huarong's cultivation, but he couldn't see through Xianxia at all. In the Saint Convent sect. The blonde and blue-eyed disciples surrounded the Saint Convent sect and looked down. Eh? Is this the Magnificent Flame sect? It can't be. As far as I know, the Magnificent Flame sect is a backward and poor sect. Why does it look like there's been an earth-shattering change? The Saint Convent sect disciples were shocked. They couldn't believe it. They might not have been to the Magnificent Flame sect before, but they had heard of it. They knew how poor the sect was. But now that they saw it, they overthrew everything they knew. It might not be dazzling, but the divine aura was enough to make one's jaw drop. A rich aura could be felt. You're too polite, sect leader. May I know why you're here? Xianxia asked. The sect leader wouldn't have come if there wasn't anything important. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Of course, he wasn't worried that Xianxia would do anything to the Magnificent Flame sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could destroy the Saint Convent sect by himself. He was just worried that the Saint Convent sect would take advantage of the Magnificent Flame sect. It's better to be careful. Heis, it's a long story. The sect leader sighed, a sad look on his face. Xianxia looked at the sect leader. It's a long story, but you still have to tell me. If you don't tell me, I won't know what you're here for. The sovereign standing behind the sect leader felt a little sullen. The Saint Convent sect used to be so arrogant that they looked down on everyone. But look at them now. It's so miserable that it's scary. Even the Holy Master had personally come to ask for help. If word of this got out, it would be embarrassing. The sect leader wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, the evil sovereign covered his mouth and glared at him. Sect leader. If you dare to speak, I can guarantee that the sect leader will die in front of you, and he won't be able to rest in peace. The evil sovereign was really afraid now. There were only two people in the entire sect that made him speechless. One was a god. The other was sect leader. These two guys are such jerks that the sect leader almost fainted from time to time. He was the sect leader's #1 bodyguard. He couldn't bear to see the sect leader in such a state. Moreover, he had also been investigating a certain matter. There was a thief in the sect that stole a lot of things. Be it the disciples, the sovereigns, or even the sect's treasury, they had all been robbed. He had already locked onto a few targets. God's punishment, lightning, radiance, sect leader, and God. Among these guys, one of them was definitely an evil thief. It was just that they hadn't discovered it yet, so they were still investigating. This? The sect leader looked around. There were many people watching. This isn't a good thing. If I say it out loud, I'll lose face. Therefore, he was hesitant. He hoped that Xianxia could get the disciples to leave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. Eh? What day is it today? The Saint Convent sect is here? The voice was familiar even to the people of the Saint Convent sect. Greetings, senior brother. The surrounding disciples greeted him respectfully. The most popular person in the sect was definitely their idol, Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. But there was a playful look in his eyes. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. He didn't come earlier or later. He only showed up when Lu Ruochen was killed. The people from the Saint Convent sect noticed blood stains on Lin Fan's body. The smell of blood was very strong and somewhat pungent. A great battle had taken place here. Moreover, there were many people who had been killed. It was definitely not as simple as just a few. Disciple, the smell of blood on you is a little strong. Xianxia asked. What was his disciple going out for? It was obvious that another descender was coming. His disciple's move was amazing. He was waiting for the other party to come to him and send himself to his death. It wasn't strenuous at all, and he could even reap great rewards. Of course, he had always thought that the reason his disciple was so tirelessly killing descenders was because he fancied their wealth, but what he didn't know was that what he fancied was actually points. Teacher, I just came back from killing some kids. Those kids were a little interesting, so I spent a little more time with them. Lin Fan said casually, without any sense of nervousness. Oh, to be able to interest your disciple, the little friends this time are not bad. How many came? 100 or 200? Xianxia asked straightforwardly, forgetting that there were people around him. Lin Fan smiled. Teacher, your guess is really accurate. 250 children. That's a decent number, but they can't take long to kill. They're all too weak. Everyone from the Saint Convent sect blinked their eyes and sniffled. What are you saying? Descenders were too weak. Was there a need to do this? Those descenders are all at Dao Realm? Xianxia asked again, as if he did not care about the Saint Convent sect at all. It was more like he was talking to them. Yes, they were all at Dao Realm. There were many peak Dao Realm experts who came really aggressively and acted really arrogantly in front of me. I just smashed them to death with a rod. I didn't think too much about it. Lin Fan shook his head and expressed his helplessness. He really wanted to have a real battle with the descenders. The feeling of dying the moment they met was really hurtful. It was even a feeling that people didn't really want to face. Running simple instance dungeons for too long would also make people vomit nonstop. Fortunately, he had enough points. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. The corner of the Sacred Lord's mouth twitched. He could have sworn that the words were meant for their ears. Despicable, shameless, sinister. This time, the Saint Convent sect came with a friendly heart. They were definitely not here to cause trouble. But before he could say anything, he was threatened by the master and disciple from the magnificent Flame sect. Disciple is indeed worthy of being taught by master. Back then, I knew at first glance that disciple was extraordinary. Xianxia was pleased. With this disciple of his, he could brag to others for the rest of his life without getting tired of it. Lin Fan looked at the people from the Saint Convent sect. Holy punishment, holy gambling, holy thunder. These were all talents that he had personally nurtured. To think that I would be able to see all of you again. This is an indescribable feeling. The last time I saw the Chaos Overlord was a long time ago. Lin Fan lamented. Peak Leader Lin, did you see the chaos? The Sacred Leader asked. Yes, I've seen him. The Chaos Overlord is doing really well right now. He's found his true love, and the two of them are living happily ever after. It's really enviable. I'm afraid that he's probably living a carefree life somewhere right now as well. Lin Fan chuckled out. When he thought about the current situation of the Chaos Overlord, he could not help but feel some sympathy. The flower lady's figure was indeed indescribable, but her face was truly indescribable. Even if he was compared to Big Sister Feng in his previous life, everyone would choose Big Sister Feng without hesitation. This was the lethality of the flower lady. F*CK, I told you. That bastard Chaos must be having a good time in a woman's belly. Why would he think of us? If I see him, I'll definitely cut off his dick. The sacred leader was furious. They had been suffering all this time, but after hearing what Lin Fan said, they did not expect the Chaos to be so carefree. Hate. Anger. But there was nothing they could do. Sigh, it's already beyond my expectations that the Chaos Overlord is still alive. It's a pity that we don't know where junior sister Xianxia is. Sigh. The sacred leader sighed again. The two most powerful people in the Saint Convent sect were Divine Punishment and Xianxia. Xianxia, that old hag is living a better life than the Chaos Overlord. Don't you know that? Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded people from the Saint Convent sect. The people from the Saint Convent sect were already dumbfounded. They could accept that the Chaos Overlord was living a good life. But now, they could not accept that the Overlord was also living a good life. What was going on? Didn't that mean that they were the most miserable in the sect? The sacred leader shook his head and asked curiously, Peak Leader Lin, where is junior sister Xianxia now? The Saha sacred ground has already become a goddess. She should be much stronger than all of you now. I don't think she's the overlord of the Saint Convent sect anymore. Lin Fan pondered. From the bird, he saw that the Saha sacred ground was one of the more powerful forces. What kind of physique does the overlord have? It's been too long, so I can't remember. But it's fine as long as it's not an ordinary physique. Hearing this, the sacred leader felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Junior sister Xianxia isn't the overlord of the Saint Convent sect, that's impossible. Sacred leader, don't think that I'm scaring you. That old hag is luckier than all of you. She has already become the successor of a powerful force. It's impossible for her to stay in the Saint Convent sect. As the saying goes, one must be strong to forge iron. You guys have to rely on yourselves. Lin Fan's words were a little hurtful. The overlord of Danny immediately went up to the sacred leader and said emotionally, Sacred leader, don't worry. I, Danny, will definitely not leave the Saint Convent sect. I will definitely stay by your side from now on. The sacred leader let out a sigh. He seemed to be a little relieved. Sacred leader, is there a reason for you guys to come here with so many people? Tiansu asked. This? The sacred leader pondered and looked around. The magnificent flame sect's disciples were all watching. It wouldn't be good to be too direct. However, before he could say anything, he was cut off by Lin Fan. Master, is there a need to ask? There are only two possibilities. Are they here for revenge? Lin Fan asked. The sacred leader shook his hands immediately. How is that possible? The relationship between the Saint Convent sect and the Magnificent Flame sect is very special. How can they be here for revenge? It's a misunderstanding. Oh, if they're not here for revenge, then they're here to rely on us? Are they planning to move their sect here because of how powerful we are? Are they hoping to be our neighbors and receive our protection? Lin Fan didn't even think about it and just told him the truth. The sacred leader was dumbfounded. How can this be? He even suspected that peak leader Lin knew about this from the start. Of course, even though Lin Fan had guessed correctly, he had to be humble. With so many people watching, he couldn't be too direct. If not, the Saint Convent sect's prestige would be gone. Peak leader Lin, there's something wrong with what you said. Our sect values relationships. We've been separated from the Magnificent Flame sect for such a long time, and we miss it very much. The sacred leader was thinking of a way to explain himself, but before he could finish his words, Xianxia interrupted him. Sacred leader, what the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. Just say it. Peak leader Lin, the Saint Convent sect can't go on any longer. In the past, we were surrounded by danger, and no one knew when terrifying beasts would come. If a demonic beast comes, our entire sect will have to use all of our strength to fight it. Every time, we will be powerless and lose all hope in life. So this time, we're here to rely on the Magnificent Flame sect for protection. It's that simple. Xianxia couldn't help but say it out loud. I don't like to put on an act. What's there to be shy about? Do you really think that you're a married girl playing with a guest? You. The sacred leader felt as if his heart had been hit by a hammer. There was even a mouthful of blood in his heart that he could not help but spit out. Stupid. Stupid teammate. For some reason, the sacred leader felt that the surroundings were quiet and empty. There was a buzzing sound in his ears. He recalled the past. At that time, when the old sacred lord passed the position of sacred lord to him, he stood on the high platform and said confidently, Sacred leader, don't worry. With the help of these junior brothers and sisters, I will definitely make the Saint Convent sect stronger. Now that I think about it, it was then that the bad karma was buried. Relying on them would only lead to death. Sacred leader, say something. Lin Fan waved his hands in front of the sacred leader. Why did he suddenly become so dumb? Criticizing the sacred leader was not bad. He was straightforward with his words, and he would scold anyone he was unhappy with. This was the power of samsara. It was easy to change a person. The sacred leader's vision turned gray, and he could see something blurry in front of him. Soon, his vision cleared up. It was peak leader Lin waving his hand in front of him. Sacred leader. If it was still Xianxia, it would be too straightforward. The sacred leader would not be able to accept it so quickly. Peak leader Lin, please excuse me. The sacred leader bowed and cupped his fists. This was something he had to do. His reputation might be important, but he had to be responsible for the safety of the Saint Convent sect disciples. At the same time, he could not let the Saint Convent sect's legacy end. Xianxia, how can you say that? Look at you. You've made the sacred leader angry again. Xianxia blinked, looking helpless. What does it have to do with me if the sacred leader is angry? I'm not the one who did it. The Magnificent Flame sect disciples looked at each other and whispered to each other. Did you hear that? The Saint Convent sect is relying on us now. Amazing. This is something that we didn't even dare to imagine in the past. The Saint Convent sect used to be out of our reach, but now they're coming to us. This is amazing. Of course. Our sect has senior brother Lin, but who does the Saint Convent sect have? That's right. Senior brother always told us to be humble and keep a low profile. Don't be arrogant just because you're in power. Every dog has its day. Look, it's our Magnificent Flame sect's turn now. Therefore, senior brother's words are wise. Don't forget them. Everyone nodded. What senior brother said made sense. Lu Qiming was stunned. Did senior brother really say that? The disciple who said it was confused. He nodded. Yes, I think so. He was just saying it casually. As for who said it, he had no idea. It was normal for the Saint Convent sect to cozy up to the Magnificent Flame sect. Master, what do you think? Lin Fan didn't really care about this. It's not a big deal if they want to join the Magnificent Flame sect. However, the most dangerous person here is Thunder Thief. He even dares to attack the Magnificent Flame sect. How can we expect him to not steal from the Magnificent Flame sect? Of course, with the Magnificent Flame sect's current situation, the possibility of Thunder Thief succeeding was extremely low. Lin Fan asked his master. This? Tiansu hesitated, looking serious. The holy leader looked at Tiansu in anticipation. If there weren't so many people around, he would have said that he would agree for the sake of their past relationship. Disciple, since that's the case, we'll agree. After all, our sect's motto is justice and friendliness. Tiansu praised the Magnificent Flame sect. Yes, Brother Tiansu is right. The holy leader nodded in agreement. I'm living under the Magnificent Flame sect's roof. What else can I do if I don't follow their train of thought? Sigh. The evil king shook his head. This is what it feels like to live under the Magnificent Flame sect's roof. Seeing the sacred lord like this, as the number one person, he felt his heart ache. Haha. Tiansu laughed, feeling a little proud of himself. The Saint Convent sect used to suppress the Magnificent Flame sect, but the situation had changed. The Magnificent Flame sect had become stronger, leaving the Saint Convent sect far behind. As for taking revenge or humiliating the Saint Convent sect, Lin Fan couldn't bring himself to do so. The holy leader looked at Tiansu gratefully. He was already prepared when he came to the Magnificent Flame sect. Even if he were to be humiliated or given harsh conditions, he would still endure it. I can't let the Magnificent Flame sect be destroyed in my hands just because of my pride. Holy leader, since you're here, move over there. It's not too far away, but not too close either. At least you can help if anything happens. Lin Fan said. Thank you, Peak Leader Lin. The holy leader said gratefully. He didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Thinking about what happened in the past, he felt bad. The Saint Convent sect treated the Magnificent Flame sect badly, but not only did the Magnificent Flame sect not bear it in mind, they even agreed to let them move. I'll definitely remember this kindness. Lin Fan did not care about what happened next. His master and Huarong would handle it. Before he left, he took a few more glances at Xianxia and the others. He even saw that Thunder's hands were trembling. His hands were probably itching. However, Thunder would not be able to steal anything from the Magnificent Flame sect unless the sun rose from the west. The Saint Convent sect disciples changed their opinion of the Magnificent Flame sect. They had never been to the Magnificent Flame sect before, and they had only heard about how poor and backward the sect was. But from the looks of it, it was much better than the Saint Convent sect. Wow, it would be great if I could find a Magnificent Flame sect disciple as my partner in the future. A female disciple from the Saint Convent sect sighed. She hoped to marry into the Magnificent Flame sect. Yeah. Look at the Magnificent Flame sect's disciples. From their feet to their heads, you can tell that they're extraordinary. They must be rich. It would be great if they could become partners. Such a thing would have been impossible in the past. Why would a female disciple of the Saint Convent sect like the Magnificent Flame sect? However, things were different now. They were all in high demand, extremely popular. Invincible Peak. What a pity. If only the Saint Convent sect had come earlier. Lin Fan thought of Lu Ruochen, who was beaten to death by him. It was such a pity that she died so quickly. If I had caught her earlier, I would have been able to take advantage of her today. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll just cultivate first. Lin Fan gained a lot of points. With more than 60 million points, he could upgrade many skill sets. Most of the skill sets that he was practicing now were skill sets that were a little complicated. However, it didn't matter. It wasn't a problem as long as he could increase his strength. Once his foundation was full, he would step into the next realm. He was invincible in the outside world. No one could hurt him. However, there would definitely be more powerful ones coming. By then, he might not be able to defeat them with his current strength. Mockingbird. When the examiner heard that the Grandmaster killed another 200 descenders, he was dumbfounded. This is too ferocious. The strength of a Grandmaster had already reached such a terrifying level. Who else could possibly subdue a Grandmaster, the forbidden grounds of the outer world? The Demon Lord was imprisoned here. The group of descenders was extremely fast as they shuttled through the void. Nothing here posed much of a threat to them. In their eyes, those terrifying demonic beasts were nothing more than ants. They could kill them with a wave of their hands. Is the Demon Lord really imprisoned here? Some descenders were confused. According to what they knew, the Demon Lord's strength was extraordinary. How could he be imprisoned in this small world? That's right. The Demon Lord is definitely imprisoned here. Impossible. The Demon Lord's strength is terrifying. Who can suppress him in this small outer world? To them, it was true. The peak of the outer world was only at the peak of the Dao realm. As for the Demon Lord's strength, no matter how many peak Dao realm experts there were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Therefore, the situation here was confusing. They had no idea what the Demon Lord had gone through and how he was imprisoned here. He's here. Why isn't he here? The descenders floated in the air and looked down. The Demon Lord was in the mountains. Could there be a mistake? Or maybe the demon lord couldn't stand the loneliness and died? A descender pondered and used his brain to come to a conclusion. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from the mountains. Be asterisk starred, you are the one who died. This voice was filled with demonic might, scaring the group of descenders so much that they tensed up and were a little afraid. It was too inexplicable, so much so that no one could react to it. What are you waiting for? Move this damn mountain away from me. As long as you let me out, I will give you a huge opportunity. The demon lord's voice was majestic and filled with majesty. Even though he was imprisoned here, his aura wasn't weak at all. He had the might of the demon lord. The descenders looked at one another. They weren't here to save the demon lord. They were here for something. Don't move. Maybe if we move this mountain, the demon lord will come out. That's right, be careful. Legend has it that the demon lord can swallow the sun and moon. He can swallow the outer world in one gulp. The descenders discussed. The demon lord, who was suppressed under the mountains, was shocked. Something wasn't right. These people weren't here to save him, so they were definitely here to find out where he was. No. He died here in the past. But no one saw him. Apart from himself and that damn heaven, who else would know that he was imprisoned here? Conspiracy. He smelled the scent of a conspiracy. The descenders whispered to one another. To them, the demon lord was a legendary figure. When the demon lord ruled the world, their father's father wasn't even born yet. So, when they heard the demon lord's voice, they naturally felt nervous. Very quickly, a chosen descender appeared. Demon lord, do you want to come out from the seal? The one who spoke was a man with a handsome appearance. Among the group of descenders, his cultivation base was the highest. You have found the wrong person. I am not the demon lord. The demon lord replied. His desire to live was strong. Although he was strong, he was locked up here and didn't have any strength at all. What was the use? Moreover, he could guarantee that these people definitely didn't have good intentions when they came to find him. Someone definitely wanted to kill him. Before he regained his freedom, he definitely couldn't let anyone know that he was the demon lord. Of course, he didn't believe that no one would come to save him after so many years. With his social skills, there would definitely be someone who would come to save him. Impossible, you must be the demon lord. The guy retorted. How could he not be the demon lord? Demon lord my ass? Who the hell did he think he was? This daddy was an unparalleled great demon. What devil ancestor? If he was in front of me, I would let him know what an ancestor is. What dog shit? After a moment of silence, the demon lord scolded without hesitation. As the demon lord, not only was he vicious to others, but he was also merciless to himself. He had to scold him. He had to make those people not think that he was the demon lord and scram back to where they came from. Eh? The descenders exchanged glances with one another and were really confused. That can't be right, was he really not the demon lord? They started to suspect what kind of existence the demon lord was. He was a cold and emotionless existence, so how could he scold him? You really aren't the demon lord? The descenders asked. To them, true experts wouldn't hide themselves even if they were facing the threat of death. But to experts, face and pride were more important than their lives, so how could they humiliate themselves like this? What is this? Can a mere fiend ancestor have my majesty and dominance? My words are still the same. Let me out and I will give you a huge opportunity. Don't go find the demon lord. Who does he think he is? The demon lord felt that he was really cruel. When he scolded himself, he didn't hold back at all. Once he started scolding, it would be shocking and terrifying. Although these fellows were a little smart, they weren't as smart as him. They were also too immature. With his knowledge and experience, how hard would it be to bluff a bunch of retards? Although he had been locked up here for a long time and cut off contact with the outside world, his knowledge was definitely higher than these people. If he isn't the demon lord, then what should we do with this mission? The descenders were a little anxious. They brought the space god pillar here, apart from activating it, to search for the demon lord. Let's leave first. This place is really weird. No matter whether or not he is the demon lord, at least we have a direction. A descender said. Eh. They didn't care about releasing him, much less the promised opportunity. Sometimes, being too optimistic could also be a disaster, and one could even lose their life. Oi, where are you going? Come back and let's have a chat. The demon lord wanted to head out, but he couldn't expose himself. Sensing that they were about to leave, he was a little anxious. If he could bluff them, then he might be able to come out. But the descenders didn't care about him and left quickly. Damn, he ran so quickly? The demon lord was stunned and his heart was filled with rage. A few days passed. Many things happened in the outside world, and even the birds couldn't report them all. There were too many descended ones, and they caused a lot of trouble. Moreover, some of these descenders were in groups, forming quite a sizable force. Many forces submitted to his tyrannical might. He joined the ranks of the descenders. The forces that refused to submit collapsed under the terrifying power of the descended ones, turning into a pile of rubble. Tragic, it could only be described as tragic. The Saint Convent sect had finally settled down. It wasn't far from the magnificent Flame sect, but it wasn't very close either. In the words of the holy leader, we mustn't get too close to the magnificent Flame sect, or our disciples will feel ashamed and give up on themselves. But we mustn't get too far away either. If we were to meet with danger, it would take too much time, and the sect might be destroyed. Now, they were determined to cling on to Lin Fan. They didn't know how long they could cling on to Lin Fan, but they couldn't leave before the Saint Convent sect rose again. Thunder, is there something wrong with your hand? Why have you been trembling these few days? Lord of Evil realized that there was something wrong with Thunder. He had found out about it ever since he left the magnificent Flame sect. At first, he thought that it was something simple. But it had been a few days, and he was still trembling. Something was wrong. It's nothing. Thunder glanced at Lord of Evil and left. Without saying a word. He couldn't help it. He had always wanted to steal from the magnificent Flame sect, and his hand was so itchy that it was trembling. Lord of Evil did not think much about it. He looked at Thunder and mumbled. The thief hiding in the sect is definitely not Thunder. With his trembling hand, he can't even steal. He was now the #1 henchman of the holy leader, and he had to catch all the thieves in the sect. Therefore, he had been patrolling the sect, looking for suspicious targets. Many things had been stolen from the sect's treasury. Also, the disciples' belongings would mysteriously disappear. This was a serious matter, and it made the disciples even more worried. No one knew who would be the next one to be robbed. Invincible Peak. Lu Qiming was waiting. Senior brother has been working too hard, and he's in seclusion. I wonder when he will come out. Creak, the stone door of the secret room opened. Lin Fan's head was hurting. The feeling of leveling up his cultivation technique was pretty good. The feeling of his strength skyrocketing was very refreshing. The 250 descenders weren't trash, and there were quite a few who cultivated hard body techniques. Amazing. I feel like descenders practice more hard body skills. He finally realized this problem. There weren't many people who cultivated hard body techniques in the outer realm, but it wasn't that there weren't any. Usually, only certain large forces would cultivate hard body techniques. But things were different now. He dared to guarantee that these descenders did not come from the same great power. They were very scattered, but many of them cultivated hard body skills. That could only mean that over there, hard body skills could shine brilliantly. Senior brother, what's wrong? Lu Qiming went up and asked nervously. He didn't know what was wrong with his senior brother. Could it be that he had encountered some trouble? Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Lin Fan came to his senses. His points were being used up really quickly, and his cultivation technique had improved by a lot. However, his foundation was too vast, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to accumulate it. If not for his strong will and extraordinary talent, he might really have been forced to give up completely. You look like you want to say something but are hesitating. Do you have something to say? Lin Fan looked at Lu Qiming. His expression was a little off, like he was suppressing something in his heart and waiting for his senior brother to ask. What a trick. Lu Qiming panicked a little. He discovered a huge secret, but he didn't say it. He acted like he had something to say and waited for his senior brother to ask. As expected. Senior brother understood him well. Hey, senior brother, there's something I don't know if I should say it or not. But since senior brother has asked, I have no choice but to say it. This concerns the future of our sect. Lu Qiming said worriedly. It was obvious that something big had happened. Say it, I am listening. Lin Fan was a little concerned. It was definitely a huge matter for junior brother to pay so much attention to it. However, he didn't know what it was. It actually made him a little flustered. Lu Qiming looked left and right. After making sure there was no one around, he whispered, Senior brother, we are inviting a wolf into our house. Recently, I noticed that many junior brothers in the sect have strange expressions. I didn't think much of it at first, but later on, I felt that many of them had the same expression, so I followed them. Tell me, what did I see? Lu Qiming kept Lin Fan in suspense when he got to the main point. Junior brother, where did you learn this from? Hurry up. Lin Fan wanted to beat him up. He hated people who didn't finish their sentences the most. Lu Qiming shrunk his head and quickly said, I saw those female disciples in the Saint Convent sect doing it on purpose. All of them were lying on the ground, holding their ankles and saying that they sprained their ankles. It was so painful that it made me want to protect them. At first, I didn't think that it was a big deal. But after following them for 2 days, I noticed that the same female disciples sprained their ankles 6 times in front of the same junior brothers, 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and night. This has become a pattern. Tell me, isn't it obvious that they are trying to seduce our junior brothers? Senior brother, we have to be careful. Lu Qiming couldn't believe that his junior brothers couldn't keep their hearts to themselves. So powerful? Lin Fan was surprised. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. Could it be that the Magnificent Flame sect is too powerful, and the female disciples of the Saint Convent sect are looking for a perfect bachelor to marry? It's possible. It's very possible. Yeah, why can't our junior brothers keep their hearts to themselves? What's so good about those Saint Convent sect female disciples? They just have big breasts, perky buttocks, a slim figure, pretty faces, and an exotic charm. How can they fall for them? What's so good about them? Lu Qiming was furious. He had to admit that the Saint Convent sect was vicious and sinister. What's so good about them? Didn't you say all the good things about them? Lin Fan stared at Lu Qiming. I've already said all these good things. If it's not good, then what is good in Lu Qiming's eyes? Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Seeing that Lin Fan was still calm, Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel anxious. If something really happens, it would be too late for regrets. What else can we do? What does it mean? This means that our junior brothers in the sect are very charismatic, do you understand? Did anyone sprain their ankle in front of you? Lin Fan asked. He could understand. Perky breasts and perky buttocks. No man, other than him, could resist them. How is that possible? I can see through their thoughts with one look. Lu Qiming said. Just answer me. Did they do it or not? Lin Fan asked. No. Lu Qiming shook his head. His junior brothers were blackmailed, but he wasn't. I have to admit that this is a little strange. Let's go and see what's going on. Lin Fan wanted to see how the female disciples of the Saint Convent sect blackmailed them. Yeah, senior brother, you will know when you see it for yourself. The outer world was in a state of unrest. Many major forces were already shrouded in the panic of the Descenders. They had already started to look for a way to survive. As for the Magnificent Flame sect, it was rare for them to live a leisurely life. Soon, the two of them floated in the air. They were on the way back to the sect. Someone was hoarding there. It was a female disciple of the Saint Convent sect. Taking a closer look, it was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. Senior brother, look. They came prepared, Lu Qiming whispered. He was very disdainful. As a Magnificent Flame sect disciple, he was very proud that the Saint Convent sect came to suck up to him. But who would have thought that the female disciples of the Saint Convent sect would have evil intentions? How dare they seduce a junior brother of the sect? This is serious. Lin Fan didn't say anything but looked down. Far away, a disciple was returning to the sect. When he passed by, a female disciple suddenly fell to the ground. Her voice was sweet and there was a look of pain on her face. Her pitiful look made Lin Fan's heart ache. The disciple could tell that it was a female disciple of the Saint Convent sect. He wanted to ignore it, but thinking of the sect's principles, he could only go up to help. What a coincidence. It's you again. The disciple said in surprise. It's been a few times. Yeah, it's me again. The female disciple nodded. She frowned and pointed at her ankle. I sprained my ankle. Ah? I see. Be careful. You've sprained your ankle 3 times in the same place. The male disciple said shyly. He might be strong, but he was still a beginner when it came to girls. Furthermore, the girl who sprained her ankle was very pretty. There was a faint fragrance coming from her, causing the male disciple's heart to waver. Afterward, the male disciple carried the girl and walked away to send her back to the sect. Senior brother, did you see that? This is simply unsightly and shameless. He took the initiative to seduce us. Do you think there's something wrong with the Saint Convent sect disciple? And I think our junior brothers are the same. How could they be tricked so easily? Lu Qiming was furious. His junior brothers had disappointed him. Look over there. They've already formed a chain. There's a group of people waiting there. They're obviously seducing our disciples. Lu Qiming's face turned black when he spoke about his anger. That's right. The female disciples of the Saint Convent sect had far away and gathered together. They had already formed a set of procedures. Touch one, then the next. In their words. That was to seize the opportunity to marry into a powerful sect. That was the only choice. Sigh, as a senior brother, there are things I can't do well. Lin Fan sighed. If it was according to his temper in the past, he would have gone up and whipped the girls in half with his leg. Damn it for messing with my junior brother's heart. Senior brother, it's not your fault. It's their fault, Lu Qiming said anxiously. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I didn't expect my junior brothers to get married at their age. As their senior brother, I have to take care of it. But it's good that the Saint Convent sect is here. At least this problem has been solved. Ah? Lu Qiming was dumbfounded when he heard Lin Fan. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Why did you agree? Junior brother, I still have something to do. You don't have to stop me. Lin Fan did not say much and left. Lu Qiming watched helplessly as his senior brother left. He then turned to the girls. Fine. Let me see what kind of magical power you have to be able to bewitch my sect's junior brother. I'll expose you. Lin Fan was not convinced. He wanted to try it himself. He then landed on the ground as if he was just passing by. Someone's coming. Who wants to go? I'm not going. He's so fat and short, and he's not good looking. Wouldn't it be torture for me to be with him in the future? Forget it. There are many male disciples in the Magnificent Flame sect. The girls discussed among themselves, filtering out Lu Qiming. Come on, let me see how painful your ankles are. Lu Qiming walked very slowly. He wanted to give these people time to prepare and see what they could do. But very quickly, his expression became a little strange. Where are they? They said that they sprained their ankles. Why is no one coming out when it's my turn? Impossible. They must not have seen me. I'll walk again. Lu Qiming did not believe it. He walked back and forth several times, but no one came out. Impossible. Lin Fan did not believe it. He could not help but have a bad feeling about this. When he pretended to leave and hid, a girl with a sprained ankle was lying on the ground when a junior brother passed by. She looked pitiful and seduced the junior brother shamelessly. This? Lu Qiming was dumbfounded. A scary thought appeared in his mind. Don't tell me that I, Lu Qiming, am not even qualified to be blackmailed? Lu Qiming was hurt. He did not think that he was inferior to others. But reality showed him the difference. When his junior brothers passed by, there were female disciples from the Saint Convent sect trying to blackmail them, but he was deserted. It was as if he was abandoned. Maybe they feel inferior because I'm too handsome, and they know that I'm not good enough for them? Lu Qiming could only comfort himself. In fact, he really did not know what to say about this matter. The women of the Saint Convent sect were dangerous. Although he had been subdued by Goddess Hua, no one dared to say for sure that nothing had happened to him while he was in the Saint Convent sect. Invincible Peak. What a pity. These descenders are so disappointing, Lin Fan mumbled. They're all cowards. Every time he mocked them, he hoped to attract more people. But who would have thought that these descenders were so cowardly that it was scary? Old Black has been out for so long. I wonder what he's doing, but he's still alive. Old Black had left the sect to look for opportunities, but nothing had happened to him. However, Lin Fan could feel that Old Black's senses had weakened a few times during this period of time. Based on his guess, Old Black should have been injured, but survived. As for junior brother Wang Fu, there was still no news of him. The possibility of him being killed by someone was very low, so he must be cultivating somewhere. Lin Fan took out the golden paper and contacted the people at the Bird of Proof. He wanted to increase the publicity to attract more descenders. Given the current situation, descenders could bring him more points, and the foundation he needed was too large. The current situation was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Grandmaster, what can I do for you? The moderator of the Bird of Proof asked. Everyone knew how powerful a Grandmaster was, and many of the content on the Bird of Proof were related to him. Some forces wanted to seek protection from the Grandmaster, so they had been posting content on the Bird of Proof. Of course, as far as he was concerned, this was definitely impossible. How could a Grandmaster agree to that? I told you to send the content to every descender. Did you really do it? Lin Fan asked. He felt that something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, why would there be so few people? It was more than enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, but it was impossible for him to fill his stomach. The examiner of the knowing bird had been in a daze the whole time. How could he not understand the Grandmaster's intentions? However, he had really done it. It was not his fault that the Grandmaster did not come. Grandmaster, you really did it. For this matter, all of us knowing birds have been mobilized. Some of the descenders are hidden too deeply and we can't find them, but as long as they are exposed to the sun, we have already found them. It's just that they don't come, so we don't know, the examiner said helplessly. Grandmasters were so fierce. Most people were afraid of trouble, but Grandmasters were different. They just went straight to work without thinking too much. It was simply too shocking. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. That was impossible. Were all descenders so cold to their ancestors? According to the frog, they were the ancestors of the descenders. As long as one was a hot-blooded person, how could one tolerate their ancestor being scolded to such an extent? That was why it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Wait a minute, he thought of something terrifying. He had indeed written down all the ancestors of the descenders, but it was a bit more complicated. With the intelligence of the descenders, it would be hard for them to understand what he was talking about. Or maybe he didn't care about it at all and just threw it away. That wasn't impossible. Lin Fan clapped his hands. He had been too careless. That had to be the case. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Grandmaster, what's wrong? The examiner didn't know what had happened, but the Grandmaster was silent for a long time. Something big must have happened. It's nothing, just a pity. That was indeed the case. He could only watch helplessly as the points swayed in front of him, but he couldn't attract them. Grandmaster, are you worried about the descenders? The examiner asked. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, seeing how the Grandmaster was so eager to attract the descenders, it must have something to do with it. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing. The fact that a Grandmaster could kill all the descenders was a good thing for the people of the Outer Realm. Recently, it was unknown how many sects and forces had posted on the knowing bird, hoping to seek help. Or perhaps they were talking about the crimes of the descenders. Yes, that's the problem. Lin Fan pondered. He didn't want to use his brain as it was a waste of his brain cells. The knowing bird said, Grandmaster, I should have a way. Do you believe me? Tell me what it is first. If it's good, then I'll believe you, Lin Fan said. You see, we can do this. Let the knowing bird talk to the descenders and say that the Grandmaster is the best fighter in the outer realm. If you want to challenge trash like them, just set a time and place and send as many as you want. With a fixed time, it will definitely attract more descenders. The examiner suggested this method. Of course, he actually had another method, but he felt that it wasn't good and would easily be scolded by the Grandmaster. That was to personally move out and roam the entire outer realm to kill all the descenders. However, this was too time-consuming. Without a year's time, it would be impossible. Lin Fan was surprised. The examiner's heart skipped a beat. What? Could it be that there was a problem with this method? Good, very good. I'll try your method. As for how to do it, I'll leave it to you. If you do it well, you can come find me if you meet any trouble in the future. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. As expected, there were quite a few intelligent people. He wasn't the only one who was intelligent. The knowing bird's intelligence was quite good. If he was retarded, he definitely wouldn't have been able to think of such a high-end method. Ah? The examiner was stunned. It wasn't good to let him do this. Is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. No, what problem could there be? Grandmaster, don't think that I'm just an examiner. I'm actually very talented. The examiner patted his chest and praised himself. This was indeed a bit difficult, but it wasn't easy for the Grandmaster to see his brilliance. No matter how difficult it was, he had to brace himself and continue. I can tell. When I first spoke with you, I could already feel that you are a very talented person from your words. Being an examiner for the knowing bird is a waste of your talent. Don't worry, when you want to change your job, you can come find me. Lin Fan loved talents. He especially liked talents who could share his burdens. Thinking about the Honorable Xuelian, he wondered what he was like. Whether he was dead or alive, he really didn't think about it. There were too many people who were scattered in the outer region and didn't know the outcome. Thank you, Grandmaster, but I'm very happy here. I just hope that if the knowing bird meets any trouble, I can ask for your help. The examiner definitely couldn't say yes. If he said that, not only would the owner not forgive him, even he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. No problem. When your knowing bird meets a disaster, just find me. I promise that you will be fine. Lin Fan said straightforwardly. These were all small problems. Hearing this, the examiner wanted to vomit blood. The Grandmaster really wasn't polite with his words. If someone else said such words, he would have flipped out. But since the Grandmaster said it, it was right. Moreover, it was a great thing for the knowing bird. Go. Inform me when it's done. The location is near the sect. Don't go so far, it's a waste of time. Lin Fan was a little impatient. Maybe this method would really work. If he could kill all the descenders, he would really be rich. In a certain forest, the atmosphere was really tense, and the aura of death hung in the air. Everyone, don't panic. I said that I will bring you to a safe place, so I will definitely do it. Wang Fu leaned against a tree. He looked a little tired, but he didn't panic at all. There was a group of people around him. They weren't much better, and their energy was a little low. It had been a long time since Wang Fu left the sect. After hearing his senior brother's words, he felt that everything was going well. Moreover, his luck was not bad. Along the way, he met a group of like-minded friends. Although there were occasional conflicts, they were resolved. Among them, his gaze landed on a girl not far away. She was the granddaughter of an ancestor from a top power in the outer realm. She could be considered the apple of his eye. Originally, he wouldn't have any thoughts about her, but the two gradually developed feelings for each other. Although they didn't say it out loud, they knew each other well. Safe? Where is the safe place now? Yes. The group chatted, not knowing where to go. The girl who had feelings for Wang Fu was very beautiful. She had shiny black hair, but her expression was the same. She blamed herself. Everyone, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. She was the granddaughter of an ancestor, Xianxia. The reason why everyone was running away was partly because of her. Xianxia, we can't just sit by and watch. If you want to blame someone, blame those despicable descenders, Wang Fu said. At the same time, he felt deeply helpless. Those descenders were too strong, too terrifying. His left wrist had been cut off. With his strength, it was enough for him to regrow his severed limbs. However, he was suppressed by the descender and had a restriction placed on his wrist, preventing him from recovering. My grandfather, Xianxia was very worried. They shouldn't have been able to escape, but her grandfather saved them. In the end, they were imprisoned by the descenders. She didn't expect the second ancestor, who had a good relationship with her grandfather, to betray them and side with them. She wouldn't have known about this if she didn't go back for training. Wang Fu looked at everyone's expressions and knew that they were in low spirits. Everyone, I said that I would take you to a safe place. Please believe me, my sect is very powerful and my senior brother is peerless in this world. Those mere descenders are nothing in his eyes. Wang Fu said. However, not many people believed his words. It was very simple. Oh? Oh? Wang Fu, don't joke around. How could this be? If they were really that strong, how could you be like this right now? A man sitting paralyzed on the ground said. He was the main damage dealer of the team, but in the face of a descender, he felt like a child being held in the palm of someone else's hand. It's true, my senior brother is really strong. Wang Fu was anxious. He was telling the truth, so why didn't anyone believe him? We know that your senior brother is strong, but compared to the descenders, he really can't compare. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Xianxia's grandfather? He is an old peak Dao realm expert. You saw that battle. Even her grandfather was suppressed by the descenders. Wang Fu got up and said anxiously, you all don't believe me. Compared to my senior brother, he is nothing. The moment he said this, he felt that something was wrong. As expected, Xianxia looked at him. She was a little unhappy and a little sad. Wang Fu wanted to curse. He was telling the truth, so why didn't anyone believe him? He was telling the truth. Wang Fu knew that what he said wasn't enough to gain the trust of others. That kind of grievance could only be understood after personally experiencing it. However, he still had a bit of influence in this team. Even when everyone was helpless and about to collapse, they would listen to him. He would prove to everyone that his senior brother was really amazing and that he wasn't joking. Moreover, he wasn't someone who liked to joke. Outside the region, the knowing birds started to move. They had the authority to check on people and had applied to their master. The knowing birds could be considered Lin Fan's special service. Others might not understand, but the person in charge of the knowing birds knew what the situation was like. Once the descenders arrived, no one in the outer region could stay out of it. He was even sure that sooner or later, the entire outer region would have a huge battle with the descenders. He was at the highest level of the knowing birds. Although he hadn't experienced the merging of outer region and outer region, he understood how complicated this matter was from some scattered records. The descenders weren't to be trifled with. The outer region couldn't stop them. Even if there were people who weren't convinced, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The vanguard of the descenders was at Dao realm. In the outer region, they would be overlords. Needless to say, with so many descenders, it would be a disaster. For a grandmaster to step forward and kill a descender was exactly what he wished for. Moreover, it was a great deed for the outer realm. What happened? Why are there so many knowing birds? In the sky, 3 blue transparent robins soared through the void, attacking in all directions. Many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. Usually, the knowing birds didn't appear so frequently. Moreover, they basically left right after delivering the content. Something big is about to happen. A scholarly man waved his fan and said solemnly. Oh, you can tell? The people at the side were very curious. They really couldn't tell, but they had never seen so many robin birds being sent out so frequently. Kiki, just watch. It is definitely something big. The knowing birds are a mysterious organization that focuses on gathering wealth. Now that they have sent out so many knowing birds, how could it be a small matter? He even suspected that this had something to do with the Descenders. There was a lot of news about the Descenders in the outer realm, and many people were worried that something might happen. It was unknown how many great powers the Descenders had destroyed. Moreover, some powers were afraid of the Descenders' strength and were willing to become their slaves. Perhaps they wanted to form a relationship with the mysterious beings behind the Descenders. This was considered public in the outer realms. Many people were afraid. If they were to encounter a Descender one day, they would basically be dead meat. Fortunately, the outer realm was large enough. Although there were many Descenders, it wasn't easy to run into them. It could be considered a chance to struggle at death's door. Searching for Descenders? Damn it, where did they run off to? The Robin Bird Examiner was in charge of everything. He was in charge of everything now. He did not have to do anything else, but he had to do a good job as a Grandmaster. In a destroyed sect somewhere, a group of Descenders had gathered there. They were opening up their territory and clearing out all the sects and powers around the spatial divine pillar. Those who were willing to submit would be taken in as slaves. Those who were unwilling to submit would be beaten to death. Simple, not so many thoughts. At this time, the Descenders raised their heads and saw a strange bird flying over. Hey! Are you all Descenders? The Robin Bird was transparent and could ignore attacks. He descended and spoke directly. Is this how you natives address us? Fine, we are Descenders. What are you? A man stood up. His long hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were deep and filled with the radiance of power. He discovered that this strange bird could actually ignore the pressure. I'm the Robin Bird. I've come to pass on a message. The #1 expert of the outer realm wants to kill all of you. You can choose one-on-one or gang up on all of you. However, the #1 expert suggested that you choose a gang. He likes to beat up a group of you all by himself. The Robin Bird spoke without end, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the other party. What did you say? The Descenders were furious. This was simply a form of humiliation. When they came to the outer realm, the natives they encountered were all ants. Of course, they had also encountered some stronger ones. But under their might, all of them had been killed. Now, this dogfart #1 expert wanted to challenge them. This was simply courting death. I'm the Robin Bird. I never repeat my words. The #1 expert of the outer realm said that if you are afraid, then don't go. In any case, there will be a day when I will chop you all to death. I will also chop your brothers and sisters to death. I will also chop your parents to death. I will also imprison your wives, and, shut up. The Descenders were so angry that their noses were about to spit fire. Humiliation and extreme humiliation. It's impossible for me to shut up. I'm the Robin Bird. I specialize in informing everyone of anything that happens in the outer realm. However, let's not talk nonsense. I'll stay here at the time and place. If you are truly afraid, then quickly find a hole to bury yourselves in. Let me tell you a secret, the #1 expert of the outer realm is very cruel. He likes to beat you up. Goodbye. After saying that, the Robin Bird soared into the sky, leaving behind a map before vanishing without a trace. Bastard. The Descenders were dumbfounded. They were arrogant and possessed a supreme bloodline. How could they be humiliated by these natives? Everyone, what bullshit #1 expert of the outer realm. Since it's like this, let's go meet him and use his head as an apology. That's not appropriate. Although the natives of the outer realm are weak, it's hard to say that there won't be any trouble. It's better to be careful. What better to be careful? There are so many of us. How can we be afraid of him? To the Descenders, this humiliation was definitely intolerable. Naturally, they would make the other party pay the price. The Robin Bird soared in the sky, constantly searching for the Descenders. As long as he found one, he would definitely use a series of humiliating moves. First, he would properly humiliate them. However, it wasn't that easy to find the Descenders, especially at this time. Many of them had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. Of course, there were also some people from the outer realm who had already been subdued by the Descenders. They told them that this person was very strong, and they wanted to lure them over so that they could catch them all in one fell swoop. There were many similar cases. Some of the Descenders weren't idiots. They wouldn't fly into a rage like a lion after being humiliated with just a few words. Thus, some of the more cautious ones pondered for a while before finally suppressing the anger in their hearts and temporarily not bickering with the other party. However, this method was indeed not bad. Basically, there were very few who wouldn't be angry. Of course, the robin bird couldn't find all the Descenders, so it couldn't bring the information over. A few days passed. Grandmaster, it's done. Don't worry, our robin bird has already used all its strength to bring these words. According to the robin bird's report, a terrifying number of Descenders are converging here. The examiner was in a good mood. The first thing he did for the Grandmaster had been done. That feeling was indescribable. Good, very good. You've really done a good job. I'm very gratified. Lin Fan was overjoyed, especially when he heard that terrifying number converging here. Just hearing about it made his blood boil and gave him an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. This time, he would definitely turn the world upside down. As for whether there were any good people among the Descenders, that had nothing to do with him. He had to think clearly. My friends are all good people. My enemies are all bad people. I'll just kill them, there's no need to think too much. The examiner hesitated for a moment before asking, Grandmaster, can we hold on? There are quite a number of people this time. If we can't, the consequences will be disastrous. Eh? Lin Fan was stunned. What are you saying? What do you mean by can we hold on? I don't need to. You have to ask them how much they can take. Yes, Grandmaster is amazing and invincible. I won't ask anything. The examiner didn't say much. The Grandmaster had his own thoughts and didn't care. The process of waiting was the most torturous. He already knew that there would be many Descenders coming. But they hadn't arrived yet. He could only stroll around the sect and estimate how many people there would be. On this day, the weather was a little dark, and thick black clouds rolled in the sky. Lu Qiming looked at his senior brother and was a little worried. It had been 2 days and he hadn't moved at all. Did something happen? He didn't know what happened to his senior brother. It seemed like he rarely encountered such a situation. Suddenly, with his naked eyes, he saw his senior brother move. It's time, junior brother Lu. I'm going to take a bath and get ready for a big battle. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He could feel an aura coming from afar. It's the smell of points. I can't be wrong. He might not be sure about other smells, but at least it's points. Even if it's dog sh*t, he would be able to smell it. Senior brother, I'll prepare it for you now. Lu Qiming jogged away. His senior brother wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. It was a big deal, and he had to do it personally. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but Lu Qiming had already left. He was helpless. Secret room. This was the harbor of his soul, a place that he couldn't abandon. Points come from afar. As the peak leader of the Invincible Peak, I have to be sincere and friendly to them. I have to give them a fresh start. Clang, the Tai Sovereign sword appeared. The 3 swords were powerful, especially the Tai Sovereign sword. Now that he had obtained the origin gem, it was even more powerful than before. It wasn't any weaker than his axe. Poochie, he slashed his neck. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His energy was at its peak, and he looked brand new. Even the air coming out of his pores was clean. He pushed the stone door open and walked out. Lu Qiming rushed over. Senior brother, I prepared the hot water. You can take a bath and change your clothes. No need. I've already taken a bath and changed my clothes. Lin Fan said. Ah? Lu Qiming was stunned. He couldn't understand where Lin Fan had taken a bath and changed his clothes. Junior brother Lu, gather the disciples and wait for me to come back to bury the corpses. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. At the agreed location, many Descenders arrived. Normal people wouldn't be able to take it when birds went to humiliate them one by one. Even Lin Fan himself wouldn't be able to take it if someone ran in front of him and humiliated him. He wouldn't be able to calm down unless he smashed the other party into meat paste. Damn, where did the arrogant native go? Didn't he tell us to come here? Where is he? A guy wrapped in a blood mist said with a cold voice. The surrounding descenders all stayed far away and didn't want to get too close to him. It was too dangerous. Scoff, I didn't expect that we would be played by the native. What dog sh*t top expert of the outer region? I think he is just a coward. Right, if he didn't come, we would have started a massacre and turned the outer region into a river of blood. They had the ability to do so. Which one of them wasn't a Dao realm? If they attacked together, they really wanted to ask how many people in the outer region could handle it. Suddenly, just as the descenders were cursing and swearing, a black shadow approached from the distance. Eh? The descenders looked over but didn't care. They were confident in their own strength and didn't believe that anyone could suppress them. Very quickly, they saw that the black shadow was actually a person and he was carrying a giant beast. It seemed like it was cooked and gave off an alluring fragrance. Who are you? A descender asked. Sorry, I am late. I am the top expert of the outer region and am someone who will crush all of you. Right, there is no need to be polite with me. I prepared this meal for all of you. Lin Fan patted the beast behind him and said. All of you better eat some. I would rather die from stuffing myself than starving to death. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat when you go down. How pitiful. He should have arrived long ago, but when he thought about how the descenders came from so far away, he couldn't welcome them empty-handed, right? He took a detour and found a demonic beast, cooked it, and sent it to the descenders. When the surrounding descenders heard this, they were so furious that they were about to explode. This was just too much. They didn't expect that this native would be so arrogant and humiliate them. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't be able to make up for the loss of face they lost. You are really arrogant. The man wrapped in blood chi took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. Boundless blood chi spread out from his feet, forming a blood net. The descenders all retreated, not wanting to be entangled with this blood net. Otherwise, who knew if his blood would be absorbed by the other party? Do you eat meat? Lin Fan grabbed a piece of meat from the cooked beast and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious. I specially prepared it for you. I added a lot of spices and it's exceptionally delicious. It melts in your mouth. What are you eating, native? Today will be the day you die. The man wrapped in a bloody aura shouted angrily. Because he was too agitated, the surrounding bloody aura surged like a tidal wave. Fine, since you don't want to eat it, then die. Lin Fan raised his head slightly. In an instant, he swung the demon beast delicacy in his hand and threw it at the other party. Rumble, its might was astonishing. The demon beast delicacy crushed the void and erupted with astonishing power. This power was too terrifying, and the surrounding descenders only felt the air around them begin to tremble violently. Courting death. The man wrapped in bloody aura was shocked and furious. He didn't expect the native to actually have such a vulgar thing to throw at him. He instantly retaliated. He wanted to use the most terrifying power to crush the native. In just an instant, the man's expression changed. The moment his power exploded out, it sunk down. Pung, before anyone could react, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Space exploded. If you don't want to eat meat, then so be it. You actually want me to die. Damn it. Lin Fan carried the beast delicacy on his shoulder and was really unhappy. People nowadays were just too heartless. He had spent so much effort to make this delicacy and was prepared to give it to them, but he didn't expect to be rejected so harshly. How heartbreaking. The descenders who had fallen into a daze looked over, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. There was only the black void that had been bombarded. He had completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, there was no reaction at all. He was killed just like that, a fellow that even they were afraid of. Gotcha. Lin Fan pinched the back of his neck and twisted it. Oi, let me ask you guys, do you want to eat? He was really unhappy. He had spent so much effort to make food, and if no one appreciated it, it would be such a waste. Eh? The descenders said solemnly and didn't say a word. However, Lin Fan was also counting. There were too many of them, and with his current intelligence, unless they didn't move at all and let him count slowly, that would be the case. As for now, forget it. It was too torturous. In the end, he might not be able to count them correctly. Just at that moment, some of the descenders exchanged glances with one another and their bodies disappeared from the spot like they had never appeared. That was to use some kind of mystique to allow one's body to merge with the void, or to merge with the Tao. So annoying, none of you are willing to eat. Then, I can only. Lin Fan was disappointed. He had done too much and was still unable to make them like him. All this while, it was just his own wishful thinking. Eat, let's eat. At that moment, some of the descenders spoke up. They looked at those who entered the void. As long as they succeeded, the native would die. What they did now was to attract their attention. Really? Lin Fan let out a smile. Even though he was going to chop them to death later on, it was still a form of praise for the delicacies that he had cooked to be welcomed by them. Suddenly, Pata. Hee hee. A deep laugh spread out. At the same time, a pair of arms passed through his arms and reached behind his neck. Their fingers intersected and intersected. I have caught you. Let's see how you can escape now. Okay. More descenders appeared on both sides of Lin Fan's legs and wrapped themselves around him. The triangles intertwined, forming a kind of energy seal. Oi, we haven't even started and you guys are already like this? Is that really okay? Lin Fan was unhappy. Although it was understandable that they were attacking him, they hadn't even started and he hadn't tasted the food yet. But it doesn't matter. Since there are people who are willing to eat my food, then it is a happy thing before the battle. Lin Fan smiled. He could sense that the three of them were really strong and locked him down. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to break free. Attack. The descenders opened their mouths. They weren't retarded and started to be wary. The other party was really strong and dared to provoke them. If he wasn't so ignorant, he probably wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Eh? Didn't you guys want to eat my food? Are you lying to me? Lin Fan asked. Dumb thing, you can just leave this thing for yourself and slowly eat it down below. To the descenders, they didn't expect that this native would be so stupid to actually give him a chance. If they fought head-on, with their numbers and strength, they would definitely be able to kill this native easily. But they might lose many people. Now was the perfect time to bait him so that he couldn't resist at all. You guys are really annoying. I treated you so sincerely and you guys actually lied to me. Then, let's stop talking nonsense. The moment he said this. Gotcha. What? The descender who was suppressing Lin Fan suddenly realized that his body was undergoing a huge change. His body that had no muscles started to swell. His arms and height started to swell. His crossed fingers couldn't hold on at all and they kept falling off. Don't think about escaping from my hands. To the descender, if he allowed Lin Fan to escape from his hands, then wouldn't that be, before he could finish his thoughts, a scene that made him tongue-tied happened. He stood on the spot in a daze. The hands that he wanted to clench loosened and hung behind his back. The muscles on the other party's back were like sharp blades, pressing against his chest. This, pung, two low sounds rang out. The two descenders who were hugging Lin Fan's legs were shot into the sky like cannonballs. They then exploded in the air and their flesh and blood were like fireworks, giving off beautiful sparks. It has been a long time since I released fireworks. I do miss it. I have long reached a level where I can release fireworks without using my hands. He was familiar with it. In terms of methods, he had improved greatly. The descender behind Lin Fan wanted to leave, but just as he was about to move, a giant hand grabbed him and covered him. Pata, his head was grabbed by the giant hand and his legs were kicking about. He wanted to struggle free. How is that possible, The descenders were all shocked. They didn't expect him to be able to struggle free. Their sealing techniques were enough to seal the power in his body. But looking at the situation, it was totally useless. So unfriendly. Moreover, I hate people who aren't honest enough. Lin Fan clenched his fists and with a pucci, the descender in his hands exploded. His flesh and blood flowed down his fingernails. A Dao Realm expert was casually pinched to death. Such a scene shocked many descenders and made them tremble in fear. He was too strong. Maybe he was just too terrifying. Wasting food. How shameless. If you don't want to eat, then I will eat it myself. He directly stuffed the beast into his mouth and chewed on it. It was obviously very delicious. Okay, he bit down on the bones and swallowed them. Kachi, Kachi, the descenders didn't move at all. Everyone was shocked. They stood there and didn't move at all. The only thing they heard was the sound of natives biting the beast. Damn, it is so delicious, but you don't want to eat any of it. How annoying. This was the first time he prepared a meal for the enemy, but no one appreciated him. This feeling was truly despicable and exasperating. The surrounding descenders had already surrounded Lin Fan. Such a ferocious formation would make normal people pee their pants. But among the descenders, there were already some who were terrified by Lin Fan. Brother, let me have a bite. After I finish, I will leave. Just treat it as if I didn't come. Although I am a descender, I come from a big race and am cultured. I also have the qualities of a noble. This descender didn't want to fight head-on and wanted to leave. Pung, Lin Fan waved his hand and smashed him. No need. How am I someone who needs pity from others? If you don't want to eat, then you are just blind. I won't give you a single piece. He wolfed it down. The last piece was finished. Okay, come on. Today, I will smash all of you to death. With a pung. He took out the stone pillar and wanted to smash all the descenders to death. A fierce aura suppressed the sky and he was filled with fighting intent. 4 points. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Our sect will arrive soon. As long as my senior brother takes action, the descenders will definitely collapse. Wang Fu was leading the way, but his companions behind him were listless and listless. Sigh, Wang Fu, we've thought it through. You're just doing this to cheer us up. Alright, we understand your good intentions, but we're really tired. Yeah, Shuin is in a bad mood now. She's worried about her grandfather. Even if your senior brother is powerful, how powerful can he be? Everyone was listless. After witnessing the terror of the descenders, their pride had long been crushed. Compared to the descenders, they were simply trash. Or even trash. In the eyes of the descenders, they were just air. They were dispensable existences that could be killed with a wave of their hands. Wang Fu shook his head helplessly. Why won't you believe me? How can I be a liar? How many times have I told my companions that my senior brother is powerful? Even if you see him with your own eyes, you won't be able to feel his power. Wang Fu, stay here when we reach the Magnificent Flame sect. I'm going back to save my grandfather. Shuin said. She had made up her mind to save her grandfather no matter what. Shuin, don't be anxious. As long as I tell senior brother, he will definitely help you. Wang Fu felt like punching someone. How many times have I told you? Why won't you believe me? Do you really think that the Magnificent Flame sect is weak? Of course, the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't a powerful sect. They were still weak compared to the major forces. But in the sect, our senior brother is an invincible existence. Even if the old ancestors of the major powers meet our senior brother, they would have to be polite. Wang Fu, thank you, but your senior brother really can't help me. I can only rely on myself. Shuin shook her head, rejecting Wang Fu's goodwill. To Wang Fu, if senior brother knew about this, he would definitely be in big trouble. Therefore, he hoped that Shuin wouldn't show too much distrust in front of senior brother. If senior brother was unhappy, he might be in big trouble. He might have left the sect for a long time, but he had heard that senior brother was a good person, but he was also very violent. He wouldn't go easy on girls. He could even smash a girl's head with a punch. Not long after. We're here. The Magnificent Flame sect is here. This is our sect. Wang Fu said proudly. He could introduce his sect to anyone. Even if the other party's sect was stronger than his own, he would not feel embarrassed. Everyone looked up. His expression did not change much. In their eyes, this sect was indeed not bad. It looked strong, but it was not enough to shock them. Xu Yan's sect was much more majestic and powerful than the magnificent flame sect. That was why they didn't think much of Wan Fu's senior brother, or rather, they didn't take him seriously at all. Even if he was powerful, how powerful could he be? Could he even catch up to Xu Yan's grandfather? This was simply impossible. Ah. No. One of the descenders was flustered. Only at that moment did he realize how great the gap between him and this native was. There was no resistance at all. There was no room for resistance at all. Unwillingness and fear were all concentrated in his heart. Bang! Lin Fan held the stone pillar in his hand and swept it out. In the eyes of others, these powerful and invincible descenders were nothing but points in his hands. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. Blood rained down from the sky. The ground was already dyed red. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed. Xu Chang, come. Let this peak leader play with you guys. He had never experienced such a rapid increase in points before. Even when he was in a group of beasts, he had never done it before. Impossible. How can there be such a native in the outer world? His strength is way beyond the Dao realm. We can't fight him. Let's go. Let's go. The descenders could feel a chill down their spines. They knew that Lin Fan was humiliating them to lure them over so that he could kill them all in one fell swoop. This wasn't courting death, but their stupidity. They were courting death. Trying to run? Have you ever asked about my eyes? Lin Fan raised his head and activated his eyes. Buzz. Invisible waves could be felt in the air. There was an inextinguishable rage burning in everyone's hearts. Anger. Hatred. They were all filled with killing intent towards Lin Fan. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The descenders were in a frenzy. All they wanted to do was to kill Lin Fan. Bang, bang. Kill all of them and find skill sets to increase my foundation. I might have a chance to step into a higher realm. By then, I can kill all of them even if there are stronger ones. Terrifying auras could be felt from all directions. The descenders unleashed their most powerful attacks. They didn't even put up any defense. Close, the descenders closed their eyes and closed their eyes. Kill, bang, blood flowed like rivers. The stone pillar in Lin Fan's hand struck down, killing all the descenders. How could this be? We were about to escape. Some of the descenders reacted, and their faces turned cold. We were about to escape, so why are we back? What's going on? Suddenly, Lin Fan was stunned. It wasn't the strength of the descenders that surprised him. But the divine ability that one of the descenders displayed was very familiar. The magnificent flame sect's secret skill, the mysterious heaven skill. This was a skill that only the patriarch could cultivate. Even Master couldn't do it. But because of his existence, this skill was made available to the magnificent flame sect's disciples, so it wasn't a secret anymore. He had studied it before, but it wasn't a skill set. However, the technique displayed by this descender had the shadow of the true Qi mysterious heaven technique, but its might was much stronger. Bang! Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of the descender. Lin Fan reached out his hand and extinguished the attack. Under the descender's terrified gaze, Lin Fan took him down. I won't kill this guy for now. I have some questions to ask later. After a long time. The stone pillar in Lin Fan's hand was covered in blood, and it fell to the ground. There were corpses everywhere, and deep pits were formed. The descender who was left behind by Lin Fan swallowed his saliva. His limbs were weak, and he was scared stiff. What's your name? Lin Fan asked. Why do I feel like this guy has something to do with the magnificent flame sect? Big brother, I'm Xianxia. Xianxia's face was tough, and he had an unyielding will. But looking at his surroundings, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. He looked at Lin Fan carefully. This native is so strong that I don't dare to be arrogant anymore. I just want to live. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come. What skill did you use just now? Answer me honestly, or I'll pierce you with the stone pillar. Lin Fan said, waving the stone pillar. Xianxia was breathing normally. Won't I die if I pierce through such a thick stone pillar? My butt isn't that big. He trembled in fear, not daring to hide anything. True flame holy skill, Xianxia replied. What's the name of the organization you're in? After a long time. Lin Fan's expression was complicated. The name of the organization had nothing to do with the magnificent flame sect. But, Holy Flame Emperor. This was the most powerful existence in the organization that Xianxia was in. He suspected that this was Emperor Yanhua. Of course, this was just his suspicion. He wasn't sure. It was just that this true flame profound saint technique had many shadows of the true chi mysterious heaven technique. No, it should be said that the mysterious heaven skill was carved from his mold. It was a weaker version, or rather the first version. Big brother, I have said everything I need to say. Can you just let me go like I'm a fart? Xianxia wanted to cry. If he knew that it would be so dangerous, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. But it was too late to say anything. He just hoped that Lin Fan would let him go on account of his honest answers. Please, let me go. I will thank your entire family. Xianxia twitched. Tears and mucus flowed down his face. His desire to live made him admit defeat. Lin Fan didn't reply. He was thinking about this. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he felt. If it was true, then things would be interesting. If it was really Emperor Yanhua, he would definitely be corrupted. What would happen if they fought? This was a serious problem. He had to discuss it with his teacher when he returned. Big brother, did you hear me? Xianxia asked carefully. You scolded me? Lin Fan squinted and was filled with killing intent. Huh? Xianxia was confused. Big brother, I didn't scold you. When did I scold you? You scolded me again. Kill me if you have the guts. I'm not afraid of death. You've got guts. Lin Fan praised him. He was lying through his teeth. He couldn't let go of any points, or he would be struck by lightning. Damn, big brother, you can't do this. When did I say something like this? Xianxia was going crazy. He had never seen someone who lied through his teeth. Oh my God. To think that you would say that someone would. Take revenge for you for scolding me as a dog. Good. Very good. I would like to see who would take revenge for you. Lin Fan hollered. Xianxia opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Fan in despair. UF** king, bang, Xianxiao's head exploded. Lin Fan threw Xianxia down. Someone would come and take care of him later. He raised his finger. Countless storage rings were summoned, rising into the air and harvesting them all. Sect. Senior brother Lu, where's senior brother? Wang Fu's return caused a commotion. All the Invincible Peak disciples knew about Wang Fu. Junior brother Wang, senior brother went out to kill some enemies. He will be back soon. Are these your friends? Lu Qiming asked. Yes, they're all my friends. Senior brother went out to kill enemies? Who did he kill? Wang Fu asked curiously. Someone who could make senior brother take action was definitely not a nobody. Descender. Lu Qiming replied. The disciples who followed Wang Fu looked at Lu Qiming. Although their expressions did not change, their eyes were filled with disappointment. Weak. Too weak. How strong can this sect be if Wang Fu calls me senior brother? If Lu Qiming knew about this, he would definitely spit on Wang Fu's face. You call me weak? It's tiring to manage the Invincible Peak. What a bunch of ignorant people. The reason why Wang Fu's strength was so formidable was because everyone had gone out to train together, and they had gone through countless dangers together. It was not something that could be compared to those who cultivated in the sect. Eh? Senior brother is back. Lu Qiming looked into the distance. When he saw Wang Fu, he exclaimed. Everyone looked up, filled with anticipation. The disciples who followed Wang Fu looked up too. They were disappointed. They did not have any hope. How strong can he be? Senior brother, is everything settled? Lu Qiming was full of admiration for his senior brother. Junior brother, aren't you talking nonsense? If not, how could I have come back? Lin Fan smiled. But when he looked to the side, he was shocked. Junior brother, you're back? Wang Fu was all smiles. He missed his senior brother a lot. Yeah, I just came back. Senior brother Lu said that you had something to do, so I waited here. It's good that you're back. Not bad, your cultivation has improved so quickly. It seems like you've suffered a lot outside. It was impossible to improve one's strength in the outside world without going through some tempering. He had to admit that training in the outside world was naturally faster than training in the sect. However, cultivation was something that grew through tempering. For Wang Fu to be able to reach his current cultivation state, it was impossible for him not to have experienced life and death struggles. Wang Fu was embarrassed by his senior brother's praise. Oh, senior brother, junior brother would like to ask you for a favor. Wang Fu was nervous, but he believed that Lin Fan would help him. After all, senior brother was that kind of person. What is it? Lin Fan smiled. It wasn't easy being a senior brother. Whenever the younger ones met with trouble or something they couldn't solve, they would think of him as their senior brother. That meant that he was still rather important in their hearts. Gratified, very gratified. It's like this. They are friends junior brother met while you were training outside. Her name is Shuin, but her sect was suppressed by the Descenders and her grandfather was imprisoned. Junior brother was able to come back to see senior brother because her grandfather risked his life to save us. So, I sincerely ask for senior brother's help. Wang Fu explained the situation. Only senior brother could solve this problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything with their abilities. The people who followed Wang Fu looked at the powerful senior brother that Wang Fu had mentioned. They had to admit that the aura emitted by the other party was indeed very strong. But he was still far from being able to shock them. That's right. Even Wang Fu hasn't reached such a realm, so how can he be an expert? How powerful is he? Okay, but senior brother needs to look for Elder Tiansu urgently. You can follow the rest to help senior brother clean up the battlefield and bury the corpses, Lin Fan said. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Fu was overjoyed. He knew that senior brother would agree. As for why he didn't go immediately, it was fine. There was no hurry. However, in the eyes of others, this seemed more like an excuse. What a pity. Wang Fu couldn't sense it at all. In his heart, the powerful senior brother was also fearful. Those were Descenders, they couldn't do whatever they wanted. After Lin Fan left, Wang Fu stepped forward with a face full of joy. Everyone, my senior apprentice brother has agreed. Don't worry, once he's done with his business, we'll be able to kill our way back. Wang Fu. Shuin hesitated for a long time. Then, she looked at Wang Fu. Can you stop lying to yourself? Ah? Wang Fu was taken aback. He didn't understand what Xianxia meant. Why would Shuin say that? He's your senior, you shouldn't have harmed him. You should have seen with your own eyes how terrifying those Descenders are. If you want to make me feel grateful to you, then your method is wrong. It will only make my sins deeper. Shuin spoke out her thoughts. That's right. You're right. You're right. The surrounding people also nodded, agreeing with what Shuin said. That was indeed the case. They knew how terrifying the Descenders were. They were the scariest existences. This? Haze, you guys don't understand. Wang Fu said helplessly. He didn't know how to explain himself. Why is it like this? Do people nowadays really have such low standards? Of course, he wasn't angry. Shuin meant that he didn't want his senior brother to die. But it wasn't death. It was a fact. Others might not know how powerful his senior brother was, but he knew it very well. Junior brother Wang, it's good that you're back. Follow us to help senior brother clean up the battlefield. This time, senior brother has been gone for quite a long time. I believe that the battle must have been very intense. There are quite a number of people here. Let's go together, Lu Qiming said with a smile. He could tell that something was wrong. They didn't believe Wang Fu's words, nor did they believe in senior brother Lin's strength. It wasn't a big deal. But he wouldn't say it so directly. He wanted them to see for themselves. To him, this wasn't a small matter. It was a big deal. If they didn't believe in senior brother Lin, they would be slapping their faces. Tiansu Mountain. Master. Lin Fan hurried over. He realized that Tiansu's environment was much better than before. It was full of vitality. There was something special about it. However, he had something important to discuss with Tiansu, so he decided to leave it at the back of his mind. Disciple, look at you. You're full of vigor. Did you beat someone up again? Tiansu was very fond of his precious disciple. Most importantly, he was filial. He had to admit that he was no longer his disciple's match, but he was satisfied with his disciple. He didn't look down on him just because he was strong. Usually, he would look for him to talk to if there was a problem. Gratified. Very gratified. Teacher, your eyesight is too sharp. You can even see this. A few days ago, I posted a piece of news asking who wants to beat me up and come quickly. I didn't expect so many people to come, and they are all vicious and evil people. For the sake of world peace, if I don't go to hell, who would want to go to hell? Therefore, I hammered them all to death. Lin Fan said casually. It was as if he didn't take it to heart. Not bad. You're like Master when I was young. Back then, Master. Unknowingly, Tiansu thought of his younger days. He felt that he had to tell his disciple about it. He had been busy with cultivation recently, and it had been a long time since he told his disciple about his past. Teacher, can I interrupt you for a moment? I really have something to tell you. Lin Fan couldn't give his master a chance, or he wouldn't know how long he would have to talk about it. What is it? Tiansu asked, noticing the serious look on his disciple's face. Did the sun rise from the west? Based on his understanding of his disciple, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid even if the sky were to fall. Now that I have something important to tell him, it's definitely not a small matter. Teacher, who was the one who created the true Qi mysterious heaven skill that our Grand Master cultivates? Was it unearthed from some ancient ruins? Lin Fan asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. He might have said that it was created by Emperor Yanhua, but to be safe, he still wanted to ask. How is that possible? The magnificent flame sect was founded by Emperor Yanhua, and this skill set must have been created by him. But Master has seen the skill set, and it can only be used to break through to the immortal realm. Tiansu looked down on the skill set and even said that only the patriarch could cultivate it. How infuriating. Master, is Emperor Yanhua dead or not? Lin Fan asked. This is getting interesting. There are many skill sets in the world, but I've never seen one so similar. The fact that Emperor Yanhua was able to create such a skill set showed that he was a genius. He might have succeeded many times with his immortal body, but he had died many times in the process. This? I can't say for sure. According to the records of the sect, Emperor Yanhua is indeed dead. However, there are also people who say that he didn't die. Some say that a bolt of lightning struck Emperor Yanhua and he disappeared. But I'm not sure either. Emperor Yanhua was already in the immortal realm at that time. How could a mere lightning strike him to death? Tiansu might be an elder of the sect, but he had no idea if Emperor Yanhua was dead or alive. Therefore, he thought that Emperor Yanhua was dead. A lightning strike? This caught Lin Fan's attention. Could it be that a lightning strike sent Emperor Yanhua to another realm? With such a talent, it's not impossible for him to become a powerful cultivator. Holy Flame Emperor, how domineering is this name? And it even has the same word. Master, among the descenders this time, there is a guy who cultivates a cultivation technique called True Flame Mystic Sage Technique. It is very similar to our sect's cultivation technique, but of a much higher grade. I suspect that Emperor Yanhua did not die at all, but was brought to the domain of the descenders by lightning. Lin Fan told Tiansu his guess. If it's true, then it's going to be fun. Disciple, if what you said is true, then... Tiansu's face turned serious. This is really a big deal. Before the fusion, they had no idea about the existence of the outside world. But after the fusion, he did not think about it anymore. It seems like what my disciple said is true. Emperor Yanhua is not dead. Perhaps, he has already reached a high level. Of course, there's danger. He thought of the guy who had Emperor Yanhua's keepsake. He might have found the keepsake and left a guide, but it might have been left behind a long time ago, and it wasn't his main purpose. Master, let me ask you something. If Emperor Yanhua is really alive and did something bad to the Magnificent Flame sect, it should be fine if I beat him up, right? I don't care if he's alive or not. I don't care who he is. As long as he has a negative impact on the Magnificent Flame sect, I'll beat him up. No problem. Not only will you beat him up, but I'll beat him up too. Tiansu said without hesitation. Master, are you serious? This is Emperor Yanhua, the founder of the Magnificent Flame sect. Do you really dare to beat him up? Lin Fan was taken aback. His master was boasting too much, and he couldn't believe it. Tiansu smacked his lips. Disciple, what are you talking about? Emperor Yanhua himself once said that the Magnificent Flame sect doesn't belong to him alone, but to all the disciples of the sect. No matter who it is, as long as they threaten the sect, even if it's him, we have to fight back mercilessly. He said it himself, so what's wrong with it? Lin Fan laughed. It seems like it's very likely that I'll be beaten up. Wow. The smell of blood is so strong. Yeah. Look at the ground over there. It's dyed red. How tragic must it be? Lu Qiming led the group to the scene, and before they even arrived, they could smell the smell of blood in the air. Senior brother killed quite a lot of people this time. He sighed, admiring his senior brother even more. To him, senior brother was the strongest. No matter who it was, as long as they were in senior brother's hands, they would not have a good ending. To the Magnificent Flame sect disciples, it was normal for senior brother Lin to kill anyone, so they were not surprised. However, the strong smell of blood in the air made them curious. Wang Fu, did your senior brother kill a lot of people? The disciple who followed Wang Fu asked, shivering. He had a bad feeling about this. The smell of blood was so strong that it choked their noses. How many people did he have to kill to cause such a scene? A few hundred, a few thousand. To them, those who were killed were definitely people from the outer world. There might even be ordinary people among them. This is a bloodthirsty demon. My senior brother killed those who deserved to die, and these are all descenders. They deserve to die. Wang Fu replied calmly. He. Someone laughed, expressing his disbelief. Descenders, are you kidding me? To cause such a scene, there must be at least a few hundred or even a few thousand people dead. How strong must he be to tell me that all the dead are descenders? That's impossible. Junior brothers, you all know senior brothers' rules. Killing and burying are our sect's tradition. Be careful, and don't lose any limbs. Senior brother said that he left something for you. Be careful, and you'll be lucky. Lu Qiming waved his arm, signaling his junior brothers to get to work. As for junior sisters, forget it. Girls shouldn't touch blood. Yes, senior brother. The disciples were excited. Senior brother Lin treats us really well. It might be hard to bury the corpses, but senior brother will leave us a surprise. Some of the corpses even have good stuff. When the disciples got closer, they opened their mouths, looking at the scene in shock. This was the most shocking scene they had ever seen. Compared to what senior brother had done in the past, this is nothing. There's no comparison at all. Blood flowed everywhere. The ground was full of holes, and there was a pile of mud in each hole. Boo-hoo, senior brother is lying. That's right. Senior brother said to leave the corpse intact. Now that it's just a pile of mud, how are we supposed to bury it? Don't worry about it. Hurry up. These fellows are courting death. The disciples were silent for a while before they started to move. Wang Fu told them about it and then joined in. There were too many corpses and they needed more people. After he left, the people who had followed him looked at each other and sighed. Sigh, Shuin, forget it. Wang Fu is just doing this out of goodwill. Descenders aren't something we can contend against. Your grandfather is a virtuous person, so he'll be fine. They comforted her that Shuin returning to the sect was just courting death. Shuin didn't speak and fell into silence. Her facial expression showed that she was struggling. She was indignant and wanted to go back to save her grandfather. But she knew that even if she went back, she would only be delivering food to others. Wang Fu had good intentions, but she didn't trust his senior brother at all. I'll go talk to Wang Fu. Since things have come to this, there's no point in staying here. I'll go back to the sect and think of a way. Wang Huiqing said. There was a green flame on his brow that seemed to be burning and slowly pulsing. He was a genius of a large power without meeting a descender, but now that he had encountered one, his ambition was slowly being extinguished. This was an undefeatable enemy. Hey! I'm missing an arm here. Who has more? I'm here. More are here. Coming. Why is it so far? How did senior brother do it? The disciples were very busy. Burying corpses wasn't an easy task and was very particular. Sometimes, they had to look at the color and appearance of the clothes. Of course, it would be troublesome if they met someone wearing similar clothes. Wang Fu was currently burying the corpse. When his finger touched the descender, he could feel its powerful strength that hadn't dissipated yet. Even if it was a dead person, it was still shocking. This was enough to show how strong these descenders were when they were alive. Wang Huiqing came over and was about to tell Wang Fu about leaving. But when he saw the corpse in the pit, his expression changed slightly. Descender, it's actually a descender. Huge waves rose in his heart. He was in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. He then shifted his gaze to Wang Fu. Wang Fu was right, and he wasn't lying. He really was a descender. Hey, look. What is Wang Huiqing doing standing there? Why isn't he moving? Xu Yin's people were very confused. They were waiting for Wang Huiqing, but after a long time, he didn't return. When they looked over, they saw Wang Huiqing standing there like a fool. Let's go together. Xu Yin said. There had to be a solution. Wang Fu moved the corpse into the pit. I told you, I'm not lying. My senior brother is really strong. This is a descender. With your cultivation and experience, you should be able to tell. Wang Huiqing didn't reply. Instead, he looked around. The closer he got, the more he could feel the powerful aura coming from the corpse. Even in death, it didn't dissipate. This really was a descender. In Lin Fan's eyes, these descenders were nothing more than ants. But to them, these descenders were existences that were unreachable. Even in death, their corpses could last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. What is it? The person who followed Wang Fu patted Wang Huiqing's shoulder and asked. What was he looking at? Why was he so stunned? However, when he looked at the corpses in the pit, he gulped and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. No way, at this moment, they felt like their world was wide open. The world was spinning, and there were corpses all around them. That aura, that feeling, it couldn't be wrong. Xu Yin stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Wang Fu. That kind of horror completely broke out. Wang Fu didn't say anything. He buried the corpse carefully and stood up to look at his companions. Now, do you believe what I said? He didn't show off. There was no need. This was the truth. But sometimes, if the truth wasn't placed in front of them, some people wouldn't believe it. Gulyalu, Wang Huiqing's throat trembled. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Actually, I've never lied to anyone from the start. Even though my cultivation isn't high, senior brother is my role model, and I respect him a lot. If I was in danger, I definitely wouldn't have asked senior brother to help me. But it is precisely because I know that the so-called descended ones are nothing but ants to senior brother that I sought help from you. So, from the start, it wasn't what you think it is. I, Wang Fu, have never lied to anyone. Wang Fu said it calmly and emotionlessly. He didn't even have the intention to act cool. Indeed, when he said those words, those who had doubted Wang Fu before were now ashamed. Xu Yin lowered her head. Wang Fu, I'm sorry, I thought, you don't have to apologize. If anyone else didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. It's just that he's my senior brother, that's why I know. If I were like you guys, I wouldn't believe it either. Ha ha ha, Wang Fu felt that Xu Yin's words were too deep, so he tried to make fun of her. Now that you believe it, everything will be fine as long as my senior brother takes action. Don't worry, Xu Yin. Your grandpa will be fine. He comforted her. For some reason, there was a refreshing feeling in his heart. Yeah, Xu Yin nodded. To them, everything around them was too shocking. Even though they didn't count, they could tell how many descenders there were just by looking at the potholes on the ground. Lu Qiming looked at the situation not far away, and a smile could be seen on his face. He knew what was going on without looking. Not only did Lin Fan create benefits for the sect, but he also provided more resources for the disciples to cultivate. In fact, he was also the support of his junior brothers. With a senior brother like Lin Fan, he wouldn't leave even if he was given a huge benefit. Lu Qiming wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other disciples probably had the same thought as well. Tiansu Mountain. Master, are you sure? Lin Fan asked. He had told his master that if Emperor Yanhua was still alive, and if he was trying to harm the Magnificent Flame sect, he would fight him directly without any hesitation. He liked this situation. Yeah, I'm sure. Disciple, it's not that I want to scold you, but you have so little confidence in me. When have I ever let you down? Tiansu said. Yes, yes. Disciple will take his leave first. Master, have a rest. Lin Fan waved his hand, not taking a single cloud with him as he left. He felt that what was going to happen next would be exciting. Invincible Peak. Senior brother. Wang Fu came over with his friends. Yeah, junior brother. Let's go now. Lin Fan didn't say much. Those standing beside Wang Fu were his friends, and as the senior brother, he had to protect Wang Fu's face. I have to give what I have to. This is what I should do as a senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Fu said gratefully. He might be a Magnificent Flame sect disciple, but he knew about his senior brothers from other sections. Which senior brother isn't high and mighty? As for the matters between disciples, it's almost impossible to ask for help from a senior brother. Unlike my senior brother, who is so good that he can't ask for anything. If I'm a girl, I swear to God that I'll throw myself into my arms for free. Wang Huiqing and the rest weren't as casual as before. They looked at Wang Fu's senior brother with respect. Elite. Lin Fan brought them to Xu Yin's sect. To them, it was extremely difficult, or rather impossible, to save the sect from the hands of the descenders. But to Lin Fan, it was extremely simple and he could settle it easily. Wang Fu begged him, and if he didn't agree, then he wouldn't be able to be the senior brother. It was just a small matter that could be solved easily. They just had to make a trip there. Right now, the most excited one was Xu Yin. She thought that there was no way. But she didn't expect Wang Fu to be telling the truth. His senior brother was really strong, and he was an existence that even the descenders couldn't face. Along the way, Lin Fan felt that they were too slow. He took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and stored them all in. He then sped up and flew towards his target. His speed was so fast that everyone in the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river could only hear buzzing sounds in their ears. The airflow retreated, and the slicing power formed could even shred them into pieces. The companions who had followed Wang Fu back were astounded. Even though they hadn't seen the other party make a move yet, they could already tell just how frightening the other party's strength was. Wang Fu was very calm. This was normal. To his senior brother, there was nothing he couldn't solve. Xu Yin, don't be too nervous. We have already set off. With senior brother here, everything will be solved. There won't be any problems. He was very confident and trusted his senior brother. At the same time, he sighed. After all, they hadn't seen a true expert, which was why they couldn't believe their own words. Suddenly, they felt that the outside had stopped. We're here, you can all come out now. Lin Fan's voice could be heard. Everyone immediately came out of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. They didn't know how fast they were inside, but to them, it didn't seem like much time had passed. Lin Fan's strength had reached such a level, and his speed had also reached an extremely fast level. His speed wasn't something they could imagine. In the distance, a majestic sect stood there. But looking at it now, it seemed a little lifeless. It didn't look like the vitality that a huge sect should have. "That's your sect, right?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes, that's my sect," Shuin said. When she returned, she was actually a little afraid that something bad had happened. "Let's go and kill our way in." He had to end the battle quickly. There was no point in dragging it out for too long. At the sect, there were disciples standing guard, but their expressions were somewhat gloomy, or it could be said that they had something on their minds. Their sect had been conquered by the Descenders, so how could they still be in the mood? Those who were dissatisfied with the Descenders were all brutally suppressed. They didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Wang Fu didn't have any objections to his senior brother's words. An ordinary person would definitely have made arrangements to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, he knew how powerful his senior brother was. In the face of absolute power, all arrangements were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. "Descender, hurry up and come out to die. Don't waste my time." Lin Fan floated above the sect and shouted. Wang Huqing and the rest looked at Lin Fan in shock. They felt a little stifled in their hearts. Sometimes, the gap between people would appear just like that. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to clamor like this at all. But to Wang Fu's senior brother, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Strength was the foundation that allowed one to disregard everything else. "Who's coming?" The disciples guarding the mountain gate raised their heads in shock. They hadn't expected that there would be people here at this time. When they saw Lin Fan, they didn't recognize him and were puzzled. However, when he saw Shuin, his expression suddenly changed. Senior sister, why are you back? Hurry up and leave." Even though they were afraid of the Descender, they were still hoping that someone would come and save them. But when they saw their senior sister, they didn't think that it would be of any use. Even if they came back, they would just be sending themselves to die. Within the main hall, the Descenders occupied this place. The two old ancestors were all smiles and bowing down, not daring to act rashly in front of the Descenders. "Eh?" Instantly, one of the Descenders stood up and revealed a smile. "Interesting. To think that they would dare to come back." Back then, the old ancestor of this sect had risked his life to save these little fellas. That had already pissed them off. To think that they would return. The hearts of the two old ancestors shook. When they thought of Shuin, their faces turned cold. Most probably, he had returned. Boom! Multiple figures rose into the air from the main hall as a powerful voice rang through the sky. "A bunch of ants. To think that you would dare to return. Do you really think that someone will save you?" The Descender who spoke had long gray hair and a skinny face. He was emitting an aura of death. At the same time, a few other Descenders beside him had cold expressions as they looked at the figure in the distance with ridicule. If Lin Fan wasn't around, Shuin and the rest would definitely not dare to face him. But now, they didn't care about it at all. The disciples who had been subdued raised their heads and looked over with a confused expression. "Who is that person?" "I don't know. But isn't that senior sister? Why is she back?" These are all Descenders. To them, the last thing they wanted to see was their senior sister's return. But that was the truth. Their senior sister's return was no different from sending herself to death. "Shuin, to think that you would dare to return. Without that old man to save you this time around, let's see how you're going to escape." The second old ancestor stepped out with a menacing expression. In his eyes, Shuin was already a fish on the chopping board. "You traitor! What did you do to my grandpa?" Shuin hollered in rage. In the past, the second old ancestor was a senior that she respected. But to think that he would be the first to surrender when the Descenders arrived. "Hee, your grandpa, ah." All of a sudden, the second old ancestor looked at Lin Fan and felt as though his body was being squeezed by a huge force. Pung! His entire body exploded and a pile of flesh and blood fell from the sky. When the disciples saw this, their mouths were agape. They didn't know what was going on. "Alright, stop wasting time. Since this guy is a traitor, then let's just kill him." Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to listen to a Dao realm middle-stage old man. He killed him with a single gaze and he exploded instantly. When one's strength reached such a level, one would be able to kill his opponent with a single glare without even moving his limbs. Ah? Shuyin looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. She then looked at Wang Fu. She wanted to ask what was going on. Wang Fu shrugged his shoulders helplessly as if he wanted to say that this was normal and that he didn't know much. Just watch and don't be too shocked. Disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head. Counting carefully, there were only 10 descenders. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps of his teeth. The disciples were all stunned. They really didn't expect that the second old ancestor, who had betrayed the sect, would be killed before he could even finish his words. Where did senior sister find such an expert? This was just too shocking. Native, who are you? The gray-haired man said coldly. No matter what, the second old ancestor, who had become a slave, was his man. Now that he was killed by this native, wasn't this a slap to his face? Pung, Lin Fan instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he was right in front of the gray-haired man. Eh? The gray-haired man was stunned. At that moment, he felt an extremely strong force pressing down on him. He didn't even have a chance to react. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped out at the other party's head. He spread his fingers and created an extremely sharp airflow. There was a loud pung. A blood mist exploded in front of Lin Fan. The strength of that slap was really shocking and it crushed the native in front of him right away. What? All the disciples were stunned. They didn't dare to imagine that the invincible descender in front of them would explode from a single slap. Amazing. Senior brother's strength has completely exploded. How long do I have to work hard to reach senior brother's level? Wang Fu knew that his senior brother was strong, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This was too shocking. He looked at the expressions of his companions. Seeing that they were even more shocked than him, he smiled. Proudly. This was their senior brother, not their senior brother. Shuyin looked on in shock. She was completely shocked. She had never imagined that the extremely terrifying descenders would be so powerless in front of Wang Fu's senior apprentice brother. In fact, she could see that the descenders were just a miniature version of them from before. The expressions of the remaining 9 descenders changed. They didn't dare to believe it. Just as they were about to say something that made them panic happened. The earlier I settle it, the earlier I can end it. Lin Fan appeared in front of a descender. He clenched his fingers and punched. With Dao Realm cultivation, one would have a Dao Realm body long ago. How could it be broken through so easily? But in front of Lin Fan's strength, their bodies collapsed. Puchi! How? That descender's face turned red and his chest caved in. His bones cracked inch by inch. A bloody hole appeared. Too weak. Although the points were tempting, he craved to fight with true experts. As for these people, he just wanted to ask which beginner village they came from. They were so weak that he couldn't even raise his spirits. What? The remaining 8 descenders were stunned. Their minds were a little blank and they didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. Or maybe it was more like a dream to them. Hong Long, a strong pressure struck them. When they came back to their senses, their bodies felt like they were about to explode. Pung, pung, the domineering bodies fell like raindrops. They landed noisily. When they landed on the ground couldn't handle the terrifying power and a deep hole was formed. A bold disciple walked up and when he saw the situation in the hole, his eyes nearly popped out. His waist exploded. It's over. 10 descenders were just too few. If Wang Fu wasn't his junior brother, he wouldn't even be bothered to come. He raised his finger. The storage ring floated up and landed in his hand. These were strategic resources. No matter how little meat there was, it was still meat. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. It's over just like that? Some disciples pinched their thighs too hard, causing them to grimace in pain. This wasn't a dream, it was real. Junior brother, I'll leave first. I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head. He entered the void and dashed into the distance. Senior brother, Wang Fu wanted to stop senior brother, but the moment he opened his mouth, senior brother disappeared from his sight. Haze, why did he leave in such a hurry? He was helpless. He wanted to talk to senior brother, but who knew that senior brother would leave so quickly? Wang Fu, your senior brother. Wang Huqing was stunned. Too strong. He was just too strong. I can't help it. My senior brother is just like that. Actually, I can feel that he isn't too happy. Wang Fu said. Ah? Not happy? It must be because of us. After all, we aren't related. Wang Huqing said. Shuyin came in front of Wang Fu. I'm sorry to have affected you in front of senior brother. Ah? I wasn't affected. Wang Fu was shocked. He then reacted, oh, you guys misunderstood. I said that senior brother wasn't happy because of us. He was disappointed in these descenders. Maybe there were too few of them. You've also seen what happened in the sect. My senior brother has killed at least hundreds and thousands of descenders. That number is what makes my senior brother excited. As for here, there are merely 10 descenders. Perhaps my senior brother hasn't even warmed up yet, which is why he's so unhappy. When Wang Fu said this, no one retorted or protested. Everyone was silent. If these words were spoken by someone else, they would have scolded him. But it was Wang Fu who said it. Moreover, they all saw how strong his senior brother was. Maybe that was really the case. The gap between them was just too huge. Wang Fu looked at everyone's shocked expressions and a smile appeared on his face. He did not know why, but he felt so carefree. Senior sister, old ancestor is fine. He is locked up in the dungeon. A disciple reacted and shouted. Although the sect was occupied by the descenders, many of the disciples were unwilling to accept it, so they could only endure the humiliation. Now that the descenders were all dead, they naturally didn't need to hide anymore. When Shuyin heard this, she was delighted. She didn't expect her grandfather to be fine. Sigh, the descenders are really disappointing. I wonder if this matter caused a commotion. After all, descenders aren't stupid pigs. If they still charge over after so many people have died, that would really be a joke. Lin Fan hoped that the intelligence of the descenders was not as high as his. But it was a pity. Descenders ate well and sleep well, so their intelligence shouldn't be too low. Below him was a dense forest with a familiar scent. Of course, it was not the smell of points. Sigh, I'm so tired. He was not in a hurry to return to the sect. Instead, he wanted to take a look. The divine pillars of space were already connected. There would definitely be stronger descenders coming. But until now, there had been no news, and no one knew if they were gathering their troops. He landed beside an ancient tree, sat on the ground, and rested for a while. He didn't need to worry too much about the sect. With the hanged girl around, nothing would happen for the time being. Sometimes, he also had a headache. The hanged girl was a troublesome person, and her overall strength was hard to grasp. But from the frog's expression, he could tell that she wasn't a simple existence. Pata, just as he was thinking about these things, there was some movement from the side. There were footsteps. A monster with black fur that looked like a cheetah stared at Lin Fan vigilantly. Its pair of golden eyes flashed fiercely. Do you think I'm your prey? Lin Fan smiled and raised his hand. Oi, swoosh, the monster's 4 hooves were sharp. It retreated, crouched down, and stared at Lin Fan like it was saying, if you dare to move again, I will pounce on you and bite your head off. Come, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person, so I won't hit you. Come, we can have a chat. Lin Fan waved at the beast with a friendly smile on his face. The monster's wet nose sniffed and sensed danger, but it didn't feel any terrifying aura from Lin Fan. Large amounts of saliva flowed down from its mouth, wetting the ground. Sizzle, the sound of wood burning could be heard. Wow, it smells so good. This monster's meat is really good. Lin Fan looked at the delicious food in front of him and couldn't help but eat. He was very confident in his culinary skills. The taste was no joke. It was truly delicious. The smell is coming from here. Just as Lin Fan was about to eat, someone got close. There was a smell of body fragrance or perfume. A few beautiful figures walked over from afar. They were really charming, especially the girl in the lead. Although her face was covered by a thin veil, one look and one could tell that she was a beauty. People these days are so weird. What's the use of covering their faces? It's so dark, so why not just look at their figures? Lin Fan muttered to himself. The girl with the veil probably didn't want to show her face, but she was just revealing it. He could tell that the 6 of them were all descenders and their cultivation was at the Dao realm. What is the world that descenders live in? The first batch to descend definitely weren't the weakest. They brought space god pillars and had important missions, so how could they let noobs come? Either their cultivation was suppressed and only Dao realm cultivators could come. Otherwise, they were the lowest Dao realm cultivators. But to be honest, he believed the former. There was a cultivation suppression in the outer region and only Dao realm cultivators could bring space god pillars. At that moment, Lin Fan looked at the 6 beautiful girls and his fingers couldn't help but tremble. The 6 of them stared at Lin Fan too. "Oh, so you are natives here?" one of them said. Her voice was cold and there was a hint of disdain in it. It was like after knowing that they were natives, she didn't care at all. 6 beauties, do you have any instructions? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Eh? Her long hair fluttered in the wind. When she heard the question, she was shocked. She didn't expect that the native wouldn't flee when he saw them. Lin Fan chuckled. The woman with the veil on her face should be the leader of these people. Moreover, her cultivation was the highest. Scoff, native, do you want to live or die? Wei Hongyu stepped forwards with a thick killing intent in her eyes. Of course, I want to live. I think all of you don't want to die either, right? Lin Fan said. Preposterous. Wei Hongyu was furious. Although he answered the question, his tone was like he was teasing her. This made her really annoyed and she felt like the native didn't care about them at all. Wei Hongyu was about to attack but she was stopped by the veiled girl. She suppressed the rage in her heart and said, "Native, I will give you a chance to live. Leave the barbecued meat and you can scram. Don't not cherish this chance. Do you know how many people want to live but don't have such a chance?" Lin Fan raised his head. Other than the woman who had just spoken up and the veiled woman, the rest of the people looked as though they were watching a joke from the sidelines. Look, isn't the moon really round tonight? These words confused the few girls and they didn't understand what he was talking about. There is delicious food and the moon is not bad. Oh right, I still have wine but I feel like it is lacking something. Lin Fan lowered his head and thought about it. He then raised his head. I remember, it is lacking to liven things up. So, if you want to live, then dance for me here. Remember, it has to be tempting. This chance is hard to come by. After all, I have never shown mercy to people who descended. He smiled and said this, not bothering about them at all. They actually dared to threaten him, the nemesis of people who descended. They were just too stupid. These words infuriated the girls. You are asking to die. Wei Hongyu was furious. Her sword clanged and a sword light flashed. It was really quick and it happened in the blink of an eye. One could see that her sword attainments were really high. Pung, in the blink of an eye. No one knew what happened but that sound was really heavy and they all heard it. When they came back to their senses, Wei Hongyu, who was arrogant just now, was nowhere to be seen. They looked into the distance and saw that her but was in the air as she fell into the tree. Those scenes were just too shocking. Even they were unable to react to what had happened. As expected, the girls were all wary and there were signs that a battle was about to break out. Who are you? The veiled girl opened her mouth. Her voice was really gentle but it didn't lose its coldness. Native, didn't all of you say that? Okay, stop talking nonsense. I will give you 3 seconds to jump, or die. Lin Fan's face was full of smiles. He felt that his temperament had really improved and changed a lot. If it was in the past, this would have been impossible. Or rather, it was something that he didn't dare to think about. He didn't light any fireworks and actually gave them a chance to live. Would they believe that? Even he didn't dare to believe it himself. Senior sister, let's fight him to the death. A girl said softly. They didn't expect this native to be so strong. But if they fought him head-on, they might have a chance. Quick, quick, can you stop wasting time? I want to taste the food. Lin Fan rushed them and was really eager. The veiled girl kept silent. Her face was filled with struggle and she stopped her junior sister who wanted to attack. Jump. Lin Fan smiled, smart. The light from the full moon shone down. Lin Fan chewed on the beast's leg and drank a mouthful of wine. The 5 girls in front of him were dancing in a way that he didn't understand. Although it was beautiful, he didn't like it. Stop, what are you dancing about? Do you know how to dance? I want to seduce you. What are you dancing about? Watch carefully, you have to dance like this. Lin Fan stood up and demonstrated. Shake your butt, stick out your chest, lick your lips. Seduce, do you know what seduction is? I will give you one more chance. If you can't dance well, then you don't have to. I will just hammer all of you to death. Facing such a request, the 5 girls were furious. Even the veiled girl couldn't help but want to fight him to the death. Jerk, you actually dare to humiliate us. Even if I die, I won't dance. A girl hollered in rage and walked forwards. Don't think that, Peng, no one saw how he attacked. When they came to their senses, the furious girl was just like the previous one. Her head was smashed into the tree. She hung there with her butt up and didn't move at all. The veiled girl tried her best to see his actions but she couldn't. The difference in strength was too huge. Immediately, beads of sweat slowly dripped from her flawless face. Succumbing to the tyranny, Lin Fan took out the music player that he got from the lottery. He gave the song itch to himself. The music started. Voices rang out. Come on, let's have fun, come on, let's love, come on, let's act, come on, please perform. Use more effort, otherwise, people will die. Lin Fan smiled. A voice that could cause one's imagination to run wild spread out. The 4 girls' faces were really ugly, and there was a ball of rage burning in their hearts. Their hatred had reached the sky and they really wanted to kill this native in front of him. The native was eating barbecued meat and drinking wine in front of them in such a vulgar manner. He looked at them with a teasing expression like he was looking at toys. Senior sister, this native is just too despicable. They were really about to go crazy. With their status and identity, how could they do such a shameless thing in front of a man? Moreover, it was a native, this was a huge humiliation to them. The veiled girl didn't say anything, but the rage in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Lin Fan chuckled. Towards the gazes of these chicks, he turned a blind eye to them. He wasn't bothered at all. What are you guys talking about? Stop slacking. What are you dancing about? Serve some snacks. The girls felt so humiliated that they wanted to cry. What was going on? They said that natives in the outer regions were weak, but this native in front of them was obviously strong. The veiled girl was so furious that her body was trembling, but she bore with it. His strength couldn't be underestimated. If she was too arrogant, she might really die here. Lin Fan slowly savored the delicacies while the girls danced slowly. Time passed really quickly, and the sky was starting to brighten. To the girls, they had danced for an entire night and were totally exhausted. They protested. But there were originally 4 of them dancing, and now there were only 3. In the words of the native, don't think that you can bargain with me just because I am a good person. Actually, I am really cruel. Just his actions frightened the 3 of them so much that they didn't dare to say a single word and just danced peacefully. The sky is bright. It is time to leave. Lin Fan stood up. Beside him was a huge skeleton. A beast had been swallowed into its stomach. To the 3 girls, they were finally saved. Although their cultivation was strong, under such pressure, it felt like all their strength was sucked out. Pata, Lin Fan walked in front of the veiled girl. I am really curious. Why are you wearing a veil? Is it because you are beautiful or because you are ugly? Take it off and take a look. You. The veiled girl took a step back like she was really resistant. You don't. Voila, the veil was taken off, revealing a very beautiful face. Her skin was very white, like crystal, suffused with a strange luster. It was white and tender, as if water could be squeezed out of it. It was a face that men could easily fall in love with. She's just SOSO. She's not that beautiful. Little girl, don't be too confident at such a young age. Lin Fan said calmly. He then rose into the air and prepared to leave. You are a man of your word. You are lucky that I won't kill you. You can be considered to be one of the luckier ones among the descenders. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. Damn it. Senior sister, this aboriginal actually dares to do such a thing. Beside her was a woman with a long braid. She wasn't ugly, but her expression right now was extremely strange. She looked at her senior sister. Not everyone could remove this veil. But now, it was actually plucked by this indigenous being. No one is allowed to tell anyone about this, Qin Kaihan said coldly as she looked at the remaining two people. Yes, senior sister. The two of them nodded. This matter shouldn't be publicized, as it would affect their senior sister greatly. Quick, go and see whether or not the three of them are okay. Qin Kaihan thought back to her three junior sisters. She really didn't expect that the aboriginal would actually be able to do that. From where they came from, unless there was a life and death feud or for some sort of opportunity, why would someone attack such a beautiful girl? Moreover, her three junior sisters were smacked into the trees. Their postures were really unsightly. Senior sister, they are still breathing. But that aboriginal is just too vicious. Their bones are all broken and they will need some time to recover. The junior sister who checked the situation said with a trembling voice. She felt that the aboriginal was really cruel. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she didn't offend him, otherwise, her outcome wouldn't be any better. Then, they are fine. Qin Kaihan heaved a sigh of relief. Her junior sisters were all Dao realm cultivators, so breaking their bones was just a small matter. In just a short while, they would recover. Senior sister, the outer region doesn't seem so simple. A girl said softly. Her expression was a little complicated. They heard that the strongest in the outer region was only at Dao realm. They definitely wouldn't face any danger when they came here. But how could there be no danger now? They almost lost their lives. Qin Kaihan didn't say a word. She was deep in thought. She knew that there was a bird in the outer region, and she had read about it. There were people like them who came here and were killed by the aboriginal. At that time, she thought that it was just boasting. From the looks of it now, it should be true. There was no mistaking it. The magnificent flame sect. An exceptional figure floated in the air. The 1000K patriarch didn't come to the magnificent flame sect to look for trouble, but Lin Fan. When is your senior brother coming back? She looked down at the two disciples guarding the gate. The two disciples panicked. Who was this woman? They had a slight impression of her. She was very strong. But she had suffered a great loss to senior brother. But who would have thought that she would come again when senior brother wasn't back? Something big is going to happen. They were afraid and terrified. But thinking about how they were the face of the magnificent flame sect and the responsibility of guarding the gate was huge, and they had to represent the magnificent flame sect. Even if they were afraid, they couldn't show it. Then, they straightened their backs and brought out their auras. Their entire bodies seemed to have changed. How would we know when senior brother will be back? You can wait here if you have anything to do. You are not allowed to step into the magnificent flame sect without permission. The two were very domineering when they said this. But when they finished their words, they felt a chill down their spines. They felt that they were surrounded by darkness, and there was a pair of terrifying eyes staring at them. The 1000K patriarch frowned. He didn't expect that the two disciples guarding the gate wouldn't be afraid of him. What are you for? I said that we don't know when senior brother will be back. If you want to wait, you can wait here. If not, you can leave any time you want. The disciple guarding the gate mustered his courage and said. He was afraid, but he couldn't be afraid in his actions. If not, he would be embarrassing the magnificent flame sect. If senior brother knew about this, he would be disappointed. Interesting. I didn't expect the two disciples guarding the gate to be so tough. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and barge in? The Thousand Cave Patriarch would definitely wait for Lin Fan's return. Hence, he decided to scare the two disciples when he was bored. As expected, the two disciples looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Guarding the gate might be the safest and most prestigious job, but it was actually the most dangerous job. If someone attacked the magnificent flame sect, they would be the first to be killed. Therefore, they used their lives to show off. Is that so? Since you're so powerful, then kill one for me to see. Just then, a voice could be heard from afar. The two disciples looked up and shouted excitedly, "Senior brother." Lin Fan was annoyed to hear the Thousand Cave Patriarch's domineering voice when he returned from afar. How dare you say that you want to kill my junior brother? Are you looking down on me? Come. We will die for the magnificent flame sect. We will die with honor and pride. Come. The two disciples held their heads up high, not afraid at all. Are you kidding me? Senior brother is already back. If I'm still afraid, I might as well find a piece of tofu and kill myself. The Thousand Cave Patriarch looked at Lin Fan, then at the two disciples who were afraid of him. He couldn't help but laugh. Peak Leader Lin, I'm just joking. I have something important to discuss with you. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said with a smile. Important? Lin Fan laughed. This old hag doesn't come for no reason. She only comes because she has something important to discuss with me. What a cunning woman. No, I don't seem to be that familiar with you. What do you have to discuss with me? Lin Fan gave the other party a chance to show off. Isn't it about the Descenders? Peak Leader Lin. Just then, the Thousand Cave Patriarch raised his voice and looked at Lin Fan solemnly. This matter concerns everyone in the Outer Realm. No matter how strong you are, you will only be a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a terrifying enemy. I hope that you can attach importance to every word I say to you. This concerns the people or sects that you care about. The Thousand Cave Patriarch had the urge to beat him up. How can he be so indifferent at this time? It will be too late for regrets when the time comes. In the past, she had also seen many experts ignore her words, and in the end, they ended up tragically, and it was too late for regrets. But it will be too late by then. Therefore, she hoped that Lin Fan wouldn't take it to heart. Otherwise, it will be too late even if he realizes his mistake. Lin Fan looked at the other party. You speak as if you're telling the truth. Old hag, you. He was interrupted by the Thousand Cave Patriarch just as he was about to speak. Peak Leader Lin, I respect you. Please show me some respect as well. The Thousand Cave Patriarch tried to hold back her temper. She couldn't take it anymore. Everything that Lin Fan had done to her was still fresh in her mind. But as an expert, some things were just like a wave in the ocean of life. They would disappear after they calmed down. Okay, be more respectful. Sister Thousand Deep Cave, you just have to answer yes or no if you are a descender or not. Lin Fan asked. Are you a descender? Hearing this, the Thousand Cave Patriarch was about to explode. Even though she was a reincarnated body, she was old enough to be her ancestor. Yes. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then, are you trying to trick me into joining your alliance or team to fight against the Descenders? Yes. That's what she was going to say. Peak Leader Lin, you might not know that there are people hiding in the outer world. If you join us, I can promise you that I will do my best to keep your sect alive. Lin Fan blinked. This is a little insulting. As long as I'm around, the sect can't be saved. Peak Leader Lin, what do you think? Oh, right. You've killed quite a number of Descenders, but you should have realized that they are only here to build the Space God's pillar. There will be stronger enemies coming in the future. They won't let you go after you've killed so many of them. The Thousand Cave Patriarch stared at Lin Fan. She might not have had much contact with Lin Fan, but she could tell that Lin Fan cared about the sect very much. He wouldn't want the sect to be destroyed. Anyone with a clear mind would know what to do next. And then? Lin Fan nodded. What the Thousand Cave Patriarch said makes sense. But what's next? He really wanted to know what the Thousand Cave Patriarch was trying to say. Huh? The Thousand Cape Patriarch was confused. What does this guy mean? Or is he not listening to me at all? She couldn't help but look serious. Peak Leader Lin, do you think I'm just trying to scare you? The Thousand Cape Patriarch asked. No, what you said is true. I just want to know what you've said has got to do with me. Lin Fan asked with a smile. He really didn't care about the Descenders. Only people like the Thousand Cape Patriarch, who weren't confident in their cultivation, huddled together and tried to survive the crisis. The Thousand Cape Patriarch frowned. He was a little displeased. I've already said so much, but you still don't understand? Peak Leader Lin, how can it have nothing to do with you? You've killed so many Descenders, and you'll be our main target in the future. With your strength, you might be able to protect yourself, but you won't be able to protect the sect. That's why you have to work with me. She hoped to contact everyone who could fight against the Descenders. It was hard to say how close or friendly he was with Peak Leader Lin. However, Peak Leader Lin's strength was extremely powerful. How do you know that I can't protect the sect? Lin Fan asked. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate nodded in agreement. That's right. As long as Senior Brother is here, no one will dare to offend the sect. Senior Brother is here. That's the safest place. They worshipped Lin Fan so much that they were blind. Peak Leader Lin, don't be too confident. You haven't seen his strength. If you had, you wouldn't think this way. The Thousand Cape Patriarch reminded Lin Fan. In her opinion, Peak Leader Lin was too confident since he had never seen a real expert before. Thousand Deep Cave Girl, you're wrong. I've never been confident. If I was, I wouldn't be like this. As for the strong you mentioned, I don't think there's much to it. If he dares to come here, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Lin Fan was calm and didn't take it to heart in the slightest. The Thousand Cape Patriarch felt that Lin Fan was like a stone in a latrine pit, hard and smelly. And he was the type that didn't know regret until he was in danger. Alright, hurry up and leave. Just looking at you gives me the urge to beat you up. As for whether you are an expert or not, to me, it's just a pinky. Sigh, but it's not your fault. It's mainly because your strength is too weak, and you have a natural fear of those experts. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. His expression made the Thousand Cape Patriarchs want to beat him up. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Peak Leader Lin, I have nothing else to say. I just hope that you won't regret it when the time comes. The Thousand Cape Patriarch didn't want to say anything else. Since Lin Fan didn't appreciate it, she wouldn't say anything else. The Vine Monarch had been revived, and her strength had increased again. She might not be as strong as before, but she was many times stronger than before. Her communication with the 12 beast gods might not be perfect, but she had at least made her intentions clear. There was still room for negotiation. It's impossible for you to regret it. But since we know each other, I can give you a chance. In the future, when your so-called organization is about to be destroyed, you can look for me. I will help you once for free. Take it as a reward for trying to rope me in. Take it. Lin Fan took a corner of the stone door and threw it at the patriarch. Don't talk to me about keepsakes or treasures. Lin Fan couldn't bear to give it to the woman, so he could only take a corner of the stone door and give it to her. The Thousand Cape Patriarch caught the stone with a complicated and helpless expression on his face. He then smiled. Alright, I hope that such a day will come. She didn't care about the stone at all. But in the future, when Lin Fan's sect is destroyed, she will take it out and make him repent. She will make him realize how stupid he was. It's never too late to fight. It's just a matter of time until he comes to his senses. Farewell, Peak Leader Lin. The Thousand Cape Patriarch cupped his fists and left. She was disappointed. She might have had many conflicts with Lin Fan, but she knew what to do when it came to the big picture. But to her disappointment, Lin Fan didn't have such thoughts. Senior Brother, this guy is so arrogant. The disciple guarding the gate commented. Lin Fan smiled. Frog in a well. He always thinks that we are weak. Tell me, are we weak? Senior Brother, how can we be weak? We are the strongest. The two of them cheered. They wouldn't accept it if Lin Fan said they were weak. Alright, don't be afraid in the future. When I find my old friend and get something that can bring you back to life, I will give it to you. I promise you won't die. Lin Fan said. Huh? One of them opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Senior brother, really? Piak. What are you talking about? When has senior brother ever lied to anyone? If you doubt senior brother again, I will beat you up. I know I was wrong. I was just asking. The disciple who was slapped on the head shrunk back, looking very wronged. Lin Fan smiled and left. The sex disciples are pretty nice. But it seems like the 1000K patriarch is up to something. He's getting restless and is gathering people. He knew that there would be stronger cultivators among the descenders, but so what? He didn't care about them at all. So what if they come? Why should I be afraid? Invincible peak. The frog was covered in a golden light. There seemed to be flames burning in the golden light. That desperado didn't come to bully me. Is it because he knows that I'm cultivating? The frog was suspicious. I feel that the desperado is different from before. I used to bully him, but he rarely comes to me now. If it wasn't for the way the frog looked at me occasionally, I would have thought that the desperado doesn't love me anymore. The frog had many tricks up its sleeves. It was probably the one who improved the fastest after Lin Fan. Even the 1000K patriarch paled in comparison to him. After all, the 1000K patriarch couldn't compare to the frog in terms of cultivation. Tao state, I have to start again. The frog gathered his energy and charged forward. He wasn't a newbie. He was familiar with every state, and he wasn't worried about going berserk. Boom, the frog's body was weak. Even though it had undergone special training and was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than before, it still couldn't compare to a real Dao realm body. This is how weak I am. Damn it, if I find out which bastard put me in this body, I will teach you a lesson. He was unwilling. If it were a python or a dog, it would be 1,000 times better than this frog's body. Thunder rumbled in the frog's body. There was no shocking phenomenon. Using his body as the world, a phenomenon was formed in his body. This was an extremely high-end cultivation technique. It was also the technique he used to cultivate when he was still alive. This time I have chosen a path that I have never taken before. Early stage, middle stage, peak. Once I step into the Dao state, I will be at the peak. The frog's bean-sized eyes were burning with the flames of the Dao state. I took a big step forward. But this isn't enough. The peerless pills that I made secretly revolved around me and merged into my body, paving the way for my foundation. Huff. The frog stood up and opened its mouth. A murky aura gushed out and rose into the sky. It was endless, like a waterfall rising into the sky. I've worked so hard, and I'm about to run out of money, but I've finally reached this step. He sighed. It's been tough and tiring. I've been holding back for tens of thousands of years. Day after day, year after year, I've been collecting ingredients, refining pills, and merging more and more pills. Finally, I can see the future. He had been hiding this pill for thousands of years, and he couldn't bear to use it. He was waiting to use it when he reached the Dao state. He didn't even take it out when he was being blackmailed. It feels so good to have some strength. The frog smiled. The talisman behind him was too sinister, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only mutter in his heart. However, the frog couldn't show off his strength. He had to hide it and keep a low profile. Pretending to be weak was the way to go. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying things would happen if the fugitives found out about his true cultivation. Suddenly, the frog's heart jumped. His heart skipped a beat. Jiu Huan Ai. The frog looked into the distance, and his eyes shone with a green light. This was his talent, a skill that was imprinted in his soul. Even if his body changed, it wouldn't disappear. In his vision, several beams of light descended from the sky with long tails. The space god pillar is finally here. They were very far away, and who knew how many millions of miles they were apart, but in the eyes of his Jiu Huan Ai, nothing could be avoided. Damn, I've never been so afraid. The frog lowered its head and didn't want to say anything else. This was the first time it felt so urgent. I'm finally here. A figure that looked more like a beggar appeared at the periphery of the sect. He was holding a walking stick, his face was covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. Xianxia had finally returned to the sect after going through so many dangers. He had narrowly escaped from the descenders. He didn't dare to look like a human along the way. He was convinced. He didn't even want to say anything else. He just wanted to return to the sect and enjoy life. Hey, junior brother Wang, junior brother Xian. At this moment, he saw two people coming from afar. They were his loyal junior brothers, Wang Xingkong and Xianqing. But when he was about to speak, he heard what they said and shut his mouth. Sigh, when will senior brother come back? I miss him so much, Xianqing said helplessly. Humph, he will definitely come back when he is at his peak. Don't be convinced by peak leader Lin. We are senior brothers people. Senior brother will definitely come back in a glorious and domineering manner. We just need to protect the Yunxiao peak. Wang Xingkong said confidently. But many of our Yunxiao peak disciples have left, Xianqing said. It's fine as long as we don't leave. When senior brother comes back, he'll definitely shock everyone. I believe in him. What about you? I believe in him too. That's why I've been waiting for senior brother Yunxiao. The two of them passed by Yunxiao. They didn't recognize that the dirty guy in front of them was their senior brother Yunxiao. Yunxiao felt like his throat was blocked. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Seeing the two of them walking away, he looked like he was struggling. Yunxiao lowered his head. He wanted to cry. How could this be? Why did I have such high hopes for him? If I go back like this, won't I disappoint them? Damn it, so infuriating. He gritted his teeth. Yunxiao turned around without hesitation and left. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. He could only work hard. Especially since his two junior brothers had such high hopes for him. He had to go on even if he had to. Xianqing, did you feel like there was someone familiar beside us? Wang Xingkong stopped in his tracks and asked. He looked into the distance and saw a sad figure standing under the sunlight. It felt familiar. No, I didn't see anyone. Xianqing was dumbfounded. Why did senior brother Wang start to talk so strangely? She then said in a daze, you can't be saying that the beggar is someone we know, right? Stop joking around. We might not be doing well, but we have never had anything to do with a beggar. Xianqing smiled. He didn't take Wang Xingkong's words to heart at all. That's impossible. That's true. Wang Xingkong nodded. As disciples of Yunxiao Peak, we are second only to senior brother Yunxiao. How could we know a beggar? However, the beggar's back gave him a very familiar feeling. How should I put it? I feel like I'm with senior brother Yunxiao. That's true, but it's really weird. Wang Xingkong frowned and looked into the distance. He had an indescribable feeling. He then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Maybe I'm thinking too much. I'm so sad. Yunxiao lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. They weren't tears of excitement, but tears of joy. He had never thought that someone would have such high hopes for him. Why? Just let me be like a mangy worm, like a piece of trash, stay in the sect and enjoy a good life, living a life where food and clothes are taken care of by others. Why did they have such high hopes for me? At the thought of this, Yunxiao felt immense pressure. His body became hunchbacked and haggard. There was an indescribable sadness in him. In the secret room. How dare you say that I can't protect the sect? What a joke. With the points, there's nothing I can't do. Lin Fan sat in the secret room. He didn't take the words of the Thousand Cave Patriarch to heart at all. I've killed thousands of descenders. My points are huge. Lin Fan hadn't checked his points since the beginning, mainly because he was afraid that the numbers would be too scary. He was afraid that he would make a mistake, or that his heart would explode. Points, 3480500015. When he saw the points, he pressed his finger hard on the ground. Turtle patterns appeared on the ground and spread out in all directions. His heart was beating very fast. He was really too excited. 340 million points was an unimaginable number in the past. But now, the Descenders had brought him such a generous amount of points. And that's only a small part of it. If he could kill all the Descenders, then how terrifying would his points be? It was something he couldn't even imagine. However, he was already very satisfied. Being able to accumulate so many points was a great help in improving his foundation. He rummaged through the storage ring that he had harvested. There were many good things inside. Of course, to him, the most useful thing was the cultivation method. He really didn't care about the other things. Or perhaps, it was completely useless to him. Rummaging, elixirs and other miscellaneous items were all thrown aside by him. What he needed the most were cultivation techniques. What kind of technique is this? It's actually not a hard body skill. It's useless. Some of the things inside were extremely precious to others, but to Lin Fan, he didn't even want to look at them. Even if he did, he would feel that it would delay his search for the cultivation technique. Thousand God Needle Forging Technique. He had gained something. For the time being, he had found a hard body skill. He didn't care about those special effects skills at all. To him, even if he cultivated them, it would be a waste of time. Cultivating a hard body skill and using the purest strength to crush everything was the true pleasure. He rummaged all the way until the end. There were only 20 or so cultivation techniques. What a pity. There are so many storage rings, but there are only 23. Lin Fan was a little helpless. It wasn't that there weren't many who cultivated hard body skills among the Descenders he had killed. It was that there weren't many who could bring their cultivation techniques with them. Placing these cultivation techniques in front of him, he adjusted his state of mind and prepared to start cultivating. Upgrade. He muttered in his heart. Minus 1,800,000 points. Thousand God Needle Forging Technique, Level 1, Characteristics, Piercing, One-Hit Kill. The cultivation techniques that the Descenders cultivated weren't much different from theirs. In terms of grade, it wasn't that shocking, but it was one of the top techniques in the outside world. It was simply too difficult to find powerful cultivation techniques like the Forbidden Body and the original Demon Scripture. To be able to find one could be considered a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, the red gold lottery wasn't really satisfying. He was accumulating luck, and once it reached a certain level, he would go for an explosive draw. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to get anything. Upgrade. The points he spent now were just a drop in the ocean compared to the points he had, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. Upgrade. Instantly, a power rippled in his body. This familiar feeling made him feel really good. However, the amount of accumulation was just too little. Damn, this is so tiring. There is no path after Dao Realm. I really don't believe that I won't be able to walk anymore. It continued to improve and the power in his body rippled like a wave. Many a little makes a mickle. Although these cultivation techniques weren't the best, they were still the best in the outer realm. They were even a little stronger. His foundations were slowly increasing. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely reach the max level. When that happened, he would just have to tap a little and step into a higher realm. Outside world. Hong Long, there was a shocking explosion. A streak of light descended from the sky and landed on the ground, causing a thick layer of dust to rise up. The space god pillar opened and some Descenders had started to arrive. The air in the outside world is just too impure and it is hard to breathe in. A voice spread out from the dust. Hong Long. The voice was like thunder, exploding in the entire space. This was a true expert, an expert from the upper world. He was much stronger than Dao Realm experts. Poochie, suddenly. A low voice rang out from within the dust. What happened? I just came down, so why am I injured? Who sneak attacked me? The Descender's voice was filled with panic and confusion. He didn't know what had happened. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He took out a pill and consumed it. Only then did he feel better. The dust dissipated and one could see his true appearance. The Descender expert's body was tattered and there were a few deep wounds. However, due to treatment, they had formed into scabs and the bleeding had stopped. Oh my god, what happened? How did such a thing happen when I came from the space tunnel? Yun, where are you? He even brought a servant when he came to the outside world. His cultivation wasn't weak and he was just slightly weaker than the others. But when he turned his head, there was no one around. They just disappeared from his eyes just like that. Suddenly, he realized that there was a black shadow on the ground and it was getting bigger and bigger. It landed from the sky. Eh? He didn't understand what was going on. He raised his head. It wasn't a danger and it wasn't a sneak attack. But when he saw what fell, he was stunned. He stepped back and retreated. Walala, a ball of flesh and blood fell to the ground. Intestines and organs were all there. Yun? The male recognized that the pile of flesh and blood was his servant. How did this happen? He stepped into the space god pillar and came here. He was slightly injured and his servant was only left with a pile of flesh and blood. That was just impossible. Suddenly, the male's face turned ashen white. Was there a problem with the space tunnel? My cultivation wasn't high enough and when I entered, my spiritual sense were all asleep. I was able to come out alive because I was lucky. When he thought about this, he felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. But that was impossible. The space god pillar was a god artifact used to open up space tunnels. Moreover, the Vanguard members had successfully opened it, so how could something happen? He didn't understand. But something huge had definitely happened. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Various parts of the outside world. When experts descended, there should have been Vanguard members to welcome them. But something terrifying happened. The Vanguard members who should have come to welcome them actually didn't come. This made many of the experts who had descended feel puzzled. They had a feeling that something was going to happen. There was a problem with the space tunnel. If there wasn't a problem with the space tunnel, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. A few days passed. Who? Feels great, my body is filled with power. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He comprehended all 23 techniques and the power that exploded out from them was just too terrifying. Normal people with such power would have reached peak Dao realm. But for him, he was still far from it. Moreover, in order to cultivate these techniques, he had spent 300 million points. This number was really terrifying. Just at that moment, a bird flew over and a piece of paper landed. Eh? Something happened. He didn't expect that something would happen while he was in seclusion. The experts of the descended realm have arrived, and they are going to flatten the eternal heaven region and occupy it. When he saw the contents, Lin Fan was shocked. Although he hadn't been to the eternal region, there were extremely strong factions in the outside world. Now, they were actually conquered by the Descenders and turned into their territory. One had to say that this was really unexpected. Wait, experts have arrived? They came through the space tunnel? Lin Fan was a little surprised. He had snatched away 2 space god pillars, so logically speaking, there should have been some problems. But why did it seem like nothing had happened? That didn't make sense. Actually, how would he know that because he had snatched away 2 space god pillars, half of the experts who descended died mysteriously? Just at that moment, Lu Qiming hurried over. Behind him was Qin Feng, the organizer of the Navy. Senior brother, he is here to find you. Lu Qiming had been stopping Qin Feng. How could he not know who this person was? But seeing that his senior brother had come out of seclusion, he brought him over. Brother Lin, something happened. Qin Feng didn't say anything and just shouted with a pained heart. Don't panic, don't panic. Let's talk this out. This is the Magnificent Flame Sect. If others saw you like this, they would think that I'm bullying you. Lin Fan waved his hands. Qin Feng was a genius. He understood the true meaning of the Navy from Lin Fan's words. He formed a Navy organization that made everyone laugh so hard that they could vomit blood. Now that he's here, he's crying for his mother. There must be something going on here. Yes, I have to calm down. Brother Lin, this is a long story. You have to let me finish. This was the first time Qin Feng was at a loss. Lu Qiming looked at Qin Feng. This guy's expression made him feel helpless. He must have suffered a huge blow. No hurry. Tell me slowly. I'm listening. Lin Fan said calmly. I wonder what kind of blow Qin Feng went through to make him so anxious. Brother Lin, I was inspired by you, and with the name you gave me, I established the navy. Although things didn't go smoothly at first, and I met some small waves, I was able to face them. But what happened next left me in despair. The Descenders came and took over the Eternal Heaven region. As the leader of the righteous navy, I naturally could not stand to see a massacre. Therefore, I stationed most of the navy in the Eternal Heaven region, but they were attacked fiercely and suffered heavy casualties. Therefore, I hope that Brother Lin can come out and help. Qin Feng was under too much pressure. He was facing a turning point in his life. After thinking about it for a long time, he could only look for Brother Lin in the end and let the guiding light of his life once again dispel his doubts. Helping is not a problem, but going to the Eternal Heaven region will take up a lot of time. If I lead the sect and the Descenders come, the sect might not be able to handle them. Lin Fan was not worried about this. There was the hanging woman in the sect. This woman's strength seemed weak on the surface, but her ability was too strange. If not for the fact that he had an immortal body and was immune to mental attacks, he might have really fallen for it. Suddenly, Qin Feng went up and grabbed Lin Fan's hand. Hope could be seen in his helpless eyes. Brother Lin, do you treat me as a friend? Lin Fan looked at Qin Feng, not knowing what to say. Do you treat me as a friend? This was a very profound question. He really wanted to say, no, Lin Fan, don't have any friends, only points. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. If he really said it, Qin Feng might just kill himself in front of him. Looking at Qin Feng's expectant gaze, he couldn't bear to do so. You're a good person. You're a good friend. These words were somewhat against his conscience, but in order to save the lost lamb, this was the only way. Brother Lin, I would like to ask you something. For a friend, I would be willing to risk my life. Am I right? Qin Feng wouldn't let go of Lin Fan's hand no matter what. Lu Qiming looked at him and felt that something was wrong. Senior brother didn't like to be close to people. That is true, but to be honest, I have only seen people stab their friends twice. I have never seen someone stab themselves twice for their friends. Lin Fan intentionally rejected Qin Feng. Although they had met a few times and had a few friendships, they had never met before. But the feelings between us don't seem to have reached that point. What he was most afraid of was being too familiar with others. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan stared at Qin Feng with his mouth agape. Even Lu Qiming was dumbfounded. Oh my god, did he have to be so vicious? It was unknown when, but Qin Feng's two sabers had pierced into his ribs, causing blood to flow out. He was stunned. Lin Fan dared to swear to the heavens that he was the most vicious person to himself. But now, he realized that Qin Feng was just as vicious to himself. He just asked a small question. He really didn't expect that the moment he asked, Qin Feng would personally show him what it meant to risk his life. Senior brother, is he okay? Lu Qiming was stunned. He had never seen such a person before. Our senior brother only asked him a few questions, and he personally performed. This caught him off guard and he didn't even have a chance to react. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, he saw Qin Feng's bloodied hand grabbing onto his hand once more. It was covered in blood. Lin Fan's expression became slightly weird. Brother Lin, help me. The navy can't be wiped out. It is the place where I complete my beliefs. It also allows me to find like-minded companions. As he said that, Qin Feng's face was covered in tears. His heart was filled with justice and he definitely couldn't give up on the navy. He definitely couldn't give up on everyone inside. Senior brother, do you want to help? There are elders in the sect, it should be fine. Lu Qiming really couldn't take it anymore. He had never seen anyone other than senior brother who was so vicious to himself. And it was to save someone. Respect, it was really admirable. Although he wasn't familiar with Qin Feng, he was touched by his spirit, which was why he asked senior brother for help. If it was someone else, he wouldn't care and let senior brother take charge. If senior brother wanted to help, he would. If not, he wouldn't say a word. He would even think that Lin Fan was so annoying, always bothering senior brother. Brother Lin. Qin Feng's expression was filled with anticipation. As for the blades on his ribs, he directly ignored it. Since things had already reached such a stage, what else could he say? Even junior brother Lu couldn't take it anymore, so he could only nod his head. Okay. Just this one word made Qin Feng overjoyed. It was just that he was too agitated, causing fresh blood to gush out of his mouth. Brother Qin, bear with it. Don't be so emotional. Your blood is a little scary. Lin Fan tried to calm him down. He didn't want to die here. If that happened, things wouldn't be so clear. It's okay, Brother Lin. I'm just too excited. I knew that Brother Lin would help me. Why don't we leave now? Qin Feng couldn't wait any longer and wanted to head out right away. Every second he wasted would mean more danger for the Navy. This was why he wanted to head out right away. Wait, I have to make some arrangements. If he really wanted to leave with Qin Feng, he definitely had to tell the hanged woman. If not, if something really happened, he would really feel helpless. He told Qin Feng to wait on the spot while he went to find the hanged woman. He pushed open the door to the hanged woman's room. The hanged woman's robes were scattered to the side, exposing her fair skin to the air. Her slender, snow-white thighs were stretched out lazily. Only a purple hollowed-out cloth was draped over her buttocks, covering a trace of her spring scenery. She seemed to be sleeping. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He then walked up. Oi, wake up. Eh. The hanged woman gave out a soft sound. Her long eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes and sat up. Her long hair hung down and covered her chest. Are you going to tell me a story? She didn't cover her body and only used her long hair to cover her body. Who knew who she was trying to seduce, but luckily, he was strong and didn't care about women. He even didn't mind teaching those who went overboard. What are you listening to? I don't have time, but I can give you a chance. Let me ask you, if I am not in the sect and Dao Realm experts come, can you kill them all? Lin Fan asked. Yes. The hanged woman said. I'll kill as many as they come? Lin Fan asked. Eh. Okay, I will head out for a period of time. Help me take care of the sect. As long as they come to find trouble, kill them all. If you can do that, then I will tell you stories for 2 days. Lin Fan didn't doubt her words at all. Although this girl was a little dumb, she definitely wouldn't lie. She was able to take his punch and not even spit out a mouthful of blood. That was enough to show that she had some ability. Moreover, the frog was terrified of her, which meant that she wasn't simple. This was why handing the sect to her made him feel at ease. Okay. The hanged woman replied calmly. Her eyes shone with excitement. It was as if stories were the best to her. Looking at Lin Fan leave, the hanging woman's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. It was like she was thinking about something. Brother Lin, have you arranged it? Qin Feng asked. The Navy was in danger and only Brother Lin could help them at such an important moment. Yes, let's go. Eternal Heaven region. It's not too far, but it's not too close either. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring you along. Lin Fan grabbed Qin Feng and soared into the sky, heading into the distance. So quick. Qin Feng was shocked. Although his cultivation wasn't high, it was much better than before. Brother Lin's flying speed was just too quick. It was so quick that one couldn't even catch up. Xianxia, do you feel panic spreading through our sect? On the sect leader's mountain peak, there were 2 long chairs with people lying on them. The sect leader and Emo Xianxia closed their eyes and felt something that no one knew about. The sect leader was like an old man who had cultivated for many years as he opened his mouth to ask. Sect leader, it wasn't easy for me to feel peace. I can't feel the panic that you mentioned. The sect leader's teachings behind Emo Xianxia entered a mysterious state. He had told his family about that kind of peace. But no one felt it. At that moment, he realized that he was different from the others. Don't panic. You continue to feel the peace. I will feel the panic. The moment he finished, the sect leader closed his eyes and didn't make a sound. He didn't say anything. Xianxia was already used to the sect leader's atmosphere. What he wanted was peace, so he closed his eyes to feel it. "Brother Qin, where's your navy stationed?" Lin Fan asked. At that time, he was just bragging casually. Who knew that Qin Feng would really believe him and form the navy and even pull a bunch of people over to his side? If this was in the past, he definitely wouldn't believe it. There were actually people who were willing to join such a thing, but sometimes, it wasn't impossible just because one thought it was. Actually, there were too many changes. At the front, as the righteous navy, wherever there is chaos, we will be there. Now, the people of the realm of eternal heaven are living in an abyss of suffering, and I can't bear to watch it any longer, so I've directly dispatched all the people of the navy here to fight to the death with these guys who are destroying justice. Even if we fight to the last man, we definitely can't tolerate their evil deeds. Qin Feng said solemnly. "And, not bad. You are a person with ideas." Lin Fan felt that it was a miracle that Qin Feng was still alive. Just like him, he was filled with a righteous heart. Who knew how many times he was beaten to death when he was doing righteous things? Looking at Qin Feng, he was still alive and kicking. One could see that he was a person of great luck. Since he wasn't beaten to death, one could see how extraordinary he was. Qin Feng smiled. He was satisfied to be praised by Brother Lin. Righteousness was something that was accepted by others. Although he would meet many obstacles on the path of righteousness, as long as he was alive, there was still hope. "We're here." So fast. The scenery in front of them changed quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were at another place. Lin Fan's strength was too shocking. Although they didn't fight, just this speed alone was enough to make many people admit defeat. Below them was a desolate valley. There were many caves in the valley. Normal people wouldn't be able to find them if they were to hide here. "Qin Feng, is this the base you were talking about?" Lin Fan asked. Although he didn't go down to check the situation, he could already smell a sorrowful smell. It was the smell of despair. "And there are as many strong as the clouds. We can't appear openly and can only hide. If we are found, the consequences will be disastrous." Qin Feng was helpless. Who would want to hide? However, if they didn't hide, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. That would be an even more tragic outcome. Now that he had already gone into hiding, he was being ked so badly by someone else. He had no face left at all. "Let's go down and take a look." The two of them landed. In a hidden place, there were people monitoring the situation. When they saw Qin Feng, the two of them ran out from the darkness. "Qin Feng, you are finally back." Joy could be seen on the faces of the two of them, but there was also worry. During the period of time when Qin Feng left, some things happened. "Brother Lin, these two are the core members of the Navy," Qin Feng introduced. He then looked at the two of them. What happened? He saw that the two of them didn't look too good. He felt that something big must have happened while he was out. "This?" The two of them inclined their heads and stared at Lin Fan. They had no idea who this man was and why he had returned with Qin Feng. "This is Brother Lin. We can definitely trust him. Don't worry." Qin Feng knew what the two of them were worried about. He waved his hands to calm them down. If he couldn't even trust Lin Fan, he really didn't know who else he could trust. The two of them didn't know Lin Fan's background. Although the bird had landed before, the outer realm was so big that it was impossible for everyone to know about him. But since Qin Feng said so, the two of them calmed down. "When you left, we received news that the Descenders led some of the disciples of the subjugated sects to suppress the other sections. When we learned of this matter, we thought about it for a while and decided to organize our troops to reinforce them. Originally, the scales were tilted in our favor, but who would have thought that the Descenders would make a move? We didn't have any room to retaliate and were directly pushed back. Many of us died. If not for Brother Han using a secret technique to teleport us away, we would have all died there." The two of them were filled with grief and indignation. They were so angry that their livers and gallbladders hurt. In fact, when they thought of that scene, they felt a lingering fear. That scene was just too intense. That feeling of helplessness seeped deep into their hearts and they had no way to resist at all. If not for Brother Han having a shocking secret technique, the outcome would have been catastrophic. How did this happen? Qin Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips turned green. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen during the time he left. But even if he was here, his outcome wouldn't be any better. Haze! Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Brother Lin, you heard it too. The strength of the descenders was just too strong. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. What was he talking about? He didn't really understand. Descenders were too strong, what a joke. Thinking back to the descenders he killed who were on the verge of crying for their parents, he didn't know what to say. They were really pitiful. There was no such thing as ferocious like they said. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan said. If they were too weak, any battle would be tough. If they were strong, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Qin Feng established the navy. There weren't any positions and everyone was equal. Everyone gathered together because of their beliefs. They just acknowledged that Qin Feng was the leader. The two of them led the way and would occasionally look at Lin Fan. They didn't know who this young man was and where he came from. Why did Qin Feng invite him over? Moreover, no matter how strong a person was, it wouldn't change anything. They had Dao realm experts here too. They thought that with such experts, even if they faced the descenders, they wouldn't lose too badly. But reality taught them how to look at reality. In the hands of the descenders, they weren't strong at all. They lost really badly and even nearly lost their lives. Aya, it hurts so much. Gentler, gentler. When he stepped into the cave, there were injured people on both sides who were bandaging their wounds. Lin Fan looked at them and found them to be in a tragic state. Moreover, there were some corpses lying there quietly. It was obvious that they were already dead. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. He wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. These were people who worked hard with him for justice. Who knew that they would lose so many in just one battle? His heart was aching. Lin Fan looked around and really wanted to ask Qin Feng, do you think that you can join us? Some of their cultivations weren't high. Great Saint Realm, reaching Heaven Realm, what a joke. Even the weakest descender was at the Dao Realm, so how could they stop the descenders with just this? Weren't they just asking to die? Those people who were bandaging their wounds looked at Lin Fan and were confused. Who was this person? Why did he return with Qin Feng? How many brothers did we lose? Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He didn't expect to lose so many people. Moreover, those who were injured were badly injured and wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. We lost a total of 68 people and 132 are injured. The person who reported had a sad expression on his face. So many. Qin Feng's heart creaked. Tragic, this was just too tragic. The losses were huge. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the person in front of him and was shocked. That person was really familiar and was the person he had been searching for. He moved his feet and walked forward. Han Bikong lowered his head and one couldn't see his face. But the aura he gave off was really low and it was filled with a sense of defeat. In front of him, there was a girl helping him bandage his wounds. Silence. The two of them didn't make a sound. Pata, Lin Fan walked in front of the two of them and realized that there was fresh blood flowing out of Han Bikong's abdomen. There was also a triangular sharp weapon stuck in his abdomen. Although he didn't know what it was, it didn't look ordinary. Brother Han, bear with it. I'm going to take it out for you. The girl's voice was gentle but she was a little panicked. With their strength, such injuries weren't a problem at all. But this weapon belonged to the descenders and contained a terrifying power. Therefore, it was really difficult to take it out. Han Bikong groaned. He was bearing with it and trying to defend against the power of the weapon. With his cultivation, there were many times when he was nearly crushed by the power of the weapon. But in the end, he was able to hold on. Suddenly, he felt that the aura of the person standing in front of him was really familiar. He raised his head. His expression suddenly changed, as if he couldn't believe it. Senior brother, why are you here? Han Bikong was shocked. He didn't expect his senior brother to appear here. I didn't expect it to be you. Junior brother Han, where have you been? Why didn't you return to the sect? Lin Fan really didn't expect Han Bikong to join the navy. Based on what he knew, Han Bikong should be in the Sunshine sect. Why would he be here? The girl who was bandaging Han Bikong stopped what she was doing and looked at the man behind her. This is Brother Han's senior brother, but I've never heard of him before. Senior brother, Han Bikong didn't know what to say. He was originally in the Sunshine sect, but the situation there was unexpected. Later, by chance, he joined the navy. Alright, stop talking. Let me take a look at your injuries. Lin Fan waved his hands and asked the girl to move aside. He then took a closer look at the wound. Senior brother, it's just a small injury. It's fine. Han Bikong said. Nothing my *s. Your cultivation is too weak and you can't understand what is going on inside. This is the power of a Dao realm cultivator injected into it. You are lucky that you are able to hold on until now. Luckily, you didn't pull it out just now. If you did, you would have lost your life. Lin Fan took a look and saw through the weapon. Ah? The girl was shocked. She didn't expect this to happen. Han Bikong was helpless. Senior brother was too direct and it made him feel ashamed. His cultivation wasn't weak either. But in senior brother's eyes, he was weak. This made him feel helpless. Qin Feng looked at Han Bikong in shock. He didn't expect Brother Han to be Brother Lin's junior brother. Even he didn't expect it. He had never heard Han Bikong mention it before. But don't worry, with senior brother here, this is a small problem. Wait, I'll find some pills for you to eat first. Lin Fan searched through the storage ring. There were too many pills and he couldn't even differentiate them. Anyway, he was looking for healing pills that had stronger effects. He didn't have much else, but he had many pills. He had all kinds of pills and could be considered a walking treasure trove of pills. Found it. Lin Fan took out a pill and fed it to Han Bikong. When he took out the pill, the strong medicinal fragrance shocked everyone. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary pill. Junior brother, it's okay. Senior brother's hands are really quick. I promise you won't feel anything at all. Lin Fan grabbed the triangular weapon and used some strength. Poochie, fresh blood flowed. Han Bikong nearly fainted. He nearly screamed out loud. If not for the fact that he didn't want to shout out loud for the sake of his pride, he would have already screamed out loud. Senior brother was lying. How was this fast? It was so painful. Luckily, he had pills to help him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on. Lin Fan opened his fingers and covered Han Bikong's wound. The moment he pulled it out, power surged out and tried to enter Han Bikong's body. But Lin Fan grabbed it and played with it. He then used a bit of strength and it was instantly destroyed. Interesting. Lin Fan gripped the weapon in his hands. To others, this strength might be extremely tyrannical. But to him, it was just slightly stronger than an ant. Junior brother, is there anyone else? Senior brother's hand speed is okay. If he says it doesn't hurt, then it definitely doesn't. Han Bikong wanted to say something, but when he heard what senior brother said, he panicked. In the end, he nodded his head. Senior brother's hand speed is just too quick. Junior brother indeed didn't feel any pain. His face was terrifyingly white. When the weapon was taken out, it really hurt. It was like a piece of his flesh was sliced off. But since senior brother said that, what else could he say? He would definitely nod his head in agreement. Gotcha, suddenly. The weapon changed and was corroded by some sort of power. It turned into motes of starlight that merged into the air and then disappeared. This. He didn't understand what was going on. After it was pulled out, it actually disappeared. Interesting. Not good. Han Bikong's expression changed. Senior brother, I sensed a spatial ripple. This weapon is a tracking item. Our location should have been discovered by the Descenders. He had his own fortune and his life-saving technique was to be sensitive to spatial ripples. When the triangular weapon disappeared, he could clearly feel its power. What? I didn't expect the Descenders to have such a trump card. They probably thought that we would come back to heal and take out the weapon. Someone around exclaimed. With the current situation, it was tough to leave. If the descenders came, they definitely wouldn't have a chance to fight back. Everyone pack your things. We will leave immediately. Qin Feng knew how tense things were. If this continued, the outcome would be catastrophic. Wait, why are we leaving? Didn't you call me over to deal with the descenders? If we don't go looking for them, they'll come to us on their own accord. It'll save us some time. Lin Fan had nothing to say to Qin Feng. If the descenders ran away as soon as they arrived, then what was the point of calling him over? To watch the show or to run away? Now that the descenders had come in a frenzy, they would definitely wait here and kill all of them. Wouldn't that solve the problem? There was no need to go through so much trouble. Ah? Brother Lin, it's not like that. This time, the descenders must have come prepared. My idea is that we can't fight them head-on. Instead, we should engage in guerrilla warfare and slowly whittle away their strength, Qin Feng said. He knew that Lin Fan was very strong and had killed many descenders. But this time, it was different. There was an even more powerful expert among the descenders, so he couldn't fight them head-on. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. As long as they come, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Lin Fan was extremely calm. He could understand why Qin Feng was panicking. However, it wasn't right for him to be frightened to this extent. What was there to be afraid of? If they came, they could just kill them. Shameless boasting. At this moment, a skinny man walked out and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. Jiao Song, this is Brother Lin. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked. He didn't want his members to have a conflict with Brother Lin. Jiao Song was unhappy and glanced at Qin Feng. Where did you find this person? He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He has never felt how terrifying a descender is, and yet he is so confident that he can kill them. If you want us to accompany him to die, isn't that the same as making all our brothers and sisters become food for the descenders? He couldn't take it anymore. Who knew how many people had died fighting against the descenders? His heart was filled with fear and he didn't dare to fight them anymore. What justice? What helping others? All of that was bullshit. In the past, he thought that joining the Navy would bring him fame and fortune. But now, it seemed like he was playing with his life. Senior brother, I believe you. Han Bikong raised his head and believed in Lin Fan. Of course, this wasn't because he understood Lin Fan's strength. It was because when others didn't believe him, as the junior brother, he had to believe him. Even if he died in the end, he had to believe in his senior brother. Don't worry, junior brother. I have never disappointed anyone. Today will be the same. Lin Fan smiled. It definitely felt much better to have someone on his side believe in him. As for other people suspecting him, it didn't matter. Han Bikong, are you crazy? He is your senior brother, so it is okay for you to believe him. But we can't gamble with him. Jiao Song was a little emotional. Even if there was a huge battle and everyone was slightly injured, apart from some dust, he wasn't injured at all. Everyone, think about it carefully. Our beliefs are indeed for the sake of justice. However, it is not for the sake of foolish justice. The strength of the descenders is obvious to all. They are in the Dao realm, but don't forget that the strength of the descenders that came later is terrifying to the extreme. Even peak Dao realm experts aren't a match for them. Do you think he can kill all of them by himself? The injured people exchanged glances with one another. Some of them lowered their heads and said softly, Qin Feng, he is right. We can't die for nothing. If we are to die, we have to die for a reason. Right, he is so young. Even if his cultivation is strong, he won't be a match for the descenders. If there is a huge battle, he can escape, but we won't be able to. Some people agreed with Jiao Song's words. But some people felt that they shouldn't leave. If they had to die, then so be it. If they could take one of them with them, it would be a win. Brother Lin, don't take it to heart. They are just. Qin Feng explained and hoped that Lin Fan wouldn't take it to heart. Of course, what Jiao Song said made sense too. Lin Fan looked at Qin Feng and then at everyone else. He felt that all of them were so cowardly. Of course, he wasn't angry at all. After all, not everyone was as strong as him. Some strength couldn't be felt in one's entire life if one didn't personally experience it. This was the reason why he was so powerful. Why don't all of you run first? Anyway, you won't be able to help later, Lin Fan said. But when these words rang in their ears, they felt a little off. It was a little unpleasant. Brother Lin, how can we do that? I, Qin Feng, will never abandon any of my friends, Qin Feng said solemnly. Kiki, you don't know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Qin Feng, where did you find these people? You are still dilly-dallying. Even if you want to leave later, you won't be able to. Zhao Song was furious. He felt that he had met an idiot. If they continued to stay here, they would just be asking for death. Are you guys leaving or not? If not, then I will leave. What navy, what justice, until now, you still don't understand that we are just cannon fodder. Who cares if we live or die? Who would even think that those famous sects are all stronger than us? But what are they doing? They are saving their strength and treating us like a joke. Zhao Song was really emotional and just wanted to leave with his people. He could tell that the navy had no future. If they continued to stay here, they wouldn't even know how they died. Brother Zhao, don't say that. This is our belief. A guy who was familiar with Zhao Song walked up and said. Belief? Belief my *s. Are you leaving or not? Zhao Song grabbed the guy's wrist and said solemnly. The young man shook his head, I'm not leaving. This place contains my belief. My sect will be destroyed by others, so I want to prevent such a thing from happening. Idiot, if you don't want to leave, then I will. Who wants to leave with me? Leave now. If not, you won't be able to make it if you wait any longer. Zhao Song looked around and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Danger would arrive soon. Gradually, some people followed Zhao Song and left. But some didn't leave. Of course, they didn't stay because they believed in Lin Fan. They were prepared to fight to the death with the Descenders. They were prepared for the worst. Qin Feng wanted to stop Zhao Song but he couldn't. He could only watch as Zhao Song brought some people and left. Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have let you witness such a laughable scene. Since you want to stay, then stay. I, Qin Feng, am not someone who fears death. Let's have a good fight with the Descenders. Qin Feng spoke without fear. No. Lin Fan shook his head. There's no need to be embarrassed. I can't blame you. You are too weak and your horizons are too narrow. You can't feel how painful it is to be so strong that your heart is about to explode. When Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned. What was he talking about? He didn't understand a single word that was being said. The people who stayed looked at Lin Fan in a daze. Where did Qin Feng find such a talent? He was too arrogant and too confident. Haze! Everyone sighed. Without experiencing the strength of the Descenders, they didn't understand how big the world was. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Brother Han, your senior brother is good. The girl who was bandaging Han Bikong's wound muttered softly. She wanted to say that her senior brother was good, but after thinking about it, she didn't say it out loud. Han Bikong didn't say anything. He felt a little helpless. He felt that his senior brother was even more confident than before. There was nothing he could do about it. Maybe it was because of this that he was able to become his senior brother. Oi, you guys actually don't need to stay. I alone am enough. If you are worried, you can hide and wait for things to be settled before coming out. Lin Fan suggested. After all, it wasn't good to be on tenterhooks. It was easy for one's emotions to collapse. He didn't care if others didn't trust him. As for proving himself in front of others, that was pointless. He only cared about points. Of course, he wouldn't speak too much. What he said just now would probably make people unhappy. But it didn't matter. If they were unhappy, then so be it. The truth was usually like that. Not long later. A terrifying aura spread out. It was like a heavy mountain that pressed down on everyone's body. They are here, the Descenders are here. We have been noticed. Those who didn't leave were terrified. Before, when they didn't sense the descenders, although they were afraid, they weren't like this. Now that terrifying feeling pressed down on them, they felt like their bodies were wrapped in ice. Their limbs were cold and they didn't have the strength to run even if they wanted to. This is the place, they are hiding here. A familiar voice spread out from outside. It seemed to be Zhao Song. This voice, someone's expression became very complicated, and even a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Zhao Song hadn't left for long, but it was actually his voice that spread out. Instantly, everyone had a bad feeling about it. All of you come out, the descenders are here. It is useless even if you hide. An arrogant voice spread out. Listening closely, it really was Zhao Song. Damn, that fellow left, so what? I didn't expect him to submit to the descenders. Damn. Most of them felt that it was shameless. Originally, they wouldn't say much when they left. Everyone had their own ambitions and the Navy wasn't an organization that forced people to stay. It was their freedom to come and go. But to join the descended ones as soon as they left was simply too vile. They are really quick. Lin Fan was in a good mood. The members of the vanguard were really weak and it was as easy as crushing ants. Now that he found out that there were experts among the descenders, he was very excited. His swollen heart needed to be vented. Winning all the time would easily make one lose oneself and sink into the swollen heart. This was why he needed to fight, and it was best if he was beaten to death. That feeling was what he needed the most. Brother Lin, I will follow you out. Qin Feng said. Although he wasn't a match for the people outside, he definitely wouldn't retreat at such a time. Lin Fan stopped him. No need, you just stay here. I don't need your help. Qin Feng looked at Lin Fan. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Kachi. Lin Fan twisted his neck and smiled as he walked out. Don't panic, today is a feast. After saying that, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. To Qin Feng, this smile was a little off. He was too confident. Outside. Zhao Song bowed and stood beside the descender. He had planned to escape, but who would have thought that he would encounter a descender halfway? Before he could surrender, the people who had left with him attacked the descender. That scene almost scared the shit out of him. However, it was already too late to stop them. Master, they're hiding in the cave below. Zhao Song bent down and lowered his head. He had completely thrown away his dignity. Yes. The man had golden hair that shone with a resplendent radiance. His body was tall and straight, and he was covered in golden battle armor that was embroidered with astonishing patterns. Even though he was just standing there, the space around him began to tremble slightly. Specks of golden particles spread out from his body and drifted into the surroundings. The surrounding descenders all stood cautiously by the man's side. Before the other party came to the outer realms, they were the strongest and had the highest status. But now that the true divine sun was here, they had to step aside. You're all here? Lin Fan walked out of the cave. He looked up into the void. The sun was a little dazzling. The air is really good. Lin Fan sniffed. Although the air had no smell, to him, it did. If anyone said that the air had no smell, they could step out and try. Master, he is the one that Qin Feng brought back. They are definitely inside. Zhao Song hurriedly said. He had to show his worth in front of Master, otherwise, it was hard to say what would happen later on. Oi, you descenders occupied Eternal Sky region. Why are there only so few of you here? Is there anyone else? Lin Fan shouted. He really had no hope against normal descenders. Although he could gain a lot of points, he didn't feel anything from killing them. Preposterous. Zhao Song stepped out and scolded Lin Fan. This is a descender, true divine son Sima Longyun. You actually dare to be so impudent. Why aren't you kneeling? Clang. So much nonsense. Lin Fan took out the space god pillar and was prepared to fight. Talking too much was a waste of time. Eh? Space god pillar? Sima Longyun immediately recognized that it was a spatial pillar. He had always thought that there was something wrong with the space tunnel. Otherwise, why would they be in danger when descending? Now that he saw the space god pillar, he understood. Yin and Yang had merged into one. At this moment, Lin Fan moved. He raised the space god pillar in his hand and swung it at the void. Too much nonsense. If you can survive, then talk to me. Boom, with a swing, the space started to explode. The descenders that followed had mocking expressions on their faces. But all of a sudden, their expressions changed. Bang, black cracks densely covered the void, and the terrifying void countercurrent, under this impact, directly swept up violently. Heaven and earth started to tremble and sway as if it could break at any moment. Humph, ignorant. Who do you want to hurt? Sima Longyun stood there proudly, grabbing the space god pillar with a look of disdain. However, in that short instant, Sima Longyun was stunned. He looked back in disbelief. The descenders that followed him were all torn apart. Their bodies exploded with a bang, and blood rained down like rain. What's going on? He was stunned. He had clearly blocked it, so how did such a thing happen to them? Zhao Song, who was standing in front of him, didn't move at all. It was as if he was dead. Gotcha, suddenly. Zhao Song's face gradually turned into turtle wrinkles, and his entire body was instantly torn into pieces. Oi, it's true that you've managed to block it. However, you've got to consider this. This strike of mine by the Peak Master will bring forth a windstorm that's even stronger than a Dao State cultivator's. Do you really think that these fellas can withstand it? Lin Fan smiled and said. This rod was a serious strike. If not for this man in golden armor, perhaps he would have had some fun with this group of descenders. But now that someone stronger had appeared, there was no point in playing with these weaklings. Why not just deal with them and play with the strongest for a while? That would be more interesting. Sima Longyun looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't dare believe that such a thing would happen. Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm, so how could he block it? That was impossible. He looked around. A moment ago, there was a bunch of people beside him, but now he was the only one left. Everything happened too quickly and no one was able to react. Your cultivation isn't at Dao Realm? Sima Longyun found it weird. Lin Fan definitely wasn't a Dao Realm, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an aura. But something wasn't right. The peak of the outer region was only at Dao Realm, so how could there be someone stronger? Are you blind? I am a peak master with Dao Realm cultivation. Don't try to raise my cultivation just because you can't beat me. You are just trying to find excuses for your failure. That doesn't make sense. Lin Fan raised his hand and waved his finger. He was really excited. How long had he waited, finally, someone who could fight him? Since his cultivation reached Dao Realm, there weren't many people who could fight in the outer region. Of course, there were some who could fight, but they were all locked up in the Forbidden Land and weren't even humans. Nonsense, you are the blind one. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the outer region. It seems like the records are wrong, but it doesn't matter. Even if your cultivation exceeds Dao Realm, you will die here today. Sima Longyun stared at Lin Fan coldly. He grabbed the space god pillar and used strength. A strong power gathered at his fingertips. Ah! He hollered. Sima Longyun wanted to snatch the space god pillar and toss Lin Fan away. However, an awkward scene happened. The space god pillar didn't move at all. No matter how much strength Sima Longyun used, there was no reaction at all. What are you doing? Isn't that embarrassing? If you want to snatch the space god pillar from my hands, this bit of strength isn't enough. Lin Fan felt that he was just too embarrassing. If he was a little more violent or if he could shake the space god pillar in his hand, then it wouldn't be too embarrassing. But now, even though he was screaming his lungs out, it was still useless. The space god pillar in his hand didn't move at all. He couldn't take it anymore. Sima Longyun was so furious that he was about to explode. He had never faced such a thing before, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. Damn fellow, you actually dared to play with me. I will make you pay the price. At this moment, he opened his fingers and grabbed towards the space. The originally calm space started to tremble. Specks of light appeared out of nowhere and gathered in Sima Longyun's hand. Dao Realm, let me show you how terrifying the power above Dao Realm is. He pushed his palm away and the light that gathered gave off a bright light. What is this? Lin Fan was really curious. He didn't know what was up with this attack. However, he could already feel an extremely terrifying power sweeping towards him. Space was squeezed by this power and disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Fan raised his finger and pointed forwards. Pung, a low sound spread out. A black whirlpool appeared in front of him and Lin Fan pointed at it. Eh? Lin Fan frowned. The surrounding space was like a gas that was being sucked in by the black whirlpool. A huge suction force exploded out. It's a little interesting. Although he didn't know what method he used to create such an aura, one had to say that it was really amazing. It was like a black hole. He then raised his hand and slapped it. Pung, the black whirlpool was struck by this power and exploded, disappearing right in front of him. Sima Longyun's expression was calm but his heart was about to explode. Although your expression is very calm, I can already see that you are panicking in your heart. Although Sima Longyun's expression didn't change much, his faintly trembling body had already exposed him. Panicked. He was definitely panicking. Scoff, panicking? You small native, do you really think that I am afraid of you? It is just that I am a little interested in your performance. If you want to live from my hands, then stop dreaming. Sima Longyun smiled. Although he hadn't attacked yet, he had a rough estimation in his heart. This native's cultivation should have exceeded the peak of Dao realm, but he was still under his control. He could sense that Lin Fan's true realm was still Dao realm. Scoff, geniuses, I see them often. Sima Longyun had already treated Lin Fan as a genius. An invincible person in the same realm. He had seen many of such people. It wasn't rare for one to be invincible in the same realm. A true heir from a huge faction basically had such an ability. Even when he was in Dao realm, he was said to be invincible in the same realm. But that was only when they were in the same realm. To cross a realm and still want to challenge him was just asking to die. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Sima Longyun laughed maniacally. With his body as the center, a tornado exploded. A bright light wrapped around him. A terrifying power exploded from his body. The ground started to shake and many cracks appeared. Native, do you feel it? This is power. The difference between you and me is like 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. Ha ha ha. Sima Longyun clenched his fists and laughed out loud. It felt so good to show off his strength in front of the weak. Pung, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and then appeared in front of Sima Longyun. He clenched his fists and punched toward his stomach. I feel it. Your strength is decent. A low explosion rang out. A powerful shockwave burst out from his body, forming a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Poochie, cough cough, Sima Longyun was laughing maniacally, but all of a sudden, he felt like his throat was blocked. He spat out a mouthful of blood with much difficulty. Bowing his body, he retreated, his stomach churning. To him, this wasn't the case. How did such a thing happen? What do you think? That punch wasn't too strong. But, for you to spit out blood, seems like your physical body state isn't all that great after all. Lin Fan chuckled out. However, the strength of the other party was something that he had to take seriously. If a Dao realm expert took that punch, his body would have exploded. However, it was a little surprising that the other party only vomited blood. Of course, the armor on his body was also a good thing, as it offset most of the defense. Ouch, it hurts, Sima Longyun frowned. He was in so much pain that he almost cried out. However, when he heard what the other party said, he forcefully endured it. Humph, it's just SOSO. It doesn't hurt or itch. Is this your fist? They're just too weak. He endured the pain and retorted. He definitely wouldn't admit that this punch had already made him feel pain. Alright, take out your full strength and come at me. If you're too careless and don't use your full strength before you die, don't blame me then. Lin Fan curled his finger, indicating for Sima Longyun to attack. Coincidentally, he wanted to see just how strong someone who had surpassed the Dao realm was. Arrogant. Sima Longyun was furious. He stretched out his arms, opened his fingers, and clapped his palms together. Hong Long, the spot where Lin Fan was at instantly exploded. the space cracked like a mirror and a large black veil appeared. Amazing, but what a waste. Since he is wearing armor, does he know how to use a skill? Lin Fan appeared in the distance and smiled. Ah. He hollered and went all out. His body suddenly grew taller, and his muscles were like a mountain range. Runes appeared on his body, and his long hair danced like a dragon. He was insufferably arrogant. Hung Long, with Lin Fan at the center, when his strength rose to the peak, an intense shockwave spread out and swept the sky. The ground around started to shake. It was even stronger than Sima Longyun's aura from before. Eh? The wind swept and Sima Longyun's long hair danced in the wind. His expression changed. This strength. So strong. Although he looked down on the native, the strength that this native used was shockingly terrifying. Amazing, I didn't expect the outer region world to exceed my expectations. However, it won't be so easy. Indefinite dust. He hollered. Sima Longyun's aura became really weird and the surrounding space started to twist like water. This was a power that exceeded Dao realm. He was able to control the surrounding space and perform a shocking reversal. Amazing. Lin Fan realized that this fellow's strength wasn't something that Dao realm could compare to. The twisting space wrapped around his body like it was about to be sliced apart. Break for me. He reached out with his hands and pulled, opening up a tunnel in the twisted space. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Sima Longyun. He didn't like to play around with special effects and liked to fight head-on with strength. Even if the other party didn't like it, it wasn't up to him. The space ripped open and formed a tunnel. Lin Fan's speed was simply way too fast as he forcefully carved out a path for himself. What? Sima Longyun came to his senses. He didn't expect this native to be so quick and appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. How about this fist? Lin Fan smiled. He clenched his fingers and a bright light gathered at his fingertips. He then punched out. Heaven and Earth Mirror. Just at that moment, a mirror appeared in front of Sima Longyun. This mirror was no different from a normal mirror, but when Lin Fan punched it, the surface of the mirror started to shake and give off a bright light. Ha ha ha. Native, the more powerful you are, the more powerful it will be. The moment he said this, a streak of light shot out from the Heaven and Earth mirror and struck Lin Fan's body. A muffled sound rang out. That can't be right? I shouldn't be so weak. Lin Fan's body was struck back, but the power only shook his body for a moment before it dissipated. Your mirror is not bad. Lin Fan opened his fingers and grabbed towards the Heaven and Earth mirror. Scoff, you overestimate yourself. Sima Longyun laughed coldly. You want to snatch my Heaven and Earth mirror? You must be dreaming. To Lin Fan, this fellow did have some ability. The mirror actually resisted him and he couldn't grab it. So annoying. Lin Fan was annoyed and punched right away. He still preferred the bombardment of power. Pung, Kacha, the Heaven and Earth mirror, which had been bursting with dazzling light, suddenly stopped as if it had lost its soul. A crisp sound spread out. No. Sima Longyun exclaimed. The surface of the Heaven and Earth mirror started to shatter and dissipate into the surroundings. What kind of broken mirror is this? To shatter with one punch, it is so weak. Lin Fan punched through the mirror and then pinched it in his hands. Before Sima Longyun could react, he tossed it. Pung, the flattened mirror smashed onto his face. Large amounts of fresh blood spurted out. You scoundrel. That's my treasure. Sima Longyun was enraged, but at the same time, his pupils constricted. Pung. Ah. A tragic cry rang out. Sima Longyun covered his eyes. Large amounts of fresh blood seeped out from his fingers and one of his eyeballs exploded. Oi, can you do it? Lin Fan's body floated in the air. He was really quick and wrapped around Sima Longyun. He then got close and raised his knee, striking his stomach. Ugh, Sima Longyun bent his back and opened his mouth. Large amounts of fresh blood spurted out and his body flew into the air like a cannonball. Oi, answer me. Can you do it or not? Lin Fan rose into the air and surpassed Sima Longyun. He stretched out his leg and kicked his back. With a pung, the space exploded and Sima Longyun's body fell to the ground. He was really quick and there was even a sonic boom. Hung Long, Sima Longyun smashed into the ground and a strong power exploded out. The ground cracked and split apart, causing a thick dust cloud to rise up. TSK, a little weak and a little disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head. His giant body was like a small mountain that floated in the air. Then, he rubbed his chin and waited quietly. So what if he exceeded Dao realm? He didn't fear anything at all. Keek. Suddenly, a cold laugh spread out from the deep hole below. Good fellow, you have totally infuriated me. Gotcha. Sima Longyun pushed aside the dirt on his body and his messy hair draped behind his back. He didn't expect this native to actually have such ability. Do you think that I was unable to fight back at all because that was my true strength? No, you are wrong. Just as he was muttering to himself, Lin Fan landed from the sky. Lin Fan descended from the void. Crossing his fingers, he formed a fist and punched down. Who cares? Stop wasting my time. Pung, a shocking power exploded and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The deep hole sunk once more and it was about to form a deep abyss. You didn't care about my words. I told you to take out all your strength and you actually told me that this isn't your true strength. Whose time are you trying to waste? Ah. Lin Fan hollered and his fists landed like raindrops. Each fist was filled with terrifying power. Hung Long, the ground shook and cracks appeared, tearing the ground apart. The aura was just too shocking. Qin Feng and the others who were hiding in the cave felt like their bodies were unstable. A terrifying power shot towards them and they couldn't stand still. What happened outside? They really wanted to know what was going on outside. Especially Qin Feng, he panicked a little. He felt like Brother Lin's situation wasn't good. Who? Lin Fan's hand stopped and he didn't continue to strike. He retreated to the side, twisted his neck, and hooked his hand. Come, get up. It was rare for him to meet someone who couldn't be smashed in one fist. This made him really excited, but unfortunately, compared to Dao realm experts, he was just a little stronger. Other people would be smashed in one fist, but this fellow could hold on for a long time. Wah, Sima Longyun's face flushed red. He opened his mouth and spat out mouthfuls of blood. When he was careless, one of his eyeballs even exploded. This made him furious and he really wanted to crush this native to death. Pata, cracks appeared on the golden armor on Sima Longyun's body. Native, you have totally angered me. He lowered his head and his hands hung down. Fresh blood dripped from his eyes and dyed the ground red. Do you know that you are already at the edge of death? You were testing me so crazily. Sima Longyun's voice was really dark and sunken. He was like a terrifying existence in deep sleep who opened his eyes in the darkness. An illusory flame rose up from his body and was about to cover the entire sky. Lin Fan instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Sima Longyun. He whipped his leg and with a pung, it landed on his waist. A strong power exploded out. Gotcha, the armor around his waist split and shattered. He was like a cannonball that flew into the distance and smashed into a giant stone, forming a deep human-shaped hole. Can you stop bragging? You are still testing me on the edge of death. I think you are just testing me on the edge of death. He was really impressed. He had a basic understanding of these so-called descenders. His words were terrifying and he was even more terrifying than those from the outer region. At this moment, Sima Longyun spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was really complicated. Where did this fellow come from? It was totally different from what he had expected. Based on normal situations, the native would definitely be terrified or wary. Since he had already said such things, did he really not know what was going on? Does this detestable native not have a sense of fear? Pata. Sima Longyun grabbed the edge of the stone and walked out. His head was still lowered as he muttered to himself. Do you know? What kind of existence am I? Remember, I am a descendant of the dark demon race. When I broke through to Dao realm, my bloodline was totally awakened. Do you know how terrifying that power is? Bang! Instantly, Lin Fan appeared in front of Sima Longyun. Bending his knee, he punched the other party's chest. The golden armor shriveled, and dense cracks appeared all over it. I don't know, but your strength right now is still very weak. Lin Fan replied. Blarg, Sima Longyun's face was flushed red. His internal organs were being squeezed as if they could burst out at any moment. From the beginning until now, the amount of blood he had spat out could fill at least a basin. Ha ha ha, continue fighting, continue fighting. I am very merciful, because everything you have now will be given to you by me in the end. Sima Longyun laughed heartily. Even though his face was bleeding, he was still as savage and confident as ever. This was the arrogance of descenders. Come. Hit my chest. My power is already boiling. Come. Sima Longyun roared. Just as he finished speaking, his face was about to explode. His abdomen suffered a fierce punch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kacha, the golden armor on his body shattered completely and floated in the air. Lying in the deep pit, Sima Longyun's face turned malevolent the moment his armor shattered. Instantly, a black light burst out from his eyes. Ha 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 ha, indigenous being, you've done it. You should know that my strength is simply too strong. In fact, even my fleshly body is extremely terrifying. That's why I'm wrapped in this armor, suppressing my bloodline. But at this moment, I'll let you see my strongest state. Ah. Boom, suddenly, a shocking beam of light burst out from the depths of the earth, piercing through the clouds. With Sima Longyun as the center, a dark energy filled the void. The clouds in the sky rumbled like waves. The white clouds dissipated, turning into a black and red cloud layer. Among them, bloodlines connected, forming a huge net that covered the entire sky. Bang, bang. Sima Longyun's body was burning with a black flame. His body swelled up as a bone-piercing bone extended out from his neck, forming a curved horn. It was a horrifying sight. Native, do you see that? Do you see my current state? This power feels so good. Only by releasing myself can I be my true self. Layers of shockwaves spread out from beneath Sima Longyun's feet. Everything that passed by was turned into ashes. Small pebbles trembled and floated in the air. Under the shockwaves, they were turned into ashes instantly. Sizzle, dark thunderbolts interweaved around Sima Longyun, crackling and crackling. Strong. Really strong. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. To think that Sima Longyun still had something up his sleeves. Since he had such power, why didn't he take it out earlier? Could it be that he wanted Lin Fan to shatter his armor step by step? When Lin Fan thought that he had won, he would unleash such a horrifying power so that Lin Fan could feel the feeling of falling from the heavens to hell. If that were the case, this fellow was really cunning. Ha ha ha, how is it, native? Do you feel the rush of power? Do you feel despair? Sima Longyun's handsome face disappeared. The dark demon bloodline appeared. His face was filled with blood veins. Those eyeballs that were destroyed by his fist turned black and gave off a scorching glow. Yes, I feel it. However, I don't feel despair yet. Why don't you let me try it? Lin Fan shouted. But the moment he said that, a strong wind appeared. Sima Longyun's speed reached its maximum as well. Instantly, he appeared in front of Lin Fan. Pung, Lin Fan's body flew backward and slammed into the ground. Ha ha ha, how is it? Did my fist hurt you a lot? Remember, a native will always be a native. You can't compare to me. In my opinion, your so-called power is nothing but a joke. The real power is right here. Sima Longyun clenched his fists and bent his arms. His veins swelled as power flowed through his body. A violent power exploded out from his body. An intense storm swept through the ground. Anything that came into contact with this storm would be crushed into dust. Oh. Interesting, I feel something. Lin Fan stood up and touched the corner of his lips. It didn't hurt, but it was a little itchy. Scoff, stubborn and stubborn. Then, I shall let you feel how terrifying my strength is. To Sima Longyun, this was the best feeling. He was the strongest and everyone else was just an ant in his eyes. As for the native in the distance, he didn't care about him at all. No. From the start, he treated him like an ant. Pung, Sima Longyun instantly disappeared from the spot. The ground beneath his feet cracked as it couldn't handle this terrifying power at all. A black light spread in the space. Very quickly. He couldn't see anyone at all. Lin Fan stood there. Sima Longyun was really strong and he was filled with desire to fight. However, he was still a little away from being satisfied. What was above the Dao realm, he didn't know and no one told him about it. But it didn't matter. He didn't care about the realm at all. The enemies he faced were either stronger than him or weaker than him. Of course, if the gap was too huge, he would definitely flee. He didn't need to be unlucky. If there was no hope, how could he hold on? He would definitely run as far as he could. Ha ha ha. A voice rang out around. It was Sima Longyun's voice, but one couldn't see his body. He was too quick and one couldn't even see his shadow. Native, how is my speed? Can't you see me at all? Has your heart been taken over by fear? Sima Longyun was really mischievous. After using his strongest strength, he didn't rush to kill Lin Fan. Instead, he used his speed to play with Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood there and didn't move at all. He had a helpless expression on his face. He suddenly realized that there were many idiots. Sometimes, he would just randomly bump into one. It is really fast and interesting. But since you used your strongest strength to fight me, then I can't disappoint you. I can't let you feel like I don't care about you. Lin Fan smiled and then his expression turned solemn. Restricted body. Burn. Hung Long, at that moment, Lin Fan's body started to burn. The runes on his body gave off a bright light. An extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. He had an undying body and was burning his life to unleash his strongest strength. For others, this was a technique that could kill them. But for Lin Fan, this was something that was normal. Ha ha ha, you want to use your strength too? But your strength is really... Sima Longyun laughed out. But before he could finish, Lin Fan stood there without moving. He stretched out his hand and slammed into the space. Pung, a figure appeared in the sky. His face suffered a heavy blow. His mouth and nose were sent flying and half his face was shriveled up. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. Hung Long, he smashed onto the ground heavily. Poochie. Sima Longyun sprawled on the ground. He wanted to stand up but it was as though his body had been shattered and he couldn't move at all. How could this be? He didn't dare to believe it. He didn't know what had happened at all. Piak, just as he was in disbelief, a sound rang out from behind him. Lin Fan came in front of Sima Longyun and shook his head. It's not that I want to criticize you but your speed is too slow. The reason why I didn't beat you up was because I wanted to see how fast a turtle like you could be. But my expectations were too high and you have disappointed me. That can't be. Sima Longyun was in despair. He had clearly used his strongest strength, so how did things turn out like this? No, it is fake. It must be fake. He hollered. He definitely couldn't believe what was happening. It is real. Lin Fan said. No, it must be fake. How can I, Sima Longyun, lose to you? It must be fake. I must be in a dream. I want to wake up. I must wake up. Sima Longyun couldn't accept such an outcome. But very quickly, Sima Longyun came to his senses. If that was the case, everything would be real. He looked at this native in front of him and didn't know what to say. You won't kill me, right? Sima Longyun asked carefully. Before Lin Fan said anything, he continued, I can tell you many things. I am the son of a true god and I have come into contact with many secrets. I am an important person, I am. Kacha, Lin Fan crushed Sima Longyun's head with his feet. There is no need. The more you know, the faster you will die. Till now, you still don't understand this logic. Points plus 300,000, not bad, 300,000 points in my hands. This number of points was still very good. Haze. What a pity. I thought he was an expert but he is just SOSO. If I was a little more serious, I would have killed him with one punch. This makes me even more arrogant. The damage was too severe. The ground was torn apart and filled with cracks. This place was about to turn into a dead zone. It can't be like this. If every descender were to fight like this, wouldn't the outer realm collapse? Lin Fan reflected on himself. It was his fault. He had too high hopes for this fellow and wanted to see his strongest state. But after seeing his strongest state, he realized that he was F***king teasing him. Weak compared to weak. It made him panic. The outside seems to have quietened down. Within the cave, the Navy members were panicking. The commotion just now was too huge. There was also a pressure that pressed down on them such that they couldn't stand up straight. They didn't know what was going on outside. At the same time, they didn't know what the situation was like. Senior brother. Han Bikong was worried. Although senior brother was strong, he wasn't invincible. Let's go out and take a look. Hiding here isn't a solution. Whether we die or not, the heavens have already decided. There is no point in thinking too much. Qin Feng was optimistic. He could hide for a while, but he couldn't hide forever. No matter what the outcome was, he had to face it. Brother Lin should have won, right? Of course, this was what he hoped to see the most. If Brother Lin died, then it would be over for him. The entrance of the cave was already buried. The commotion just now was too huge. Even if the cave was firm, it wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Pushing aside the wasteland that was buried at the entrance of the cave, he saw a ray of sunlight outside and breathed in his first breath of fresh air. Guys, if you want to inhale, then inhale more. Maybe this will be the last time we breathe. Someone opened his mouth. Only, his words were too sad. When they heard this, they lowered their heads and were in low spirits. His words made sense. Maybe this would be the last time they breathed. Haze. A sigh filled their hearts with helplessness. After which, they sniffed the air, wanting to remember this smell forever. In the past, they didn't feel that the air was so good. But now, they realized that air was precious. To be able to inhale at once was enough. Qin Feng walked at the front. He was the leader of the Navy, so naturally, he had to face the strong enemies first. Desolate. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was stupefied. It was too miserable, the ground was full of holes, some had even been pierced through, earth fire surging out. Just what kind of tragic battle is this to cause such a scene? Some people were horrified, their hearts pounding. It was too terrifying. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they had no idea what kind of shocking battle had taken place to cause such a scene. Brother Lin. At this moment, Qin Feng caught sight of Lin Fan standing in the distance. Elated, he hurried over. Han Bikong heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like senior brother has won. The Marines who stayed here were surprised. They didn't expect that the person Qin Feng brought back would be so powerful. They did not believe what the other party had said at all. They even thought that the other party was bragging. But by the looks of it now, it was probably true. Brother Lin, are you all right? Qin Feng asked worriedly. Looking at the scene here, he could tell how intense the battle was. It must have been a tough battle. What could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. Lin Fan replied. However, he was a little helpless and disappointed. Then, what about them? Qin Feng did not know how many people came, but there was no one in front of him. Of course, there was a headless corpse at the side. That should count as a person. They're all dead. Lin Fan said calmly. He was extremely disappointed in these descenders and didn't want to say anything more. Where were the experts? They probably hadn't come down yet. When the people around heard this, they gulped and their faces were filled with shock. The descenders were all dead, the descenders who had beaten them up like dogs and caused them to run all over the map were all killed by this young man in front of them. Shocking, this was simply too shocking. Junior brother, what are your plans? Are you prepared to follow me back or continue to stay here? Lin Fan asked. He knew that Han Bikong had his own plans and wouldn't return. But he still asked as a form of concern for his junior brother. Senior brother, I don't want to return for now. I know some friends here and I want to accompany them to the end until all the descenders are chased away. Han Bikong said. To him, there was nothing much to do back in the sect. He might as well train his cultivation base outside. That's fine. Pay attention to your safety outside. If you meet someone you can't defeat, your life is the most important. Lin Fan reminded. Yes, don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely pay attention to my safety. Han Bikong replied. Qin Feng walked up. Brother Lin, you're going back? Yeah, it's about time to go back. It's not that I want to say this, but these descenders are really weak and can't lift their spirits at all. If it wasn't for... Lin Fan didn't finish his sentence and shook his head with a sigh. He really wanted to say that if not for the lack of points, he would be too lazy to kill them one by one. When the people from the Navy heard this, they wanted to cry. The descenders that they couldn't kill even if they risked their lives were actually so weak in the mouth of someone else. How could there be such a huge gap between the two of them? At this moment, Lin Fan hooked his finger and those storage rings floated up and landed in his hand. It was a pity that some of the storage rings were completely destroyed in the battle just now and turned to dust. Luckily, Sima Longyan's storage ring was still there. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked once more. These storage rings all belonged to the descenders, and there were so many of them. Didn't this mean that Brother Lin had killed a bunch of them? This was too shocking. Junior brother, wait a moment. Let me see if there's anything you need. Lin Fan rummaged through the storage rings. Han Bikong hadn't returned to the sect, so he definitely didn't have enough pills for cultivation. As the senior brother, he definitely couldn't let his junior brother suffer outside. Found it. There were indeed many good things in the storage rings of the descenders. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Han Bikong collected many pills and treasures. Senior brother, you can keep these treasures. There's no need to give them all to me. Han Bikong's hands were sore and he felt a little embarrassed. Senior brother was too good to him. He was so touched that he wanted to cry. No need. These things are useless to senior brother. They're just toys to train my finger strength. Lin Fan was really calm and what he said was the truth. In order to make his junior brother believe him, he picked up a jade green longsword and moved his fingertips. That extraordinary long sword was instantly folded into a sword hilt. Ah? Everyone looked on with their mouths agape like they had seen a ghost. Haze, junior brother, you don't understand. Senior brother doesn't care about these things. I thought that those descenders were strong and that they could make senior brother feel the joy of fighting, but reality is cruel. They were really weak and couldn't even take a single move. Look at that headless fellow. He said that he had surpassed the peak of Dao realm and stepped into another realm, but he still disappointed senior brother. Forget it, I won't say any more. No matter how much I say, you won't be able to understand the loneliness of Sherwoodi. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and didn't want to say anything more. Experts made him feel despair. Brother Qin, junior brother, everyone, farewell. Right after saying those words, Xianxia soared into the sky with a loud bang, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. I feel that senior brother is really lonely. Han Bikong muttered. Brother Han, how can that be? Your senior brother is in the sect with so many people. How can he be lonely? The girl who had been bandaging Han Bikong's wounds asked. Han Bikong shook his head. It's not this kind of loneliness, but the loneliness of not meeting an opponent. I might not have experienced that before, but I can feel senior brother's helplessness. The surrounding people looked at Han Bikong, not knowing what to say for a moment. They couldn't take it anymore. They even wanted to die. The difference was too huge. It was like heaven and earth. In the air, Lin Fan flew towards the sect. There's indeed an elite among the descenders, but they're still too weak. Let's wait. He was ready to wait for the arrival of a true powerhouse. Magnificent Flame Sect. Lin Fan didn't leave for long, and no one came to the Magnificent Flame Sect during this period of time. It was quite safe. However, the hanging woman caught him. According to what he said, he had to tell her stories for 2 days. Damn it, it's too late for regrets. He wanted to die now, but he had no choice. If he didn't tell her, he would be breaking his promise. How could he, who cared about his integrity, tolerate this? 2 days later, the hanging woman fell asleep in satisfaction. Lin Fan went back to his secret room and killed himself. 10 seconds later, he reached his peak. There was a skill set in Sima Longyun's storage ring. It was an unexpected gain, a skill set. It's of a decent grade. Buzz, just then. A terrifying aura could be felt above the sect. Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and rushed towards the sect's main hall. That aura came from the main hall of the sect. There was a stone statue erected in the main hall of the sect. It was the statue of Emperor Yanhua. But at this moment, the stone statue was emitting a dazzling radiance. The eyes that were originally made of stone seemed to have turned into living creatures as they spun around. Tiansu's expression changed. The aura was too familiar. The disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect gathered. They were attracted by the statue as well. "Senior brother, what happened?" Lu Qiming asked. "I don't know. Let's go and take a look." Lin Fan was curious. He had a bad feeling about this. Arriving at the main hall. "Master, the statue is moving. Do you think it's Emperor Yanhua's will coming to cause trouble?" Lin Fan asked. "Disciple, let's see what's going on first." "You might be right." Tiansu felt that it was a little complicated, but he didn't want to say anything before he figured out what was going on. "Who am I? Do you guys remember?" The first sentence from the stone statue shocked everyone. It was as if it was interrogating everyone in the Magnificent Flame sect. But no one answered. All the disciples looked at Lin Fan. To them, their senior brother was the leader. Tiansu, Huarong, and the rest did not speak either. To them, it was indeed Emperor Yanhua's voice, but they felt that something was wrong. "Why are you all looking at me? Tell me who knows me." Lin Fan shrugged and shouted. "Where's the patriarch? Come and see what's going on. The statue is talking. The sect is haunted." Everyone was dumbfounded. "Patriarch, the statue in the main hall is speaking. Senior brother Lin is asking you to go over and see who is speaking." Xianxia, who was lying on the chair, felt the world around him. He had already felt peace, but he could not feel what was coming after. "Calm down." The sect leader's expression did not change. After spitting out those 2 words, he did not say anything else. At the same time, he was mumbling to himself. "I almost broke my state of mind. Calm down. Emptiness doesn't exist." It was just that Xianxia's realm was a little low, and he hadn't reached the realm of the sect master yet. "Patriarch, that's the statue of Emperor Yanhua. Is it possible that Emperor Yanhua is not dead and is back? Do we really not need to welcome him?" Xianxia asked. Emperor Yanhua's importance in everyone's heart could not be erased. Seeing how calm the patriarch was, Lin Fan could not stay calm anymore. "Calm down." The Grand Master did not do anything too extreme or jump up and down in excitement. Instead, he looked extremely calm. This made Xianxia feel as though the Grand Master was talking to the statue, as though he was not bothered by the appearance of Emperor Yanhua. Xianxia did not say anything else. Since the patriarch had said so, what else could he say? He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. As for what was happening in the main hall, Lin Fan did not care. It was not his business anyway. It was better for him to feel peace. During this period of time, Lin Fan had gained a lot from following the patriarch. He felt that his life had changed a lot. "I still haven't found the true meaning of life in the past." In the main hall, the disciples looked at each other, remaining silent. The stone statue that had been standing there for a long time spoke for the first time. "Where's the patriarch?" Lin Fan asked. No one answered. Everyone looked at their senior brother. They wanted to see how he was going to solve this. "Disciple, calm down. Don't go overboard," Tiansu said softly. To be honest, he was still a little nervous. This is Emperor Yanhua. In the past, he would be our ancestor. Even now, he has great influence on the older generation. "Teacher, how could your disciple possibly know how to play?" "It's just that there's a problem with this situation. For the stone statue to speak, that means that there's a demon behind it. In your disciple's opinion, I think we should just destroy the stone statue." The moment Lin Fan said these words, the stone statue spoke up once more. However, this time around, it sounded a little strange, as though it was in disbelief. Lin Fan's words had evidently frightened the other party. Forget it. I am Emperor Yanhua. Have you all forgotten me? Originally, the stone statue had wanted to give a subtle reminder so that the disciples and grand disciples would show expressions of surprise and excitement at the return of their backer. He had already thought of all these. However, he couldn't understand everything that had happened up until now. What's going on? It was completely different from what he had imagined. What happened to the shock, the excitement, and the worship that they were supposed to feel? Even now, she was playing riddles with him and pretending not to know who he was. This made him a little angry. Of course not. How could I forget that Emperor Yanhua founded the Magnificent Flame sect? But who are you? Lin Fan asked, staring at the statue. The stone statue was hard, but under the envelopment of this will, its face actually softened. I am Emperor Yanhua, the creator of the Magnificent Flame sect. The stone statue's voice was calm and dignified. There was also a sense of pride and confidence hidden in it. Needless to say, it must feel great to tell his juniors about his origin. He was waiting for his juniors to cheer for his return, to shout for him. However, the place was silent. There were also some discussions that didn't sound that good. What? He's Emperor Yanhua? How did he turn into a stone statue? There's a problem. Based on my many years of experience, Emperor Yanhua must have met with some trouble, and he needs our senior brother's help. Do you believe me? Yes, of course. Our senior brother is so powerful. Even Emperor Yanhua would need help from others. The sect disciples started to make all sorts of baseless guesses. And towards the end of the discussion, it was as though it was real. Emperor Yanhua's ears were sharp. Naturally, he could hear what the juniors were talking about. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, you juniors really think too much. I'm not here to ask for your help. I'm here to see how you guys are doing. He realized that the sect had changed a lot. When he left, the Magnificent Flame sect had changed drastically. Back then, the Magnificent Flame sect was pitifully poor. Who would have thought that after 100 years, there would be such changes? This was unbelievable. The surrounding disciples didn't show any reaction to Emperor Yanhua's words. Instead, he was still very shocked by what had just happened. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. To them, Emperor Yanhua was a distant existence. They only knew that he was the creator of the Magnificent Flame sect, but they didn't know much about him. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand and smiled. If you say that you're Emperor Yanhua, then you're Emperor Yanhua. Do you have any evidence to prove yourself? You're suspecting me? The stone statue said. Disciple, how can I suspect you? He must be Emperor Yanhua. Tiansu said. Junior, you have a good eye. You're much better than him. The stone statue laughed. Master, don't be fooled. People nowadays are evil. Furthermore, it's not logical for Emperor Yanhua to suddenly return at such a special time. Furthermore, our sect has records that Emperor Yanhua is already dead. How could he appear again? Lin Fan said. That's right. Junior, you're really smart. You might be thinking a lot, but you're still too young. You should stand at the side and listen to the person beside you. Emperor Yanhua obviously didn't take Lin Fan seriously. To him, Lin Fan was obviously a capable disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect, but his status wasn't too high. Therefore, he didn't think much of it. But what Lin Fan said next made him dumbfounded, or maybe he couldn't accept it. Disciple, what you said makes sense. Tiansu thought for a while and nodded in agreement. How is that possible? Do you think that I, the great Emperor Yanhua, would lie to you? The stone statue could not hold it in any longer. You can't say that. Who knows if you're Emperor Yanhua or not? Let's change the topic. You have to prove that you're Emperor Yanhua first. Lin Fan said. He was basically sure that this was Emperor Yanhua. But he wouldn't admit it at this moment. After all, he didn't know what was going on with Emperor Yanhua, so he had to have a good chat with him. It would be best if he could make Emperor Yanhua angry and say something. The Magnificent Flame sect can just wait to perish on its own. If Lin Fan really said this, he would laugh out loud. Junior, could it be that you think I'm fake? The stone statue said angrily. He was the one who created this place, and now a junior said that he didn't believe that he was Emperor Yanhua. This made him very unhappy. Yes, I do think that you're fake. If you want to prove that you're real, then please show me the evidence. Lin Fan said calmly. No matter how violent the storm was, the expression on his face was always the same as when he entered the water, not a single wave was set off. Silence. It was very quiet. No disciple spoke. They weren't stupid. This was a confrontation between the new leader of the Magnificent Flame sect and the older generation. It didn't matter to them whether the stone statue was the Magnificent Flame sect's leader or not. Even if Emperor Yanhua came in person, they wouldn't be too shocked. Senior brother Tiansu. Huarong came to Tiansu's side, wanting to ask how they should resolve this matter. But Tiansu shook his head, telling Huarong which side he should stand on. Huarong knew what Tiansu was thinking, but he didn't say anything. He finally knew what Tiansu was thinking. Even though logically speaking, he shouldn't have done something like this, but his senior brother's actions right now were truly for Lin Fan's sake. In other words, it was his precious disciple. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort could be heard. Where's the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch? Come out and see me. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. When he called for the patriarch, there was no movement. There wasn't even a sound. The stone statue's face was soft, and it could show expressions. And now, the stone statue's expression was one of anger. He was about to explode. He didn't expect this to happen. Even if it wasn't in person, it was still his will. Where's the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch? Come out and see me. The stone statue shouted again. His voice could be heard throughout the sect. Silence once again. There was no reply. Just then, footsteps could be heard. This patriarch doesn't care about worldly affairs anymore. Who's harassing me this time? Annoying. The patriarch walked over from afar. He might be unhappy, but his expression was calm. He could let go of his obsession. Or even everything. You're the Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch? The stone statue asked. Yes. The patriarch replied. I've been calling for you for so long. Are you dead? The stone statue raged. He realized that the sect had changed. It was different from before. In the past, as long as he spoke, no one would dare to disobey him. Even if they were far away, as long as they were an inner disciple, they would rush back. But now, even after shouting for so long, no one responded. What you said is correct, but also incorrect. Although death and life are opposites, they do not conflict. Just as you said, I can be dead, but I can also be alive. Life or death, all these changes are in my heart. Just like you. I can see you as alive, but I can also see you as dead. There's no conflict. The patriarch raised his head and said calmly. What he said was a little confusing. Lin Fan didn't understand. Master, has the patriarch's brain been stimulated recently? Lin Fan asked softly. Disciple, I'm not sure. It's just a rumor that the patriarch has changed. The two conversed softly. This was the first time they heard the patriarch speak. And his words were different from before. You. The stone statue's voice was cold. He did not expect the current Magnificent Flame sect's patriarch to be such a person. How could such a person make the Magnificent Flame sect so strong? Great Emperor, there's no need to be angry. This is a knowledge of the realm. It's not an insult to you. It's just that there are very few people who can understand it. So it's normal that you can't understand it. The sect master was arrogant. In terms of knowledge and comprehension in this aspect, he was much stronger than anyone else. Even if his opponent was Emperor Yanhua, he would never admit that he was weaker than anyone else. Do you admit that I am Emperor Yanhua? The stone statue spoke, its tone filled with anger. He thought that the descent of his will would prove everything and make everyone submit to him, but things did not go as he wished. But now that sect master Ren knew who he was, things would be much easier to settle. Yes, you are Emperor Yanhua. This is an undeniable fact, the patriarch said. Alright, then tell me, who founded the magnificent flame sect? The stone statue said. Emperor Yanhua. The patriarch said calmly. Not bad. You're very sensible. I'm satisfied. Tell me, who founded the magnificent flame sect? Emperor Yanhua asked. It belongs to all the people, the sect master replied without hesitation. I'll give you another chance. Who did it belong to? The stone statue was unhappy. I thought that the patriarch was a reasonable person, but it seems that he's a fool. It's for all the people. The Grandmaster replied. He then asked calmly, by the looks of it, the Mother of King doesn't seem to be satisfied with my answer. Who do you think it was? Of course it belongs to me. Emperor Yanhua said in a deep voice, ringing in the ears of all the disciples. The patriarch went silent. He shook his head and turned to leave. But before he left, he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, he's a fake. How do you know, patriarch? Lin Fan asked. When the Magnificent Flame sect was founded, the first motto of the sect has been engraved in my heart. That is, the Magnificent Flame sect belongs to every citizen. But it's a pity that he got it wrong. Even if I told him the answer, he wouldn't be able to understand it, so it's fake. The Grand Master shook his head in pity. It's fake. Lin Fan chuckled. The Grand Master really had his own way of thinking. Grand Master, this has nothing to do with you anymore. I told you that there was definitely something wrong with him. But now, Grand Master has found out that he's a fake. Junior brothers, listen up. How dare this demon invade our Emperor Yanhua's stone statue and defile it? Therefore, I've decided to take this stone statue away, smash it, and build a new one. Lin Fan called out to his junior brothers and got them to move quickly. Yes, senior brother. The disciples shouted. Without a second word, they raised their spears and charged forward without hesitation. How dare you? The stone statue was dumbfounded. It had not expected such a thing to happen. He admitted that he did say something like that before, but even if he changed it now, what could he do? Bang, as soon as he finished speaking. Some of the more ferocious disciples smashed the stone statue's head with their palms, grabbed it, and hurriedly left, throwing it far away. Master, the truth is out. It's fake. Lin Fan said. Disciple. Master trusts you. If you say that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. Tiansu laughed. He was quite concerned about this. But when he looked at his Grand Master, he was surprised to see that his Grand Master would make such a decision. At the same time, he understood what his Grand Master was thinking. The asterisk starred, you're rebelling. Are you all rebelling? Alright, since you all say that it's fake, then wait for my real body to come. The stone statue was indignant. He was burning with anger. Obviously, he was angered by Lin Fan's actions. Master, it seems like things are going to get complicated. It won't be easy to deal with Emperor Yanhua's real body. Lin Fan said. Disciple, what do you think Emperor Yanhua has been through for the past 100 years? This isn't like him. Tiansu was confused. He couldn't understand. What could have happened to turn the once admirable great emperor into such a state? I don't understand. Who knows? But don't worry, Master. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully any disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect, not even a little finger. Lin Fan said with determination. As long as someone dares to make a move, I'll take their life. No matter who it is, even if it's Emperor Yanhua, I'll beat them up. Disciple, Master believes in you, but you have to be careful. Don't force yourself. Master will follow you to the end no matter what. Even if you're wrong, Master will think that you're right. Tiansu looked at his disciple lovingly. Thinking back to the time when he accepted Lin Fan as his disciple, he had been through a lot. Teacher, you don't have any personal thoughts, do you? Since your disciple is in the wrong, then I have to say it. No matter what happens, your disciple can hurt anyone, but I will definitely not hurt a single hair of yours. Lin Fan said. I'm touched, disciple. Master is so touched. I feel like crying after hearing what you said. Tiansu had the urge to cry. Listen to how touching my disciple is. It's worth it. It's really worth it. Master, there are too many people here. Let's go back and cry. It'll be so embarrassing if someone sees this. Lin Fan whispered. Yes, disciple. You're right. Let's go to Master's place and have a good chat. Tiansu patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Afterward, the master and disciple put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked towards the Tiansu mountain. Why do I feel like there's something going on between the master and disciple? Huarong thought. The stone statue incident is just a small matter. It doesn't matter if he's Emperor Yanhua or not. Life is good now. Huarong, don't think too much. Elder Gulian said. He was a little envious and helpless at the same time. In the past, he had his eyes on many young men. But Jun Wutian had disappointed him. His old heart was shattered. All the old men were envious of Tiansu for finding such a good disciple. If they knew this would happen, they would have taken Lin Fan as their disciple even if they had to fight for Lin Fan. Look at Tiansu now. He's living a good life. In the boundless territory, heavenly fire burned and fell from the sky, turning into a sea of fire. A majestic building stood in the boundless territory. Bang, a man wearing a crown sat on the throne. He slammed his palm on the throne beside him. Anger could be seen on his handsome and domineering face. Bastard. His voice was like thunder, echoing across the boundless territory. The people below were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe. They were the emperor's servants. No one dared to raise their heads when the emperor was angry. Good, very good. I have only been away for 100 years, and you're all so ungrateful. Who was the one who brought them out of the abyss of suffering? Who was the one who led them to become stronger? And who was the one who gave them food and clothing? Have you all forgotten? Emperor Yanhua, also known as the Holy Flame Emperor, was furious and unhappy. His anger was so intense that it could almost materialize. The people kneeling on the ground did not dare to speak. One of them was a green-haired man who knelt at the very front. His eyes were closed, and he was kneeling. He was the first to follow the emperor. It was the happiest moment of his life. He saved the emperor, who was struck by lightning, and they became best friends. They even swore an oath of brotherhood. At that time, the great emperor was so heroic, but everything would change. Especially in the big bout of power, there was a complete change. From not needing to kneel, to now, everyone had to kneel. From when he could still listen to their suggestions, to now, he was acting on his own. To others, this might be normal, but he knew that the great sovereign had changed. He was different from before. Green Fox, the emperor said. Yes, your majesty. Green Fox lowered her head. She used to stand beside the emperor. No matter where they were, they never had any grudges. Suddenly, the emperor raised his hand. A ball floated down and landed in front of Green Fox. This is the location of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Send the order. Kill them. The great emperor's face was expressionless, but the fury in his voice was enough to burn a person to ashes. Grand Emperor, Green Fox suggested, you once told me that you were the one who created it, and that it contains your memories. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to destroy it? That's right. Not good? They are ungrateful and betrayed their master. What's wrong with destroying them? The emperor scolded. It's still a memory. I think it's better to punish them. Green Fox said. The people in the surroundings stole glances at Cyan Fox and winked at him, telling him to stop talking. They didn't know what was wrong with him today. He had nothing to do with the sect, and it was the emperor's personal matter. Why did he have to stop him? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Alright, you're right. It's not good to destroy the sect. It's still a memory. Send the order to kill the Magnificent Flame Sect's patriarch. Kill anyone who resists. But only this once. The next time I make a decision, you have to be careful. The emperor said coldly. Yes. Green Fox answered. He couldn't let the emperor go on like this. He looked up. Behind the great emperor, there was a hideous black demonic face laughing maniacally. He knew what it was. But he couldn't say it out loud. Get lost. The emperor waved his hand, telling everyone to leave. Outside. Brother Green Fox, why did you stop the emperor? This has nothing to do with us. The minister who had followed the emperor to develop the magnificent flame sect said. He broke out in cold sweat for Green Fox's sake. The emperor is no longer the emperor of the past. Green Fox said. What are you talking about? Do you want to die? Keep it to yourself. You will be killed if you speak it out. Have you forgotten about Taishan? Green Fox looked sad at the mention of Taishan. He was a comrade who had fought with him through life and death. But now, he was killed without any hesitation. Master is so sentimental. Lin Fan left his master's place. Thinking of his master's sentimental expression, he felt that he had to protect the magnificent flame sect. No matter who it is, if they dare to cause trouble in the magnificent flame sect, they will not be able to leave. But before that, Lin Fan felt that it was necessary to increase his cultivation. As for what the other party wanted to do, it didn't matter to him. If he could come in person, he would have come long ago. Even if he did, he wouldn't be afraid. If I can't fight him, I'll just activate Unlucky Spell and kill him in one go. It's a pity that I can't kill him personally, but I have no choice. The other party is so powerful. Senior brother, are you going out? Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Lu Qiming asked. Yeah, I've been in the sect for quite some time now. It's time to cultivate. Lin Fan replied. My points are almost empty again. I need to go out and collect more. Seeing that Lin Fan was going to cultivate again, Lu Qiming was impressed. He had never seen his senior brother stop in the middle of his cultivation. Master. Just then, the frog jumped over from afar. Its hind legs were very strong, and it could jump very high with a single jump. The green figure streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of green light. It was so resplendent. Frog, what are you doing? Lin Fan was confused. This frog wouldn't come to look for me if it had nothing to do, but now it came to me. Something is wrong. I have to be careful. He realized that the frog's intelligence had improved tremendously during this period of time. If I don't pay attention, I might get hooked by it. Frog Master. Lu Qiming cupped his fists. The magnificent flame sect being able to have such a prosperous era today was all thanks to Senior Brother, but the Frog Master's contribution was obvious and irreplaceable. If not for the Frog Master teaching the alchemists, it would be impossible to satisfy all the disciples. After integrating with the outer world, Lin Fan felt that the Frog Master was not an ordinary person. He must be a big shot. Yeah. The frog panicked when facing Lin Fan, but it kept a straight face when facing Lu Qiming. It was calm and composed, like an expert. Piak, Lin Fan slapped the head of the frog. Hurry up, what's going on? The frog raised its claws and covered its head. It was in pain, but it was also panicking. Master, are you leaving the sect? The frog blinked its bean-sized eyes, feeling a little panicked. How did you know? Lin Fan felt like he had seen a ghost. He wanted to leave the sect, but he hadn't told anyone. Who would have thought that this frog would know about it? He had to admit that there was something wrong with this. Lu Qiming also looked at the frogman in surprise. He was the one who asked his senior if he wanted to go out. Who would have thought that the frogman would know about it too? Master, you can't leave. The frogman hopped and jumped in front of Lin Fan's leg. He stretched out his front paws and hugged the shoe. That small body exploded with power. Tears and mucus flowed down his face. No one knew what he was doing. What are you doing? Lin Fan picked up the frog and placed it in front of him. They looked at each other. The frog took a deep breath, and its face turned serious. Master, I performed a heaven-shaking skill and divined that the magnificent flame sect is in trouble. Lin Fan was confused. What is the frog talking about? How dare it say that the magnificent flame sect is in trouble? I don't believe it. However, he maintained his composure. Really? Then tell me, when will it be? Lin Fan asked. According to my divination, there will be trouble when Master leaves, the frog said, cursing in its heart. The frog wanted to bang its head against the wall and die from its understanding of the situation. Even the descenders didn't dare to provoke this fugitive. But this fugitive beat up the descenders as if he was afraid that no one would know of his existence. Now that he had attracted the hatred of the descenders, he would definitely be attacked. It was only a matter of time before the elites arrived. You said that the sect will be in trouble when I leave. Then, do you think that there will be trouble if I don't leave? Lin Fan looked at the frog. It's just a frog that refines pills. Since when did it become a fortune teller? I don't understand. Lu Qiming stood at the side, memorizing everything the frog said. He cared a lot about the sect's safety. His trust in the frogman could be counted as half and half, which was between distrust and trust. Let this frog do some divination. The frog was in the air, but it couldn't stop Lin Fan from doing what he wanted. Its 3 front claws were shaking, and its green frog face was extremely solemn. Eh? Suddenly, the frog made a strange sound, and its body shook, producing waves of energy. It did seem a little believable. Frog, do you want to go into the pot again? If you have something to say it quickly. Lin Fan couldn't understand the frog, or rather, he couldn't see through it from the beginning until now. After coming out of the 1,000 deep caves, it would be of great help to the sect if it was placed in the sect. At the same time, its origin was the same as the descenders. But it should be a failure. Otherwise, how could it be so miserable? Master, I tried my best just now, but it's all blurry. I can't see it clearly. The frog said. It then rubbed its chin with its front claws and thought for a moment. But I have a way to avoid this disaster. Do you want to continue moving? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and asked. The frog opened its mouth wide in disbelief. Master, you can actually do divination too? That's what I was thinking. I think it's better for us to move. It's everyone's responsibility to avoid a disaster. He just wanted the desperados to continue moving. This place must be gone. The stone statue could speak, and it was ruthlessly destroyed. It must be holding a grudge and gathering people to take revenge. How difficult could it be? Therefore, in his opinion, moving was the safest option. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. He knew that the frog was trying to run away again. Since the frog was bound to him, it was impossible for it to run away alone. That's why it was trying to trick him into moving. The last time it moved, it was because it wanted to change the scenery. It wasn't because it was afraid. So, Lin Fan rejected everything the frog said. Responsibility my ass. Move aside. It's impossible to move. No matter who comes, they have to stay. Why? Don't you have confidence in me? Lin Fan asked. That's definitely impossible. Master, Frog loves you wholeheartedly. Even if I don't have faith in anyone, I can't have faith in the master that I love the most. The frog flattered Lin Fan in a very emotional manner. It was so excited that it almost started bragging. But all of a sudden, the situation changed. However, master, as the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him, and a good man doesn't fight with a mad dog. Those guys are all mad dogs, and they only know how to bark all day long. Why don't we retreat in order to advance, and change places? The frog was unwilling to give up. It really wanted to leave. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the magnificent flame sect, it would have already packed up and left. Frog, I'm very disappointed in you. Lin Fan looked at the frog and sighed, expressing his regret. Ah? Master, what's wrong with me? I didn't do anything. The frog was dumbfounded. God is blind for this desperado to survive until now. Back then, which one of us didn't walk on thin ice and be careful? Those arrogant guys didn't have a good ending. I'm the perfect example. When I was a 9 Baron Divine Master, I was proud and arrogant. But look at me now. I'm a frog with a green head. I'd rather kill him than become a frog. You didn't do anything? Tell me, who was the one who suggested moving? Lin Fan asked. Master, you were the one who suggested it. The frog said, feeling wronged. Bullshit. Do I look like someone who would do something like that? You were the one who suggested it. How long has it been? I'm going to move again. Where am I going to put my face? So I've decided not to move, but to fight them to the death. Lin Fan had made up his mind, and that was to fight with the descenders. Why don't you listen to me? The frog muttered in its heart. No, I should say frog talk. No matter what, according to my age, I can be the ancestor of this desperado. As the saying goes, those who don't listen to their elders will suffer. This desperado still hasn't seen through me. Look at your expression. You seem to have something to say. Alright, go ahead. Lin Fan said. Aye. The frog let out a long sigh. Master, you still don't understand. The first wave of descenders were all at the Tao realm. After that, I calculated with my fingers, the ones that came should be at the Emperor Heaven realm. This level of cultivation is much stronger than the Tao realm. Comprehending Tao intent to the peak, one has become the Emperor of the heavens and earth. Every action of theirs possesses terrifying might. Moreover, from what this frog can see, the Emperor Heaven realm is only the middle power. The more terrifying ones are yet to come. If you were to encounter an expert who, with a wave of his hand, could unleash the might of an entire world, that would truly be terrifying. Those are experts who have created a world of their own. They are commonly referred to as world-level experts. That's why. Master, you need to reconsider. It was necessary for the frog to explain the situation of this realm to him. Don't think that all descenders are weak. The stronger ones are yet to come. Of course, when they are in their human form, so what if they are at the world level? However, based on the current situation, an Emperor Heaven realm would be able to defeat everyone, let alone a world level. Alright, you're scared out of your wits. So what if they're at the Emperor Heaven realm? Do you think your master hasn't beaten them up? Let me tell you, I just hammered one a few days ago. What's with that look? You still don't believe me? Seeing the frog's look, Lin Fan immediately felt displeased. This look made him unhappy, as if he was looking down on him. Aye. The frog shrugged its head and jumped into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Fan asked. The frog shrugged its head and said, Master, I'm going to make a small and exquisite coffin for myself. Do you need it? It can be gilded. Senior brother, the frog master? Lu Qiming asked. He didn't know what his senior brother thought of what the frog master said. Disaster? It must be the descended ones. Moreover, it was during this period of time that the disaster would descend, so it could only be said that it was related to the stone statue. The stone statue said that it was Emperor Yanhua, but Lin Fan had never seen Emperor Yanhua or heard his voice. How would he know if it was true? But in his mind, it must be related to the stone statue. It must be here for revenge. If it was Emperor Yanhua, then he was too narrow-minded. If it wasn't, then the person controlling the stone statue was very cunning. Don't worry about it. I'll stay in the sect and see what's going on. I just hope that it won't disappoint me. Lin Fan said calmly. To the frog, this was a disaster, but to him, it was the only way to get rid of the feeling of arrogance. I just want to have a good fight. I don't want to be beaten until my bones are broken. But why is it so difficult? I want it, but it's a pity. In a mountain village, smoke could be seen rising from the chimney. Huh. In the village, a child was wearing a simple training suit and was cultivating. One kick, one punch, all very orderly. This was a systematic training. But if any magnificent flame sect disciple were to see him, they would be able to tell that he was cultivating the magnificent flame sect's body refinement technique. It was an ordinary skill set, but it was also used to train the body. Xianxia, come back for dinner. An old man called out kindly from the door of the straw hut. Yes, Grandpa. Xianxia practiced for a while and ran back home. In the past, the godson of the Sunshine sect had persecuted this village, but Lin Fan had saved it at the critical moment. And this skill set was given to him by Lin Fan. In the hut, Xianxia was eating with his grandpa. Xianxia, eat more meat. The magnificent flame sect's lord has given you a skill set. I hope that you will meet him in the sect 10 years later. Don't disappoint him. The old man smiled kindly. He was the village chief, and he had experienced many things when he was young. He was well aware of the current situation. Shocking changes had taken place, but he was still safe under the protection of the sect. Meicham Huangxiong nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Grandpa, I'll go and light some incense for Grandpa Yanhua. Go. Huangxiong walked in front of the portrait and carefully lit up the incense. Grandpa Yanhua, please bless our village. Instantly, a ray of light burst out from the portrait. The light enveloped the entire house, causing the village chief to be extremely shocked, not knowing what was going on. Grandpa, it's glowing. It's glowing. Huangxiong was still young, so he naturally didn't know what this represented. However, he felt that it was amazing. The portrait on the wall was actually glowing. Emperor Yanhua has appeared. The village chief hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed in front of the portrait. At this moment, a voice came from the portrait on the wall. Yes. To think that you guys would still remember me. Yours truly is very gratified. His voice was very peaceful, giving off a feeling that could cause one's heart to relax. In the main hall, the Holy Flame Emperor's face was gloomy. That gentle voice came from there. Originally, he felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. He would never pay attention to such. A weak and insignificant faith that was as insignificant as an ant. But what those bastards from the Magnificent Flame sect had done had infuriated him. The space tunnel had not been fully expanded yet, and the heavens were still resisting. His true body couldn't descend. But even so, he wouldn't let the Magnificent Flame sect be happy. He had only become an emperor for a short period of time, and his foundation wasn't stable. Compared to the other emperors, he was still too far away. The space pillars were connected, and the emperors ordered their people to go to the outside world. He had no idea why. On the surface, it seemed like they were collecting the wealth of the outside world, but to him, it wasn't worth the effort. There must be some secret behind it. However, he didn't get any useful information even after asking around for a long time. Even if he caught an elite and interrogated him, he would only get answers that he already knew. They were too well hidden. Are you really Grandpa Yanhua? Huangxiong was shocked. Yes, I am the Grandpa Yanhua you know. The voice coming from the portrait remained calm. The village chief looked shocked, but he was still on guard. He was a man who knew his place. Emperor Yanhua had been dead for a long time. Furthermore, they were just ordinary villagers of the Magnificent Flame sect. Why would the Magnificent Flame sect's emperor appear here? There must be something wrong. Grandpa Yanhua, why are you here? Huangxiong asked curiously. Before he started cultivating, he was still very small. But ever since he started cultivating every day, he had become much stronger, even though he didn't become much stronger. Grandpa didn't actually die. He was harmed by a scoundrel. By chance, a strand of my divine sense escaped, and I sensed your inner calling and came here. Are you willing to accept Grandpa's inheritance, and when you succeed in your cultivation, save Grandpa? Yes. Huangxiong shouted excitedly. All right. Suddenly, the portrait shone brightly again. The light gathered on the table and formed a book. Then, a ball of light floated out and enveloped Huangxiong. The light seeped into his skin and entered his body. Wow, it feels so warm. Huangxiong cheered. The village chief turned serious. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. He had to read the book later. It was written by Lord Lu of the Magnificent Flame sect, and it was distributed to every citizen of the Magnificent Flame sect. In Lord Lu's words, this was the fruit of peak leader Lin's hard work. It was called the Fraud Prevention Handbook. Soon, the light disappeared. Remember, come and save Grandpa. Grandpa is in the deepest part of the Magnificent Flame sect. He was killed by the Magnificent Flame sect's unfilial patriarch. You must come and save Grandpa, okay? The portrait said. Huangxiong was stunned. The Magnificent Flame sect was his holy land. But now, his grandpa, whom he had never seen before, wanted him to go to the Magnificent Flame sect to save him. He was speechless. Rest assured, Emperor. My grandson will not disappoint you. He will go to the magnificent flame sect and save you when he becomes stronger. The village chief said. All right. As soon as he finished his words, the radiance on the portrait gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Xianxia wanted to say something, but he was pulled out by the village chief. Outside, a group of villagers gathered. Village chief, is what you said true? The portrait of Emperor Xianxia really appeared? The villagers were shocked. Village chief, I've found it. Just then, a middle-aged villager rushed over with a booklet in his hand. Then, a group of people stood there and whispered to each other. This is it. The village chief flipped through the booklet and found what he was looking for. Take a look. The gazes of the villagers finally landed on that page. Fraud Prevention Handbook, Section 9. Impersonate someone you respect, deceive others, give them skill sets, and give them benefits. Make up that you are in a miserable state, but you are actually in danger of being possessed. Danger level, 5 stars. The best way to deal with this is to pretend to trust others and be vigilant. Village chief, you mean that Emperor Xianxia is a fake, and a bad guy is living in the portrait to deceive others? A villager asked. Yes, that's right. The situation that my grandson came into contact with is exactly the same as what's written here. There's no mistake at all. The village chief felt a lingering fear. After encountering such a thing, if he hadn't seen this booklet, he wouldn't have been vigilant at all. He might even have been wild with joy, feeling that fortune had fallen from the heavens. You're right, village chief. We need to know our place. We're just ordinary villagers with no weapons and nothing special about us. There are so many people, but they chose us. This is a big problem, a villager said. Grandpa, I know. Xianxia took the booklet and flipped to the last page. Look, this was written by Brother Lin. Don't believe in free food, Lin Fan, peak leader of Invincible Peak. Xianxia raised his head and said, Brother Lin wrote this himself. He's telling us that good things won't happen to us for no reason. We have to rely on our own hard work. Actually, Lin Fan had no idea what this was. Lu Qiming would think when he had nothing to do. Sometimes, he would think of a few golden sayings that made sense. He kept thinking about where he had heard these words before. They sounded familiar. In the end, he didn't care if it was his or Lin Fan's, but he just blamed it on Lin Fan. I didn't expect that our village chief, who is so ordinary, would actually be targeted by bad people. If it wasn't for this anti-deception booklet, I'm afraid that this child of hero would have been possessed by evil spirits. The villagers panicked and were afraid. Prepare a torch and burn the house. The village chief said. Village chief, that's your house. The villagers felt that it was too much to burn the house. Why don't we burn the portrait instead? However, the village chief felt that it was too dangerous to burn the house. Only by burning the house would they be safe. Not long later, a huge fire broke out in the village. Grandpa, what should we do now? Xianxia asked. Don't worry, Yingxiong. When the magnificent flame sect's lord comes for an inspection, you can follow him back to the magnificent flame sect and get them to take a look at your body. The light ball that went deep into his grandson's body made the village chief worried. He felt that the demon had taken action. How dare this demon impersonate Emperor Xianxia to trick us? Dream on. With the booklet, I won't be tricked as long as I'm careful. In the main hall, the Holy Flame Emperor sneered. The descent of his will was just a small setup. It doesn't matter if Lin Fan succeeds or not. I'm just unhappy. But when he wanted to check on the situation, his expression changed. Bastard. The scorching flames burned fiercely. These stupid unruly people actually set fire to the house, and even burned his portrait. 2 days passed. Lu Qiming looked at his senior brother from afar and pondered. He couldn't figure out what was going on. His senior brother had been standing there for 2 days ever since the Frogmaster said that there would be a disaster. Senior brother, why don't you go back and rest? Lu Qiming suggested. No need, just wait here. Lin Fan waved his hand. He was going to wait and see what kind of disaster the frog was talking about. If it was a lie, then the consequences would be cruel. Senior brother, although the frog master said there would be a disaster, it might not be true. Lu Qiming said. He felt that this matter was a bit mysterious. He felt that the frog master might not be telling the truth. Not true? If it's not true, then this pot is prepared for him. Clang, the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River was placed on the ground. Lu Qiming blinked. This is too much. The frog master is going to suffer a tragedy. Senior brother, wait patiently. I'll go down first. After saying this, he quickly retreated. The frog master was polishing his coffin. The talisman hanging behind Xiaochen chuckled and said, "This coffin is pretty good. It is custom-made. It looks like I will be able to use it soon." Hee, you're right. It's tailor-made. What do you think of the bottom of the coffin? It's glued. When I lie down, I'll let you have intimate contact with the bottom of the coffin. We'll never be separated. The frog sneered. The talisman had never been taken off since it was hung on his back. It harassed him every day and humiliated him with words. It had long been thinking of ways to take revenge. Isn't this just right? I'm about to die, so I can take revenge before I die. You're so cruel. The talisman was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this green-headed beast to be so cruel and think of such a way to take revenge. It was simply heartless and inhumane. Hee, just you wait. You'll have a good time. The frog felt that it was done for this time. That fugitive didn't take its words to heart at all. Instead, he was arrogantly waiting for the other party to arrive. Isn't he courting death? Frog master. At this moment, Lu Qiming rushed over. What's the matter? The frog looked at the other party in confusion, even though this guy was the #1 underling of the outlaws. However, it still respected him, so the frog still had a good impression of him. He couldn't ignore him just because he was the #1 underling of the outlaws. He wasn't the kind of frog that looked down on people. Frog master, do you think the sect will be in trouble? Lu Qiming asked. This? I'm not joking. The possibility is very high, the frog replied. At the same time, it didn't understand what this guy meant. Could it be that the fugitive was afraid again, so he sent his #1 underling to ask? If that was the case, it would be much more interesting. Cough cough. Let me tell you seriously. I'm 100% sure that there will be a disaster. Therefore, moving the sect is the only choice. You can't be careless, or you'll regret it, the frog said solemnly. From the looks of it, it could be seen that he was telling the truth. There was nothing fake about it. This was the only way to make others believe him. That's good, that's good. Lu Qiming heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the frog master would spout nonsense and be cooked by his senior brother. Although he liked to eat frog meat, the frog master was still one of them. Eh? That's not right. From your expression, it seems like you have something to tell me. Tell me, what is it? The frog was very observant. It knew that this guy was hiding something. Frog master, since you're sure that there will be a disaster, then there's no need to say it. Lu Qiming felt that it was a little hurtful to say it. Senior brother said that he would cook the frog master. If he said it, the frog master would be very sad. Tell me. I know you're hiding something. If you don't say it today, I'll feel uncomfortable. Tell me. The frog couldn't help but wonder why the people around the outlaws are so cheap. You arouse my curiosity, but you don't want to say it. That was a little unreasonable. That was just too despicable. Seeing the frog master's situation, Lu Qiming knew that he had to say it. Frog master, I'll tell you then. But don't take it to heart. My senior brother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He definitely won't do that. Lu Qiming comforted. Hey, say it. Can't you tell me what you want first? The frog was impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the outlaw's #1 follower, it would have already raised its front paw and slapped the other party away. Alright, senior brother said that if there's no disaster, he has already prepared a pot for you. That's it. Lu Qiming said. The frog's expression stiffened. He didn't expect that the outlaw still wanted to kill him. Although the fugitive definitely wouldn't cook him, he would definitely be beaten up. Frog Master, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lu Qiming saw the Frog Master's strange expression, as if he was deep in thought. Ha ha ha. Yellow Paper laughed. You green-headed beast. Let's see what you can do about your bragging. Shut up. Who's bragging? I, the Frog Master, personally divined the future. How could I be wrong? Just wait and see. There will definitely be a strong expert coming. When that time comes, you will know whether I'm bragging or not. The Frog Master pulled his neck and shouted. No matter what, he used to be a high and mighty 9-baron divine master. But ever since he became a frog, he had been humiliated. He was sad and mournful. He had a lot of things to say, but he didn't know what to say. Frog Master, since I'm confident about this, I won't stay any longer. Lu Qiming cupped his fist and left. He came here to talk to the frog in case there were any problems. He saw the Frog Master's confident expression. He believed that the Frog Master wasn't lying. Another day passed. The sky was calm, but in the blink of an eye, the clouds rolled, as if they were going to swallow the sky. The Saint Convent sect and the Magnificent Flame sect were companions. To them, safety was not a problem. Holy Lord, the Magnificent Flame sect is still the safest place. No beasts have come to disturb us, and the disciples are calm. They are not as worried as before. King of Evil said. This is all because of the Holy Lord's wisdom. Under the Holy Lord's leadership, the Saint Convent sect has discovered that there is hope for us to surpass the Magnificent Flame sect. Danny, does your butt hurt if you don't suck up to me for a day? Seeing Danny's disgusting expression, the Xianxia King of Evil wanted to scold him. Xianxia, how can you say that? No matter what, I'm still your senior brother. Get out of here now. King of Evil scolded. That fawning expression disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a domineering one. Ioyo, just look at you. You really think you can take a chicken feather as a token of authority? Let me tell you, I, Xianxia, will never scram. Not in this lifetime. Xianxia didn't put Danny in his eyes. Isn't he just an old man who likes to suck up to me? Why didn't I see this in the past? Ever since the sect lost its power, he has been sucking up to me more than anyone else. Enough. Stop arguing. The Sacred Lord's head hurt. He was thinking that it would be a good choice if these troublesome guys died in battle. But they were living more comfortably than anyone else. All the troubles of the sect were on him, the Sacred Lord. I'm afraid that I will die of exhaustion in the sect one day. Junior brother divine punishment is not bad, but he's not good at managing the sect. If junior sister Tianyu was still in the sect, she might be the best candidate. But peak leader Lin said that junior sister Tianyu was in a powerful organization and had become the most promising asset there. How could she come back, just as the Sacred Lord was worrying? There was a sudden change in the sky. Boom, lightning fell from the sky and struck everywhere. Some buildings were covered in lightning, turning into ashes in an instant. What's going on? Who is so daring to attack the Saint Convent sect? Are they tired of living? The Lord of Evil scolded, but his voice was soft. Only the people around him could hear him. As for the people in the sky, they definitely couldn't hear him. Evil Dan, can you stop acting? Speak louder if you have the guts. Xianxia scolded. He was pissed at Evil Dan. Wait. The Sacred Lord raised his hand and stopped the crowd. The light in the sky flew forward, but its target was not the Saint Convent sect. He thought to himself. Who are these people, to think that they could create such a terrifying scene with just their aura? It would be terrible if they were to attack the Saint Convent sect. Sacred Lord, their target is not the Saint Convent sect. The Lord of Evil Dan looked up and frowned. If it's not the Saint Convent sect, then it must be the Magnificent Flame sect. The Lord of Evil said. He then realized what was going on and was shocked. It can't be. They said that the Magnificent Flame sect would be safe, but it seems like it has become even more dangerous. The other Sacred Lords nodded. What he said made sense. It might have been dangerous in the past, but they were only facing beasts, which they could deal with. But now that they were neighbors with the magnificent flame sect, they might be facing something even stronger than beasts. Let's go. The Sacred Lord stood up after a moment of silence. Ah? Sacred Lord, what are we going to do? These people are going to the magnificent flame sect. With our strength, it's useless even if we go. The Lord of Evil said anxiously. Aren't we sending ourselves to our deaths? The magnificent flame sect has already done us a great favor by allowing us to move our sect to the Saint Convent sect. If we don't go at this time, wouldn't we be letting the magnificent flame sect down? Furthermore, do you think we can survive if the magnificent flame sect is destroyed? The Sacred Lord took a look at Evil Dan and shook his head helplessly. It's a disaster for the Saint Convent sect if you can't even understand this. Evil Dan, if you're afraid, then find a hole and bury yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Xianxia chuckled. In the sky, a group of people could be seen flying. The three leaders looked serious and powerful, and there were a few Dao realm cultivators behind them. A small native sect actually wants all of us to come, it's too troublesome. Someone said in a low voice. Shoo, this is the Emperor's order. They're here. I didn't wait in vain for a few days. Lin Fan stretched his back, and the bones in his body creaked, giving off a crisp sound. Junior brother, he said softly and lazily. He didn't care about the arrival of an expert at all. What's the matter, senior brother? Lu Qiming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Frogmaster was right. There was indeed a disaster, and an expert had arrived. Tell the disciples to come and watch. Let them see if there are any experts coming, Lin Fan said. Yes, senior brother. I'll inform them now. Lu Qiming left in a hurry to inform the disciples to come and watch. Being able to watch their senior brother fight was an experience that all the disciples could only hope for. Lin Fan walked towards the gate of the sect with his hands behind his back. He was in no hurry. The points came to him automatically, which made him happy. Of course, if Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig were here, they would be shocked too. It was a pity that the man and the pig had escaped long ago. Even though there were dangers everywhere, they were still trying their best to find a dangerous place. It's over. The frog was panicking. Its beady eyes were far away. The aura was very strong. Emperor Heaven Realm, just as he had guessed. Even after 10,000 years, the realm would not change, and it would not decline either. It would only get stronger and stronger. It might be very difficult to change the peak experts, but the experts below the peak would definitely blossom like 100 flowers, and experts would appear frequently. The cultivation system had stabilized. There would only be more cultivation techniques than before, and there would be more choices for cultivation. It would definitely get stronger and stronger. Did you see that, yellow paper? Did you feel that aura? Do you think that Desperado will win? So what if his Dao realm is strong? Cross-realm battles only exist for a heavenly being like me, the Frog Master. The frog had a solemn expression. Even though it was commenting, it didn't forget to brag. This was the dominance of an expert. Yellow paper didn't say anything. Although it didn't like this green-headed beast, it wasn't stupid. How could it not feel that kind of aura? I say, why don't we run? With our size, we shouldn't attract any attention. To others, they would definitely treat us like a fart and let us go. Don't you think so? Yellow paper was a little scared. It was the first time it was seriously talking to the frog about something. Run? What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think I'm a coward like you? The frog can't run. Do you really think I don't want to run? But there was no way around it. After becoming the demon pet of this fugitive, where else could he run off to? Moreover, his students were all here. No matter what, even if he was scared to the point of peeing his pants, he couldn't abandon his students. Look at how much they loved and respected him. As a frog master, how could he take the lead and run away? It was definitely impossible. Yellow paper, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As long as you admit your mistake, I'll let you go. How about that? The frog said. Bullshit. I, Huangji, am a man of indomitable spirit. Why would I apologize to a green-headed beast like you? Even if I'm torn to shreds, I'll never apologize. Let's lie in this exquisite coffin together. I guarantee you won't be lonely. Yellow Paper was very stubborn. When the frog said this, it was extremely serious. Hee hee. The frog sneered. However, he was very flustered, and his heart was beating very fast. At the entrance of the mountain, the junior brothers and junior sisters stood there in groups of 3 to 5. Everyone had a smile on their faces. A strong enemy was coming. But there wasn't a trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they were talking and laughing. Just now, senior brother Lu said that there's an expert coming. How strong do you think this expert is? How would I know? But he should be very strong. Otherwise, senior brother Lin wouldn't have called us over. What do you mean? Think about it. If he's too weak, senior brother can deal with him easily. Why are we here? If you ask me, I think that the person coming is definitely not weak. Senior brother would need to spend some effort to deal with him. That's why he called us over. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think of that. Impressive. I'm impressed. Haha, not at all. I was just lucky. The disciples were talking to each other, and they were all very humble. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance, splitting the chaotic void. Figures appeared in the sky, emitting an aura that rolled like waves. Amazing. The person coming this time seems to be very strong. Look at his aura. It's already condensed. Looking at him with the naked eye, he's infinitely tall, like the king of heaven and earth. Yeah. The disciples continued to comment. They were not panicking at all, and their words were very convincing. In the air, there were 3 people leading the group. Xiaoli had long gray hair and held a long spear in his hand. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked down at the magnificent flame sect as if he was looking at ants. Brother Xia, this is the magnificent flame sect that the emperor mentioned. They're just a bunch of ants. They know that we're coming, but they still gathered together to fight us. It's like throwing an egg against a rock. The man who spoke stood at the side. He had a handsome face, but he sounded arrogant as he spoke. He opened up the paper fan in his hand, and there was a painting on it. Divine light shone from it. Yi Zhong stood there calmly. He didn't care about these small fries, but since the emperor had personally ordered him to do so, he had to admit that he rarely used them. He was only here to take a look. Haha, don't do anything later. Let me smash them all into meat paste. The demonic ape was muscular, and his arms were as thick as 2 trees. He held a black gold rod with thorns on it, and lightning could be seen swimming on it. The magnificent flame sect disciples couldn't help but start discussing when they saw the 3. Oh my god, look at that guy with the rod. I can guarantee that he's not human. He's so hairy, and he looks more like a monkey, a disciple exclaimed. They had seen many beasts before, but this was their first time seeing one like this. So powerful. I can guarantee that the battle will be intense. These people look so strong. Yeah. They might not have fought with the magnificent flame sect, but their hearts were beating fast. Just then, the Saint Convent sect arrived. The sacred leader looked at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. He might not have fought with the magnificent flame sect, but the aura they exuded made him want to kneel down. Where's Peak Leader Lin? The sacred leader rushed over and asked Lu Qiming. He couldn't believe that he didn't see Peak Leader Lin at this time. He started to panic. Lu Qiming was confused. I don't know. Senior brother came before me, but I haven't seen him yet. I'm confused too. Holy Master, he couldn't have escaped, right? Monarch Evil Dawn muttered softly. Shut up. The sacred leader glared at him. Did this fool not notice that there was something wrong with Lu Qiming's gaze? King of Evil Dawn was helpless. Why doesn't he believe me? Judging from the current situation, it's very likely that Peak Leader Lin has run away. Strong, very strong. God of Punishment looked at the sky. He could feel his body trembling under the pressure. Deep in his heart, a voice told him. Don't do it. Don't do it. Piak, Yi Zhong closed his paper fan and took a step forward. He looked down at the magnificent flame sect disciples and said in a mocking tone, "A bunch of pitiful ants. Since you've gathered together, it's obvious that you want to fight to the death. Alright, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make the first move, and I'll see what you're capable of." His words were domineering, as if he didn't care about anyone. But all of a sudden, the air went silent. Saint Bash Sanction couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and pointed at Yi Zhong. "Are you crazy? I offended you, and I didn't even say or do anything, and you're calling me a pitiful ant? Did you eat tea today? Didn't you rinse your mouth with urine? Even if you did, it must be smelly and smelly. Damn it, it's so dirty that I can't even look at it." The crowd went silent. Even the magnificent flame sect disciples stared at Xianxia, dumbfounded. Clap clap clap, applause could be heard. Amazing. I didn't expect the Saint Convent sect's Lord Xianxia to be so courageous. Lord Xianxia, my impression of you has changed. A disciple shouted. Change your mother. What's wrong with me? How did I change your impression of me? Go to the side and die. Xianxia was unhappy with the compliments. He felt that it was an insult. The disciple who had complimented Yi Zhong earlier was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is it wrong to compliment someone? Yi Zhong's face turned green. What did you say, aunt? What the f***ck? Can't you have some manners? You call me an ant every time you open your mouth. Do you like to scold people so much? Why don't you go eat tea? Xianxia said in disdain. He looked at Yi Zhong from the corner of his eyes. Xianxia, don't associate with such a person. Don't talk to me. Walla, the king of evil walked up and covered Xianxia's mouth. Even if you want to die, don't bring us down. He was going crazy. I didn't expect Xianxia to go crazy at this moment. I'm going to die. Nightcrip's face was cold, and his heart was burning with rage. Do you believe that I won't cut you into pieces and cut out your tongue? Wait. Just then, the saint of gambling in God's rank stood up like a puppy that had sniffed a bone. I'll bet with you. I don't believe you. Are you coming or not? Tell me, are you coming or not? God's rank said excitedly. This is a huge bet. I'm facing a powerful cultivator. I might be afraid, but for some reason, I'm excited. I can't resist the urge to bet. Courting death. Yi Zhong was infuriated. He didn't expect to be humiliated by these two ants. This was something he couldn't accept. What's going on? I'm not even here yet. Who dares to make a move? A figure walked over from afar. Lin Fan held a chicken drumstick in one hand and a bowl of chicken soup in the other. He took a bite and drank the soup. Senior brother. Peak leader Lin. His voice spread out. Everyone was calm. Lin Fan's appearance was undoubtedly a shot in the arm that struck everyone's hearts. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I arrived a long time ago, but I got hungry on the way, so I went to get something to eat. Lin Fan said calmly. This chicken soup is good. Whoever is hungry can go to the kitchen and get some. Everyone blinked. Senior brother, you can't play like this. The disciples could not keep up with their senior brother's train of thought. Lord of Evil Dan mumbled to himself. A group of people were waiting for him, and he went to get something to eat just because he was hungry. Does he have to be like this? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Someone will die. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Qiming was looking at him weirdly. It was as if Lu Qiming was saying, You said that my senior brother is here. Does your face hurt? Holy leader, why are you guys here? Lin Fan was curious to see the people from the Saint Convent sect. Peak leader Lin, I understand the concept of interdependence. That's why I'm here to see if you need any help. The holy leader cupped his fists. He was no match for any of the enemies in the sky. But even so, he could not be too weak. He had to face them. If even peak leader Lin was no match for them, then he could only wait for death. He was here with death in his heart. There's no need. Even if there's a need, you won't be able to help. Just stand there and watch like my junior brothers and sisters. Lin Fan said. Even though his words were hurtful, the truth was not that nice to hear. Saint Master, this fella's words are too offensive. King Evil of Dawn was heartbroken. How could he be insulted in such a manner? But the holy leader was not angry at all. Where was his spirit? How could he be humiliated like this? That's the truth, the Saint Master said expressionlessly. However, when he looked at those people in the air, his expression was extremely solemn. He couldn't tell the cultivation states of these people, but he could sense their auras. They were boundless and invincible, as though they were in the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the disciples were excited. Their senior brother was here. There would be an earth-shattering battle soon, and they were looking forward to it. I wonder what will happen. How long can these people last against senior brother? What a pity, there are so many people here. Hey, who's the leader? I suggest you hurry up and call more people over. This is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Lin Fan raised his head and looked over, disappointed. He originally thought that the Descenders would be a magnificent army that could cover half the sky. But now, it seemed that they were nothing much. It wasn't a big deal. Domineering, the sect disciples raised their heads proudly. Listen, look, this was senior brother. Even though the enemy had already arrived at his doorstep, he was still so domineering, not showing the slightest bit of fear. He even complained that the enemy had too few people, telling them to call for more people. They wanted to ask who else could be more domineering than their senior brother. In their opinion, it was basically impossible for such a thing to exist. Arrogant. Yizhong was the most handsome out of the three of them. At the same time, he loved to be in the limelight the most. To think that a mere ant would dare to act so arrogantly in front of him. How could he possibly hold it in? Naturally, he stood out immediately to scold Lin Fan. Don't you know how to speak? You're always so arrogant. Even if you're not tired of it, I'm tired of hearing it. Those who come are guests. Don't say that our sect doesn't treat our guests well. You can choose to fight as a group or one-on-one, but don't misunderstand, it's me, the Peak Lord, who is challenging you all. Lin Fan was really calm and even a little impatient. He still had to be polite before the battle. Although the other party was just points to him, points were also a form of dignity. He had to give the other party his final bit of dignity. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was unwilling to die. The surrounding disciples sighed. I've learned it. Indeed, one can learn a lot of things by following senior brother's side. To fight as a group or one-on-one, the other party can choose to fight as he pleases. They haven't even made a move yet, but they're already raising their morale. That's right. If I were to meet an opponent in the future, I'd definitely do the same as senior brother. This is way too domineering. The disciples were exchanging their experiences. At the same time, they were acknowledging the sect's culture even more. No matter what the other party was here for, since he was here, he was still a guest. These were the words of their senior brother, and they felt that it made sense. But, what they did not know was that if they followed Lin Fan's example, they would be beaten to death in the future. Lin Fan did not have much of a reaction against this descender. He had killed so many that he was getting numb to it. If not for the fact that he wanted to accumulate points and level up his skill, he would not be in the mood to play with these kids. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Yizhong burst out laughing. He then calmed himself down. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen an ant that doesn't know what's good for him. Good, very good. The Dao Realm Descender had a belly full of anger for a long time now. Who in the world was the one that gave these ants the courage to be so arrogant? True God Sun Yizhong, you're just dirtying your hands by dealing with a piece of trash like this. Let me tear him into pieces. A Dao Realm Descender stood out. He wore a pair of black gloves and was surrounded by a black mist. One could vaguely see a bloody soul howling within. Alright, I'll let you go. But, don't kill him. Break his limbs and bring him to me. Yizhong laughed coldly, revealing a cruel smile. Yes. The man smiled and walked out from the back, glaring at Lin Fan with a dark gaze. True God's son said that I don't need to kill you. I only need to break your limbs. Later on, I'll break them one by one so that you can feel the pain. You talk a lot of crap. Since you want to start, hurry up and do it. Lin Fan waved his hand. Descenders of this cultivation state had long become numb to killing. If there were any that he was slightly concerned about, there were only 3 of them. Humph, foolish thing. The man hollered. With a thud, his body disappeared from the spot. Of course, it wasn't that he disappeared mysteriously. It was just that his speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch him. Dao breaking. The man opened up his fingers and gave off a bright glow. He had long locked onto Lin Fan's location. Indigenous being, I'll cripple your arm first. The sound of bones breaking is the most pleasing to the ears. The moment he said that, Pata, when the figure appeared, one of his hands was already biting onto Lin Fan's arm. Ha ha ha. The man laughed coldly and exerted strength in his fingers. Eh? The sound of bones breaking and the native's tragic cries should have been heard. But at this moment, he realized that the opponent's arm was like a piece of metal. He couldn't even move it. How could this be? He was shocked. He felt a strong pressure coming from the side. It was the native's fist. In his eye sockets, the fist was getting bigger and bigger, gradually occupying his eyes. Bang, Poochie, his head was like a watermelon that was smashed by the fist. Soft red matter splattered all over the place. You're so weak. Dao breaking? You should be the one smashing your own head. Lin Fan said in disdain. He didn't take it to heart. Being weak is just a waste of time. Wow. He's so powerful. The disciples were shocked. They were still nervous, but the other party was too fast. They couldn't even see the other party's figure. They were all panicking. When the other party grabbed their senior brother's arm, their hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling about this. But in the blink of an eye, the other party's head was smashed by Lin Fan's senior brother before he could do anything. It happened so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Senior brother is so domineering. The disciples could feel their blood boiling. They might just be spectators, but it was as if they were the ones fighting. If they didn't experience it for themselves, they would never understand what it was like. For example, the King of Evil was dumbfounded by the Magnificent Flame sect disciples' excitement. He couldn't understand what was going on. They weren't the ones who smashed it. Why are they so excited? Quiet down. It's just a normal operation. Junior brothers, watch carefully. When we bury the corpse later, we have to gather all the heads. Don't lose any flesh. Lin Fan said. Ah? The disciples were stunned. They cheered enthusiastically, but their senior brother's words stopped them. Are you kidding me? How are we going to gather the heads after being beaten up by senior brother? The descenders in the void were momentarily stunned when they saw this scene. It happened so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Alright, that's the opening speech. Let's start the real battle. Piak, the moment Lin Fan finished speaking, he took out the space god pillar and waved it around in his hands, causing it to gurgle. Xiaoli didn't say anything, but when he saw the space pillar, his expression changed. Space pillar. You stole the space pillar. He snarled. Do you know how to speak? What do you mean by stealing? I picked it up. Lin Fan retorted. People nowadays are really despicable. They just lie with their eyes wide open. To think that he, Lin Fan, a righteous man of the Magnificent Flame sect, would be falsely accused of stealing. How could he not take it? Bastard. Xiaoli had been calm since the beginning, but when he saw Lin Fan taking out the space pillar, he was enraged. The other two knew why Xiaoli was so angry. Xiaoli had a partner, and they went to the outside world together. However, the space pillar wasn't complete, and something went wrong. In the end, his partner died in the space pillar, and not even her bones were left. I want you dead. Xiaoli took a step forward. Heaven and earth resonated, and black cracks appeared on the surface of the space. Suddenly, the spear in his hand was covered in flames, and it sizzled. World destruction. Xiaoli roared and waved the spear in his hand. Instantly, a scorching flame engulfed the entire place. Stay away. Yi Zhong's expression changed, and he retreated quickly. Brother Xia, be careful. We're still here. The surrounding people retreated as well. The Dao Realm descenders were shocked by the Emperor Heaven Realm. One could tell how terrifying the Emperor Heaven Realm was. He didn't expect Xiaoli to use his most terrifying move. Obviously, he didn't want to let this indigenous person live. But why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? The entire sect was engulfed by the sea of fire. What a pity that the entire sect has been burned to ashes. Seeing this, Yi Zhong naturally didn't think that Lin Fan was still alive. But at this moment, the sea of fire shook, and a shocking change happened. It flowed towards the crack in the sky. Lin Fan shattered the space, forming a crack. The sea of fire went into the crack and disappeared. Oh my god, this. Yi Zhong almost vomited blood. He didn't expect the aboriginal to still be alive and the ants behind him to be fine. Impossible. How could this be? How could he not know how powerful Xiaoli was? That move just now was extremely terrifying. It could burn everything in its path, but it was stopped by the aboriginal. Even now, the sky was clear as if nothing had happened. Wow, amazing. That was so scary. I feel like I'm in a furnace. Some disciples exclaimed. It was too exciting. Everything in front of them was red, and they couldn't see any hope. It felt like they were walking on the edge of death. Their faces were burning, and their sweat was dripping. Senior brother, you're amazing. The junior brothers transformed into cute little fangirls and began to cheer and shout. The people from the Saint Convent sect saw it clearly. To them, death seemed to have enveloped them just now. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? Holy Lord, how strong do you think peak leader Lin is? The God Punishment Sovereign asked softly. If it was him, he could only wait for death. If he touched Lin Fan, he would be turned into ashes by the sea of fire. I don't know. The Holy Lord shook his head. Maybe he's even stronger than he thought. Invincible peak. The frog was squatting on the mountain. It wasn't at the scene, but it had been watching. When it saw the three of them, its heart was about to explode. The Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators were really here. The strongest cultivators in the outer world were only at the pinnacle of the Dao Realm. How could he fight them? When the sea of fire came, he wanted to hide in a coffin and bury himself. But what happened next was unexpected. Not only did the sea of fire not burn him to ashes, it even dissipated. Damn, this desperado has been playing with me since the beginning. The frog came back to its senses. The desperado wasn't panicking at all. It was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. Oh my god, he hid it so well. If it wasn't for this situation, I wouldn't have known, the frog mumbled. It then smiled. Maybe we don't have to die today. Who would want to die nowadays, unless there was something wrong with their brains? Green-headed animal, does that mean we don't have to die? Yellow Paper asked anxiously. Even though he was bound to the frog, he was still a living being. It would be a bad deal to die here before he could even enjoy himself. The frog forgot to argue with Yellow Paper and said excitedly, that should be the case. I didn't expect this desperado to hide so deeply. However, it's a bit strange. The strongest people in the outer domain are only at the peak of the Dao Realm. Just how did he do it? How did he fight against an Emperor Heaven Realm expert with just Dao Realm strength? This is not a simple matter. Yellow Paper ignored the frog's question. As long as it didn't die, it was better than anything else. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you guys thinking that this is impossible? How could a tiny native like me have such great power? Actually, I want to tell you guys that this is still not my strongest power. My cultivation base is only temporarily stuck here. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan bent his arms and clenched his fists tightly. Zzz. There was lightning swimming around his body. His ordinary muscles began to swell. Crisp popping sounds could be heard as his muscles began to swell. His body grew taller and his black hair extended all the way to his ankles. Magic of the seven gods was fully activated. The gods roared as they tore the ground and space apart, walking out from the endless darkness. Walala, the last god devoured the other gods. A terrifying power brewed and fused into Lin Fan's back. ZZ, the lightning spread across the ground like a snake as thick as a thumb, swaying and spreading. Kacha, the ground couldn't withstand such a powerful force and started to crack and tremble. What? Yizhong and the others looked at Lin Fan in shock. They didn't expect this native to be so strong. Furthermore, that enormous body was truly enormous, and it gave them an enormous sense of oppression. It's here. It's finally here. This is Senior Brother Lin's strongest form. That's right. Senior Brother Lin's hard body technique has long reached a terrifying level. This is too shocking. The disciples cheered. They were simply too excited. Kacha, Lin Fan twisted his neck. There was a terrifying force coursing through his body. Alright, it's about time to begin. I've decided that I'll give you guys a chance to gang up on me. As for a solo fight, don't embarrass yourselves. I'm afraid that you guys will die too quickly and I won't be able to enjoy the thrill. Lin Fan raised his leg and walked forward. With a stomp, an explosive force burst forth. The ground split apart. Rocks flew up and floated around Lin Fan. Damn it. To think that I'm being looked down upon by an indigenous being. This is a humiliation that can never be erased. But that's fine. I, the ape demon, like your arrogant personality. Let me see how strong you are then. But, you'd better watch out. Don't let me break your neck. If that happens, you won't be able to reattach it. The ape demon laughed malevolently. The spiky black metal rod in his hand shone brightly. Swinging it in the air, a loud explosion could be heard. Hard body technique? Lin Fan looked over and grinned. He loved hard body techniques. It was just that they were too rare. Judging by the looks of it, the other party should be an exclusive user of hard body techniques. This was much stronger than the other guys. Look at your confident gaze. Do you really think that you're invincible? No, you're too inexperienced. Ah. The ape demon roared in rage. Boundless rage burst forth from his body. A storm-like aura swept out and wrapped his body. Sizzle, the storm that wrapped around the body of the ape demon was mixed with lightning. From time to time, it would explode with a crisp sound. Oh. I can feel it. The true body of the ape demon has descended once more. My blood is boiling. Foolish ants. Use your lowly bodies to welcome my arrival. Shing, a muffled sound rang out. Within the storm, a pair of red eyes could be seen. Rage of the ape demon. Suddenly, a loud voice exploded across the heavens. A terrifying power was being nurtured within the storm. The side of the storm then swelled up and protruded. A fist with boundless power came crashing toward Lin Fan. Crack, the power of this punch was too terrifying. Before it even reached Lin Fan, it had already overturned the heavens and earth. Countless black cracks could be seen in the sky, and the ground below was smashed into pieces. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the magnificent flame sect disciples. Their bodies were trembling. They couldn't even move their limbs. I feel something. But this power is still not enough. Lin Fan looked up and bent his knees. With a bang, he turned into a ray of light and dashed toward the ape demon. He clenched his fist, and an ocean of energy could be seen. He punched out. Bang, the two fists collided, and a loud explosion could be heard. A powerful shockwave could be felt, and a bright light could be seen. It was as if the galaxy was spinning, floating in the sky. Powerful. Lin Fan's robe fluttered in the wind. He did not take a step back and punched the ape demon away. He could feel that the ape demon wasn't weak. It felt real when two forces collided. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. He was starting to feel the impact. How can this be? Yizhong said solemnly. The ape demon's strength is enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. Even I can't take a punch from him. Where did this aboriginal come from? He didn't even take a step back. Brother Xia, he's a tough one. It's unrealistic to think that there's such an elite in the outer world. Why don't we retreat first? He felt a sense of danger. I want to leave this place. It was this feeling that allowed me to escape from danger many times in the past. However, Xiaoli kept his mouth shut and stared at Lin Fan. There was a fire burning in his heart. How can this be? How can you take a punch from me? The storm dissipated, and the ape demon appeared. The ape demon stood tall in the sky, and his hair was thick and shiny. Eh? Lin Fan looked over. The ape demon's arm was bent, and his fist was a bloody mess. It was obviously crippled, but the ape demon didn't seem to notice it. He was expressionless, which made Lin Fan confused. Blockhead, are you serious? Don't you feel pain? Look at your arm. Lin Fan shouted. That punch just now really made him feel the joy of fighting, but this feeling came too quickly, and it also left too quickly. He didn't even have the chance to enjoy it, and it ended just like that. That was a waste. What? The ape demon used its huge body to show off its terrifying aura, but when it heard those words, it was stunned and didn't react. Hey, is your hand okay? Do you not feel anything at all? Lin Fan felt that this ape demon was a little amazing. As expected, people who cultivated body techniques weren't afraid of pain. In fact, even he, who had cultivated to this level, yearned for pain. But regretfully, the undying body allowed him to ignore pain. That was a pity. Eh? At that moment, the demon ape was stunned and felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with his arm. His lantern-sized eyes moved and finally fixed on his arm. Ah! A thunderous voice rang out. Why is my arm broken? Why is it broken? It hurts so much. The ape demon's calm face disappeared, and what replaced it was a shocking cry. His voice was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Damn you, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to smash you into meat paste. The ape demon hollered in rage. He raised his other arm and smashed the spiked black iron cudgel at Lin Fan. The aura was so strong that it caused the void to collapse. Even if a normal person didn't take it head-on, they would be smashed to pieces in the range of the aura. Damn it, retard. Lin Fan glanced at it. He didn't back down and punched the iron cudgel. Pong, the sky changed color. Everyone was so blinded by the light screen that they couldn't open their eyes. Clang, the sound was like thunder, and it exploded in the air. Not bad, but it's far from enough. Lin Fan laughed. Lin Fan's fist collided with the cudgel, and the spikes on the cudgel shattered instantly. It was unable to go against Lin Fan's body. Where did this aboriginal come from? Yi Zhong panicked. He had a bad feeling about the situation. The emperor had ordered them to kill the magnificent flame sect leader, and those who resisted would be executed. But the situation wasn't right. The aboriginals' power was too strong. It had even surpassed them. If they continued to stay here, they might be defeated. He wanted to leave. But Xiaoli refused to leave. Even the ape demon was beaten to a sorry state. Even if he came with his true body, he couldn't suppress the aboriginal. I can't die here. He already had an idea to leave this place. But it wouldn't be good if he left just like that. He could only leave a backup plan. If the situation wasn't right, he would retreat immediately. Damn you. You've completely angered me. The ape demon was alarmed and furious. The fluctuations scattered, the metal club in his hands even more so covered in cracks. With a slight wave, a gotcha sound rang out, and then it shattered into pieces, scattering between heaven and earth. Who do you think I am? I'm the strongest ape demon. The demonic ape's fury completely erupted. His favorite weapon had actually been destroyed by these aboriginals. His eyes were blazing with flames, and his breathing gradually became ragged. Every time he breathed, an intense aura would come out. Hee hee. Lin Fan let out a grin as his body disappeared from where he was. His speed was so fast that even the void was ripped into two. He didn't even make a move, but he was able to create such a terrifying power with his speed. Everyone was terrified. When the Dao Realm cultivators first arrived in the outer world, they thought that they were the strongest. They thought that all living beings in the outer world were ants in their eyes. But now, they realized that this wasn't the case. The Aboriginals' power was beyond their imagination. He was invincible. Ah. I'm the invincible ape demon. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The ape demon roared, looking for Lin Fan. He could hear a strong gust of wind blowing past his ears. He used his other hand to slap the source of the sound. As the palm smashed down, space collapsed, and countercurrents surged up, sweeping in all directions. The ground shook, and everyone lost their footing. He was really too strong. However, this slap did not land on Lin Fan. However, this slap did cause a deep crater to appear on the ground. Scary. If that slap were to land on his body, wouldn't he be turned into ashes? The magnificent flame sect disciples might have enjoyed high treatment, but they had not seen many elites. They had never seen a real battle between elites, let alone how terrifying it was. Now that he saw this scene, his mind was shaken, and fear filled his heart. Patter, Lin Fan landed beside the devil ape and grabbed its arm that had been crippled by him. You think you're very strong, but in my opinion, it's far from enough. Your arm is already crippled, so there's no need for it to exist. Let me help you clean it up. Poochie, Lin Fan opened up his arms and used all his strength. The ape demon's arm was ripped off by him as a large amount of fresh blood flowed out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. The devil ape roared in anger. Pain engulfed his entire body, igniting his bloodlust. Bastard, how dare you cut off my arm? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Boom, the devil ape slapped down with great force. Just the force alone was enough to tear the ground apart. Lin Fan did not dodge, but raised his arm to take the attack. Bang, a violent shockwave exploded. The earth shook, and everything fell into chaos. What? Just then, the devil ape was shocked. Lin Fan had grabbed one of its fingers, and a terrifying force engulfed its body. It lost control of its body, and its feet left the ground as it floated in the air. Being tall doesn't mean that you're strong. Lin Fan shouted and swung his arms. The devil ape's huge body slammed into the ground. Rumble, unable to withstand such a strong force, the ground cracked and turned into ashes. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Oh my God, is this desperado so strong? The frog was shocked and couldn't believe it. If it hadn't seen it with its own eyes, it would have found it hard to believe. Such a huge body was like a piece of paper that was being played around in the palm of the devil ape. A thick layer of dust rippled out. That deafening sound shook the hearts of everyone. The descenders were also terrified and felt a sense of dread. They had kicked an iron plate. Lin Fan floated in the air and clapped his hands. To others, this enemy was invincible, but to him, it was too easy. He could crush it with a wave of his hand. The devil ape's body smashed a huge pit in the ground, and he was lying there quietly without any movement. Hey, don't play dead. If you're so weak, then it's too disappointing. Lin Fan looked down at the movement below. He felt a little regretful and disappointed. He thought that the other party cultivated a hard body skill, so he must be very strong. But compared to him, the gap was still too big. No one said anything. It was very quiet. The devil ape lay there with a large amount of blood flowing from its broken arm, filling up a small part of the pit. Speak, bring out your strongest power. It's not easy for me to have the desire to fight. If you surrender like this, I'll tear you into pieces. Lin Fan's eyes were burning with the desire to fight. The patterns on his body emitted a dazzling radiance. Endless battle intent had condensed into a solid substance, wrapping around his body and burning continuously. I'm invincible. Suddenly, there was movement in the pit. A huge fist covered the sky and tore through the sky, blasting toward Lin Fan. A storm was spinning around the fist. Interesting. That's more like it. Then, this peak master will be more serious. Lin Fan floated in the air with a smile on his face. Facing this powerful fist, he didn't dodge, nor did he evade. Crack, he clenched his fist and condensed energy. It had been a long time since he met an expert that could make his blood boil. This guy in front of him wasn't qualified. But at the same time, he could feel his blood boiling. He tilted his arm back and his muscles swelled once more. Each green vein was like a giant dragon coiling around his arm, giving off a shocking feeling of power. Come, let me feel exactly how strong you are when you're angry. The moment he said that, a dazzling light shone from the fist, pouring down like a waterfall. The light barrier exploded. One couldn't see the fist, only that it was wrapped in a pillar of light. It was extremely fast. Everyone held their breaths, not knowing what was going to happen next. Hong long, the two fists collided and there was a shocking sound. A Milky Way whirlpool appeared from their fists and light shot out in all directions. In an instant. Just when everyone thought that they were evenly matched, the light screen swooped down and completely enveloped the demonic ape. So blinding, I can't see what's going on inside. The light shone and covered all directions. Everyone covered their eyes with their hands. They couldn't see anything at all as the light was too blinding. At the same time, a strong wind swept over, causing them to lose their balance. What's going on? What's going on? This was the only thought in everyone's mind. They just wanted to know what was going on. They wanted to know whether or not their senior brother killed that guy. This isn't good. Yi Zhong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling and took a step back. He already had thoughts of escaping. It wouldn't be good if he continued to stay here. But Xiaoli didn't move at all. If he took the initiative to escape, it wouldn't be good. If Xiaoli won and suppressed this native, he would definitely be severely punished. He would definitely be severely punished, and he might even lose his life. At this moment, the light gradually dissipated and the area returned to normal. Everyone's eyes turned to look, wanting to know the latest situation. What? When everyone looked over, they realized that there was a pile of flesh and blood in the deep pit. They were completely stunned. They then raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. The strength of a single punch was so terrifying. Such a huge person was smashed into a meat patty with a single punch. Did he have to be so cruel and bloody? Heis, he's still too weak. A real punch isn't something he can handle. Lin Fan felt helpless. But there was nothing he could do. This was the strongest person that had descended to the outside world. His strength was so strong that it had exceeded his expectations. He could be considered a qualified opponent. It was just that there was still a long way to go before it could satisfy his requirements. Holy shit! Senior brother is invincible. The disciples finally reacted and cheered. Their voices were loud and clear. This was the voice of every single disciple. Too strong. Way too strong. They had personally witnessed the scene of their senior brother exploding with power. That power was so strong that their blood started to boil. Holy shit. It's only been a while since we last met. To think that peak leader Lin has become so strong. King of Evil muttered to himself. He was panicking. He was so strong that it was hard to deal with him. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he know that Lin Fan had become so strong. Huff. Lin Fan raised his hand to silence the crowd. Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need to be too excited. This is all normal. He was calm. He did not feel the joy of beating the demonic ape. Instead, he felt a sense of regret. I can feel it. Senior brother's face is filled with disappointment. Lu Qiming muttered to himself and looked at his senior brother with a pained expression. He had always been by his senior brother's side, and he could feel the changes in his senior brother's emotions. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by disappointment? King of Evil looked at Lu Qiming. Why did he not understand? Lu Qiming shook his head. They're too weak. They've disappointed senior brother. King of Evil was shocked to hear this. How could he act like this? End of chapter 907. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.